Chapter 1, Provocation System. Lin Fan, you will never amount to anything in your life, and there is absolutely no way we can remarry. Just give up on this idea completely. At Jiaoyang Group, Lin Fan sat at his desk, holding his cell phone, staring at the message from his ex-wife Jiang Yan on the screen, his thin face in a daze. He and his ex-wife had been divorced for some time. This woman felt good about herself and sent him a message on her own initiative, telling him not to have any more illusions. It's no wonder that Jiang Yan became a senior executive of a company at a young age and had a bright future, while Lin Fan was just an ordinary low-level salesperson. The huge disparity in their careers made his ex-wife look down on him from the bottom of her heart. This is also the root cause of divorce. In addition, before the marriage, Jiang Yan had a serious illness. In order to treat her, Lin Fan resolutely sold the wedding house to raise medical expenses. However, after she recovered from the illness, she was promoted to a senior executive not long after the marriage. She began to dislike Lin Fan and chose to divorce. Lin Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was poor, he had great ambitions. He had never thought of becoming his ex-wife's bootlicker and begging her to remarry him. It is now and it will be the same in the future. Ding! The provocation system is successfully activated and bound to the host. Without any warning, a mechanical and empty voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. He was stunned. What the hell, system? Provoke a target of the opposite sex. Each time you successfully arouse the other person's emotions, you will receive double rewards from the system. First, a charm value of 100 points. This charm value can easily make the provocative opponent feel admiration, love, worship, and infatuation towards the host. The higher the charm value, the stronger the above psychological level will be. Second, 10 million renminbi. 10 million? Did I hear that correctly? Lin Fan couldn't believe it. This was an astronomical figure, a fortune that he had never dared to imagine. The system responded confidently, everything you heard is true. I'm rich. Lin Fan speculated, if the system rewards me with a certain charm value, it will be easy to make the target of provocation become my female licker. That's right. Even if you are penniless, they will still be willing to be your female lickers. I have never tasted the feeling of being harassed by a female licker in my life. Lin Fan had expectations. Provocation system, quite interesting. He was surprised and delighted. At the darkest moment in his life, he unexpectedly became the host of the legendary system. As for the rewards, in addition to the charm value, there is also 10 million renminbi, which is like a dream. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. For him, the system is a way. It would be a waste not to pick up this pie that falls from the sky. If the content introduced by the provocation system is true, then I will start a life of cheating. Lin Fan was excited. When God closes a door for you, he will also open a window for you. Although Lin Fan's marriage was unhappy, fortunately, he somehow came into possession of a magical system. Through this system, he can easily obtain money that he may never be able to earn in his entire life. In time, owning your own financial empire will be no problem. In addition, he will even become the male god of different types of top goddesses and make them become his female lickers, such as the cold female president, the baby-faced school beauty, the noble female star, etc. However, Lin Fan noticed that there was a peculiarity in this system, that was that the host had to provoke someone of the opposite sex in order to receive a reward. This is a good thing, because he himself does not want to make men like, love, or be obsessed with him through provocation. After all, he is a man and likes women. The system continued, considering that provoking others will cause certain unknown dangers to the host, the system will randomly give you a skill gift pack. The skills in the gift pack can strengthen the host himself. Along with the mechanical voice, a colorful gift package that seemed real and illusory appeared in Lin Fan's mind. The gift package slowly opened, revealing a fist with the back of the fist facing forward and a domineering look. Under the fist, there were 2 lines of words. The first line of words is First Divine Fist. The second line of words is Punch Strength, 100. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the First Divine Fist skill. The First Divine Fist? Lin Fan was surprised, it sounds pretty impressive. It's more than amazing, it's extremely amazing. The system said, in this system, the strength of one punch is equivalent to 100 times the average strength of an adult male's fist in reality. So exaggerated? Lin Fan was secretly shocked, then my fist power is about 10,000 times that of a normal person? That's right. The system explained, the punch strength value was not that strong before, but the previous 107 previous hosts were beaten to death because they were too arrogant. I am too tired and don't want to change hosts anymore, so I adjusted and upgraded the punch strength value. I see. Lin Fan suddenly realized that he was now enjoying the benefits of an upgraded system. A punch with 10,000 times the power was really exciting. Then I can go ahead and provoke you without any worries. Lin Fan was very happy. Even if the other party finds someone to retaliate against me, I don't have to worry. Although at this moment, he looked like a thin dog, powerless. But who knows that, thanks to the blessing of the first divine fist, he possesses absolute terrifying power. Lin Fan had a feeling that this sudden provocation system would be something he could rely on. With the system backing him up, he will continue his provocation to the end. The provocation system further explains the first divine fist skill. 100 punch strength values are only the initial value of the first divine fist. Every time you obtain a piece of clothing from the target of your provocation, you will gain 200 punching power points. There is no upper limit. Attempts to obtain the target's clothing through threats, bribery, theft, etc. will be deemed invalid. Requesting clothing from the opposite sex? Lin Fan blushed. Are you sure you are a legitimate system? The system replied in a mean way, of course, damn. Lin Fan smiled. I will avoid ineffective means and choose to ask for it openly. Just think about the process of asking a beautiful woman for her personal clothes. It is very exciting and adventurous. There is a high probability that you will be rejected, but if you succeed, you will make a profit. After all, who can resist the ever-increasing punching power value? There is no upper limit to your punching power, which means you can evolve infinitely. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart was filled with deep anticipation. Lin Fan, you're not working properly during work hours and you're playing with your phone the whole time. I've been watching you for quite some time. With a cold and stern shout, a cold and arrogant woman with an extraordinary temperament walked up to Lin Fan. She is the female president of Jiaoyang Group, Su Yuma. Chapter 2, Provoking the Iceberg Female President. Su Yuma usually shows people an icy face that never changes. She is 26 years old and still single. There are many celebrities and rich kids pursuing her, but without exception, they were all rejected, which makes people wonder if there is a problem with her sexual orientation. Since Su Yuma was not very approachable, employees throughout the company would usually become subconsciously nervous when they saw her on weekdays, and would not even dare to look her in the eye. Some people around looked at Lin Fan with sympathy. This kid is in trouble. He was slacking off at work and was caught red-handed by President Su. He is probably going to be criticized in public. Not only that, but wages, performance and bonuses will also be deducted. It depends on Mr. Su's mood. If he's in a bad mood, it's not impossible for him to fire Lin Fan. Almost everyone believed that Lin Fan would end up in a miserable state. Lin Fan was originally pale and panicked, but then he changed his mind and realized that he had a provocation system, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He decided to take a risk and provoke the female president. Perhaps the system is fake, then the consequences of his provocation to Su Yuma will inevitably be out of control. He will pack up and leave the company. But what if the system is real? Then you will gain a lot. Not only will your charm value increase, but you can also get a real reward of 10 million renminbi. He can even turn the cold and arrogant female president into his own bootlicker step by step. Gain both wealth and beauty. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Give it a go. Faced with the majesty of his female boss, Lin Fan was not panicked but happy, with a faint smile on his face. That smile was quite provocative. He spoke. I know I am very handsome and I am the Prince Charming in the eyes of many opposite sexes. But Mr. Su, you stared at me for a long time in front of so many people. It doesn't seem appropriate. One word can cause 1,000 ripples. Everyone in the office was shocked. It was as if I had an illusion. A small employee made a mistake and not only did he not apologize, but he even dared to talk back to the president in public. Is Lin Fan crazy? How dare he talk to President Su like that? Aren't you afraid of being fired? A low-level employee dared to challenge CEO Su. He originally made a small mistake, but now it's a big mistake. He is asking for trouble. His days in the company have officially entered the countdown. Without exception, all colleagues felt that Lin Fan was going a bit too far. President Su must be extremely angry. As expected, Su Yuma's expression became even colder than before. It's like being covered with a layer of frost. Not to mention an ordinary employee, even the company's director wouldn't dare to talk to her like that. This is undoubtedly a challenge to her authority in the company. However, just as she was about to get angry, somehow, a hint of appreciation suddenly flashed across her icy eyes. At the same time, Su Yuma inexplicably admired Lin Fan in her heart. In her mind, the originally ordinary male employee actually had a unique charm. That kind of charm was incredibly like a magnet, attracting her tightly. It seemed as if Lin Fan exuded a strange attraction. To the extent that, when the words of reprimand came to the lips of the cold female president, she was unable to utter them for a moment. Su Yuma was secretly surprised, because she had always been aloof and very few people of different sexes could gain her appreciation. Today, I really saw a ghost. Bite. The system's voice sounded again in Lin Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the provocation against the target person Su Yuma and successfully arousing her anger. The host's charm value increased by 100 points, which aroused Su Yuma's appreciation. The host received another 10 million renminbi reward. Is this successful? Just when Lin Fan was doubtful, a text message came on his cell phone. He subconsciously picked up his phone and saw that it was a text message from the bank. Just now, 10 million renminbi was deposited into my account. Lin Fan blinked vigorously several times. That's right, it's 10 million renminbi. It seems that the system did not fool him. A simple provocative act can bring such a huge reward. The system is simply my fortune tree. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile with joy. The corners of the mouth are harder to control than an AK-47. There were puzzled looks from all around. Lin Fan's head must have been kicked by a donkey. He actually dared to play with his phone again? In front of Mr. Su? It's obvious that he doesn't take Mr. Su seriously and doesn't take him seriously. Has Lin Fan taken the wrong medicine to provoke the company's leaders again and again? I heard that Lin Fan got divorced not long ago. He must have been traumatized and his mind is not normal. Lin Fan didn't care at all what his colleagues said because he was still immersed in the joy of the system reward. This kind of secret joy made his dopamine level explode. Lin Fan, come with me to the office. After saying that, Su Yuma turned around and walked straight towards the president's private office. Lin Fan followed the other person without caring. I have to say, Su Yuma has a really great figure. The hip-hugging professional skirt, paired with thin and silky black stockings, and 6-centimeter high black stiletto heels, is a visual feast, so beautiful. God really favors this little girl. Not only did he give her an angelic face, but he also gave her an impressive devilish figure. No wonder she is known as the city flower of Linjiang City and the most beautiful female CEO in Long Country. No wonder she has so many suitors. If one can get Su Yuma, even for just one night, even if the price is to shorten 10 years of life, there will be a lot of people of the opposite sex who will gladly agree. Arriving at the office, Su Yuma just turned her head and found that Lin Fan's eyes were on her without any concealment. It's like a hungry wolf staring at a delicious lamb. To be honest, she had seen this kind of look too many times and was disgusted by it. The beautiful CEO couldn't help but frown. A hint of displeasure also flashed across Aoran's face. She spoke coldly. Have you seen enough? When Lin Fan saw Su Yuma's expression, he knew that the other party was serious. I have just provoked the beautiful CEO once. If I do something stupid again this time, I will probably have to pack up and leave the company. However, since he has a provocation system, as long as he successfully provokes the target, he will reap great rewards. Therefore, Lin Fan became unscrupulous. Not enough, right? Just keep this pose and don't move. You can bring your knees slightly inwards, it will be sexier that way. Not only did Lin Fan not retract his gaze, but he became even more excessive and even instructed his female boss to pose. Provocation, naked provocation. This is a challenge to Su Yuma's authority. He didn't take the other person seriously at all. Su Yuma raised her eyebrows. How dare you? Say it again. Chapter 3, Earning 20 million. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Fan's eyes. Pull your knees inward and pose. Su Yuma's face was covered with frost. I think you don't want to do it anymore. No, I want to do it. Lin Fan's reply was meaningless in itself, but combined with his undisguised and wanton look, it became full of ambiguity and could easily lead people to misinterpret it. As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized that something terrible was going to happen. Sure enough, Su Yuma's gaze was as sharp as a knife. If looks could kill people, then Lin Fan would have died dozens of times in this short period of time. In order to obtain the system reward, Lin Fan had no choice but to act recklessly, and now he had given it his all. A job is insignificant compared to the rewards of challenging the system. Anyone who is not a fool will choose the system's reward. Looking at Suyuma's angry expression, Lin Fan was ecstatic. He was not afraid of his female boss being angry, but he was afraid that she would be indifferent. Because the rules of the system are that only by making the target person emotionally fluctuate can the provocation be considered successful and there will be a reward. Ding, the system detected that the target provoked by the host has experienced strong emotional fluctuations. Host gains 100 charm points. The host currently has a charm value of 203. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Excluding the total charm value of 200 awarded by the system, my original charm value was only 3, which was almost negligible. It's a huge shame. No wonder his ex-wife Jian Yan left him. However, I finally turned things around. Even if his charm value was negative in the past, it didn't matter. The system would bless him, and sooner or later, he would become the most charming man in the world. Lin Fan wants countless goddesses to marvel at his powerful sexual tension the moment they see him. It makes other men far behind. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel in a good mood. More joyful things are yet to come. The host receives a reward of 10 million renminbi. A few seconds later, Lin Fan checked his phone and confirmed that 10 million had just been deposited into his bank account. 2 provocations, total profit of 20 million. Making money is easier than drinking water. Lin Fan was delighted. I decided. Suyuma planned to immediately fire this male subordinate who had no reservations and was glaring at her with lustful eyes in broad daylight. She can tolerate a provocation once, but not repeatedly. If Lin Fan is allowed to stay on the sidelines this time and remain safe in the company, it is very likely that other subordinates will follow suit in the future. Suyuma herself has a swift and decisive style of work, so she plans to cut the Gordian knot and not give Lin Fan any chance to regret. However, when the words of dismissal came to her lips, she couldn't say them for a moment. Because, when she looked at Lin Fan, for some reason, her admiration for this male subordinate was stronger than ever before. The level of appreciation is even greater than before. How could such an ordinary employee attract the appreciation of such a proud and arrogant woman? Suyuma found it unbelievable, and this unbelievable situation had happened twice in a row. Lin Fan thought that he had completely angered the beautiful CEO and that he would undoubtedly be fired. But he no longer cares because he has already received 20 million from the system. He went from being a lowly worker to becoming a multi-millionaire. It only took a dozen minutes. It's like a dream. Unexpectedly, what he heard next was still unexpected. I decided to give you one chance. I will let you go this time. Remember, I am your superior. Please be careful with your words and actions. Whether you can stay in the company in the future depends on your performance. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. In the future? I understand. Suyuma glared fiercely. You know shit. Lin Fan said with a playful smile, Boss Su, I have offended you repeatedly, you really won't fire me? I have a broad mind and won't argue with you. Suyuma responded expressionlessly, but this won't happen again. Then I really don't know how to thank you. Lin Fan thought to himself that it was probably because the charm value assigned to him by the system played a role in making Suyuma feel good about him. Otherwise, he would definitely be fired. If this trend continues, the unattainable, queen-like beauty president might really become his bootlicker one day. In the past, Lin Fan would never have dared to think like this, because it was completely a fantasy and a pipe dream. After all, before he became the host of the provocation system, his charm value was only a pitiful 3, so small that it could be almost ignored. But now everything is different. His charm in Suyuma's heart is increasing day by day. Black Silk female CEO, female licking dog. If that were true, I would become very rich. After all, Suyuma's appearance is goddess level. Her figure is also top-notch, the kind that is so charming that it can kill you. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many outstanding suitors. Suyuma looked Lin Fan up and down and suggested, then you can treat me to dinner as an apology. Lin Fan agreed without thinking, okay. You know, many rich young men wanted to invite Suyuma to have a meal, but were always rejected. Their methods of picking up girls were always successful in other places, but they didn't work with Suyuma. And today, Suyuma actually took the initiative to make a dinner appointment with Lin Fan. It's shocking. It's like the sun is rising in the west. Suyuma said indifferently, "You go out first, and follow me after get off work." "Okay, Mr. Su." Lin Fan left the president's office with a happy look on his face. As soon as he returned to his desk, he was ridiculed by his colleagues. "Lin Fan, stop forcing yourself to smile. If you had admitted your mistakes, you might have had a chance to stay. But you chose to provoke President Su. Now you're kicked out. What an idiot. You think your family owns the company? How dare you repeatedly disrespect Mr. Su? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. If he was smart, he would have become a mid-level manager in the company long ago. With Lin Fan's emotional intelligence, I think no matter which company he goes to, he can only stay in an ordinary position at the bottom level in his life." To everyone's disappointment, I was not fired. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Boss Su was very broad-minded. He won't embarrass me over such a small matter. Besides, I will be having dinner with Mr. Su tonight." Ha 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 ha. His words caused a burst of laughter. There are so many rich young people and celebrities in this city who have invited President Su to dinner, but they have all been rejected. What qualifications do you have to have dinner with our goddess boss? Why do you have to learn to daydream when you are so young? Lin Fan ignored the sarcasm of his colleagues, but returned to his seat and began to reply to his ex-wife's messages. Chapter 4, Encountering the Ex-Wife. He edited a paragraph of text and sent it out. "You think too much. A good horse never turns back. I have no interest in you anymore." Lin Fan admitted that he was indeed very poor before and had not been doing well in the workplace, which was why he was disliked by his ex-wife. However, things are different now. He already has a fortune of 20 million and is extremely charming. The most important thing is that in the future, his wealth will continue to increase, and it will be easy for him to earn astronomical amounts of money. There will soon be one more invisible super billionaire in this world. Not only that, Lin Fan also wants many top-level goddesses to become his lapdogs, loyal, obsessed, and head over heels in love with him. Lin Fan muttered to himself, "You ignored me in the past, and you won't be able to reach me in the future. TSK, you said that on purpose because you can't have me." The most terrible thing about people is that they don't recognize their own shortcomings and deceive themselves. The message sent by my ex-wife was quite harsh. "Tell me what you have, but you have the nerve to flatter yourself and call yourself a good horse. You have no self-awareness at all." Lin Fan put down his phone and did not reply. Instead, he was busy working, just to get off work early and have dinner with the beautiful CEO. 6:30 in the evening. Night falls and the lights come on. Linjiang City, Sky Garden Restaurant. The restaurant is located on the 50th floor of the brilliant building, the tallest building in the city. It is the most elegant and romantic Western restaurant in the city, and also one of the most luxurious high-end restaurants. Inside the restaurant, the temperature is like spring all year round, and there are some perennial plants planted here. The colorful red and green are intertwined, which is pleasing to the eye and breathtaking. It can be regarded as a beautiful landscape in Linjiang City's catering industry. The Sky Garden is located near the window, with an excellent view, overlooking the beautiful mountains and rivers below, the buildings, the mountains, the hustle and bustle of the city, giving people a heroic feeling of seeing all the mountains as small. This restaurant is not a place that ordinary consumers can come to. The price is expensive, what matters is the environment and atmosphere. Lin Fan and Su Yuma did not walk side by side, but walked one after the other, with the beautiful president in front and him following behind. It just happens to give a clear view of Su Yuma's sexy back. She has a slender waist and a nice but she is simply the best in the world. People who watch it can't help but feel their blood boiling and be inspired. If I could get this beauty, it wouldn't matter if I had to shorten my life by 10 years. Su Yuma's appearance attracted many diners to look at her. There was a glimmer of greed and fanaticism in the men's eyes. Even women appreciated very much. Even the most beautiful women would pale in comparison to Su Yuma. It's like a grain of rice competing with the bright moon. Almost no one looked at Lin Fan directly. No one would even think that Lin Fan came here with Su Yuma. At most, he was just a passerby who happened to follow the beautiful president. After all, no matter Lin Fan's temperament or dress, they were completely different from Su Yuma's. They are from two different worlds and it is impossible for them to know each other. Just then, Lin Fan unexpectedly ran into an all-too-familiar face. His ex-wife Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was dressed particularly charmingly today. Not only was her face painted with delicate makeup, but the scent of the perfume on her body could be smelled from a long distance away. A light purple long skirt outlines a beautiful figure and makes people imagine a lot. She is one of the best among ordinary women. But if compared with Su Yuma, she is nothing. After all, the latter is a goddess. Jiang Yan is a high-quality woman, while Su Yuma is an excellent beauty. Whether in terms of appearance, figure, or temperament, Su Yuma completely crushes Jiang Yan. Lin Fan noticed that next to Jiang Yan stood a fat, big-eared middle-aged man with a slicked-back hair and a brown business briefcase in his hand. He looked very stylish, but it was still difficult to hide the greasy smell that had been lingering on his body for a long time. This man is called Lu Guangquan, a foreman who made his fortune in engineering, and is also Jiang Yan's new boyfriend. Out of politeness, Lin Fan simply greeted, "What a coincidence." Jiang Yan was not so polite. Her face showed undisguised contempt and strong impatience. "You followed me? We have completely broken up. Please don't follow me secretly. Your behavior is really too low." Track? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Jiang Yan, you are too narcissistic. What's the matter? Apart from you, are there no other women in this world? Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged women are everywhere. Look at your poor appearance. Will other women care about you? Only if I was blind would I follow you. Fortunately, I got out in time to stop the loss." Jiang Yan was a little arrogant and sneered, still trying to make excuses. "If you're not following me, why are you here? This is the most luxurious Western restaurant in the city. You can't afford it. One meal here can bankrupt you." Her words were mercilessly full of contempt. After all, they were once husband and wife, but she had no respect for Lin Fan at all. Lu Guangquan sneered at the side, "Hey honey, how could you know such a low-class poor loser?" Jiang Yan responded, "I just blame myself for not knowing better at the time." She then looked at Lin Fan and suddenly realized, "Oh, I see, you came here to apply for the waiter position. But I think it's difficult. The waiters here are all very handsome. They are over 1.8 meters tall and very handsome. As for you, you can only try your luck in an ordinary small restaurant." She sneered, "You are getting worse and worse. You used to work in an office, but now you have to work as a waiter. You really look down on people." Lin Fan sneered, "I'm here to consume. It's just a dead duck talking stubbornly." Jiang Yan said sarcastically, "You are just pretending to be rich. Can you have a 4-digit balance on your bank card? Can you afford to spend money here?" Lu Guangquan took out a dozen red banknotes from his briefcase, threw them on the ground like giving alms, and said arrogantly, "Take them and have a meal somewhere else." Lin Fan shook his head, "You two are really the same kind of people. Who are you looking down on? I'm not going anywhere today. I'm going to eat here." Then, he said with a domineering tone, "Besides, I must have spent more than you two." Upon hearing this, Lu Guangquan laughed unscrupulously. "Are you dreaming? You're going to blow all the bulls in this city to death. You are a poor fellow, and you want to compete with me who is worth tens of millions in spending? Who gave you the courage? Stop looking down on others like that." Along with the clear voice, Su Yuma walked over. Chapter 5, Provocation from the Ex-Wife and New Boyfriend. The cold and beautiful female CEO made her attitude clear, "Even if Lin Fan has no money, so what? I can treat him." Her stunning appearance made Lu Guangquan's eyes light up, and a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. This woman is so beautiful. Swan neck, butterfly waist, peach waist, the three kings are all in one. Cool and sexy. It's so beautiful. How could Lin Fan be qualified to meet such a beautiful lady? And we have dinner together. Lu Guangquan couldn't help but feel psychologically unbalanced. Why on earth could a stingy fan like him have the chance to have a romantic lunch with Su Yuma? Although Jiang Yan beside her is pretty, there is a huge difference between her and Su Yuma. He suddenly felt that Jiang Yan was no longer attractive. Seeing her new boyfriend staring at Su Yuma, Jiang Yan was furious and complained, "Have you seen enough?" "Without." Lu Guangquan blurted out subconsciously, and then quickly changed his words in embarrassment, "Yan, I only have eyes for you." Having said that, the corner of his eyes still lingered on Su Yuma. Jiang Yan sneered in a weird tone, "It's really shameful for a man to be treated to a meal by a woman when he goes out." As she spoke, she was actually very confused in her heart as to how such a beautiful woman could appear next to her mediocre ex-husband. Lin Fan smiled disapprovingly, being able to live off someone is also a skill. In fact, he was quite touched in his heart. He didn't expect that his female boss, who was always so cold and arrogant, would stand up for him and rescue him. He quickly looked at the beautiful CEO. I promise to treat you, I will never break my promise. If you really want to treat me, then we can do it next time. Su Yuma leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, don't try to be so arrogant now. If he tries to compete with you and doesn't give you a way out, and spends a lot of money, you will definitely not be able to beat him. Facing the approach of the female president, Lin Fan felt as if his breath was as fragrant as orchid. The fragrance of her lips and natural body odor were like the most extreme and purest floral scent. It was simply an incomparable enjoyment. Not long ago, he couldn't even imagine that he could communicate so closely with the icy female president. Of course, if Lin Fan had not provoked the system, he would have agreed to Su Yuma's proposal without hesitation and let the other party pay the bill. After all, he was indeed a poor boy, and it was very likely that he could not even afford a meal in such a high-end restaurant. But now things are different. He has already received 20 million rewards from the provocation system, and there will be endless rewards in the future with no upper limit. Therefore, no matter how high-end the restaurant is, to Lin Fan, it is just a home-cooked meal. It's just like a rich person eating a few ordinary buns in a breakfast shop. Lin Fan turned his head, got close to Su Yuma's ear, and whispered softly, don't worry, Mr. Su, I can still afford to treat you to a meal. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm actually a multi-millionaire. While speaking, he deliberately blew a breath slowly towards the other person. Su Yuma suddenly felt her ears itchy, and her whole body had an indescribable strange feeling of numbness and tingling. This feeling is unprecedented. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would be so bold. It would have been fine if he just spoke close to her, but he even had the guts to blow towards her ears. It's a blatant tease. They have a superior-subordinate relationship. Is this kid Lin Fan crazy? Becoming more and more unscrupulous. You haven't just started working in our company, I don't know you? Are you a multi-millionaire? I know that men like to save face outside. Okay, I'll cooperate with you. You can treat me to the meal. Also, if you don't respect me again, I'll deduct your salary. After saying that, Su Yuma stepped hard on Lin Fan's shoe with the heel of her high heels. Lin Fan couldn't help but gasp. What a cruel woman. Lin Fan thought to himself that sooner or later, the high and mighty female CEO would kneel before him in high heels, shaking her head and tail, and being extremely gentle. His phone vibrated, and when he opened it, he saw that Su Yuma had transferred 20,000 yuan to him, with a message attached, deducted from your salary. Lin Fan smiled slightly. In fact, the cold and arrogant female CEO's heart was not made of stone. Sometimes she could have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Just like now, the other party was worried that he didn't have money to pay the bill, so he secretly transferred money to him to help him out. At this moment, his liking for the icy female president doubled. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel jealous seeing the intimate behavior between Lin Fan and Su Yuma. How could my ex-husband have such good fortune that he could be so intimate with such a stunning beauty who was one in a million? Burning with jealousy, Jiang Yan deliberately said to Su Yuma, "Beauty, don't blame me for not reminding you. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Fan must have packaged himself as a rich man, occasionally treated you to a high-end Western meal, and then got you. Don't be fooled by his tricks. I can say responsibly that he is a complete pauper. After this meal, I guess Lin Fan will have to find a way to repay the money he borrowed." Su Yuma saw Lin Fan being humiliated repeatedly. As his superior, she naturally had to protect him, so she responded coldly. "If he really took out a loan, I'll help him pay it back." This simple sentence made Jiang Yan stunned and feel uncomfortable. Lu Guangquan smiled and said to Jiang Yan, "Baby, I'm here to vent your anger for you." He then shouted at Lin Fan, "Today I am here to expose you as nothing more than a poor fellow pretending to be a rich man. I look down on you for letting a woman pay for dinner. Today we will treat each other and see who spends more. The one who spends less, kneel down and say in public 10 times that you are a stinking loser." Lin Fan shook his head without hesitation, "No." Seeing this, Lu Guangquan couldn't help but laugh. "What's the matter, are you scared? Your true colors are revealed so soon." He and Jiang Yan looked at each other and smiled, with a smug look on their faces. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan said something shocking. "The reason why I refused is because I felt that saying it 10 times was not enough, I had to say it 100 times. These words immediately caused an uproar. The diners around were whispering to each other. The young man is too blindly confident. If he loses, he will lose all face. Why is he trying to make things difficult for himself? In their opinion, Lin Fan was doomed to lose. Lu Guangquan was stunned at first, then he laughed wildly. Okay, 100 times is 100 times, that's it. He looks like he has a sure win. After all, his financial resources crush Lin Fan. Lu Guangquan then asked Xiang Jiangyan, baby, you don't mind making your ex-husband look bad in public, do you? Chapter 6, 108,000 yuan package? Jiang Yan responded, why would I mind, as long as you don't make a fool of yourself, Lao Lu. Soon, both parties took their seats. Lin Fan and Su Yuma sat down first, while Jiang Yan and Lu Guangquan deliberately chose to sit next to them not far away. They did this deliberately to embarrass Lin Fan. Waiter, give me this set meal for 15,800 yuan. Lu Guangquan shouted at the top of his voice, fearing that others would not know that he had spent more than 10,000 yuan. Moreover, he deliberately raised his eyebrows at Lin Fan a few times, which was full of provocation. Dear atmosphere. Jiang Yan said this in a coquettish voice and gave Lu Guangquan a thumbs up. A meal costs more than 10,000 yuan, which shows that he is indeed very wealthy. In order to embarrass Lin Fan, Lu Guangquan spent a lot of money. Originally, he only planned to spend 3 or 4,000 yuan this time he came here. Lin Fan, quickly accept the transfer. Su Yuma reminded in a low voice. Boss Su, let alone one meal, even if it's 10 meals or 100 meals, I can still afford it. Lin Fan did not click to accept. I appreciate your kindness. Your ex-wife should know everything about you. She said you have no money, so don't be so stubborn and suffer for it. Hey, Mr. Lin, kneel down in front of everyone and be punished. Lu Guangquan urged with confidence. Lin Fan burst out laughing. The other party dared to be so arrogant when ordering a set meal worth 15,800 yuan. It was really laughable. He said to Su Yuma, Boss Su, you can rest assured that I will not lose. Then, he called a tall young waiter and asked, how much is the most expensive meal here? Sir, would you like to consider this carefully? Our top-level package is worth 108,000. I suggest you choose one under 50,000 yuan. The waiter was also knowledgeable and he could tell at a glance that Lin Fan was not a rich man. To put it bluntly, he is not even as good as the waiter. Then the top package is 108,000. Lin Fan spoke lightly. Would you like to see the menu, sir? No, I don't ask for the best, I just ask for the most expensive. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Su Yuma looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. A meal costs 100,000 yuan, even she can't bear to spend that money. The diners around also looked at him in surprise. Although there are many wealthy people here, few people order this top-level set menu because they feel that whoever orders it will be taken advantage of. Lu Guangquan didn't believe it and sneered at Lin Fan, everyone can brag, but you should pay the bill. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement, even if I sell you, you're not worth 100,000 yuan. You're so boastful. With your 2-year salary, you can't even afford the top-notch meal here. Su Yuma silently picked up her phone and prepared to transfer the money. However, Lin Fan held her hand and said, Boss Su, stay with me. Leave the bill to me. Although the voice is not loud, it is very domineering. Su Yuma stared at Lin Fan, can you really afford it? Lin Fan responded confidently, 10 meal sets are no problem. Lu Guangquan sneered, why are you dithering? Are you unable to pay the bill after boasting? Then kneel down quickly. Jiang Yan crossed her arms across her chest, looking like she was watching a show. It was as if Lin Fan's loss of face had nothing to do with her, and she even wished it were that way to prove that leaving Lin Fan was the right choice. Handsome guy, pay the bill. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and started paying the bill. Not long after, the waiter held the receipt in both hands respectfully, half bowed, and handed the receipt to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you have become the supreme member of our store. With the purchase of the top package, our restaurant will give you a night in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. It is called a romantic night. I wish you a wonderful and enjoyable romantic night. I haven't stayed in a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel yet. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows at Su Yuma. Tonight is truly a perfect night for both the timing and the location. You think too much. Su Yuma frowned and said, please remember the relationship between us. She could have dinner with Lin Fan, but going to a hotel was absolutely not an option. Because, the relationship between them is just that of superiors and subordinates. Not to mention being boyfriend and girlfriend, even a simple ambiguous relationship does not exist at all. Su Yuma was surprised, but I'm curious, where did you get so much money? Are you crazy? You spent 100,000 yuan on a meal just for a bet. Boss Su, it's worth treating you to a meal worth 100,000 yuan. If it were someone else, I probably wouldn't even pay $100 for it. After Lin Fan said this, he realized that he was a bit like a bootlicker. No, he is no longer the same person he once was. In the future, you must never be a bootlicker. Make countless goddesses become your lickers. He wants to be the one being Tian. Here, Jiang Yan and Lu Guanquan looked at each other. The latter asked the waiter unwillingly, "You didn't lie to me, did you? How could that loser afford the top-level meal?" The waiter condemned unceremoniously, "Please be more respectful to Mr. Lin. In my opinion, you are the real loser in front of him. And Mr. Lin is the supreme member of our store, and he is 1 in a million." In the waiter's opinion, the young man who could choose the top-level set meal worth 100,000 yuan without blinking an eye must be someone who was pretending to be a pig but is actually a tiger. What's more, for restaurants, whoever spends more is the boss. Lin Fan simply made an invitation gesture to Lu Guanquan across the dining table. "A man's word is as good as gold. Please fulfill your promise. Dear, you must not lose to him." Jiang Yan was quite unconvinced. A top-notch meal is definitely all of Lin Fan's wealth. It's impossible for him to pay even a penny more. You can tell how poor he is just by looking at the phone he uses that costs over 1,000 yuan. With Jiang Yan's reminder, Lu Guanquan noticed that the mobile phone used by Lin Fan was indeed a very cheap and broken one. The other party may really not be able to pay a penny. It is absolutely impossible for me to kneel down. Top-notch set meal, right? I'll have one too. The 15,800 yuan set meal I just paid for is not refundable. Lu Guanquan said to Lin Fan in a very arrogant manner, "I have spent more than 10,000 yuan more than you. What do you think? Are you feeling overwhelmed? I just want to suppress you. Bring the POS machine." Lu Guanquan then called the waiter to swipe the card. After paying the bill, he smugly challenged Lin Fan, come on, let's see how much more money you can take out of your pocket." "Go on." Lin Fan smiled calmly, "Follow me." "Sir, do you mean, would you like another top-notch meal?" The waiter couldn't believe it, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Chapter 7, Teaching My Ex-Wife's New Boyfriend a Lesson. Lin Fan nodded gently, "Yes, you heard it right. Lin Fan, don't act on impulse. A set meal costs more than 100,000 yuan. Su Yuma hurriedly dissuaded him. Lin Fan responded calmly, "More than 100,000? It's just a small amount of money, don't worry. Don't spend impulsively." Lin Fan smiled casually, "I am very rational." Not long after, he paid the bill again. Judging from Lin Fan's appearance, he is ready to fight Lu Guanquan to the death. He then looked at Lu Guanquan, "Aren't you very rich? Keep up." Lin Fan didn't worry about money at all. Even if the 20 million in the card is gone, it's okay. Because he can make money through the provocation system at any time, and one of the rewards he gets for completing a task is as high as 10 million. Lu Guanquan wanted to use money to suppress him, but unfortunately he chose the wrong target and ended up shooting himself in the foot. Lu Guanquan looked hesitant. "Jiang Yan, is your ex-husband really DOC?" Jiang Yan assured him solemnly, "Of course, if he really has money, will I still divorce him? Then why is he so lavish now?" He bought a package worth more than 100,000 yuan without blinking an eye. "And I bought too." Jiang Yan was also puzzled, "I don't know what's going on. It's probably a loan." Lu Guanquan suddenly understood and nodded. It is very common for young people to use loans to buy things in order to pick up girls. He then said to Lin Fan, "Boy, I won't be as stupid as you and borrow money for lavish consumption." This guy was too mean, and he said to Su Yuma, "Beautiful lady, don't be blinded. The one next to me is Lin Fan's ex-wife. It has been proven that Lin Fan is a complete scoundrel and a poor guy. His pockets are cleaner than his face. A gorgeous lady like you should find a rich man of equal status, but Lin Fan is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. It's simply wishful thinking." Su Yuma responded coldly, "I am not as materialistic as the people around you, because I have never lacked money." Lin Fan urged, "Boss Lu, hurry up and catch up. Or keep your promise." "I neither follow nor fulfill my promise, what can you do to me?" Lu Guanquan was arrogant and domineering. He just started to act shamelessly. Even though he had some money in his hands, he was usually very frugal. He thought it was not worth spending hundreds of thousands more for this bet. Lu Guanquan's cheating immediately attracted contempt from the onlookers in the restaurant. Such a big boss actually plays rogue, and he has no shame at all. If a person doesn't even have the most basic integrity, he really can't afford to lose. It's really embarrassing for Grandma. Seeing this, Lin Fan grinned and said, Jiang Yan, this man you found doesn't seem to be that good. Jiang Yan retorted arrogantly, don't mind my business. I support Lao Lu because you are not worthy of him kneeling down. Have you ever seen a rich man kneeling down to a beggar? They are birds of a feather. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed sincerely, Jiang Yan, I really want to thank you for taking the initiative to file for a divorce. He then said to Lu Guangquan, my patience is limited. If you fulfill your promise now, I will ensure that you will be safe. The other party sneered, hey, what's the matter? From the tone of your voice, are you planning to attack me? Look at your tiny arms and legs. Your arms are thinner than bamboo poles. You are like a flea in front of me. As he spoke, he used his thumb and index finger to gesture up and down, moving them apart and together, looking extremely arrogant. Jiang Yan said, Lin Fan, don't blame me for not reminding you. Lu Guangquan is the boss of the project. Who are you to not give him face? With his strength, it would be easier for him to control you than to crush an ant to death. Even if he doesn't kneel now, you have already offended him. It's not too late for you to apologize to him now. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, haha, you think I'm a soft persimmon, right? Today I'll let you experience that I'm not a soft persimmon, but a durian. If you want to pinch me, be prepared to be pricked. In his opinion, his ex-wife was a piece of shit. Back then, before the marriage, Jiang Yan had suffered a serious illness. Lin Fan not only did not despise her, but he sold the wedding house to raise medical expenses to save her. After the divorce, Jiang Yan's bad attitude towards Lin Fan was simply cruel and ruthless. Jiang Yan, your ex-husband is really good at bragging. Lu Guangquan grinned, Mr. Lin, you are so boastful and you are not afraid of showing your teeth. I am just cheating. I want to see what you can do to me. He behaves like a shameless villain and a scoundrel. I just don't believe you dare to overestimate your own abilities and attack me. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. Before, he really had no way to deal with Lu Guangquan, and he had no chance of winning if he fought with him. But today, things are very different. He was just wanting to see how powerful the first divine fist bestowed upon him by the system was. The only worry is that Lu Guangquan might be killed with one punch. After all, the power of the first divine fist is too overbearing. Although Mr. Lu is a shameless person, his crime does not deserve the death penalty. Coward. Seeing that Lin Fan stood there without moving, Lu Guangquan became even more excited and raised his hand to slap Lin Fan. Lu Guangquan was quite dissatisfied with Lin Fan. First, the other party made him spend more than 100,000 yuan tonight. Second, how could this poor boy have dinner with a goddess-level beauty like Su Yuma? Moreover, he firmly believed that nothing would happen if he slapped Lin Fan. You came just in time. Lin Fan simply raised his wrist to block and easily blocked Lu Guangquan's palm. Even though he had controlled his strength and used less than 1,000th of it, the power of the first divine fist was still far beyond his imagination. Under the powerful inertia, Lu Guangquan spun like a top on the spot for more than 10 times before he managed to keep his balance with the help of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan asked with great concern, Old Lu, are you okay? Wow! Lu Guangquan opened his mouth and spit all over Jiang Yan. The latter had a few smelly kelp hanging on its head. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help laughing and smiled at Su Yuma. Lin Fan was even more surprised. He only made a slight move and easily taught Lu Guangquan a lesson. The first divine punch is so powerful. With this kind of boxing skills, he has incredible strength in his body. If I use all my strength, I don't know how exaggerated the force will be. If Lin Fan's previous strength was a bowl of water, then his strength now is already a small river. In time, it is not impossible for it to become a lake, an ocean, or a sea of stars. So powerful. How dare you play tricks on me? Lu Guangquan came to his senses and became furious. He didn't bother to wipe the vomit from the corner of his mouth and pounced on Lin Fan again. He had just been in such a state of disgrace in front of so many people, and now he had to save his face. Chapter 8, The First Divine Fist, First Test 1. You don't know your own limits. This time it was Lin Fan's turn to slap him. After he slapped him lightly, Lu Guangquan turned around again. Not only that, Lu Guangquan spat out several broken teeth stained with blood. There were 5 red finger marks on one side of his cheek. Can you do it? Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment, I didn't even use any strength. Jiang Yan, What kind of man are you looking for? Strong on the outside but weak on the inside? This is too bad. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded and confused. In her impression, her ex-husband was weak and powerless. When did he become so strong? You dare to hit me? Lu Guangquan spat a mouthful of blood and said in disbelief. If you don't want the other half of your face to be swollen, then keep your promise. Lin Fan said slowly, I'm willing to accept the loss. I despise people who don't keep their promises the most. What if I don't? Then give it a try. Lin Fan raised his hand intentionally or unintentionally. After a moment of stalemate, Lu Guangquan gnashed his teeth and said, You are so cruel. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he knelt down on his knees and said expressionlessly, I am a loser. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Guangquan knew very well that if he didn't do this, he would probably be beaten up again. Lin Fan reminded, Speak louder. Lu Guangquan glared at him fiercely, his face full of dissatisfaction, but under the pressure of Lin Fan's deterrence, he could only raise his voice unwillingly, I am a loser, I am a loser. Repeat this process. Such a scene was extremely humiliating, especially for someone of his status. But it was he himself who first proposed this punishment. Come on, Mr. Su, let's drink. Lin Fan picked up the red wine glass and clinked glasses with Su Yuma. He drank the red wine in the glass. That's not how you drink red wine. You have to drink it in small sips. Su Yuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that Lin Fan was like a country boy coming to the city. Please teach me more in the future. After all, I usually drink liquor and beer. Red wine is too troublesome to drink. Lin Fan even deliberately raised his wine glass towards Lu Guangquan. Lu Guangquan was so angry that he was fuming and his face turned green. Jiang Yan asked, Lin Fan, don't you think you've gone too far? Lao Lu is my new boyfriend after all. You're slapping me in the face by not giving him face. Too much? If I were the one kneeling on the ground right now, would you still say that? Lin Fan sneered, he brought this upon himself, he can't blame anyone else. After finally finishing the punishment, Lu Guangquan stood up and said fiercely, You little bastard, don't leave if you have the guts. Lin Fan pointed at the table full of top quality, expensive and rare ingredients and said, Why are you leaving when you haven't finished your top quality meal yet? He then deliberately said to Su Yuma, Boss Su, this meal is really worth it. We can eat luxurious Western food and watch the big boss kneel down for free. Lu Guangquan was so angry that his back teeth were almost broken. He walked aside and started making a phone call. Su Yuma said worriedly, Lin Fan, why don't we go back first? That Lu guy will definitely not let this go. I was worried he might send someone over. If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If water comes, we will block it with earth. Lin Fan responded calmly. Since he had the first divine fist in his hand, he was just trying it out for the first time and didn't have enough fun at all. He wished Lu Guangquan would call a few more people over to use as his boxing targets. A man of great skill is bold. It is true. In the past, Lin Fan would have definitely chosen to escape early or prepare to call Yao Yao Ling. But now it's completely different. With the number one divine fist in his hands, he is afraid of nothing. Lu Guangquan quickly took his phone and returned to a place not far from Lin Fan's table, shouting, Boy, eat well and eat more. This will be your last dinner. Really? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Lin Fan chewed his steak while scolding, also, a good dog doesn't block the road, get out of the way and go back to your own place. Not long after, 5 or 6 thugs rushed into the restaurant aggressively. Under Lu Guangquan's instructions, they quickly surrounded Lin Fan. Lu Guangquan said arrogantly, I won't let you stay in the hospital today. You can take your last name. Don't take my last name. Lin Fan said with a smile, I don't have a son like you. Lu Guangquan was furious, you will soon pay the price for your stupid behavior. It is illegal to hit someone in public. Su Yuma was afraid that Lin Fan would suffer a loss, so she stood up and condemned him righteously. Lu Guangquan said unhappily, what about him hitting me just now? Su Yuma blurted out, he was defending himself. Yes, I was just defending myself. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled meaningfully at Su Yuma. The other party was full of black lines on his head, it's already this hour, and you still have the mind to joke. Lin Fan looked harmless, Boss Su, I'm talking seriously, are you thinking the wrong way? You are getting bolder and bolder now. You even dare to joke with me. The beautiful CEO pretended to be angry, don't think you can be disrespectful just because you treat me to a meal. Can you two respect me a little? Lu Guangquan pointed at Lin Fan, especially you. You are fighting, but you still have the heart to whisper here. I see, little bastard, are you making your will? Don't worry, I won't let them beat you to death, but they will have to peel off a layer of your skin. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in cloth and with an extraordinary bearing walked over leisurely. He is the owner of the restaurant, Zhou Tingyu. My last name is Zhou, and I'm the owner of this shop. Since the shop opened, no one has ever caused trouble here. Though the things in this small shop are not expensive, your face is very valuable. If you cause trouble, damage items, and affect business, you will have to pay for it. Zhou Tingyu's speech speed is not fast, but his aura is full, giving people a feeling of majesty without anger. Boss Zhou, don't worry. Whoever gets knocked down will pay the compensation. Lu Guangquan said this with confidence. In his opinion, no matter how good Lin Fan was at fighting, he was no match for 5 or 6 people. After all, 2 fists could not defeat 4 palms. He then smiled shamelessly at Lin Fan. I wonder how much more you can borrow to pay the compensation. Lin Fan shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Then let's fight and see who gets knocked down. He stood up and walked slowly to a relatively open area. The 5 or 6 thugs Lu Guangquan called followed closely and quickly surrounded him. Zhou Tingyu remained calm and did not stop him. Lu Guangquan was completely enraged by Lin Fan's words, fuck him. Several thugs couldn't wait any longer and waved their fists at Lin Fan. Chapter 9, The First Divine Fist, First Test 2. The one rushing in the front is a yellow-haired guy. You came just in time. Lin Fan threw a light punch, and the yellow-haired man flew backwards as light as a feather. Come again. Lin Fan didn't stop and punched each of the remaining people. Every thug who got hit by a punch fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. Killing a kid with one punch is so cool. Lin Fan saved some strength for these punches, otherwise all his men would have died. Today was the first time he tried his hand at it, and Lin Fan thoroughly felt the power of the number 1 divine fist. 10,000 times the power, it feels so good. However, he currently only possesses a punching force value of 100 for this boxing technique. If the punching force value increases to tens of thousands, the power will be unimaginable and terrifying. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. In the restaurant, there were screams of agony, like those of pigs being slaughtered. Lu Guangquan was stunned by the scene, because the people he called often fought in the streets and were all good fighters. How come they all turned into weaklings in front of the plain-looking Lin Fan? The usually strong and powerful henchman is now more fragile than a scarecrow. He blinked hard to prove that he was not hallucinating. There were many thugs lying on the ground, all with painful expressions on their faces, unable to stand up for a while. Lu Guangquan asked angrily, Jiang Yan, your ex-husband is such a good fighter, why didn't you tell me earlier? He can beat a shit, even an elementary school kid can beat the shit out of him. Jiang Yan looked suspicious, who knows what wrong medicine he took today, how he became so powerful. As her former bedmate, she knew Lin Fan very well. When it came to fighting, he was at best a kindergarten player. Lin Fan's performance today was completely beyond her expectations. First, he was able to have dinner with top beauties, and spend a lavish amount of money on them. Now, he is fighting against many enemies alone, and he is unstoppable, as if he is possessed by the god of war. It was as if he was a completely different person from the one she remembered him to be. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. The provocation system is really awesome. Not only can he be given a cash reward of tens of millions, but he is also given the first divine fist skill, which is extremely practical and can handle things with his fists. From now on, he will not rely on anyone else, he is his greatest asset. Just make yourself the man with the hardest fist in the world. There is no one who can match him in the world. Su Yuma, who was not far away, looked at Lin Fan, who was unharmed, and put her phone back on the table in shock. Just a while ago, she was planning to call the police. However, she never expected that the male subordinate who couldn't even carry a bucket of mineral water in the company could now knock a person away with one punch. This was the first time in Su Yuma's life that she had seen a fist send someone flying in real life. Scenes like this can usually only be seen on the screen. What kind of extraordinary things happened to this ordinary man? Su Yuma narrowed her eyes slightly and couldn't help but feel a little curious about this male subordinate. You know, in the past, the iceberg goddess had never been curious about any member of the opposite sex, no matter how outstanding the other person was or what kind of outstanding person he was. Originally, you could have lived in peace. Lin Fan walked up to Lu Guangquan and grabbed his collar, but you just treat me like a soft persimmon. The other party had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Fan, you have hit my people, and you have already vented your anger. Please let me go. Okay, I'll let you go after satisfying you. Lin Fan smiled and really loosened his hand, but as his arm raised, Lu Guangquan flew out. Bang! Lu Guangquan's body drew a graceful arc in the air and then fell heavily into the beverage area. A large amount of expensive wine was poured. When he finally stood up, there were still a few pieces of broken glass stuck in his buttocks. Lu Guangquan roared in anger, "Get up and beat him. Brother Kuan, I seem to have a broken bone. Brother Kuan, my stomach hurts so badly. I think his fist broke my intestines. I want to go to the hospital for a checkup. Brother Kuan, didn't you say on the phone that he was a rookie? Why does he feel more powerful than Tyson?" None of the thugs dared to step forward. Not only had they lost their fighting power, but their eyes were timid and they had no fighting spirit at all. They were completely different from the arrogant and domineering people before. Zhou Tingyu slowly walked up to Lu Guangquan and said, "Boss, pay me back." "What compensation?" Lu Guangquan didn't react for a moment. "I got beaten, and I have to pay compensation?" "You and Mr. Lin agreed that whoever gets knocked down will compensate our store for its losses." Zhou Tingyu reminded, "If it was you who was standing now, I would naturally not cause trouble for you." Lu Guangquan asked, "How much compensation do you want?" "You are very unlucky. The drinks you broke were our most expensive foreign wines. In addition, our business was affected by your fight, so you have to pay this amount." Zhou Tingyu raised 2 fingers. Lu Guangquan was distressed. 200,000? Zhou Tingyu said in a neutral tone, "Wrong, it's 2 million. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This was going to be a good show to watch. "Come, let's drink and watch the show." He filled the glass, raised the red wine glass and clinked it with Su Yuma. Su Yuma whispered, "That Lu guy hates you to death. This restaurant owner is not someone you can mess with. As someone who can open the most high-end Western restaurant in this city, his strength should not be underestimated. I'm afraid Mr. Lu won't be able to pass this test." Hearing that he had to pay so much money, Lu Guangquan immediately flew into a rage and was very unconvinced. 2 million, are you blackmailing me?" Zhou Tingyu didn't tolerate the other party at all. He poked Lu Guangquan's forehead with his finger and said, "This bottle of wine of mine is only 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. The price is clearly marked and I never cheat. If you don't compensate me, I promise that all the broken pieces of wine bottles on the ground will be put on you. Including this." He then picked up half of the broken bottle from the ground. When Lu Guangquan heard this, his crotch tightened involuntarily. Zhou Tingyu continued, "I don't care who you are. If you want to wrestle with me, I will fight you to the end." He then said with a smile, "You have to think carefully." His smile looked gentle, but it invisibly revealed a chilling ruthlessness. Lu Guangquan staggered to his feet with great difficulty, only to find that the thugs who were lying on the ground had already escaped without a trace. He didn't even have anyone to protect him, so he lost the qualifications to negotiate with Zhou Tingyu. He knew very well that 2 million was a heavy price to pay, but if he did not pay compensation, the price would certainly be even heavier than 2 million. Chapter 10 Asking Su Yuma for Black Silk. Lu Guangquan had a sad face and regretted his actions so much that he wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did he have to fight in such a high-end restaurant? If he had known this would happen, he would have left the restaurant before fighting. Although he claimed to be worth tens of millions, the cash in his card was only over 2 million. After paying the compensation, he had very little left. It can be said that he was left with nothing, not even his underwear. "Boss Joe, calm down. I'll pay it. I'll pay it." In order to calm the situation, Lu Guangquan put on a smile and paid the compensation honestly. Then, he looked at Lin Fan viciously. "I am in such a miserable state, all because of this young man." Lu Guangquan deliberately said to Jiang Yan, "Dear, if this hadn't happened, I would have spent the 2 million on you. Don't blame me for being stingy with you in the future. Blame your ex-husband." When Jiang Yan heard this, she was so angry that her lungs were smoking. How wonderful it would be if the 2 million was given to her. Now all my efforts have been in vain, all because of my ex-husband. She said angrily, "Lin Fan, you clearly can't stand seeing me doing well. If you do this, I will look down on you even more. There will be no possibility between us." Lin Fan was in a very good mood. "Jiang Yan, wake up and remember that I, Lin Fan, am not only living a better life than before, but also more glorious than any man you will ever be with in the future. What are you bragging about? I don't even know what kind of person you are. You took out a loan of over 200,000 yuan and you think you're rich. What do you have to show off? You have a luxury car and a luxury house? You are a renter who can barely pay the rent, and you still have the nerve to brag about it. How shameless. In anger, Jiang Yan uttered a lot of words. I believe that Lin Fan will live a good life. If he can't pay the rent, I'll pay it. I'll deliver the car he can't afford. Seeing Jiang Yan being so aggressive, Su Yuma could not tolerate her subordinates being humiliated repeatedly, so she fought back without any hesitation. As soon as she said this, she immediately attracted the envy of the male diners around her. Because in the eyes of these men, being able to have dinner with a goddess like Su Yuma is already a supreme honor, and they dare not ask for more. Who knew that Su Yuma would be so nice to Lin Fan and even buy him a car? What is the charm of this boy named Lin that can attract such an icy female president? Even if he is good at fighting, so what? There is never a shortage of people who are good at fighting in this world. Some people whispered, this kid must be extraordinary. You guessed right. Someone followed up with a sigh, if I had that kind of extraordinary quality, I would definitely be able to fascinate the rich woman. Su Yuma's words made Jiang Yan extremely depressed. Jiang Yan was jealous of Su Yuma's beauty from the bottom of her heart. In her impression, a goddess like this, who didn't have a net worth of hundreds of millions, was not worthy of her at all. Even many female celebrities pale in comparison to Su Yuma in terms of appearance. Judging from Su Yuma's temperament, she is also an elite among elites. What kind of love potion did her ex-husband give the other party? Jiang Yan was puzzled. I'm going to go back and sort my clothes, so I won't have dinner. Because her body was covered in Lu Guangquan's vomit and she was choked several times by Su Yuma, Jiang Yan was so depressed that she had no mood to eat anymore. Lu Guangquan's mood had hit its lowest point, so the two of them had no intention of staying. They left in a hurry, not even enjoying the top-level meal, in a very embarrassed manner. Lin Fan's amazing punching power and brave performance won the diners' favor and admiration for him. First, a few rich ladies in gorgeous clothes came up to us, extremely enthusiastic. Brother, do you want to be my godmother? I like young and strong men. Handsome guy, be my male secretary. I will make sure you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Baby, are you willing to be my son-in-law? My daughter is not only beautiful, but also, some things are not convenient to say in person. Leave your contact information and tell you in private. Lin Fan was ashamed. He had seriously underestimated the shamelessness of these rich ladies. They actually said such explicit words in front of so many people in public. I'm sorry, sisters and aunts, although I'm a young grass, I don't like being eaten by old cows. Young people don't know how good ants are, and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Young people, listen to my advice, follow me, and you will be happy forever. Su Yuma was also dumbfounded when she saw this. When did my male subordinates become so popular and sought after? Moreover, all those who were enthusiastic and seductive towards Lin Fan were wealthy ladies. Of course, some wealthy people also came forward and greeted us warmly. Mr. Lin, can you join our company as a security manager? The salary is generous. Mr. Lin, you are very skilled and a natural genius. Why don't you be my personal bodyguard? The annual salary is 300,000. Lin Fan declined them one by one. Thank you all for your kindness, but I love my current job very much and have no plans to change jobs for the time being. This is my business card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Everyone left their business cards and left in disappointment. Su Yuma asked curiously. Lin Fan, the salaries offered by those bosses just now are much better than your current job, why don't you consider it? After all, she knew Lin Fan's salary, which was only 4 or 5,000. Just an ordinary low-level salesperson. If it were someone else, they would have probably chosen a better tree to live in long ago. Lin Fan said with a smile, because I want to see you every day. In fact, he only said half of the sentence, and the second half was left unsaid, which was, I want to see you become my licking dog sooner or later. Su Yuma rolled her eyes at him and said, Lin Fan, you are not drunk. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Don't have any thoughts about me, otherwise you will be disappointed. Boss Lin, you misunderstood. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Lin Fan added, I want to see how you appreciate me more and more every day. Su Yuma said bluntly, it is as difficult as hell for me to appreciate a member of the opposite sex. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, then let's wait and see. The two of them then chatted casually, and after about an hour, the meal was coming to an end. "Thank you for dinner tonight," Suyuma commented. "It's very rich. If you need money to pay rent or mortgage, feel free to ask. Don't be too proud." "Actually, I have money, but I lack one thing." Lin Fan thought of the reward rules for the first Divine Fist. "It's not expensive, but it means a lot to me." "Tell me about it." Lin Fan risked his life. "Boss Su, can you give me your stockings?" Such a request is extremely bold and is a mad attempt to test the edge of death. Suyuma's face turned cold. "What are you talking about?" Lin Fan said firmly, "You heard me right, give me the stockings." "You are very brave." Suyuma looked directly at the male subordinate for a moment. "I didn't expect you to have this habit." Lin Fan was too lazy to explain, "Just take it as it is." Even if he said that he had a provocation system, few people would believe it, including Suyuma. The beautiful CEO said sternly, "You are the first man who dares to make such a request to me. Aren't you afraid that I will fire you?" Chapter 11: The Landlady's Misunderstanding. Lin Fan spoke frankly. "Compared to being fired, I care more about your black stockings. I want to see what tricks you will come up with in the future." Suyuma bent down as she spoke, and soon handed the pair of still warm black ultra-thin stockings to Lin Fan. Silky. This was Lin Fan's first feeling. If you get closer, you can still smell a special body fragrance. It feels so wonderful. It has an indescribable charm. If it were an ordinary man, he would probably frame the stockings when he got home. Ding, congratulations to the host, the first Divine Fist's power value has increased by 200. Lin Fan noticed that the progress bar of the first Divine Fist's punching power value showed a value of 300. His strength increased further. At the same time, he felt light and energetic, as if he had been completely renewed. In the past, the body was a dead tree, but now, the dead tree has begun to sprout. He couldn't help but smile. Lin Fan was delighted by the increase in his punching power, but the beautiful CEO misunderstood and thought he was obsessed with black stockings. She shook her head and said, "Don't you men have similar fetishes to some extent?" Suyuma had seen a piece of information online before, about a man who went to the hotel's trash can to pick up the stockings used by flight attendants. "You can have it once in a while, but you can never steal it, or I will look down on you." "Of course, not from me. With me, there will be no next time." Lin Fan smiled silently. He didn't understand why Suyuma agreed to take off her stockings and give them to him. This is not consistent with the character of the cold and arrogant goddess in the past. Could it be that my charm played a role in the other person's mind? Mr. Su, I hope you can evolve into a female bootlicker. One day, become Lin Fan's super big bootlicker. After parting with Suyuma at the Sky Garden Western restaurant, Lin Fan did not stay in the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel given by the restaurant, but returned to his rental residence. When he was almost at the community, he looked at a small forest not far away and suddenly had an idea to try out the power of the first Divine Fist. Let us see how the first Divine Fist, whose punch power reaches 300, changes compared to the initial value. Lin Fan was seen standing outside the woods, hitting a tree trunk as thick as his calf. Crack! The power of his punch was like a heavy artillery, which directly broke the tree trunk. That's amazing. Lin Fan retracted his fist, pleasantly surprised. He found that the back of his fist was intact, which meant that as the power of the first Divine Fist increased, the strength of his fist also increased. He had a bold guess that even his whole body was equally strong. If that is true, in time, I will become as strong as a rock. We have both the sharpest spear and the strongest shield. Attack and defense in one. At this time, a couple walked out of the woods, holding up their pants, like frightened birds. The woman's face was still red, and the man looked at the broken wood and asked in panic, "What happened? It almost hit me. There was thunder just now, and the tree was struck. You two are lucky. If it was a little off, it would have hit you too." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he turned around and left with a smile. I could faintly hear the conversation of the young couple behind me. "Are you still going?" "No, I'm frightened." Return to residence. Lin Fan unexpectedly discovered that the female landlord was also there, standing leisurely in the living room. The landlady's name was Chen Meijiao. She was in her 30s and very charming. She has a pear-shaped figure and is slightly plump, which can be considered the ceiling of the young women's world. Slightly plump, YYDS, is fully reflected in Chen Meijiao. In terms of appearance, she has the charm of Shizuka, an actress in art films. Lin Fan was stunned. Sister Chen, why are you here? I'm here to collect the rent. Chen Meijiao did not give Lin Fan a good look. You have already owed 1 month's rent. You said you are young and you don't gamble or play, but how come you can't even pay the rent? I accidentally saw the divorce certificate you threw on the sofa in the living room. I wonder if your ex-wife divorced you because she disliked you for not being able to buy a house. She suddenly noticed the black stockings that Lin Fan had casually stuffed into his coat pocket. Stealing someone's stockings? Become too much. Chen Meijiao thought about her past. I've had my underwear stolen before, so I hate people like you the most. You can't judge a person by his appearance. You look quite honest. How could you do such a dirty thing? Sister Chen, could you please stop accusing others right away? Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A handsome man like me, who is so handsome and elegant, would never bother to do anything sneaky. Chen Meijiao did not dispel her doubts. We caught the criminal red-handed, and you are still trying to make excuses. Lin Fan had no choice but to reveal his true colors. To be honest, this was given to me by the female president of our company. Chen Meijiao didn't believe it at all. A female CEO will give you stockings if you can't even pay the rent? Little brother, you are humiliating my intelligence. Lin Fan spread his hands and said, I can't help it. It's because I am so charming. Chen Meijiao asked, do you have the contact information of that female president? Call now to prove it. Lin Fan asked back, no problem, but what if it is proven that you have wronged me? In that case, I'll waive 1 month's rent for you. Lin Fan pressed the issue further, 3 months. In fact, he is not short of rent money now, but he tries to save as much as possible. What's more, it was the female landlord who took the initiative to ask for rent waiver. Chen Meijiao hesitated. Lin Fan used the method of provoking. What's wrong, Sister Chen, you don't dare? Okay, it's a deal. Chen Meijiao revealed her family's financial situation. I don't need these 3 months' rent, I have several houses. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and quickly dialed Su Yuma's number. Boss Su, I hope I didn't disturb you. Stop talking nonsense. Are you in any trouble? The voice coming from the other end was very cold, as if the meal Lin Fan had treated him to not long ago had been fed to the dog. The iceberg female president is really hard to melt. Lin Fan could fully imagine Su Yuma's cold and arrogant face on the other side of the phone. Nothing much, I just wanted to thank you for the stockings you gave me tonight. That's it? You're so boring. Su Yuma asked casually, what are you going to do with it? Lin Fan smiled evilly and said, secret. Don't imagine it's me. Su Yuma hung up the phone. Lin Fan raised his phone and said with a smile, Sister Chen, did you hear that? Chen Meijiao came forward, looked at Su Yuma's profile picture, and murmured, she's a pretty girl, and she's also a female CEO. How can her taste be so bad? She racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. Lin Fan boasted, this is called a match made in heaven. She is beautiful and I have strengths. It is totally expected that she would be attracted to me. Chen Meijiao curled her lips and said, I think you are seriously ill and have delusional disorder. Do you want me to help call a doctor? Stop talking nonsense and let me exempt the rent for 3 months. Chapter 12, Female Liquor Number 2 Landlady. Chen Meijiao said straightforwardly, of course, I am not a person who goes back on my word. I saved a huge amount of money again, which is really great. Lin Fan said this deliberately. In fact, considering his current wealth, a few months' rent was so insignificant that it was not worth mentioning. He just wanted to see the depressed expression of the landlady. Looking at Chen Meijiao, he suddenly came up with an idea. You can't always grab the wool from the same person. In addition to Su Yuma, he had to have other targets to provoke. Lin Fan planned to use the provocation system on the female landlord as well. Anyway, Chen Meijiao is very charming and it's quite interesting to provoke her. It would be great if she could become his female liquor. Of course, more importantly, by provoking, one can obtain generous rewards like pie in the sky. By the way, Sister Chen, if you have any personal belongings in the future, you can give them to me. It's better than having them stolen by others. Little brother, who do you think I am, Sister Chen? Chen Mei was so embarrassed that she turned angry. Do I look like a casual person? Picture. Looks like she's had a lot of sex. Even the vixen would admit defeat. Lin Fan said this against his will, because he knew that only by provoking him in this way could he completely ignite the anger of the female landlord. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target and arousing his anger. The provocative words to the system came into his mind, making him smile. In his opinion, this is the most beautiful and attractive sound in the world. No doubt about it. Reward the host with 10 million renminbi and 100 points of charm. The host's current charm value in the eyes of the target person, Chen Meijiao, is 103. My own charm value is 3, plus the 100 points I just gave, the total is 103, no problem. After hearing the introduction of the system, Lin Fan confirmed that when he challenged a new member of the opposite sex, the initial value of his charm value would be restored to its original value of 3, and then increase on this basis. For example, if you provoke A twice, the total charm value is 203. Provoke B once, the total charm value is 103. Provoke C 5 times, with a total charm value of 503. As for those who were not provoked, in their minds, Lin Fan's charm value was always in the top 3 before he obtained the system. At present, Lin Fan's charm value in the eyes of the cold female president Su Yuma is 203, and in the eyes of the female landlord Chen Meijiao, his charm value is 103. That is to say, even if beauties like Su Yuma and Chen Meijiao are crazy about him in the future, his charm will still be so small that it is almost zero in front of other unprovoked opposite sex. Lin Fan secretly decided that he should treat all the men equally, so that he could capture more female lickers. Cast your net far and wide and never pick on just one beauty. Of course, he wants to select high-quality ones. He wants the female lickers to be the best in the world, and each of them must be a stunningly beautiful woman. The types may be different, but the quality must be top-notch. Lin Fan happily looked at the balance in his bank card and couldn't help but smile. I successfully provoked the opposite sex 3 times today and made a huge profit of 30 million. The speed of making money is even more amazing than that of listed companies. All the rich people on the Forbes list will be your younger brothers in the future. Lin Fan, from now on, you don't have to envy the rich anymore, because you are the rich. If I can't become a billionaire in the future, I will be letting down this amazing system. As long as you put in a little effort, you can easily earn tens of millions. The system loves him even more than his own father. The system detected that the target person, Chen Meijiao, has developed a small degree of affection for the host. You are very courageous to be so direct. For some reason, Chen Meijiao's anger disappeared by half. In her heart, she somehow developed a liking for Lin Fan. The words to terminate the rental contract with Lin Fan came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. At least you're not a hypocritical person. If you like something, you will express it boldly. Young people should be brave. Otherwise, when the opportunity comes, you will just give it away. Chen Meijiao even spoke words of praise to Lin Fan. She couldn't help but be stunned, because just a few seconds ago, she was scolding the other person harshly. What's going on with me? Could it be that because she has been single for too long and started to be hungry, she suddenly became interested in the young male tenant? It doesn't make sense. This male tenant is not attractive at all, how could he arouse my interest? Her taste is not that bad. Chen Meijiao subconsciously looked at Lin Fan, carefully sizing up her little male tenant. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Lin Fan seemed quite attractive. At first glance, he doesn't look that good, but if you look closely, this handsome face, eyebrows, eyes and facial features seem to reveal a natural magnetic field and invisible attraction. No wonder the male tenant as female CEO would give him sexy stockings. Lin Fan is not completely useless, perhaps there are better treasures waiting to be unearthed. Thinking of this, Chen Meijiao's anger subsided by more than half. Seeing the female landlord's performance, Lin Fan was secretly delighted. It seems that my charm has worked on this landlady. He provoked Chen Meijiao, but the other party's attitude changed 360 degrees and she praised him unbelievably. After verifying it on the cold and arrogant female president Su Yuma and the beautiful landlord Chen Meijiao, Lin Fan understood that the provocation system was completely trustworthy. If in time, Su Yuma and Chen Meijiao both become his bootlickers, the scene will be so beautiful that I can't even imagine it. Although Su Yuma and Chen Meijiao have different styles, they are both at the ceiling level in their fields. Lin Fan would like to call Su Yuma the most beautiful female CEO. And Chen Meijiao is naturally the most beautiful female landlord. The two have different body shapes, but both are devilishly good-looking. Each has its own merits, but they are all sexy and hot. Chen Meijiao said, "Little brother, although you are courageous, I am not a casual person. I have never given you the things you mentioned. So, I won't bother with you, but don't try to take my personal belongings." Lin Fan was not surprised by this result. He smiled and said, "Sister Chen, I believe you will send me off soon." Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not. Lin Fan suggested, why don't we make a bet? Chen Meijiao said generously, okay, if I can give you something personal, then I will waive your rent for a year. Then it's a deal. Lin Fan grinned. He didn't care about 1 year's rent. After all, he had already received 30 million from the system, making him a true multi-millionaire. 1 year's rent was just a drop in the bucket for him and was not worth mentioning. What he cares about is that as long as he can obtain the clothes on the target of provocation, the system will reward him with corresponding punching power value. What he wanted was to increase the power of the first divine fist. Money, he wanted to have it. He also hopes that the punch power of the first divine fist will be as high as possible. Lin Fan extended his little finger towards Chen Meijiao, which was obviously an indication of a pinky promise. Chapter 13 Chen Meijiao stays overnight. In the past, Chen Meijiao would have disdained to make advances with male tenants. However, she hesitated only for a moment, and still stretched out her little finger. The two little fingers were wrapped around and placed together. The bet was fulfilled. Chen Meijiao's heartbeat accelerated for a moment. She was a little confused. Wasn't she coming to the rental house to collect rent? How could the result be so unexpected? Not only was the rent for 3 months waived, but she also put her fingers together intimately with the male tenant and made a bet. I didn't drink any alcohol before going out. Chen Meijiao shook her head gently, trying to sober herself up, and then quickly pulled back her little finger. She was about to get up and leave when she suddenly received a call from an unknown number. After the call was connected, a middle-aged man's obscene voice came from the other end. This voice was very familiar to Chen Meijiao, but it was also the voice she least wanted to hear. Ex-husband. Jiang Junfei. Chen Meijiao's ex-husband was a gym coach, but he was a gambler by nature. Within 3 months of their marriage, he owed nearly $1 million in gambling debts. Chen Meijiao helped Jiang Junfei pay off his gambling debts, and then divorced him at the speed of light. During the wedding, she was originally planning to get pregnant, but Jiang Junfei was a weak man. Although he had well-developed muscles, his sexual part was always sluggish. Perhaps it was the retribution for his excessive romantic behavior in the past. To the extent that, after marriage, Chen Meijiao never felt what it was like to be a real woman. 2 reasons made Chen Meijiao decisively break off her relationship with Jiang Junfei. But the other party was like a scabby dog, pestering Chen Meijiao. He did not turn over a new leaf, but continued to indulge in gambling, and he pestered Chen Meijiao and borrowed money from her several times for gambling. And these sums of money have not been repaid yet. Chen Meijiao made up her mind that she would never help her ex-husband again no matter what. So she blocked Jiang Junfei's contact information, but she didn't expect that the other party changed his number and called her. Jiang Junfei was the first to complain, Chen Meijiao, you've gone too far. You actually blocked me. Who is wrong? We have had no relationship for 2 years, but you still asked me to borrow money. I am not your ATM. Besides, you borrowed money but did not use it for your business or for the right purpose. Any normal person would stay away from you and avoid you. In anger, Chen Meijiao's chest, which looked like a mountain from all directions and a peak from all sides, rose and fell. Lin Fan, who was not far away, felt his nose getting hot. Jiang Junfei urged, I'm at the door of your residence, open the door quickly. I'm sorry, I'm not going home tonight. Chen Meijiao originally planned to leave Lin Fan's place, but her ex-husband blocked the door of her residence, so she changed her mind temporarily and decided to stay in the rental house. No matter how bad Lin Fan is, she is still 100 times or 1,000 times better than her ex-husband Jiang Junfei. What's more, Lin Fan seemed to look much more pleasing to the eye than before. Especially after the comparison, Chen Meijiao felt that the young male tenant in front of her was even more charming. A shameless voice came from the other end of the phone, then I will wait until you come back. I won't believe that you won't come back. Casual. Chen Meijiao didn't want to waste any more time talking to Jiang Junfei and hung up the phone impatiently. Now she just wanted to avoid the other person like avoiding the plague. She looked at Lin Fan and sighed sincerely, I never thought there would be such a shameless person in this world. Lin Fan was ashamed, are you talking about me? Chen Meijiao looked apologetic, I'm sorry, I was just complaining to you, I was talking about my ex-husband. Lin Fan smiled narcissistically and said, I told you, I have the thinnest skin. Cut. Wang Pai is boasting about her melons when she sells them. Chen Meijiao couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him, when you asked me for something personal just now, your face didn't even turn red. Actually it is red, but my skin isn't as white as yours, so it's not that easy to tell. You have a good mouth. Chen Meijiao blushed and hesitated. Little brother, I want to discuss something with you. Can I stay here tonight? Sister, I've discovered that when it comes to being thick-skinned, I'm inferior to you. I'm just a small witch compared to a big witch. We are not familiar with each other yet, we are just landlord and tenant. You suddenly want to stay overnight, do you have any intentions towards me? Lin Fan had a harmless expression on his face. I am warning you, my brother is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Don't pretend to be innocent in front of your sister. If you were innocent, you wouldn't bring the female president's stockings back to your residence. Chen Meijiao rolled her eyes. And do you think I want to stay here with you? The room is a mess. If it weren't for special circumstances, I wouldn't want to stay here for a moment. You just heard it. My ex-husband came to my place to harass me. I don't want to see him. Lin Fan revealed the look of an innocent young boy. We are alone here, at night, it's not appropriate for us to be together, I'm afraid someone will take advantage of me. Pa, I think you are already very happy. My sister's conditions are not bad, would she take advantage of you? Dream on. Chen Meijiao looked around and said, do you have any wine? I'm not in a good mood. Drink with me. Have. Not long after, Lin Fan brought a bottle of white wine and a few cans of beer, and took out some fruit from the refrigerator. The two of them sat opposite each other at the dining table. Chen Meijiao's face turns red whenever she drinks. After a few drinks, a blush like a fiery cloud appears on her originally fair face, which is white and rosy, very charming. Not only that, the blush spread to the sides to the ears, down to the neck, and even to the invisible place the collarbone. As she breathed, the scent of wine mixed with the fragrance between her lips and teeth, which was refreshing. Coupled with the slightly blurred eyes, it has a unique flavor. After half a round of drinking, Lin Fan suggested, Sister Chen, how about you go back after you finish drinking? I don't think your ex-husband has the patience to keep waiting for you. If it doesn't work, I'll take you back. Chen Meijiao shook her head, what if you send me back? If I see my ex-husband, you won't be able to help me. He is strong and healthy, and you can't drive him away. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything. What bullshit about being strong and powerful? In front of him, he could knock him down with just one punch. He had the first divine fist in his hand, and it was easy for him to end the fight with one punch. Don't worry, I will never cause any trouble for you. If that female CEO comes here to look for you, I will disappear immediately. If not, then you can't chase me away, otherwise it will hurt my sister's heart. Perhaps it was because she had been suppressed for too long, perhaps it was due to the influence of alcohol, or perhaps it was due to Lin Fan's charm. Chen Meijiao completely opened up. The hazy look in her peach blossom eyes spread out like ripples. Little brother, tell me the truth, do I have no charm at all? She really couldn't understand why Lin Fan tried to drive her away again and again. Chapter 14, Brother, do me a favor. Lin Fan praised, she has an outstanding and charming temperament and strong charisma. Then why do you want to chase me away? Chen Meijiao was a little puzzled. She placed one hand on Lin Fan's shoulder, whether intentionally or unintentionally. If it were another man, I'm afraid he wouldn't hesitate for a second and would agree immediately. He might even desperately hope that I would stay. As she spoke, she used a wine opener to open the wine cork, but her force was too weak and the cork popped out, and then she was exhausted. Chen Meijiao shook her head, I can't pull it out. Seeing this, Lin Fan threw away the wine vessel and then pinched the cork between his index and middle fingers. Puff. Use 2 fingers and pinch gently. The cork came out. You're that strong? Chen Meijiao's eyes widened. The mouth is open wide enough to fit a whole egg. Lin Fan smiled, it's just a trifle. With the first divine fist, his strength is now beyond compare and is terrifyingly huge. Chen Meijiao exclaimed, it's good to be young, and be as strong as an ox. Lin Fan always felt that the other party had other intentions, but his expression was very calm and he pretended not to hear it. The two of them then started to clink glasses. While drinking, Chen Meijiao's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. Brother, do me a favor. Lin Fan put down his wine glass and said with a smile, Sister, I can't do anything out of the ordinary. TSK, even if you want to, I'm not willing to do it. Chen Meijiao rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm having my period, can you help me buy sanitary napkins at the supermarket? I'm a virgin boy who doesn't even have a girlfriend. It's not appropriate for me to buy that thing for you. Look, I've waived your rent for 3 months, and you're not even busy with this. Chen Meijiao begged, don't worry, no one will care what you bought. Even if someone noticed, they would guess that you bought it for your girlfriend. Seeing that the female landlord looked pitiful, Lin Fan stopped dawdling, got up and left his residence, and went to a large shopping supermarket nearby. Soon, he found the sanitary napkins of the brand specified by Chen Meizhou and went to the checkout counter. Behind him, a familiar figure happened to appear. Su Yuma. Lin Fan turned around inadvertently and their eyes met. Boss Su. Lin Fan. What a coincidence. What are you buying? Su Yuma's eyes fell on the object in Lin Fan's hand. Ahem. Lin Fan didn't know how to respond and coughed twice awkwardly. You are divorced and single, why would you buy this? Without waiting for Lin Fan to answer, Su Yuma thought of something. Lin Fan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you have a lot of special hobbies, either collecting stockings or buying sanitary napkins. I advise you to take some time to go to the psychiatric department for a checkup. A healthy mind is conducive to the development of your career. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Boss Su, you have such a rich imagination. It would be a waste of your talent if you don't write novels and become a screenwriter. Su Yuma shook her head. It's your quirk that makes people think too much. I can put it on myself, okay? Lin Fan paid the bill and ran away with the sanitary napkin. I don't believe it. This guy doesn't have a new girlfriend, does he? Looking at Lin Fan's back, Su Yuma muttered to herself. For some reason, the beautiful CEO felt a little jealous. After a moment, Su Yuma was stunned. Because this was the first time in her life that she felt jealous. How strange. How could I be jealous of an ordinary male subordinate? A voice sounded in her heart. Su Yuma, what's wrong with you? Only a man who is the pride of heaven can be worthy of you. Obviously, Lin Fan is not one of them. His charm is far from enough. From now on, you must never have this feeling again. After returning to his residence, Lin Fan threw the things he bought to Chen Meijia. He noticed that the landlady was very diligent and cleaned the room very thoroughly. Although it was not spotless, it was much better than before it was cleaned. Not only that, even his underwear, which had been left for several days, was hand-washed and hung out to dry on the balcony. This woman is truly a diligent and virtuous wife, with a sharp eye, unlike many pampered vases. There was even a special toy thrown there on the sofa. That was the airplane toy that Lin Fan bought 2 days ago, and he hadn't had time to use it yet. Who knew it was found out by Chen Meijia while cleaning the house? This is embarrassing. Awkward toes can dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. The landlady is really unrestrained. If she were an ordinary shy woman, she would definitely turn a blind eye and pretend that she saw nothing. This woman was so good that she actually threw it from the bedroom onto the sofa in the living room. Lin Fan was ashamed. How could such a private toy be seen by others, especially the landlady? Sister Chen, you're not my partner, so there's no need to help me clean. You even hand-washed my panties. Chen Meizhou explained, your room is too messy, I can't stand it, and what's more, this is my house, and I will rent it to others in the future, so of course I have to keep it tidy. Lin Fan pointed at the special toy and said, how do you explain this? How could you take personal belongings without permission? Sister did it on purpose, isn't that okay? Chen Meijia then walked to the sofa, picked up the private item, and threw it into the trash can. And he advised earnestly, don't use it, have some ambition and conquer a real woman. She looked at Lin Fan, who was embarrassed, and smiled foolishly, okay, little brother, don't be angry. I will make it up to you and I promise not to let you down. Look, you've helped me a lot, you were willing to let me stay overnight, and you even went out to buy me sanitary napkins. I'm not such a stingy person. Didn't you say before that you wanted something close to your body? Take it. Chen Meijia took off her lace purple socks from her feet and handed them to Lin Fan. Don't worry, my feet are clean and have no smell. If there is a taste, it is fragrance. Her feet, from ankles to toes, are crystal clear and delicate, with graceful curves, and can be held in one hand, so beautiful that you can't take your breath away. It is true that when you plant flowers intentionally they do not bloom, but when you plant willows by accident they grow into a shade. Lin Fan had just taken the initiative to ask for clothes, but was rejected by Chen Meijia. Now that he didn't mention it, the other party changed her mind and offered to give them to him. Lin Fan chuckled, I thought it was something else. You wish. Chen Meijia smiled charmingly and said, then I'll give you a sanitary napkin, do you want one? Lin Fan quickly refused, don't. You don't want to, but I want to. Chen Meijia seemed to want to bully the young male tenant in front of her, I'll do this next time. At this moment, Lin Fan didn't care whether Chen Meizhou's socks smelled good or not, even if they smelled sour, it didn't matter. After all, he only cared about the system's reward. After getting the socks from the landlady, the voice of the provocative system sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 15, The First Divine Fist Forges the Flesh. Congratulations to the host, your punching power has increased by 200 points. The total punch strength of the host's first divine fist has reached 500 points. Marvelous! Lin Fan couldn't help but scream out. In one day, the fist power of the first divine fist increased from the initial value of 100 to 500, which is a cause for celebration. Chen Meizhou was not aware that Lin Fan had a provocation system. She just thought that the male tenant in front of her had a special fetish. Seeing how excited he was, she became more certain of her judgment. She asked curiously, "Little brother, do you like collecting socks?" Lin Fan was too lazy to explain too much, and responded, "It's more than that, you know. You stinky men, privately, have all kinds of hobbies." "No, our hobbies are very specific. There is a saying that goes, a man remains a boy until he dies." Since both of them drank a lot and Chen Meizhou had her period, they ended the drinking party quickly. Lin Fan came to his bedroom and had just laid down for a while when he felt something was wrong with his body. There seemed to be some monster inside his body trying to break out of his skin. And there is not just one monster, but at least hundreds. The skin bulged and contracted, and the scene was very strange and horrifying. Hiss. Ah. Soon, Lin Fan's skin began to crack from the inside out. From the skin to the flesh, it was extremely painful. The severe pain made him sweat profusely, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar from his mouth. Lin Fan didn't understand what was going on. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside by Chen Meizhou. "Little brother, have you forgotten that I am still in the rental house? Please be quiet and don't make that kind of noise. I don't watch art films often, as they can easily lead to insincerity," the landlady kindly reminded. "Sister Chen, please respect yourself." Lin Fan endured the pain and responded, "Can you please stop eavesdropping on others? I'm not that kind of person. You just made too much noise. If I don't stop it in time, I'm afraid the neighbors will come to my house. Sister Chen, if you have nothing else to say, don't bother me. I'll continue." Lin Fan clenched his fists in pain, his fingernails almost pinching his palms to bleed. "Continue." Chen Meizhou repeated this sentence, misunderstanding Lin Fan once again, but after all, there are differences between men and women, so she said nothing more and returned to her room, thinking to herself that young people are just full of energy. In the bedroom, Lin Fan hurriedly asked, "System, what's going on?" "Host, there is no need to panic. This is a good thing. It is the only way for the first divine fist to evolve. The forging of the flesh will make the host's body gradually become indestructible. The power of the first divine fist is not only reflected in its domineering attack power, but also in its defense and speed. It will slowly bring you surprises. As long as your punching power continues to increase, in the future, your body will be unbreakable and your speed will be as fast as lightning. For example, now a car can kill you, but in the future, even a mountain can't crush you. Now you can throw 3 punches per second. In the future, throwing more than 10 punches per second will be a piece of cake. Host, you must have the ambition to become the fastest man in the world, hee hee. Lin Fan was ashamed. "Why do you look so vulgar when you smile? I'm increasingly suspicious that you're not a legitimate system." The system responded, "Don't accuse me, you bastard. I'm a very serious person." Lin Fan was almost speechless. "Do you believe it yourself?" Next, he ignored the system and continued to endure the continuous forging of his body by the first divine fist. His teeth were clenched and the veins in his neck were strong. The pupils were stained with blood. It was unknown how long it took for the severe pain in Lin Fan's body to gradually disappear. He was so tired that he soon fell into a deep sleep. Wake up the next day. Lin Fan opened his eyes and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock and the sun was already shining brightly. None of this matters, what matters is that it's late. He hurriedly lifted the quilt, and the next second, he covered it again very quickly. Because he had nothing on. If it were in the past, Lin Fan would not be surprised at all, but rather very calm. Therefore, he has been accustomed to sleeping this way since middle school. But now, there is someone sleeping next to him. It turned out to be the landlady. This is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house. Before going to bed, Lin Fan and Chen Meijiao slept in separate rooms, Lin Fan in the master bedroom and the latter in the second bedroom. How come when I woke up, this woman was already in my bed? Lin Fan looked around the room. He was sure that he had not run into the wrong room, this was his bedroom. At the same time, Chen Meijiao was also awakened. Don't use being drunk as an excuse, you rascal. She slapped Lin Fan without saying anything. Why are you sleeping in my bed? Then he said indignantly, you beast, I have my period and you won't let me go. Lin Fan was not embarrassed. Sister Chen, you are really the villain who complained first, the thief crying catch the thief. Look carefully, whose room is this? What's going on? Chen Meijiao looked around and suddenly realized that she was in Lin Fan's bedroom. She immediately guessed, did you bring me here in the middle of the night? Lin Fan blurted out, bullshit. Rude. Chen Meijiao recalled carefully, I remember I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I was groggy and couldn't remember anything. Maybe I went back to the wrong room after going to the bathroom. I'm sorry, little brother. I misunderstood you. I apologize to you. The landlady's hand moved unintentionally and her face suddenly turned red. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Lin Fan grinned, my own bedroom, my own bed, I can wear whatever I want and do whatever I like, what's the problem? No problem. Chen Meijiao suffered a loss in silence, but she knew in her heart that it was not Lin Fan's fault. If there was anyone to blame, she could only blame herself for running into the wrong room and getting on the wrong bed. Her face turned red, and she got up and ran away. I ran to the second bedroom for a long time, but the blush on my face didn't fade away and I couldn't calm down. The two words that most frequently lingered in her mind were majestic. It's good to be young. Lin Fan got up and went straight to the company without having time to eat breakfast. When they were almost at Jiayang Group, Lin Fan received a message from Su Yuma, when you arrive at the company, come directly to my office. I'm late, I think this woman is going to get mad. But it doesn't matter, Lin Fan doesn't care at all. Sure enough, with the impressive capital of challenging the system, he became fearless. On his way to the president's office, Lin Fan noticed that his colleagues were looking at him in surprise. Boss Su was very generous. He forgave Lin Fan for playing with his phone at work yesterday. Now that this guy is late for work, I'm afraid he will anger Boss Su. Lin Fan, you are getting bolder and bolder. You have never been late before, but now you are not only late, but you also look like you don't care at all. You are simply challenging Mr. Su's patience. You have repeatedly provoked President Su. I'm afraid your good days in the company are over. Chapter 16 The Shameless Man Covets the Beautiful CEO. Lin Fan walked along while humming a little tune leisurely, which stunned everyone. Could it be that the boss is his father? The man surnamed Lin doesn't seem to be afraid of Mr. Su. Don't talk nonsense. The boss is a business genius, a shopping mall tycoon, and the elite of the elite in the upper class. He definitely wouldn't have a son as ordinary as Lin Fan. Arrived at the president's office. Lin Fan didn't even say hello and sat down on the sofa opposite Su Yuma. Seeing this, Su Yuma burst out the little universe in her heart. How dare you? Did I let you sit? Lin Fan did not stand up, but looked at the president's chair with a smile. If not here, then sit in your seat. As soon as they met, he started to provoke me. There is no way around it. With the provocation system, people will become addicted to provocation. Lin Fan is either making money or on his way to making money. Not only does he make a fortune through provocation, but he also wants to turn those high and mighty and unattainable goddesses into his own bootlickers. In their minds, his charm is infinite and unmatched by any other man. He wants to be the most special, charming, and even wealthy man in the world. Of course, he also has to be the man with the most terrifying boxing skills. He wanted to make the power of the first divine fist reach an unprecedented level. I don't know if I can make the wind and clouds change color, make the earth tremble, make the mountains and rivers collapse, and make the sea flood back with a wave of my hand. Lin Fan, your wings have grown. You are paying less and less attention to your identity when you speak. People who don't know me well would think you are the boss and I am your female subordinate. Stand up. Su Yuma slammed the desk hard, her face full of coldness and arrogance. Lin Fan said with a smile, Boss Su, don't be so stingy. I'll sit for a while. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. I want to quit you. You won't have any trouble finding a job anyway. Last night at the garden restaurant, so many bosses offered you olive branches. You still have time to stand up now. Su Yuma issued a strong warning, I'll give you one last chance. Lin Fan still sat there with a swagger. I'm too tired, let me sit down and rest. Su Yuma's expression turned gloomy. Her chest began to rise and fall slightly. The anger in my heart has been burning fiercely for a long time. Congratulations to the host. The provocation was successful and aroused the anger of the target person Su Yuma. 100 points of charm and 10 million renminbi have been awarded, please check. Lin Fan checked his phone and saw that another 10 million had arrived in the bank account. So far, he has made a whopping 40 million through the system. The icy female president Su Yuma has 30 million here. From the beautiful landlord Chen Meijiao, 10 million. As for the charm value, Lin Fan is 303 in Su Yuma's mind. Lin Fan noticed that Su Yuma was still wearing black stockings today, as sexy as ever, but the brand had changed to Balenciaga. He tried to say, well, Mr. Su, the stockings you're wearing today seem to be sexier than yesterday. Can you give them to me? Because Lin Fan's charm value increased, Su Yuma's anger subsided a little. She blushed, are you polite? Give me a reason. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth, I like it. You are nothing, if you like me I should give it to you? So if there are 10,000 or 110,000 people who like it, should I give it to them all? Su Yuma almost swore. You can't get what you want, but you can get a letter of dismissal. Are you satisfied? Just then, several security guards staggered into the office, their faces covered with bruises, and some of their eyes were swollen as if they had been stung by bees. Boss Su, things are messed up. That Sun Jian threatened that he would not give a single cent and would continue to be a deadbeat. Not only that, they also beat us up when we went to collect the debt. That's outrageous. Su Yuma became furious when she heard this. It turned out that Su Yuma had a business partner before, named Sun Jian, who was the boss of a company. A few years ago, Sun Jian cried and begged to borrow 3 million yuan from Su Yuma, and vowed to pay the money back within half a year. However, the money was delayed again and again, and until now, he has not seen a penny. Just this morning, Su Yuma sent several security personnel from the company to collect the debt, but they were beaten badly. Not only does he not pay back his debts, he also beats people up. He is totally lawless. Su Yuma said to the security guards, thank you for your hard work. Go to the hospital for treatment and examination. The medical expenses will be reimbursed by the company. Thank you, Mr. Su. The security guards expressed their gratitude and left the office. Su Yuma was so angry that she called Sun Jian. Decided to ask for an explanation. Boss Sun, you are too unkind. Not only did you not pay your debts, you also injured my people. The voice on the other end laughed, Boss Su, calm down. You know, business is not going well right now. The market is sluggish, and I am short of money. Let's relax for a few more days. Su Yuma reminded him sternly, you said the same thing 2 years ago. 3 million, I didn't charge a single cent of interest, I've done everything I could for you, do you think it's fun to deliberately drag it out like this? I think it's better to do this. A shameless voice came from the other end of the phone, Boss Su, if you stay with me for 2 nights, I will return all the 3 million to you, not a cent less. Isn't that good enough? Shameless. The beautiful CEO's face darkened, you are wishful thinking. Boss Su, your company is in urgent need of money, so I am here to help you out. Sun Jian said shamelessly, you just spend 2 nights with me and you can get back millions of dollars of debt, why not do it? Su Yuma flatly refused, you're dreaming. If it doesn't work, you can at least stay with me for 1 night. Sun Jian still didn't give up. No man would not be moved by a beauty like Su Yuma. Even the old pervert Sun Jian has been coveting her for a long time. Su Yuma never expected that the other party would be such a despicable person, don't even think about it in your life. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I may not be able to pay you back for the time being. Sun Jian said calmly, I hope you can change your mind. Su Yuma asked again, how do I calculate the medical expenses for my company's security guards? Not a cent. It's their own fault. Sun Jian sneered, you came to my territory to collect debts, but you don't have enough ability, you deserve to be beaten. Su Yuma hung up the phone angrily. Lin Fan finally spoke up, being beautiful means having troubles. Like a piece of fat meat, being stared at. The other party is quite arrogant. How can you be so arrogant? You dare to ignore the words of my superior and deliberately go against me. That Sun Jian is going too far. Su Yuma suddenly came up with an idea, Lin Fan, come with me to their place. If you can make a contribution, I will not only keep you in the company, but also increase your year-end bonus fivefold. I remember you were a good fighter. Those 5 or 6 thugs last night couldn't even last a single round in your hands. Chapter 17 Follow Suyuma to collect debts. I only play high-end games. Those bronze players are not worth my effort. Unless you beg me. Lin Fan simply started to put on airs. Suyuma bewitched, don't you want 5 times the year-end bonus? Lin Fan looked indifferent, not a big deal. I'm your boss, and you're asking me to beg you. How is that possible? Then let's not talk about it. Lin Fan said, most of the company's security guards are veterans with outstanding physical fitness. They were all injured. Even if you call for help from others, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Spending the least money to do the most, obviously, I am the best choice. Although his words sounded pretentious, they were the truth. Lin Fan really wanted to see the cold and arrogant female president lower her noble head and beg him in a friendly manner. You obviously did it on purpose. However, a real man should be able to bend and stretch, and the same is true for women. Just this once, and never again. Suyuma put away her arrogance and softened her tone, I would like to ask you to help me this time. Lin Fan corrected him, change please to beg. I'll remember you, Lin Fan. Just wait for me from now on. Lin Fan urged, hurry up. Suyuma took a deep breath, I want to ask you to help me this time. Lin Fan then gave up with a smile, let's go and meet Sun Jian. The beautiful CEO asked, how sure are you? Lin Fan raised his index finger. The other party was surprised, only 10% sure? Lin Fan shook his head, no, I've always been confident. I find you really deserve a beating. Suyuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry, if I knew martial arts, I would beat you up for thousands of rounds. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, let's fight for thousands of rounds. Stop talking nonsense and go away. Suyuma had no intention of talking, she just wanted to get an explanation from Sun Jian as soon as possible. The two quickly drove to Sun Jian's company, Hongfei Enterprise. Sun Jian was not surprised by Suyuma's appearance. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely on a leather sofa, sipping the fine Maojian tea with a cup of tea. This guy doesn't look like a good person, with a bald head, a beer belly, and a dazzling green jade on his thumb. In the office, besides him, there were some thugs wearing black vests, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 playing poker. None of them are good people. Oh, isn't this Ms. Su? You are indeed the most beautiful lady in Linjiang City. Your arrival really makes me feel like a spring breeze. You are dressed very beautifully today. You are simply stunningly beautiful. You changed your mind? That's right. Who wouldn't want to have a problem with money, especially business elites like us? Sun Jian stood up and couldn't wait to stretch out his big pig's hoof towards Suyuma, trying to take advantage of the opportunity. However, he was left alone because Suyuma did not extend her hand and did not give him this opportunity at all. Mr. Sun, I'm afraid you're overthinking it. Suyuma said with a cold face, it is only natural to pay back debts. Don't bargain with me. Sun Jian was very disappointed when he heard this. He originally thought that he would be able to marry the beauty tonight. Unexpectedly, this guy named Su is so stubborn and opinionated. You brought this person here to collect the debt? Sun Jian noticed Lin Fan standing next to Suyuma. Suyuma responded concisely, that's right. And I'm going to make this money today. Boss Su, you are here to make fun of me, right? It's just a thing, I can kill him with just a fart. What ability does he have to change my mind? Sun Jian glanced at Lin Fan and didn't take him seriously at all. From the outside, the unattractive Lin Fan seemed a little frail and not suited to fighting at all. If you show up at a fight, you'll just be a sitting duck. Boy, are you here to die? How dare you come here alone? Do you look down on my brothers? As Sun Jian spoke, a group of thugs wearing black vests, with strong arms and waists and handsome faces, emerged from beside him. This posture made Suyuma lose her confidence for a moment. She turned her head and asked Lin Fan in a low voice, are you okay? Lin Fan said with a nonchalant smile, how can a man say that he is not good enough? What's more, I am not an ordinary man. The beautiful CEO nodded twice silently. Lin Fan then looked at Sun Jian and said, Baldy, you are right. I just looked down on these little bastards. Sun Jian became furious when he heard this. No one had ever dared to call him Baldy in front of him. He just laughed grimly, my brothers are nobody? If any of them come out, I will beat you up. The group of thugs were also quite unhappy. You little brat, I think you are tired of living. If I don't pull out your 2 front teeth later, I will take your last name. This little bastard who I can lift with one hand actually dares to speak nonsense. I'll show you some color right away. This group of people have been ready to make a move and are eager to try. Close the door and beat the dog. Following Sun Jian's order, the door was closed. On both sides of the door stood 2 tall and strong men. In their opinion, Lin Fan was attacked from both sides and could not escape. Sun Jian laughed shamelessly and said, "Boss Su, you definitely don't want this kid to get beaten up badly, right? It's not too late to agree to my terms. First, I'll give you the 3 million without a cent less, and second, no one here will touch a hair on his head." Su Yumao was about to answer, but Lin Fan raised his hand to stop her. Lin Fan waved his hand towards the other side without changing his expression. "The one who is the best fighter, stand up." His actions were undoubtedly arrogant in the eyes of the thugs. This kid is crazy. He actually dares to challenge the best fighter. He is simply so bold as to be brave. "I heard you were looking for me." A big guy was originally sitting, then suddenly stood up, standing out from the crowd and being particularly conspicuous. He is about 1.9 meters tall and as tall as an iron tower. As strong as a wild bull. "Aren't you afraid that I'll punch you and send you to the hospital for a few months?" The big guy looked down at Lin Fan and raised his sandbag-sized fist. His arms were thicker than Lin Fan's thighs. Sure enough, he has strong limbs but a simple mind. Lin Fan was not panicked at all. Instead, he challenged her, "You are just like a stupid donkey." Su Yumao was stunned. Lin Fan at this moment was like a completely different person from the honest male subordinate in her impression. To be honest, she knew that Lin Fan was a good fighter, but the opponent was obviously not a pushover either. With that big guy's physique, it's no problem for him to fight 10 people at once. Standing in front of Lin Fan was like standing against a thick and high wall. Su Yumao began to worry about her male subordinates. Chapter 18: The best fighter comes out for a one-on-one duel. Because if Lin Fan is no match for the big guy, he will definitely be beaten badly. After all, his provocation had successfully aroused the other party's anger. Under Su Yuma's worried eyes, Lin Fan hooked his finger at the big guy and said, "One-on-one." Seeing this, Sun Jian couldn't help laughing. "I haven't seen such a courageous young man for a long time, but I promise that you will pay the price for your courage soon." The big guy pounded his chest hard, like an adult black bear, and roared twice, "I'm going to slap you down with one slap." He took a few steps forward angrily and arrived in front of Lin Fan in a few steps. With every step he took, he felt the nearby floor shaking violently. The big guy opened his palms and fanned Lin Fan's face fiercely like a huge palm leaf fan. The rest of the thugs just stood there leisurely with their arms folded, watching the fun. They don't worry about the big guys at all. In the eyes of this group of people, Lin Fan would definitely be slapped away or knocked down. Faced with the fierce palm, Lin Fan did not dodge. He calmly followed with a punch. The moment when the fist collided with the giant palm. "Ah!" A shrill scream came from the big guy's mouth. All his metacarpal bones were broken. He pulled back his hand and saw that his fingers were drooping limply, with even broken bones exposed, looking eerie and pale. There was fear in their eyes. Everyone was shocked. Because the big guy had the highest combat index among them, unexpectedly, he was severely injured as soon as he fought with Lin Fan. The weak Lin Fan actually broke the big guy's metacarpal bone with one punch. How could he, who looked so plain, burst out with such terrifying power? Sun Jian's expression suddenly turned ugly. He had a gloomy face and said nothing. He had never even looked at Lin Fan before, but today he felt like an eagle had pecked his eyes. This Lin Fan is not an ordinary person at all. No wonder Su Yumao dared to come here to collect debts with only one person. Su Yumao breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to not quite understand her male subordinate. No one knew how powerful he was. Deep down in his heart, his curiosity about Lin Fan increased even more. No sooner said than done, Lin Fan threw another punch. Go straight to the big guy's chest. In an instant, the opponent was blasted several feet away. The moment the big guy landed on the ground, he knocked down several thugs. The whole room was filled with groans of pain. Pain continues. Lin Fan turned his head and smiled at Su Yumao. "I'm sorry, I didn't perform well. I could have knocked him down with one punch, but I used 2 punches." Versailles. Naked Versailles. This is such a pretentious 999. 6 turns over. Suyuma praised, "No, you have performed very well, superb." To be honest, she got a big surprise from Lin Fan. Sun Jian shouted angrily, "Come on, everyone! Come on! Come on if you are not afraid of death!" Lin Fan shouted. After saying that, he took a few steps, came to the wall, and started punching. The back of his fist hit the wall. Boom! Half of Lin Fan's arm instantly sank into the wall. The room was filled with dust. When he pulled his forearm back, a fist-sized hole suddenly appeared on the wall. The other party was stunned. There was complete silence in the room for a moment. It's so quiet you can hear a pin drop. There are people who can punch through a solid wall with one punch. The power of the punch is unimaginable. No wonder the big guy's metacarpal bone shattered as soon as he took the attack. Because with mortal flesh and blood, few people can withstand Lin Fan's punch. Lin Fan observed his fist and found it was intact. This shows that not only is his punching power amazing, but he is also very resistant to blows, otherwise his fist would have been broken and bleeding. The number 1 divine fist is indeed amazing. Just as the system introduced, with the first divine fist, not only will the attack power be overbearing, but the defense and speed will also become exceptionally good. Lin Fan was overjoyed, because punching through a wall with one punch was not his limit. The force he just exerted was not all his strength. In time, he will make the first divine fist the most awesome fist in the world. The way of truth is simple. The first divine fist does not have any fancy moves, just simple ones. But once it is launched, it will shock the heavens and the earth, and make the gods and ghosts weep, and make the heavens and the earth change color. Breathtaking. Suyuma stared at the fist-shaped hole on the wall. There were only 2 words in her mind: awesome. Lin Fan is so awesome. How much power does this man have in his body? You must feel safe being with a man like this. Lin Fan hooked his finger at the thugs and said word by word, "Who else?" The other side was cowering with fear on their faces. They knew very well that if they went forward at this time, they would simply be courting death. How can my own flesh and blood compare to a wall? Lin Fan could punch through a wall with one punch, let alone a mortal body. Mr. Sun, right? Lin Fan looked at Sun Jian and said seriously, "Do you want to have a hole in your body, the kind that will make you disabled for life or that can't be saved even if you go to the hospital?" In no mood. Sun Jian also shook his head very seriously. Then pay back the 3 million yuan debt. Sun Jian looked embarrassed. "Brother, you really don't understand. I'm short of money recently." Lin Fan uttered a few words between his teeth. 4 million. Sun Jian was shocked. "Brother, are you kidding me?" He suddenly discovered that the guy Suyuma brought didn't seem to be a bodyguard, but more like a scammer. 5 million. Lin Fan raised the price without any hesitation. He punched again. The room was filled with dust and smoke. A second fist-sized hole had already appeared on the wall. Lin Fan said slowly, "My patience is limited. I really want to try and see which one is more resistant to blows, your chest or the wall." Suyuma watched Lin Fan silently. She suddenly felt that he was quite interesting. And seeing Sun Jian looking so cautious and depressed, she felt very relieved. Because this bastard deliberately didn't pay back his debt, and he also spoke rudely and tried to take possession of her body. Such a shameless person must be taught a severe lesson. Extorting 2 million is not excessive at all, it is even reasonable. For villains, Lin Fan's method is obviously more effective and more satisfying. Lin Fan sat down across from Sun Jian with a big horse and a golden sword, and said slowly, "If you are not convinced, I will continue to increase the amount until you are convinced." Sun Jian quickly stopped him. "I am convinced, I am really convinced." In fact, he was not convinced at all, but there was nothing he could do. Under the power of Lin Fan's fist, he could only bow his head. Although money is not a trivial matter, he does not want to risk his life and property. Chapter 19, Making Great Contributions to the Female President. Lin Fan smiled and said, "That's right. A man who knows the current situation is a hero." At this moment, Sun Jian was as depressed as he could be. If he had known that he would have to pay an extra 2 million, he would not have arranged for thugs to challenge Suyuma. Instead, he would have repaid the debt as soon as she showed up. Lin Fan asked, "Do you have any objections?" Sun Jian shook his head like a rattle. "No." He thought to himself, "Even if I had 1,000 opinions, would I dare to express them? Tell me, can you not hit me?" Lin Fan asked again, "Are you willing to do this?" Sun Jian nodded again, "Yes." He now dared not disobey the other party's wishes. Faced with the intimidating power of Lin Fan's fist, he felt as if a gun was pointed at his head. Soon, Su Yuma received a transfer of 5 million from Sun Jian. The beautiful CEO snorted coldly, "Boss Sun, it seems that you are not short of money, but of morality." Sun Jian's face turned red and he wanted to talk back, but when the words came to his lips, he looked at Lin Fan's smiling face and had to swallow them back. Soon, Su Yuma took Lin Fan away, and no one dared to stop them. The big guy sat on the ground and took a long time to catch his breath. "Boss Sun, are you just going to let him go like this? You were hit by a punch and you haven't stood up yet. Others are no match for that kid. Who dares to go up?" Sun Jian pointed to the fist-shaped hole on the wall and said, "That guy is not a vegetarian. If this matter were to get out, it would be the greatest shame of my life." They were in their own territory, but they allowed the young man around Su Yuma to act as if he was in their own territory. They beat people, took the money, and left in a swagger. Sun Jian clenched his fist angrily and slammed it on the table with a fierce look on his face. On the way back, Su Yuma couldn't help but praise Lin Fan, "Well done." The debt that had not been collected for several years was easily settled by Lin Fan, and the other party indeed made a great contribution. Lin Fan responded calmly, "It's just a piece of cake." A text message on his mobile phone indicated that 3 million had been received into his bank account. Su Yuma said, "You extorted 2 million from Sun Jian. The other 1 million is my reward to you." Lin Fan was surprised. Boss Su was really generous. He gave 1 million. "You deserve all of this. After all, you have ventured into this dangerous place alone. For this reason alone, you should receive the proper reward." Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Actually, I'm not short of money. If you borrowed money from a friend for your consumption last night, use the money to repay the loan." Su Yuma reminded him, "Save the remaining money well, you will have a girlfriend in the future." Lin Fan half-jokingly said, "I'm trying to find a girlfriend who's a sucker for me and make her spend money on me." Su Yuma replied calmly, "You have great ambitions, keep going." She hesitated for a moment and continued, "I have another good news to tell you. Although you made a serious mistake in the company before, you have redeemed yourself now. So, I declare that you will continue to work in the company." Lin Fan smiled shamelessly and said, "I knew this would be the result. Look at you, you're so cocky." Su Yuma warned, "The mistake you made in my office will not happen again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." At this moment, in Jiaoyang Group, many employees learned that Lin Fan was taken by Su Yuma to Hongfei Enterprise to collect debts. Moreover, the news that several security guards were beaten spread throughout the company. Boss Su's move was really brilliant. He wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson without making it obvious. He took Lin Fan to Hongfei Enterprise, knowing that he would get beaten. When our company's security guards went to collect debts, they were beaten black and blue, not to mention Lin Fan, who fought like a weakling. This is all Lin Fan's own fault. Who told him to provoke President Su in public at the company yesterday? Doesn't the president have any dignity? Not to mention the serious President Su. By the way, if Lin Fan is beaten and hospitalized, what should we buy to visit him in the hospital? However, soon, Su Yuma and Lin Fan appeared in the company. Everyone looked at Lin Fan impatiently, trying to detect anything unusual. There was no sign of injury anywhere on his body. Walking is also normal. That doesn't make sense. Returning with a complete victory? Impossible. It only means that Su Yuma did not take Lin Fan to Sun Jian's company. That's right. If something happens to Lin Fan, who is so small, in Sun Jian's company, and anything happens to him, Su Yuma will probably not be able to escape the consequences. It's because Lin Fan is such a loser that he missed the chance to make a contribution. If he wasn't a waste, could his ex-wife divorce him? He's just a boaster. Yesterday he even boasted about having dinner with our President Su. No woman can live with a man who brags unrealistically. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to find a girlfriend in the future. Su Yuma called Lin Fan to her office with an expressionless face. Lin Fan, I just heard some colleagues talking about the dinner we had last night. I don't want this to become a big deal in the company. If anyone asks again, just deny it. Lin Fan raised his lips slightly. What's in it for me? He then deliberately sighed, Boss Su, you know that I am a good man who never lies. It is too difficult for me to do this, just like climbing to the sky to grab the moon and the stars. I don't know if you are a good man who doesn't lie. But I find that you like to flatter yourself all the time. Suyuma was very curious. Have you been so narcissistic since you were a child? But she changed the subject and said, I can't give you big benefits, but small benefits are not a big problem. You bring it up. Want a raise? Lin Fan shook his head, not interested. Want a promotion? Lin Fan felt it was boring. It's boring. These are things that other people are very interested in and dream of, but you are completely indifferent. Suyuma suddenly felt that Lin Fan seemed different from others. I am a unique man. Your old habit has started again, bragging about your own melons. Suyuma frowned. I think your hobby is unique. Lin Fan gave a thumbs up. You guessed it right. As expected of the CEO, you are extremely smart and talented. Stop flattering me. Suyuma quickly stopped him. Don't praise me, you are just like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, you have no good intentions. Lin Fan grinned unabashedly. Boss Su, this is the first time I've seen a woman describe herself as a whore. You. Suyuma immediately clenched her teeth, wishing she could bite the hateful male subordinate in front of her to pieces. Chapter 20 The Pursuit of a Real Estate Developer's Son. Lin Fan spread his hands. You can't blame me for this, you said it yourself. Suyuma glared at him coldly. You know exactly what I mean. I have no idea. You really deserve a beating. Suyuma was so angry that she stretched out her hand and twisted Lin Fan's arm, spinning at 360 degrees. The latter hissed, that's really cruel. Now you know the consequences of offending a woman. Men and women should not touch each other, Mr. Su, if you don't let go, I will scream. Lin Fan reminded, I want to shout, Boss Su molested me. I'm really impressed by you. Suyuma had no choice but to let go after hearing that. A triumphant smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. The beautiful CEO was somewhat helpless. Tell me, what benefit do you want? Lin Fan's eyes fell on the other person's shoes. I think the pair of high heels you are wearing today are nice. The shoes seemed to be tailor-made for the beautiful president. When she put them on, she looked even more like a queen and her figure looked taller and sexier. If Suyuma were walking on the catwalk at this moment, people would feel as if she was the most fashionable, shining and dazzling supermodel in the world. There's nothing wrong with your vision. Suyuma asked, then what? Lin Fan responded straightforwardly, give it to me. It seems I underestimated your special quirk. Suyuma couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that besides stockings, you are also a fan of high heels. It means I am a perfectly normal man. Lin Fan smiled slightly. It's much better than being addicted to soap. Since you helped me collect my debt before, I'll give it to you. Suyuma pondered for a moment and decided to agree to the great hero in front of her. She did not reveal that her pair of shoes was worth more than 10,000 yuan and she had just bought it a few days ago. It was the first time in her life that she gave a pair of shoes that she was wearing to a member of the opposite sex. In fact, the last time I gave her stockings was also the first time in her life. It can be said that these two first times, without exception, were all dedicated to her male subordinate Lin Fan. How lucky the other party is. Suyuma reminded, you are not allowed to do anything to it. Lin Fan smiled and said, this pair of shoes is of no use to me. I just simply want to take it, that's all. My heart is as open and honest as my appearance. In my dictionary, there is no word like filthy. Suyuma questioned, you say one thing and mean another. I don't believe that your purpose is so simple. Her suspicion was not without reason. A man whose fetish was either stockings or high heels was obviously not serious. Okay, I'll keep the dinner a secret for you. Suyuma also took off her high heels in front of him, put them in the shoebox, and handed it to him. Lin Fan took the shoebox and was overjoyed. The reason why he was in a good mood was that he would be rewarded soon after getting the clothes that his female boss was wearing. As expected, the system's voice arrived as promised. Congratulations to the host, you have achieved 200 punching power points. The fist power value of the first divine fist has reached 700. Yeah. Lin Fan clenched his fist with joy. When he had just bound the provocation system yesterday, the initial value of the first divine fist was only 100. Just one day had passed, and the fist power value had accumulated to 700. When the punch force value was 500, he could punch through a wall with one punch. Now that the value has increased by 200, I wonder how powerful the punch force will be. Not only that, the body's defense and speed are also improved with the evolution of the first divine fist. Looking at the joy that was hard to conceal on Lin Fan's face, Suyuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did her high heels really have such magical power? There are 4 or 5 luxury cars parked downstairs of the office building of Jiaoyang Group. Among them, a young man wearing a famous watch and neatly dressed got out of a silver-gray Porsche Panamera car. He was 1.8 meters tall, handsome and elegant. This boy's name is Fengwei. His family background is unmatched by ordinary people. The Kiheo Real Estate Company founded by his father is one of the 3 giants in the real estate industry in this city. The other young men were also well dressed and either rich or noble. They were called by Fengwei to help. Fengwei wants to do something grand and romantic here, which is to confess his love to Su Yuma. In his hand was a beautiful bouquet of 999 roses, which was extremely romantic. Seeing this scene, several female employees passing by immediately cast envious glances. I don't know which woman is so lucky to be pursued by such a romantic handsome man. I know this handsome guy. I think he's been on TV. His dad is a real estate tycoon. Ah, the standard tall, rich and handsome man. Really handsome and romantic. Who wouldn't love a man like this? The eyes of those women became extremely gentle yet passionate, and they couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Fengwei raised his chin proudly. He really enjoyed this kind of admiration. Especially when it comes to beautiful women, he has become accustomed to admiring looks, and he is almost always won in the world of romance and rarely lost, and is known as the little prince of picking up girls. Many goddesses in the eyes of ordinary people can be easily obtained by him. It is said that this guy spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on medicine for strong sheep. Otherwise, my body would have collapsed long ago. In fact, Fengwei had long been eyeing Su Yuma. After all, the beautiful Su Yuma was famous and was known as the #1 goddess in Linjiang City. Fengwei really wanted to get involved. He originally thought that Su Yuma would be easy to win over like other beauties. Unexpectedly, after several attempts, he was always turned down. Su Yuma didn't give him any chance at all, not even giving him the courtesy of a meal. Because of this, Fengwei was ridiculed by several of his friends. Today, he came directly to Jiaoyang Group without even saying hello, intending to give Su Yuma a romantic surprise. He was absolutely sure that he could capture the heart of the beautiful CEO. Because the gift prepared included not only a romantic bouquet of flowers, but also a key to a villa. It can be said to be full of sincerity. This was the most expensive time in his career of picking up girls. Yuma, I love you, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Fengwei picked up the prepared loudspeaker and started shouting downstairs. In the office, Su Yuma walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down through the glass. She couldn't help but frown, because in her eyes, Fengwei's performance was completely a clown. The other person was like a piece of plasticine, always sticking to her, which made people feel disgusted. Just work hard. Su Yuma left the office and found that many employees were leaning against the windows to watch the fun. Everyone immediately ran back to their original place at an extremely fast speed as if they had Hot Wheels under their feet. Lin Fan, come with me. Su Yuma already had a plan in mind. Chapter 21 Don't Talk, Kiss Me. Yes. Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions, but stood up and followed the beautiful president. Soon the two of them arrived downstairs. When Su Yuma appeared, Fengwei's eyes immediately lit up. Yuma, you're here. Please call me by my full name. Su Yuma said bluntly. She did not allow the opposite sex to ignore her last name and call her by her first name, especially a playboy like Fengwei. Fengwei was extremely unhappy. You bitch, you're pretending in front of me, right? Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel down on the bed and sing conquer to me. Su Yuma, please accept my love for you. Fengwei knelt down on one knee, looking affectionate, holding a bouquet of red roses in her hands. The scene was very touching and romantic. There were even women watching with tears in their eyes, imagining how great it would be if they were the one being confessed to. Su Yuma's heart was as calm as water. Mr. Feng, we are not the same kind of people. I said that I don't have any feelings for you. Please don't pester me anymore. There was no sign of emotion on her delicate, icy face, not even a hint of a smile. Fengwei's face turned red and white. He really didn't like the feeling of being rejected in public. He stood up awkwardly, handed the bouquet to the buddy next to him, and then handed the key of the villa to Su Yuma. Give me a chance, this villa is for you. The generosity of his gesture is astonishing and makes people envious. Fengwei's eyes were full of anticipation, hoping to win the beauty. Su Yuma remained unmoved. You sent it to the wrong person. I'm not interested. Fengwei blushed again. If the house is not enough, add a car. I don't lack it. Suyuma said indifferently, please stop bothering me. She pointed to Lin Fan, who was standing next to her. This is my new boyfriend. Just a boyfriend, not a married husband. Feng Wei was stunned at first, then curled his lips in disdain. In his opinion, as long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. He looked his rival up and down, then a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. But, Suyuma, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? With your vision and conditions, you would never choose this kind of person as your boyfriend. Look at him, from the inside out, he exudes a strong smell of Dowsy. Everything on my body is cheap. Please don't look down on others. Suyuma said firmly, he is my boyfriend. Ha 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 ha. Feng Wei turned around and asked the guys around him. Do you believe it? One person shook his head, I don't believe it. Do you believe it? Another young man also laughed and said, I won't believe it even if you kill me. Feng Wei pointed at Lin Fan and said, see? We are not fools. This person is of such a low standard that it is impossible for him to become your boyfriend or girlfriend. Suyuma was about to refute the other party, but she heard Lin Fan whispered in her ear, don't talk, kiss me. Suyuma was surprised, are you kidding me? You know, she still has her first kiss. If you want to act more realistically. Look, your poor acting skills have already aroused the other party's suspicion. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he took the initiative to put his arms around Suyuma's waist and held her in his arms. Feng Wei and others looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Fan continued, you have to act very shy and sweet. Won't. Suyuma couldn't have imagined that Lin Fan was so bold as to put his dirty hands towards her. But what she said was the truth. Over the years, it seemed that there was no shyness or sweetness between lovers in her dictionary. Then at least act very naturally and don't show any resistance, otherwise you'll be exposed. Lin Fan smiled shamelessly, no need to thank me, after all I am your fake boyfriend. Forehead. Suyuma didn't expect Lin Fan to be so shameless. What's more, she is the female president and the other party is a male subordinate. How audacious. Or maybe he was too into the role and really thought he was her close boyfriend. When Feng Wei saw this scene, his expression changed. What's going on? This stupid idiot actually dared to hug the goddess he was pursuing in public. Are you tired of living? Lin Fan urged, if you don't kiss me now, it will really be exposed. Just as Suyuma was hesitating, Feng Wei yelled angrily, you dog, take your dog paws off her. No need to take it away. After Suyuma finished speaking, she quickly touched Lin Fan's cheek. This kiss made Feng Wei dumbfounded. It seems that what the beautiful president said was right, Lin Fan is really her boyfriend. Even so, Feng Wei was still extremely unhappy. You deserve to be damned for showing off your affection in front of me. Suyuma said coldly, it is immoral to poach someone, and you can't poach them because you are not my type at all. You little bastard, I'll give you 20,000 yuan, just leave Suyuma. Feng Wei persuaded Lin Fan, listen to my advice. As the saying goes, a match made in heaven is a match made in heaven. You two are not from the same world at all. Even if you are together now, it will be useless. You will break up sooner or later. Lin Fan smiled and said to Suyuma, see, Yuma, you are only worth 20,000 yuan in his eyes. Feng Wei was immediately angry when he heard this, you little bastard, stop spitting bloody words at me here. He then clarified, Suyuma, that's not what I meant. Suyuma snorted coldly, it doesn't matter whether it is or not, because you are nothing to me. Feng Wei said to Lin Fan, you think it's too little? How about 100,000 yuan? His face was full of contempt, from the looks of you, you don't look like a rich person. Take the money and buy yourself some nice clothes. Don't embarrass yourself by wearing cheap clothes. Lin Fan smiled and raised his index finger, this number. 1 million? Feng Wei smiled and said, I thought you were indifferent to money. It seems that you love beauty more than money. Wrong. Lin Fan shook the finger gently, 100 million. When Suyuma heard this, the corners of her mouth inadvertently flashed a slight upward arc. Feng Wei was furious, how dare you play tricks on me? Mr. Feng, you misunderstood. Lin Fan said seriously, a super rich kid like you should have a lot of money. With a fortune of millions, 100 million is not a small thing to take out. What's more, Suyuma is a priceless treasure. Let alone 100 million, even if it's 1 billion, it's worth it. It's a sure win. A voice sounded in Suyuma's heart, this bastard finally spoke some sensible words. Her little mouth is as sweet as honey. Lin Fan started to tease, "What's the matter? Are you worried about your money? Then stop showing off here. Can you just flirt with Linjiang City's #1 goddess whenever you want?" Chapter 22. What kind of car is suitable for my temperament? Feng Wei was so angry that he was fuming. "Who do you think you are? How dare you mock me? More wealthy or more powerful than me?" He pointed to his Porsche and said, "Can you afford a luxury car?" A rich young man next to him said, "If this guy drives a luxury car, there is only one possibility, that is, he is a driver for his boss." The other young masters also echoed each other. "Even if he saves up his salary for 10 years, he still can't afford a luxury car like yours, Mr. Feng. This bastard dares to laugh at you, just like an ant mocking an elephant." Feng Wei continued to provoke Lin Fan. "Do you know what kind of car this is? A Porsche. It costs 1,500,000 or 600,000. Can you afford it? Mr. Feng, you really think too highly of this guy. I'm afraid he can't even afford to buy tires for your car." The young masters, including Feng Wei, looked at Lin Fan with mocking eyes, as if they were going to humiliate him severely financially. Because they could see that Lin Fan was just a poor guy with no money in his pocket. His clothes are rustic, like a country bumpkin. Facing the sarcastic looks, Lin Fan didn't take it seriously. He is no longer the ordinary man who was penniless. With the provocation system, he has made a great turnaround in terms of money without realizing it. Lin Fan sneered, "You dare to show off a car worth just over 1,000,000 yuan?" Su Yuma was surprised that her male subordinate was so bold and boasting. "You know, a car worth more than 1,000,000 yuan is what many men dream of." "What's wrong with Lin Fan? You said he had no money, but he could actually afford the top-notch set meal at the Ceiling Western restaurant. You say he is rich, but you can't tell at all. He only earns a few thousand yuan a month, and his ex-wife even divorced him because she despised him." Feng Wei laughed when he heard this. "Boy, how much is your salary? 3 or 4,000? Ha ha ha, with a salary of 3,000, if you don't eat or drink, you will have to save for 40 years to buy me a car." Feng Wei shook the car keys proudly. "Are you envious? I'm afraid you will never realize your Porsche dream in this lifetime. To buy it, it's just a matter of opening your phone and paying." Lin Fan said calmly, yet surprisingly, "It's just that this car is too cheap. I want to buy one worth several million." His words immediately aroused Feng Wei's anger. "Why are you pretending to be so great? You little bastard, if you can afford a car worth millions, I'll smash my own car. If you can't afford it, leave Su Yuma now." Feng Wei looked confident of winning. He bet that Lin Fan would not be able to afford a car worth several million. Even cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars are beyond the reach of the other party. In Feng Wei's opinion, Lin Fan's only advantage is his mouth. He relied on his mouth to deceive and cheat the goddess Su Yuma. Lin Fan pondered. His performance caused Feng Wei to misunderstand. "What, are you scared? You're not bragging anymore? Are you showing your true colors? You need to have the capital to act cool, otherwise it's easy to be seen through and it will only make you look bad. Poor guy, speak." Feng Wei became more and more rampant. He was so arrogant that he seemed to want to trample all the poor people under his feet. Lin Fan smiled slightly. "I'm just worried that you will go back on your word and refuse to smash the car." Feng Wei said proudly, "Don't worry, as long as you can afford a car worth millions, I will smash this Porsche in front of you with my own hands." Someone nearby chimed in, "Yes, Master Feng is always a man of his word." Lin Fan turned to look at Su Yuma. "Do you have the contact information of the sales managers of Ferrari, Lamborghini and other brands of cars?" Su Yuma was surprised. "Lin Fan, are you serious?" "Of course. Why are you so surprised? Do I look like someone who can't afford a luxury car?" Su Yuma responded without hesitation, "Like." Feng Wei laughed arrogantly when he heard this. "Ferrari? Porsche? Are you sure you don't want to buy a model of a car? Go and join the bragging competition. You will be the champion." Lin Fan glanced at Feng Wei and said, "If you want a fart, go away and don't pollute the surrounding environment." He then said to Su Yuma, "What you saw was an illusion. Don't worry about the money. If you have contact information, send it to me." Seeing Lin Fan's repeated request, Su Yuma then gave him the contact information of Gao Jie, the local Lamborghini sales manager. Soon, Lin Fan contacted Gao Jie. He directly turned on the voice call mode. But since the speaker is not turned on, only I can hear the other party's voice. Manager Gao, I've sent you my handsome photo. Considering my youthful temperament, what kind of car is suitable for me? If it was just an ordinary person, Manager Gao would definitely think that this kind of rustic temperament is suitable for driving a tractor. However, Lin Fan is a potential customer, and he must never say anything that makes the other party unhappy. After all, if God is unhappy, it will cause great losses to himself. Mr. Lin, I can see that you will become the distinguished owner of our Lamborghini. In my personal opinion, I recommend the Mavericks or the Bulls, both of which suit your noble and wild temperament. You can come to the store to test drive it in person. Are you in Linjiang City now? Do you want me to pick you up? The noble attitude, politeness and comfort make people feel like a spring breeze. When Lin Fan talked about his temperament, Feng Wei and his group couldn't help but laugh. His temperament is suitable for riding an electric scooter, one that costs a few hundred yuan. The bike couldn't be better. Four wheels obviously don't suit his temperament. They openly look down on others. Then let's go with Daniel. On the phone, Lin Fan spoke to Gao Jie in a calm tone. The other party introduced, we have big names here, some with more than 6 million, more than 7 million, and more than 8 million. Lin Fan said without hesitation, more than 8 million, in full. Gao Jie suggested, Mr. Lin, don't you need to go to the store to choose the configuration? No need, take the contract in the car and go directly to Jiayang Group. Lin Fan then generously sent over a portion of the deposit. Since he had received the deposit and Lin Fan was introduced by Su Yuma, Gao Jie had great trust in him and said happily, okay, I'll be there within half an hour. Where did you find these women to act here? Feng Wei curled his lips in disapproval, I can't even afford a car worth more than 8 million yuan, how can you afford it when you only make 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a month? He looked around, where is the car? Lin Fan said calmly, don't worry, it will take about half an hour. Feng Wei laughed and said, well, I have nothing to do anyway, so I will wait for half an hour and see with my own eyes how your lies are exposed. Chapter 23 Lamborghini? Bought it. Feng Wei was certain that Lin Fan definitely couldn't afford a luxury car. He sneered, I've been in Linjiang City for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone brag so much without blushing or getting out of breath. Several other young masters also laughed unscrupulously. I bought the car over the phone before I even saw it in person. It couldn't be too fake. According to the previous agreement, this kid is sure to lose and will leave Su Yuma. Congratulations, Mr. Feng, you are about to marry your beautiful lady. Mr. Feng was also complacent, as if he could easily capture Su Yuma's heart even if Lin Fan didn't exist. He seemed to have forgotten one thing, that the beautiful CEO simply looked down on people like him. Lin Fan, did you win the lottery? Or did some richest man recognize you as his relative? Su Yuma was extremely surprised. She knew that the person who had just spoken to Lin Fan was indeed Gao Jie, the sales manager of Lamborghini. This means that Lin Fan really wants to buy a Lamborghini. 8 or 9 million, just buy it. Spend money lavishly. No hesitation, no dragging. Without tens of millions of assets, it is impossible to have such courage. No money for lottery tickets. Lin Fan teased, my relatives are all poor, but I plan to be the father of the richest man in the future. Looking at the male subordinate's dishonest appearance, Su Yuma became suspicious, why do I feel that you are so unreliable? If Manager Gao comes with the contract in the car, and you can't pay for the car, let's see how you will end up. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Feng Wei yawned and said with a smile, boy, where is the Lamborghini salesperson? I think she will never appear in front of you in this life. He pointed to the Rolex on his wrist and reminded, half an hour has passed. Everything is just as I expected. Pretender, do you have anything else to say? He then began to sow discord, Su Yuma, you see, this guy is full of nonsense and can only make empty promises. Such a liar is not worthy of being with you, not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Su Yuma said, I feel that what you did is not what a man would say. She is very principled and her impression of someone, good or bad, will not be affected by what others say. Feng Wei blushed. He thought to himself, bitch, I'm going to get you sooner or later, and when I do, if you dare to yell at me again, I'll give you a slap in the face. In order to avoid embarrassment, Feng Wei started talking to Lin Fan again. He spread his hands and said, ha ha, I really want to smash my own car, but it's a pity you don't give me the chance. The laughter was particularly arrogant. Really? Isn't this the chance? Lin Fan noticed that a beautiful and elegant woman in professional attire was running towards him in a hurry. The woman's profile picture looked exactly like Gao Jie's, so it was obvious that she was the same person. Behind her, there was an exceptionally stunning sports car, which was none other than the Lamborghini Termini. So he opened his mouth and responded to Feng Xiao. This. Feng Wei's expression changed and the smile on his face froze unconsciously. He blinked vigorously several times. Yes, the vehicle that came was indeed the world's top sports car Lamborghini Bull. Gao Jie took a few quick steps and came to Lin Fan. She held the snow-white chest under her business suit with her hands, half bowed, and apologized. Mr. Lin, right? I'm sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road and I was a few minutes late. I'm really sorry. Lin Fan half-jokingly said, it's okay, just give me a few bucks off later. Gao Jie said generously, I won't let Mr. Lin down. I'll give you another 100,000 yuan off the original price. I'll treat you to tea. She then praised, this world-class sports car is very suitable for your unique temperament, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan smiled, what's my temperament? The temperament of a dragon among men. Gao Jie's words made Feng Wei very angry. Damn, is there something wrong with his eyesight? Such a rustic person is worthy of being called a rare talent. The country bumpkin temperament is pretty much the same. Lin Fan took a quick look at the car and was quite satisfied. There is nothing wrong with a sports car like Lamborghini except that it is expensive. However, Lin Fan didn't care about the price at all, so he was extremely satisfied with Daniu. So he quickly signed the contract with Gao Jie and paid the balance. Mr. Lin is such a straightforward person. I hope to make friends with you. Gao Jie said this sincerely. She admired people like Lin Fan, who was obviously very rich and always bought a luxury sports car, and was extremely lavish, but his clothes were so simple and unpretentious, and extremely low-key. On the contrary, there are rich young men like Feng Wei who dress gorgeously, afraid that others don't know how much money they have in their pockets. Such high-profile rich second generations are very disgusting and annoying. This time it was Feng Wei's turn to be dumbfounded. He never expected that Lin Fan could actually afford a Lamborghini sports car. If you are really that rich, why don't you start your own company instead of working as an employee and earning 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a month? He couldn't figure it out. Feng Wei ran to Gao Jie unwillingly and asked, excuse me, did he really succeed in buying it just now? Gao Jie responded firmly, of course, a contract signed in black and white. She exchanged a few more enthusiastic words with Lin Fan before leaving. Feng Wei stood there in a daze. There were two reasons for his dejected mood. First, Lin Fan was actually quite rich. Second, according to the previous decision, he had to smash his own car with his own hands. It was a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan. He would be heartbroken if he smashed it like this. Su Yumao was also shocked. Her subordinate actually bought a car that was much more expensive than hers. How could she, as the president, feel embarrassed? But she was very pleased. Because this means that Lin Fan will no longer be blatantly humiliated by Feng Wei and others in terms of money. Lin Fan made an inviting gesture. Mr. Feng, I believe you are a man of your word. Start smashing your own car. Feng Wei began to find an excuse for refusing to smash the car. Sorry, I don't have a hammer. Security, bring a hammer. Following Su Yuma's instructions, a security guard quickly came over with a hammer. Lin Fan said with a smile, Mr. Feng, I wonder if you have any excuses. Feng Wei is now in a dilemma. If he smashes the car, he will feel bad. If he doesn't smash it, it means he is a bad man who doesn't keep his word. After a moment, Feng Wei did not take the hammer, but said arrogantly, I won't smash it, what can you do to me? I don't need you to tell me what to do. Upon hearing this, Su Yumao looked at Feng Wei with strong contempt. He goes back on his word, what a villain. Chapter 24, 3 Punches to Destroy Porsche. Lin Fan said to Feng Wei, I'll give you two choices. One is to smash it yourself, and the other is for me to do it. He continued in a calm tone, don't blame me for not warning you. If I were to do it, I might not be very careful. I can't guarantee that this Porsche wouldn't be scrapped. How dare you? Feng Wei glared at him arrogantly, why don't you try to move my car? I'll only give you 5 seconds to think about it. Lin Fan said as he slowly walked towards the Porsche. Feng Wei was also determined, don't think about it, I won't smash it, and I won't let you do it either. The security guard of Jiaoyang Group handed the hammer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not take it, but shook his head and said, it's just smashing the car, fists are enough. It sounded very pretentious, but only Su Yumao understood that there was no exaggeration in this statement. After all, she had seen with her own eyes that Lin Fan punched a hole through the wall. Feng Wei laughed when he heard this. You little brat, you have to be moderate when you act cool. Do you think my Porsche is made of paper? Come on, let me see what you can do to my car. Lin Fan asked back, don't you have to pay for it if it's destroyed? If you can destroy my car with 10 punches, you don't have to pay. Feng Wei said confidently, otherwise, you can trade it with your Lamborghini. He even took the initiative to say, we need to sign an agreement contract to prevent anyone from cheating. Lin Fan smiled faintly and nodded, okay, that's exactly what I meant. The other side wanted to exchange his big bull, no way. His fist will teach the opponent a lesson. Soon, Su Yuma sent someone to get paper, pen, and ink. Soon, Lin Fan and Feng Wei signed the relevant agreement, wrote down each other's names, and pressed their fingerprints. The young masters who came with Feng Wei couldn't wait to congratulate the former. Congratulations to Master Feng for winning the big bull ahead of time, and without spending a penny. I really envy young Master Feng's good luck for meeting such a big fool. Who does he think he is? One Punch Man? He can destroy a car with just a few punches. How much fake alcohol did he drink? Even if he used a hammer, he couldn't do it. So Mr. Feng is sure to win. He got a Lamborghini for free. Feng Wei was also very happy. I'll take everyone for a ride later. He then eagerly made an invitation gesture to Lin Fan, please start your performance. Okay, open your dog eyes and see clearly. After saying that, Lin Fan's right fist slammed onto the hood of the Porsche like a gust of wind. Bang! With a loud bang, the hood immediately sank, forming a big hole. The front tires of the car have a clear tendency to sink. Feng Wei's face turned pale. I didn't expect that Lin Fan was really good at it. Just one punch was enough to leave the hood of the car in a half-wrecked state. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared without a trace. As for the rest of the young masters, they were all stunned and stood there in a daze. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. How could a skinny boy with a skinny body and even looking a little malnourished be able to punch with such great power? Even if a hammer were to smash it down, it would not be possible to achieve such impact force and degree of destruction. And how did Lin Fan do it? It's really a ghost. Not far away, the beautiful CEO didn't say anything, but a hint of appreciation flashed across her eyes. Lin Fan did not disappoint her. If you don't throw a punch, it's nothing. But once you throw a punch, it will definitely be a sensation. Amazing skills. Stunning beauty. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan continued to punch. Bang! The Porsche's hood exploded instantly. At the same time, the two front tires blew out. The car body shook violently. Everyone was stunned. Is Lin Fan possessed by Xian Yu? Why is he so powerful? He could actually burst a car's tire with just a punch. What a terrifying power this is. It's simply the ceiling of human punching power. Then, Lin Fan jumped onto the roof of the car. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to show off my power. He put all his strength into his right fist, with the back of his fist facing downward, and swung it out. Bang! After the loud noise, dust filled the air and Lin Fan stood there. Under his feet was a pile of train cars. The Porsche worth more than 1 million was smashed into pieces like paper by his punch. This was Lin Fan's third and final punch. Because the Porsche was completely scrapped and could not be scrapped any further. Lin Fan destroyed the Porsche with 3 punches. After all, it wasn't even 10 punches. According to the written bet between him and Feng Wei, he didn't need to pay any compensation if he destroyed the Porsche. Feng Wei's plan to buy a Lamborghini for 0 yuan also completely failed. This time Feng Wei's efforts were in vain and he suffered heavy losses. The key point is that he took the initiative to propose signing the waiver agreement. Now it seems that he dug a big hole and then jumped into it like a fool. Lin Fan deliberately said, Mr. Feng, are you still intoxicated by my domineering boxing skills? He looked at the other young masters again. Why are you all still standing there? Isn't such a wonderful boxing technique worthy of applause and cheers? Feng Wei shouted angrily, I am addicted to your maghead. If you dare to smash my car, I'll kill you. Brothers, follow me. He shouted in a majestic manner, then ran forward 2 steps, but was shocked to find that none of his buddies around him moved. They all stood still, and some even silently took a few steps back. Feng Wei had no choice but to withdraw his foot in shame, and the scene was awkward for a while. Only then did he realize that he had been impulsive. Lin Fan's boxing skills were so powerful that he could destroy a car with 3 punches. Beating a few of them was just like knocking out a few little puppies with 1 punch. It was totally effortless, and he could even send a few of them to see their grandmothers. Lin Fan said to Feng Wei, "I can challenge you alone, or a group of you." Feng Wei tried to find a way out for himself. As the saying goes, a gentleman talks, not fights. Only uneducated and reckless people would fight. People like me with high quality would never bother to fight. Then, he made a move that made everyone despise him. He took out his cell phone and said, "Hello, Yaoling, someone has maliciously smashed my car. I am at the scene now. The address is Jiaoyang Group." After ending the call, Feng Wei walked away, pointed at Lin Fan and shouted, "Boy, just wait to be taken to the police station." Lin Fan was not panicked, but shook his head gently. "I finally met someone who was more shameless than me." After a while, a police car slowly drove in outside the gate of Jiaoyang Group. After the police car was released, it headed straight towards Lin Fan. Chapter 25: Provoking Policewoman Yang Tao. When the police car stopped, 3 police officers, 2 men and 1 woman, got out of the car. The male police officers were not eye-catching at all, but the female police officers were really eye-catching. She has short hair, wheat-colored skin, a heroic look, and lips like Hollywood actress Angelina Jolie. She is none other than Yang Tao, the beauty policewoman of this city's police station. Her body is hot, but her personality is even hotter. She is a well-known female tyrannosaurus in the police station. Yang Tao first briefly questioned both parties, and then invited Lin Fan into the police car. About 20 minutes later, in the police station interrogation room, Yang Tao asked, "Why smash other people's cars?" Lin Fan lazily responded, "Let's make a bet. If the other party loses, he will smash the car. If he changes his mind, I will help him. It's that simple. Although morally, he is wrong. But legally, you did it wrong. We, the police, hope for a settlement. If you pay for the car, the matter will be settled. It will be a good thing for both of you. It's impossible to lose money." Lin Fan said, "We have signed a waiver agreement. If young Master Feng really has the means to send me to prison, then..." Lin Fan said with a smile, "Can you arrange for me to be placed in the women's prison? Don't worry, I won't do anything out of line." He had already begun to fantasize about selecting a few beautiful female prisoners, provoking them whenever he had time, and making a lot of money in prison. It is impossible to become a billionaire as soon as you are released from prison, or even the richest man in a place. Yang Tao slammed the table. "How dare you? This is not the place to joke around. This woman has a hot temper and gets angry easily, but she looks quite charming. Although she lacks a little charm, she has a bit more heroic spirit and her figure is very well proportioned, with the right curves and curves." While admiring the beauty of the policewoman, Lin Fan responded, "I am serious." At this time, the voice provoking the system arrived as expected. "Congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target character Yang Tao." Hearing this, Lin Fan's brows immediately lit up with joy. He no longer needed to look at his phone to know that the 10 million yuan reward from the system would soon arrive in his account. The system rewards the host with 10 million renminbi and 100 points of charm. Lin Fan was so happy. With the appearance of the policewoman Yang Tao, he now had 3 clear targets for provocation. Target number 1 is the black stockings wearing female president Su Yuma, target number 2 is the mature female landlord Chen Meijiao, and target number 3 is the hot policewoman Yang Tao. Although their styles are different, they are all top goddesses in their own styles. The kind that makes you intoxicated and unable to stop. Previously, Lin Fan made 40 million by provoking the first 2, and now he has successfully provoked Yang Tao and earned a total of 50 million. The system is really awesome. From now on, I vow to carry on the challenge to the end. The ultimate goddess, right? She's stunningly beautiful, right? She's a fairy from heaven, right? All of them become targets of provocation. Not only can they make money for me, but they also become my female bootlickers. Although the ambition is lofty, the probability of achieving it is greatly increased with the help of the system. Please be serious. Yang Tao raised her eyebrows. "If you keep smiling, I'll teach you a lesson." Facing the threat, Lin Fan acted quite calmly. "I'm just speaking my mind, officer, there's no need to get so angry. You may be disappointed. If you go to jail, you can only go to a men's prison." Yang Tao then asked, "Tell me, what was your weapon?" Lin Fan raised his hand. "This." Upon hearing this, Yang Tao was furious. "How dare you tease me? That Porsche was wrecked like that. It couldn't have been done by fists or feet. Because in her opinion, even police officers can't do it, let alone ordinary people like Lin Fan. Lin Fan grinned, "There are still many things you haven't seen. I just don't believe this today. Come, let me open my eyes." Yang Tao then took Lin Fan to a boxing room, where the police officers usually practiced boxing and fighting. She pointed to a stand-up punching bag not far away. "With your boasted strength, you should have no problem punching through it. Punch through the punching bag. No one in the police station can do it." So, Yang Tao was deliberately speaking in a sarcastic way. She knew that Lin Fan would definitely not be able to achieve it. Lin Fan came up with a plan. "If I punch you through with one punch, will you call me Big Darling?" He just wanted to play some fun on the policewoman. "You have a hot temper, so I'm going to make you less hot-tempered." Yang Tao was furious. "You." She never expected that Lin Fan would dare to make such an extraordinary request in the police station. "Big baby." When she said these words, she got goosebumps all over her body. She had never said such disgusting words in her life. Lin Fan deliberately used provocation. "What do you mean by you? If you don't dare to call me that, then forget it." "Okay, it's a deal." The other party thought for a moment and decided to agree. Because in the eyes of the policewoman, Lin Fan was just talking nonsense in a sloppy manner. With Lin Fan's physique, it is absolutely impossible for him to punch through a sandbag with one punch. Not to mention one punch, even 100 or 1,000 punches would not be able to do it. Seeing the policewoman taking the bait, Lin Fan couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "Officer, you have to think it over carefully, don't cry later." Yang Tao glared and said, "Stop talking nonsense and stop wasting time." At this time, some police officers rushed over after hearing the news. When they heard that Lin Fan tried to punch through the sandbag, they all shook their heads, saying it was impossible. "Officer Yang, did you torture him privately and make him stupid?" "Yes, it is impossible for a normal person to be so ignorant and arrogant. Even if a martial arts expert, a Sanda champion, or a professional boxing champion came, they would not be able to complete this challenge." Faced with numerous doubts, Lin Fan ignored them and spoke to Yang Tao. "Actually, I wanted to keep a low profile, but you insisted that I show off my skills. Then just give it a simple punch. Friendly reminder, those with weak hearts please avoid watching this scene." Then, Lin Fan threw a straight punch at the professional fighting sandbag in front of him. Yang Tao had already prepared to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself, because the police's special fighting sandbags were of very good quality. Lin Fan wanted to punch it through with one punch, which was simply a pipe dream. Boom! After the punch, Lin Fan calmly withdrew his arm. There was a big hole on the sandbag. Yang Tao's eyes widened. The colleagues around her also had their eyes wide open like bells. They stared at the sandbags in disbelief. Everyone in the police station is a good fighter with extraordinary strength, but no one has ever been able to punch through a sandbag. Lin Fan, whose physical fitness seemed to be extremely average, was able to punch through the sandbag. And it really was just one punch. Chapter 26. The policewoman calls me Big Baby. Such domineering power is truly rare. It was like a knife stabbing but it opened my eyes. Yang Tao was completely dumbfounded. Because Lin Fan's punch meant that she had to fulfill the bet and call the other party Big Baby. She is a policewoman who is the focus of everyone's attention, and she has never been called such a disgusting name. Yang Tao felt like crying. She lost the bet that she was sure to win. Lin Fan looked around, and wherever he looked, he saw shocked faces, and everyone had not yet recovered from their shock. Everyone has just seen it. Our officer Yang has personally promised that if I punch through the sandbag, she will call me Big Darling. Officer Yang, please start. I'm all ears. Yang Tao bit her red lips and remained silent. This hot-tempered woman actually looked a little pitiful at this moment. You won't go back on your word. Lin Fan teased. No wonder Zhang Wuji's mother said that the more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy she is. Yang Tao was furious. Bullshit. You little guy, you have quite a temper. Watch your words. Yang Tao's eyes were filled with anger. She had not expected that Lin Fan would be so bold as to be disrespectful to the police officer in the police station and dare to call her like that. Lin Fan blurted out, "Okay, little one." As he spoke, his eyes fell on the policewoman's chest intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Tao completely exploded. If you continue to disrespect me like this, I will detain you on the grounds that you are provoking the police. Glass heart, if we meet again, I still hope to see your little universe explode. Lin Fan became happy again. Because he inadvertently succeeded in provoking Yang Tao again. The system's voice had already sounded in his mind. Another 10 million RMB. Another 100 points of charm. His charm value in Yang Tao's mind has also accumulated to 203 points. This trip to the police station was really worthwhile. Make a crazy profit of 20 million. This must have made Feng Wei very angry. Lin Fan urged, call now. Angry as she was, Yang Tao finally fulfilled her promise, big baby. She wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it immediately. It's so embarrassing. He actually called a nasty guy big baby in front of many colleagues. Today, she, as a policewoman, was completely embarrassed. The key point is that Yang Tao is still unable to deal with Lin Fan, because the other party has indeed signed a waiver agreement with Feng Wei, so it would be useless to smash the Porsche. Lin Fan smiled evilly, I know you hate me, please remember my name. My last name is Shuai, and my given name is Brother. Yang Tao said impatiently, get out of my sight right now. She hated this narcissistic bastard who didn't give her face. Etc. The other male police officers called out to Lin Fan. Handsome guy, can you teach me a few tricks? How do you do it? Count me in, your strength is simply the ceiling for humans. Were you a martial arts practitioner or a soldier before? They surrounded Lin Fan, all of them looking like good students. Much more enthusiastic than Carambola. Lin Fan responded, everyone overestimates me. I am just an ordinary office worker. As for strength, I was born with supernatural strength, which I cannot teach you. There was also a very gossipy male police officer who asked, handsome guy, tell me the truth, are you attracted to the policewoman in our police station? Lin Fan responded very Versailles, don't worry, I have a lot of female lickers, all of them are top-notch, so I have no idea about her for now. Will you die if you don't brag? Hearing this, Yang Tao gritted her teeth and said, are you very attractive? Why would a top beauty want to be your female licker? Yes, after all, I am the chosen one. Lin Fan said shamelessly, so, don't get close to me and try to understand me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't get deeply involved and find it difficult to extricate yourself. Narcissist, I have no interest in understanding you at all. Then I feel relieved. After all, being entangled by so many female lickers is really annoying. Yang Tao was annoyed and ordered them to leave. Get out of here now and get out of my sight. Jiaoyan Group, Feng Wei asked persistently. Suyuma, that Lin Fan is really your boyfriend. The beautiful CEO responded without hesitation, nonsense, if he wasn't my boyfriend, would I kiss him in public? Your boyfriend will most likely go to jail unless I choose to reconcile. As long as you agree to be with me, I will consider letting him go. Feng Wei took the initiative and completely exposed his shameless nature. I'll figure it out myself. Su Yuma flatly refused, you'd better give up on me. Also, God is watching you. Don't get carried away too soon. You will be punished sooner or later. Thanks to Mr. Feng, I was able to experience the passionate and unrestrained feelings of the policewoman towards me. As the words were spoken, Lin Fan walked over with a smile on his face. Feng Wei was shocked, why did you come out? I am a good citizen of Linjiang City, recognized by Arthur, so why can't I come out? Lin Fan smiled and said, Mr. Feng, you must be very disappointed. Suyuma was surprised and happy, and hurriedly asked with concern, Lin Fan, are you okay? You see, I look like I'm in trouble. Lin Fan blew a kiss to the beautiful CEO, but I also want to thank you for your concern, dear. Suyuma was ashamed and thought to herself, this bastard took advantage of her by pretending to be her boyfriend and kept taking advantage of her, and she couldn't refute him or be exposed in front of Feng Wei. If Feng Wei hadn't been there, she would have taught Lin Fan a lesson. Just smile, aren't you happy that I came out? Lin Fan reached out and pinched Suyuma's ice goddess-like face. Suyuma reminded in a low voice, I advise you not to make your fake play real. Seeing Lin Fan blatantly pinching his goddess face, Feng Wei was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He wished he could chop the former's dirty hand into pieces. Lin Fan winked and said, there is a policewoman who is so beautiful that she is as beautiful as the four great beauties in ancient times. She was very caring towards me and was particularly enthusiastic. Yuma, am I really that handsome? The policewoman looked at me as if I were her idol. I think it's the object of vomiting. When a man is humble, he is invincible. Su Yuma felt that her male subordinate was becoming more and more shameless. Lin Fan, why don't you be with the policewoman? She's interested in you anyway. Feng Wei came up with a plan and persuaded her kindly, let Su Yuma move out, don't just occupy the toilet. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, Yuma, Master Feng said you are a toilet. Su Yuma's face immediately turned stern, becoming even colder and more indifferent. Chapter 27 Ex-wife comes to visit. Feng Wei was panicked for a moment, and quickly clarified to Su Yuma, I didn't say you were a toilet, I meant you don't poop. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing again. No need to explain. I'm too lazy to listen and I'm not interested. Su Yuma took Lin Fan's arm and said, my boyfriend is back now. Please don't disturb our date. Lin Fan took the opportunity to put his arm around the beautiful president's waist, and then placed his palm on her waist. This loving scene made Feng Wei's back teeth creak so hard that they seemed to be about to break. He had no choice but to leave in another young man's car, because his Porsche had been smashed to pieces by Lin Fan and was beyond recognition. Lin Fan, stop trying to touch me in the future. Su Yuma called Lin Fan to her office and scolded him, you took advantage of me a lot in front of Feng Wei. Did you feel good? Lin Fan said boldly, it's okay, it's not interesting through clothes. Don't push your luck. Su Yuma's face was indifferent, from now on, you won't even have a chance to see me through my clothes. Yuma. Call me President Su. Lin Fan showed a wicked smile on his face, Boss Su, I think you are the kind of person in the legend. What kind of people? Pull that thing ruthless. When he asked me to cooperate in pretending to be her boyfriend, he spoke in a gentle tone and took advantage of me. You took someone's first kiss. Now that you don't need me anymore, your attitude has changed 360 degrees. Lin Fan was filled with righteous indignation. Who are you talking about? Who is pulling out that heartless thing? It was particularly difficult for Su Yuma to say these words. After all, she had almost never said such dirty words before. Lin Fan said with a smile, far away in the horizon and yet close at hand, yes, it's you. Su Yuma sighed, why are you so wretched? Are you seeing things wrong? Lin Fan looked harmless, as the dream lover of countless beauties, I have nothing to do with being vulgar. You are so thick-skinned that you can't even hit a train. Who gave you the courage to call yourself a public lover? Su Yuma looked at him and said, your face isn't even red. Don't joke around with me anymore. Your time as a fake boyfriend is over. Is it over so soon? Lin Fan sighed, I was thinking about marrying you and having a baby, and having that baby become the richest man in the world. Su Yuma was speechless, I just asked you to do a favor and be a temporary fake boyfriend, but you even thought about getting married and having children. Not only that, the baby's name has been chosen. The boy is named Lin Jiayu, and the girl is named Lin Guoyu. But most of them are boys. Su Yuma asked curiously, why? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, because I heard that Dingda can give birth to a son. Get out of my office immediately. Su Yuma chased Lin Fan out without any explanation. Lin Fan was also curious as to why the beautiful CEO didn't fire him. If it was another male subordinate, he would have been fired long ago for talking nonsense. The only explanation is that his charm in Su Yuma's mind played a role. Currently, his charm value in Su Yuma's eyes has reached 303. If you keep working hard, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. In time, the arrogant and cold top female president will be as gentle as water, as passionate as fire, sweet and domineering in front of him, and will have a high degree of cooperation. Not long after Lin Fan left the president's office, he received a call from the security department. Lin Fan, there is a woman named Zhang Yan looking for you. Zhang Yan? Isn't that his ex-wife? How did you find his company? Lin Fan went downstairs and soon saw a familiar figure. It was indeed his ex-wife. She was still dressed very beautifully, but he didn't feel anything. Lin Fan did not feel any joy in his heart. He said indifferently, the sun has risen from the west, and you actually found your way here. What? Do you want to turn back? Please stop being so narcissistic. I know better than anyone how much wealth you have. Don't think that you were generous last night and treated that woman who was kept in the dark to dinner. But I know better than anyone that your money is either a loan or borrowed from friends. Next, you should worry about how to repay the debt. A man like you who is in debt, do you think I will go back to you? Zhang Yan was still the same, and her words showed her disdain for Lin Fan without any concealment. I'm here today because of what happened at the Western restaurant last night. There was a fight between you and Lu Guangquan, but Lu Guangquan had to bear all the compensation costs for the Western restaurant. I think it's unfair. You should bear 500,000 of the 2 million in compensation. You have the ability to borrow money, so just keep borrowing some. It turned out that Jiang Yan was promised by Lu Guangquan that as long as she could persuade Lin Fan to bear the cost of 500,000, they could split the money 50-50. What do you want? Lin Fan was no longer polite when speaking to Jiang Yan. Even if I borrow money to buy dog food to feed the dog, I won't give it to Boss Lu. If you feel bad for him, just give him your bank card. You won't get a penny from me because you don't deserve it. Also, Jiang Yan, I solemnly warn you, don't come to the company to find me unless necessary, or it will affect my dating. We no longer have any relationship. Do you understand? If you want to go back to me, you are not worthy because I like good horses. Lin Fan's last words instantly ignited Jiang Yan's anger. That delicate and beautiful face was filled with anger. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Speak clearly, I am not a good horse. Lin Fan's tone was extremely certain. Yes, in my opinion, you are very ordinary and vulgar, especially compared to the woman I had a tryst with last night. There is a huge gap between them. How dare you mock me, you idiot? You should first worry about whether you can have enough food for 3 meals a day. You already said I was a bitch, and yet you came here and tried to ask me for $500,000. Did you get kicked by a donkey? Lin Fan pointed to his head and said, are you going to force me to sell the ginseng? If I do you want it? 500,000 each time. Jiang Yan's face turned green with anger. Ha, 500,000 at a time, are you inlaid with gold? She never expected that her ex-husband, who used to be so respectful to her, would now have such a bad attitude. It seemed like he didn't take her seriously at all. This was something Jiang Yan could not accept no matter what, because in her subconscious, she should be the one humiliating her ex-husband. Lin Fan was about to reply to the other party, but unexpectedly, a provocative message to the system suddenly rang in his head. Chapter 28, The Ex-Wife's Face is Worthless. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person Jiang Yan. The other party has been aroused to unprecedented anger. Therefore, the reward is double. 20 million has been received. Charm value increased by 200. Lin Fan was delighted. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan came and asked for money, but failed. Instead, he made 20 million secretly. It's so cool. So cool. The secretion of dopamine in Lin Fan was like a fountain. What surprised Lin Fan was that in the past, no matter it was Su Yuma, Chen Meijiao, or Yang Tao, they all received a reward of 10 million renminbi and 100 charm points after a successful provocation. But this time, he actually received a double reward from his ex-wife. It seems that the system's rewards are not fixed. It is very likely that a successful provocation will result in double the rewards. However, Lin Fan could also see from this how intense his ex-wife Jiang Yan's anger towards him was, which was incomparable to that of Su Yuma, Chen Meijiao, Yang Tao, and others. Perhaps, it's because I want to be able to see my glory for a while. Although, Lin Fan's charm value has increased. But because Jiang Yan was too angry, she did not have a very obvious liking for Lin Fan. But it doesn't matter. Lin Fan is poor but has great ambitions. He is not the kind of person who will turn back. What's more, he is now rich and ambitious. Lin Fan's joy at the system's reward was seen as a mockery by Jiang Yan, who didn't know the truth. Jiang Yan was so depressed. Not only did she not get any money this time, but she was also humiliated by her ex-husband. And this ex-husband was someone she had always looked down upon. Jiang Yan suppressed her anger, pretended to be a good person and tried to persuade them. Lin Fan, I came here to help you today because we were once husband and wife. Actually, these 500,000 are for safety. That Lao Lu is not someone you can easily mess with. You made him lose both face and money. Do you think he will let you go easily? He has already given you a way out. Just 500,000 yuan, and both parties will go their separate ways from now on. Do I need him to give me a step? Do I know him? Who is he? Lin Fan smiled nonchalantly. I hope he won't let me go, but I don't know how much money he has in his pocket. He lost 2 million last time, and next time, he might lose even more. Jiang Yan said with a self-satisfied look, you are not happy with him, can't you give me some face? Lin Fan responded bluntly, your face is worthless to me, not a dime. Okay, Lin Fan, when you beg me in the future, I hope your tone of voice will be as strong as it is now. Jiang Yan left angrily. She originally thought that with her charm, her ex-husband would listen to her and do whatever she said. In this way, she could get hundreds of thousands from the other party. Who would have thought that Lin Fan seemed like a different person and was completely indifferent to her? He even flirted with her verbally. This made Jiang Yan angry and depressed, and she felt extremely resentful. Seeing Jiang Yan about to explode with anger, Lin Fan felt extremely happy. In the past, you ignored me. You can't afford me now. In the future, I will be the man you will never get. Being able to feel my breath up close is a gift to you. Lin Fan hummed a little tune because he took another big step towards the billionaire club. Before, he made 30 million from Su Yumai and 10 million from Chen Meijia. Not long ago, he made 20 million yuan from policewoman Yang Tao. Now, he made the same 20 million from his ex-wife's accident. The total amount is 80 million renminbi. The speed at which money is made is astonishing. Yesterday he was still a player who took the bus and occasionally took a taxi to save money, but today he has transformed himself and his car has become the world's top sports car, the Lamborghini Aventador. Lin Fan secretly made up his mind that he would not only enter the billionaire club, but also become the richest man in the area, the province, and even the country of Dragon. He even wanted to have bigger ideals and become the richest man in Asia or the world. Not only that, the female liquor's target person has added a new one, that is the policewoman Yang Tao. Including Su Yumai and Chen Meijia, there are 3 people in total. As for my ex-wife Jiang Yan, let us just forget about her because she doesn't deserve it. Not everyone can be Lin Fan's female bootlicker. After staying in the company board until the end of the day, Lin Fan went straight back to his residence. He unexpectedly discovered that the landlady Chen Meijia was there again. It's just haunting. Could it be that this young woman has fallen in love with me? Lin Fan calmed down and analyzed the situation. From the current point of view, Chen Meijia was not aware that he had suddenly become a multi-millionaire. This woman was probably attracted by his charm and approached him intentionally or unintentionally. Thinking of being surrounded by beautiful women in the future, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. What a happy trouble. Before Lin Fan could say hello, Chen Meijia took out a dirty doll toy and started questioning. It's already so worn out, why don't you throw it away? Lin Fan looked at it carefully and blushed. This is not mine, where did you find it from? Under the bed. Lin Fan guessed, it should be the previous tenant. My taste is not that bad. Look at this ugly doll. It's an abstinence product. He then couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. I'm not saying anything bad about you, sister, but you're like a thief, turning everything inside out, not leaving any personal belongings behind. You even turned the bed upside down. Chen Meijia said nonchalantly, I am just helping you clean up. You men don't pay much attention to hygiene. Lin Fan asked, Sister, you won't stay here tonight, will you? Chen Meijia showed a beautiful lady's soul-stirring smile on her face. You guessed it right. Lin Fan coughed twice. We are a single man and a single woman. Say that again. Chen Meijia rolled her eyes and said, I'm having my period, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, nothing will happen between us. Even if I want to take advantage of you, it will take a few days. She then explained, my ex-husband who was despised by many people is still here, and I really have no other choice, so I have to resort to this desperate measure and come to you. I will remember your kindness in my heart and will repay you in the future. I will repay a favor. Then, Chen Meijia changed the subject, little brother, I am actually a little worried about staying with you. Lin Fan said, what do you mean? My ex-husband knows the specific addresses of several of my houses. Chen Meijia said anxiously, I'm worried that he will come looking for me. If you don't do bad things, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Lin Fan said it didn't matter because there was nothing wrong between him and the female landlord. Chapter 29, One Punch to Dissuade Chen Meijia's ex-husband. Speak of the devil, he will appear. There was a knock on the door outside. Chen Meijia's expression changed, turn off the lights quickly. Lin Fan disagreed, turn off the light, we were fine originally, but if you turn off the light, I won't be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. What should we do then? You haven't done anything wrong, what are you afraid of? Lin Fan opened the door carelessly, but his body blocked the entrance. The person standing outside was a fitness expert, tall, strong, young and handsome, with strong and well-developed muscles that were very eye-catching. He was Chen Meijia's ex-husband, Zhang Junfei. Zhang Junfei said to Lin Fan in a proud manner. Let me in. Lin Fan stood still, this is the house I rent. If you were a woman, I could let you go. Get out of the way or not. No. Then don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Junfei reached out and pushed Lin Fan hard. In his opinion, with his 120 kilograms bench press strength, it would be easy to push the skinny Lin Fan away. However, Lin Fan did not move at all, as if his feet had taken root. Eh? You're quite energetic, kid. I don't believe I can't push you away. Zhang Junfei exclaimed in surprise, then gathered all his strength and pushed again. However, Lin Fan remained as steady as a rock, unmoved. Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment. It's just a facade, too weak, even worse than a weakling. Zhang Junfei was furious and used all his strength to push Lin Fan a few more times, but he failed to move Lin Fan at all. Instead, he was so tired that his face turned red and he was panting, like an ox that had plowed 30 acres of land. He had no choice but to stop and ask Chen Meijiao, who was standing behind Lin Fan. Chen Meijiao, are you hanging out with this guy? Zhang Junfei, please keep your mouth shut. Chen Meijiao reminded the other party, there is no relationship between you and me anymore. Don't say that I have nothing to do with Lin Fan. Even if there is something, it is none of your business. You really don't care about anything else. Chen Meijiao, you can hide from the monk but not the temple. You never thought I could find this place. Zhang Junfei explained his purpose, but you don't have to worry too much. Well, I'm short of money. If you give me 20,000 yuan, I won't disturb your sleep. No money. Chen Meijiao said angrily, you haven't returned what you borrowed from me before. Zhang Junfei laughed shamelessly, you have several houses, how can you be without money? No one's money comes from the wind, and I am not your ATM. Zhang Junfei pointed at Lin Fan and said unreasonably, then let your man pay for you. Chen Meijiao made Lin Fan's identity clear, he is just my tenant. You're lying to a 3-year-old kid. If it was just a simple landlord-tenant relationship, would you stay here so late at night? Zhang Junfei couldn't help but curse, you two bastards. Lin Fan said, I hate it most when there's a mad dog barking outside my house. Get out of here before I lose my patience. When Zhang Junfei heard this, he immediately became angry, who are you calling a dog? Lin Fan continued to curse, show your dog teeth back. Zhang Junfei raised his fist viciously, you kid, do you deserve a beating? Lin Fan responded calmly, the person who can hurt me is still in the womb. Zhang Junfei sneered, you are such a frog in a well. Today I will step over your head and let you feel the humiliation under your crotch. Chen Meijiao asked with concern, little brother, are you okay? Lin Fan turned his head and smiled evilly, it must work, and it must work very well. You will die if you don't brag. Zhang Junfei was completely enraged and punched him mercilessly. Lin Fan said lazily, I have to hold back a little, or I might kill you. He threw a casual punch, landing on the opponent's upper abdomen. Liver blasting punch. If you dare to fight back, I will beat you to death. Zhang Junfei did not say the last 3 words. The severe pain made him unable to speak, his face turned pale, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Pain. It hurt so much. The pain almost caused him to get a stitch in the side. Even with his well-developed muscles, he could not stop the power of Lin Fan's fist. Lin Fan smiled. The other party's performance was completely within his expectations. Because of his punches, few people can withstand it. His punching power is considered to be the strongest among all fighters on Earth. The power is evident. Even a man with a strong meat shield can easily have his defense broken in front of him. Muscle man? So weak? I think you should be nicknamed Weak Chicken from now on. Do you want to continue? Zhang Junfei covered his abdomen with his hands in pain and was unable to answer for a while. Lin Fan asked again, do you want to leave by yourself, or should I send you off? He deliberately raised his fist, and Zhang Junfei was like a frightened bird. He immediately staggered away, looking extremely embarrassed. Wait a moment. Lin Fan stopped the man and taught him a lesson, you are a grown man with arms and legs, but you are pestering your ex-wife for money. You are like a dung beetle wearing a mask, you are so shameless. Weakling, remember this, I will protect you from now on. If you dare to bother her again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Go away. Lin Fan ordered them to leave. Zhang Junfei didn't dare to talk back, he rolled and crawled down the stairs, and when he reached a safe place, he started to speak harshly to the air, you are a brave boy, let's go and watch the show, we'll see. Here, it took Chen Meijiao a long time to recover from the surprise. She was so shocked that the male tenant persuaded her unreasonable ex-husband to leave with just one punch. Thanks for helping me out, little brother. I have no way to repay you, so why not? Why? Lin Fan quickly stopped her. Sister, please don't give yourself to me. I'm still a pure and innocent young man. I think he's a man who's been dealt with. Chen Meijiao pouted. Also, you think too much. What I want to say is that I will waive your rent for another year on top of the original one. No need to thank me, sister. Who asked you to help me so much? Lin Fan began to chase people away. It's all right for now, you can go back and live there. How can that be possible? Chen Meijiao closed the door as she spoke. You don't know my ex-husband. He is a mean man who doesn't keep his word and has a strong desire for revenge. I'm worried that he will retaliate against you, so I'm staying here and can ask for your help to ensure your safety. Although you are good at fighting, if my ex-husband calls a lot of people over, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat them with your 2 fists. I don't want you to get hurt, my brother, who is so handsome. Otherwise my sister will be sad. What the landlady said seemed to make some sense, but there was always a hint of charm in her words. The mature sister was indeed unusual. Seeing that he couldn't drive Chen Meijiao away, Lin Fan advised, Big sister, you won't rely on me, will you? Chapter 30 Punishing Chen Meijiao's ex-husband. Look at how aggrieved you are. If I really rely on you, it will be your honor. Chen Meijiao said, I am a popular girl. To be honest, there are at least 80 men chasing after me. She certainly wasn't bragging about this. After all, the conditions are there. Not only does she look mature and feminine, but she is also a real estate agent. Which man would not be confused when seeing her? With her beauty, even if she has nothing, there will be a lot of people of the opposite sex pursuing her. Little brother, don't just stand there, help me clean the room. If I stay here, it's like you hired a cleaner for free. What a bargain. Afterwards, Chen Meijiao took Lin Fan and started to clean up the room. However, less than half an hour later, there was another knock on the door. Outside the door, the unwilling Jiang Junfei led a group of sturdy men back. These strong men are all his friends who are fond of fitness, so they all have intimidating bodies, and some of them even have arm bars in their hands. Chen Meijiao's face changed in shock. Oh no, my ex-husband has brought people back for revenge. Don't worry about me, just jump off the building and run away. Lin Fan responded, Big sister, this is the 10th floor. I forgot about it in my haste. Chen Meijiao panicked. What should I do? I, Lin Fan, have always been a deserter. He came to my place to cause trouble, so he has to pay the price. Lin Fan opened the door resolutely despite Chen Meijiao's obstruction. This time, he turned sideways and did not block the door. Jiang Junfei led a group of people in with a swagger. Then he closed the door and said, Close the door and beat the dog. Lin Fan smiled and said, Okay, that's exactly what I meant. But there are too many dogs here. Let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Meijiao was so anxious that she almost stamped her feet. What is Lin Fan doing? Isn't he afraid of being beaten up? The male tenant is still too young and hot-headed. He will definitely be severely punished next time. Although he was very strong, there was no way one person could defeat so many people. Chen Meijiao stood up very righteously. Jiang Junfei, you and I should solve our problem. It has nothing to do with Lin Fan. Oh, you feel sorry for this kid. You two are alone in the same room, so you must be having an affair. You two bastards, bah! Jiang Junfei spat on the floor very rudely. Lin Fan said seriously, while I am still in a good mood, wipe it clean. Then you should hurry up and be in a bad mood. I want to see what you can do to me. Jiang Junfei became even more aggressive and started spitting again. Disrespectful and disgusting. Chen Meijiao couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. She was glad that she broke up with the other party early. This kind of person is simply trash and scum. Jiang Junfei continued to yell at Lin Fan. You are meddling in other people's business, so you should expect that I will punish you sooner or later. All of these guys around me are big guys. One punch from each of them can beat you so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. Now I give you 2 choices. Facing the other party's threat, Lin Fan calmly gave an answer. I choose the third option. He had lost his patience, so he took action. Because of the evolution of the first divine fist, not only his attack power was enhanced, but his speed was also greatly improved. Whether it was footwork or punching, everything was extremely fast. It's impossible to react at all. Lin Fan was seen moving among the crowd like a butterfly flying through flowers. Every punch draws blood, and every punch kills a kid. Soon, those muscular men fell in the living room in a mess, turning into drunken shrimps. Only Jiang Junfei was left standing. Lin Fan said calmly, only for show. Jiang Junfei was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Fan could knock down all the people he brought with him in a flash. Moreover, the fallen soldiers had long lost the arrogance they had when they came, and the looks they gave Lin Fan were clearer than the others. Not far away, Chen Meijiao, who was originally worried, was secretly delighted when she saw the scene. Although in her mind, Lin Fan's charm value was only 103, she somehow developed a sense of admiration for him. Now, this admiration is much stronger. This is a real man, a man from the inside out. It was so wild that it almost suffocated her. Lin Fan pointed at what Jiang Junfei had just vomited and ordered him, lick it clean. Jiang Junfei stiffened his neck, delusion. Then I'll do it myself. Lin Fan hit Jiang Junfei in the abdomen with a straight punch, making him unable to straighten his back. While he was bending over, he grabbed the back of his neck and pressed down. His strength was just like an eagle pinching a chick's neck, and the chick had no chance to resist. Jiang Junfei soon couldn't bear it anymore, and fell to his knees obediently in the face of the powerful inertia. His face was slowly approaching the ground. He finally felt scared and began to beg for mercy. No. Before Jiang Junfei could finish his words, his mouth had already been stuck to the spit he had just spit out. The other fitness men were stunned and felt disgusted at the same time. Jiang Junfei's stomach was also churning. Let's see who can outlast the other. Lin Fan said slowly. I admit defeat. After a few seconds, Jiang Junfei chose to surrender. His neck was under tremendous force and he was worried that if his cervical vertebrae were broken, it would be troublesome. At best he would be paralyzed, and at worst he would die. At the moment, he was not unaware of the seriousness of the consequences of competing with Lin Fan. He had no choice but to follow Lin Fan's instructions. Jiang Junfei finally licked the spit clean. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. Lin Fan let go, pointed to another piece of spit, and said simply, continue. Jiang Junfei wanted to cry but had no tears. Isn't one piece enough? You have so much body, how can one piece be enough? Lin Fan smiled and said, actually, as long as you overcome your psychological barriers, there will be no problem at all. Just think of it as protein powder. Although Jiang Junfei was very resistant in his heart, he knew clearly in his mind that if he did not obey, his neck would probably be grabbed like an eagle's claw again, which would not only make him suffer, but also would not change the outcome at all. With a sad face, he had no choice but to repeat his previous disgusting actions. That scene made the others dumbfounded, and at the same time they secretly felt fortunate that Lin Fan only punished Jiang Junfei. I like to spit, and I like others to clean it up. After Jiang Junfei finished eating the second piece of vomit, Lin Fan said, today I will let you enjoy it to your heart's content. When the other party heard this, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 31 Chen Meijiao refuses to leave. Lin Fan said to the strong men who had recovered from their shock, do you still want to be beaten? Without exception, they all hurriedly shook their heads. The strongest and most intuitive feeling of this group of people was that Lin Fan's punches and kicks were like heavy artillery. After being hit once, they never wanted to experience it again in their life. Lin Fan ordered, everyone spit on the ground, the thicker the better. The strong men looked at each other. They did not dare to disobey and did as they were told. Some people even spat out a mouthful of 1982-year-old phlegm. The liquid was thick and dark green in color. Even using diluents would probably be of no help. Seeing this, Jiang Junfei's face turned green and he began to feel uneasy. This guy named Lin was really cruel when he played tricks on people. Lin Fan said to Jiang Junfei, deal with them all in the same way as before. Ah. The other party wanted to die, this is too much. If you don't agree, continue to bring people here. Lin Fan asked, do you want to eat? You can eat it. Jiang Junfei reluctantly agreed, looking embarrassed, but the number is a bit large. Can you help me? He began to seek help from his own friends. Without exception, everyone shook their heads like rattles. No one is willing to help with this kind of thing. Are we all good brothers? We share the good times and the bad times together. Take it with the phlegm. Jiang Junfei persuaded naively. Everyone refused unanimously. Brother Fei, I am not worthy of eating this kind of tonic. Brother Fei, I've had a stomachache lately and have no appetite, so there's really nothing I can do to help you. Brother Da Fei, I have an aversion to this kind of food, so I'm sorry. Jiang Junfei is now isolated and helpless. The only thing that can help him is his mouth. I guess no woman will be willing to kiss him in this life. He begged for mercy with a sad face. Brother Lin, Grandpa Lin, I was wrong, is that not enough? If you make a mistake, you must bear the corresponding punishment. Lin Fan was unmoved, otherwise the world would be full of criminals. In desperation, Zhang Junfei had to move slowly. Can you spare me that bite? A few minutes later, he pointed to the thickest phlegm on the ground. No, you have to clean it up. Lin Fan encouraged the other person, don't start things with great enthusiasm and then not finish them. I believe you will get better and better. Come on, Ali Gay. Zhang Junfei's face showed unprecedented despair. He closed his eyes and put his mouth close to hers. After he cleaned up all the spit on the ground, Lin Fan said something that was very heartbreaking, you have a good appetite. Zhang Junfei wanted to die. He rushed to the bathroom and vomited into the toilet. The strange taste in his mouth made him hate himself deeply. Just bring the mop from the bathroom and mop the floor again. After Zhang Junfei finished vomiting, Lin Fan tortured him again. Next time you come, tell me ahead of time and I'll leave something for you to clean up properly. Zhang Junfei wanted to cry but had no tears. This place had left a deep shadow on him and he didn't want to come here again even if he was beaten to death. After Zhang Junfei and the others left, Chen Meijiao couldn't help but give Lin Fan a thumbs up and praised him, you are simply a prank expert. My ex-husband was tortured to death by you. It's really satisfying. I think he won't bother me anymore for a while. But it's better if you can stay by my side, so that I can feel safe enough. Chen Meijiao suddenly felt that the male tenant in front of her was one of the men with the strongest sense of security in the world. Lin Fan joked, I don't feel safe. You are not even afraid of those strong men, so how can you be afraid of a weak woman like me? Chen Meijiao rolled her eyes and said, I won't eat you. Lin Fan laughed and said, Zhang Wuji's mother once said that you should never believe what beautiful women say. Hate. Chen Meijiao really enjoyed this kind of indirect praise. Lin Fan reminded, Sister, why don't you go back to your own home? The landlady did not leave, don't go back tonight. It's not safe for a woman to go out alone at night. Afterwards, she returned to the bedroom, and when she came out not long after, she had changed into a pair of shark pants, which tightly outlined her body curves, making people feel hot in the nose. I have to say, this figure is just like a ripe peach. When people see it, they can't help but want to take a bite and feel the sweetness in their mouths. Afterwards, she returned to the bedroom, and when she came out not long after, she had changed into a pair of shark pants, which tightly outlined her body curves, making people feel hot in the nose. I have to say, this figure is just like a ripe peach. When people see it, they can't help but want to take a bite and feel the sweetness in their mouths. Chen Meijiao smiled at Lin Fan very charmingly. Her smile was so enchanting that all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. Next, she plans to start practicing yoga. Lin Fan touched his burning nose and said, Sister, it's not appropriate for you to be dressed like this in my room. Chen Meijiao said disapprovingly, what a fuss. Brother, have you never been to the gym? In the gym, everyone from schoolgirls to old ladies are wearing shark pants and yoga clothes, which are much more unrestrained than mine. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't seduce you. Unless you don't have enough self-control, little brother. Lin Fan decided to provoke the other party to see if he could make him angry and leave. Other people wear shark pants because they have good figures. Sister, you have no self-awareness at all. Wearing these pants will only expose your shortcomings completely. Other people have perky buttocks, and yours is flat. Not only that, but it's sagging. It's really not attractive at all. It's like putting stockings on elephant legs. It won't create sexy beauty, it will only have the opposite effect. Women care a lot about other people's comments on their appearance and figure, and Chen Meijiao is no exception. Sure enough, after Lin Fan's ruthless verbal attack, her expression became a little angry. But to Lin Fan's surprise, the other party did not slam the door and leave. Instead, I was doing yoga warm-up. And the voice that challenged the system sounded as expected. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person, Chen Meijiao. She is now sulking. Reward the host with 100 points of charm and 10 million renminbi. The system senses that the charm value of 203 points has further strengthened Chen Meijiao's admiration for the host. As the system prompted, Lin Fan subconsciously looked at Chen Meijiao, who was also looking back at him at the same time. Her eyes showed both dissatisfaction and a hint of ripples. Little brother, I want to show you a special skill. Chapter 32, Hurting People from a Distance. Afterwards, Chen Meijiao began to perform the splits on the yoga mat in the living room. Quite silky. Extremely flexible. Do the splits all the way down in one go. My sister is so awesome. It blinded Lin Fan's eyes. I didn't expect that the landlady, with her plump figure, could do the splits. You're not hurting me. I have no shortage of mirrors at home, and I know my body shape very well. Little brother, why did you deliberately say something sarcastic when you commented on my figure? Are you trying to attract your sister's attention in this way? You naughty boy, I am broad-minded. I forgive you this time, but I won't do it again next time. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to admit that Chen Meijiao was indeed very broad-minded. If it were any other woman, she would have been angry with him a long time ago. The landlady not only controlled her anger, but also performed her unique skills for him. It seems that the power of love is so strong that it is unbelievable. Afterwards, Chen Meijiao demonstrated several difficult splits, which once again refreshed Lin Fan's understanding of her body flexibility. A feast for the eyes. Lin Fan praised, "It's amazing, it's not easy to unlock so many." This compliment comes from the heart, not deliberate flattery. It's just basic exercises, don't be surprised. Facing the compliments from the male tenant, Chen Meijiao was still very happy. For a moment, her smile was as bright and charming as a flower. The sullenness on his face had completely disappeared. However, Lin Fan's next words almost sent her away. He is still strong despite his age. Chen Meijiao pretended to be angry. "I am only 30, what do you mean by old and strong?" "The word is inappropriate, change it." Lin Fan said in a clear voice, "Lianpei is old, can he still eat?" No old characters allowed. Lin Fan was embarrassed. "Sister, the key is that I have never praised anyone. To be honest, I have always been the most handsome boy in school since I was a child. The school hunk in kindergarten, the school hunk in primary and secondary school, and the school hunk in university. I was praised by groups of girls. Little brother, when did you develop symptoms of narcissism? Although you are not ugly, you are also not handsome at all." Chen Meijiao urged, "Hurry up and say something nice, and I will praise you for being handsome. I can only provoke, nothing else. No, I have to adjust it properly. No, I have to teach you properly." Chen Meijiao quickly changed her words, "You can't do that. Compared to men who are visual animals, women are auditory animals and they really like others' compliments. If you don't study and improve yourself, it will be difficult to find a partner in the future. I'm the fisherman, not the fish. My bait smells good, and fish will take the bait." Lin Fan said confidently, "And they come in groups." "Your Lang is arrogant." Chen Meijiao blinked her beautiful eyes, "Then I'll stay here for a few more days to see if you can catch any fish." Lin Fan was ashamed. "Sister, you really found a good excuse to stay." "I rented a house, but the female landlord actually plans to stay there." "What is this? Oh God, oh Earth, what is so good about me? Just tell me and I will change it. Just be content. Others want to stay in the same room with me, but I won't give them the chance." What Chen Meijiao said was true. After all, she was also at the ceiling level among young women. As long as a man has normal sexual orientation and is not blind, he will flock to her. Afterwards, Chen Meijiao turned on the TV and played yoga exercises. She followed the tutorial and practiced seriously. Lin Fan was sitting on the sofa not far away, feeling bored. He stretched out his index finger and inadvertently flicked it in the direction of Chen Meijiao. Whoosh! An invisible wave of energy shot out from between the index fingers and hit Chen Meijiao right below the waist. "Ouch, who hit me?" The landlady jumped up immediately as if she had been stung by a bee. Then she turned her head and looked at Lin Fan. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Lin Fan spread his hands. "I was sitting on the sofa, I didn't hit you." He then asked, "Sister, you are not deliberately blackmailing me, are you?" "Bullshit, I've never been that kind of person. I think I was really hit." Chen Meijiao was in great pain and looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. Judging from the sofa where Lin Fan was sitting, it was some distance away from her, so it shouldn't have been done by him. Could it be that there was something wrong with my health and I had a spasm accidentally? It seems that this is the only explanation. Lin Fan was secretly surprised. With a flick of his fingers, he made a great discovery. Can you hurt people from a distance? The power of the first divine fist? The first thing he thought of was the first divine fist. Lin Fan couldn't wait to ask, "Damn system, I have a question. The provocation system responded promptly, "Who are you calling a slut? If you keep saying that, I'll get mad at you. Why don't you admit it? It's enough to know. There's no need to say it out loud. Don't you want to save face? I just flicked my fingers in the air and was able to hit someone. How come? What's all the fuss about?" The system responded disapprovingly, "With the evolution of the first divine fist, injuring people from a distance is a common occurrence. And in the future, the higher the punch power value, the farther the distance of injuring people will be. For example, you can now attack targets 10 meters away through the air. In the future, 50 meters, 100 meters, or even several kilometers away will be no problem at all." Lin Fan was extremely surprised. "So cool?" That's right, in the blink of an eye, everything turns to ashes. After listening to the introduction of the provocation system, Lin Fan's heart was instantly filled with deep expectations and fantasies. In the blink of an eye, everything was reduced to ashes. So domineering. One person, an existence comparable to God's. Take someone's head from thousands of miles away. Silently. Awesome writing. The blood in Lin Fan's chest was surging like a mighty river. Lin Fan walked to a slightly further position, then stretched out his index finger and flicked it lightly at Chen Meijiao. Chen Meijiao's but immediately felt the bee sting again. She quickly turned around and looked at the surprised expression on Lin Fan's face, as if she understood everything. "Damn Lin Fan, you little dog brother, you're going to use your slingshot to sneak attack me, aren't you? Hand over the tools used in the crime." "No slingshot, only this." Lin Fan gently shook his right index finger. "Brother, you can sneak attack me, but you must not insult my intelligence. You can poke me with your fingers from such a distance? Do you think I'll believe it? Are you fooling a 3-year-old? Chen Meijiao limped towards Lin Fan. With every step she took, the parts of her body that were hit from a distance felt a dull pain. What a bastard! She insisted on confiscating the other party's tools. Chen Meijiao checked but found nothing. That's really weird, where is it hidden? I searched both my upper and lower pockets, but found nothing. The landlady stared at Lin Fan's pants thoughtfully. Chapter 33: Experimenting with the landlady's clothes. Lin Fan quickly said, "Don't look for it. There is no such thing as a slingshot." He added, "I'm not such a boring person. You are not a 3-year-old child anymore, and you still play with a slingshot." He was really worried that the female landlord would get horny and do something stupid. Who knows? Chen Meijiao had no choice but to give up in dismay. "I'll let you go today." Although she is passionate and unrestrained, there are some places that she still finds difficult to find. Moreover, Lin Fan would not be so bored as to hide the tools used to commit the crime in his pants. There is another possibility. Lin Fan deliberately threatened, "This room is haunted. I heard that people with insufficient yang energy are more likely to be targeted by ghosts. Sister, you should leave quickly." "Little brother, you want to scare my sister away with this trick?" "No way, you are still a little immature." Chen Meijiao was not afraid at all. "You are young and strong, and your yang energy is so strong, I have to stay close to you. If you insist, there's a ghost in this room." Her words suddenly became a little more charming. "That's because of you, a pervert." Her mature beauty and alluring expression, like a juicy peach, are simply killer. The old monk was not calm when he saw this, and cried and shouted that he wanted to return to secular life. Lin Fan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Chen Meijiao deliberately moved closer to him, breathing softly. "Little brother, tell me the truth, how did you do it?" "You tricked me from a distance. You can't pry my mouth open." "Sister, why don't you continue to practice yoga when you have nothing to do?" Lin Fan made a suggestion, while in his head, he was thinking about the first divine fist. Even though his power in hitting people from a distance was not very strong now, as long as the divine fist evolved, everything would be fine. Just like his wealth, from 10 million to 90 million now, it is approaching 100 million. In the future, we will create a powerful money empire and become truly wealthy enough to rival a country. What the hell, you hurt me. I can't even walk steadily now. Today I allow you to be naughty once. I won't bother with you and it won't happen again next time. Chen Meijiao took ice cubes from the refrigerator and went back to her room to use the ice to relieve the pain. She was embarrassed to ask Lin Fan for help because the place where she was hit from a distance was very special. How could that bastard get away with it? She thought to herself, "You little bastard, you say one thing and mean another. You obviously have feelings for me, but you pretend to be calm. If it's not interesting, why hit someone from a distance? Little seer wolf, you're really going too far. She felt both blame and shame in her heart. After being chilled, Chen Meijiao felt much better. She put on her shark pants again, opened the door and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. She happened to run into Lin Fan, who had just finished washing up. Lin Fan greeted her with an apologetic look on his face. Sister, are you feeling better? Little brother, you still care about me. You deserve praise. Keep up the good work. Chen Meijiao was in a good mood. Much better, it's no problem. Lin Fan suddenly smiled. Hey, sister, can you give me your shark pants? This is too sudden. I'm not mentally prepared. Chen Meijiao was very surprised, but she soon understood. After all, Lin Fan once brought the beautiful president's black ribbon back to his residence. This male tenant's hobby should be collecting women's clothes. But Chen Meijiao didn't expect that Lin Fan would set his sights on her. But it's better this way, it's much better than the other person not being interested in you at all. Chen Meijiao originally wanted to remain reserved for a moment, but the admiration in her heart drove her to quickly put aside her shyness and readily agree. Since you helped me out before, I will fulfill your wish. But I was a little sweaty doing yoga just now, you don't mind, I hope. Lin Fan grinned. No, warmer is better. Wait for me for a moment. Chen Meijiao returned to the house. After a while, she changed into black gauze pajamas and handed the shark pants to Lin Fan. Lin Fan noticed that under her pajamas, it was difficult to hide Chen Meijiao's fair skin and the weapon on her body. It's really spectacular. Thank you very much. Lin Fan then returned to the bedroom, his nose feeling extremely hot. He noticed that in the system, the progress bar of the first Divine Fist had just increased its punch strength by 200 because of Chen Meijiao's personal clothing, bringing the total value to 900. Just today during the day, he got a pair of high heels from the female president Su Yuma wearing black stockings, and his punching power value rose to 700 at that time. Now that the punch force value is 900, there is no doubt that the force is much more terrifying and powerful, and the ability to hit from a distance must have been further enhanced. Lin Fan couldn't wait to do the experiment. However, Chen Meijiao's physique might not be able to handle it. Just now, with a flick of his finger, he had already made it limp. Now that the first Divine Fist has just been strengthened, if the same method is used on it again, the opponent will probably be seriously injured. He came up with an idea, so he opened the bedroom door and went to the balcony, where his and Chen Meijiao's clothes were hanging out to dry. Lin Fan was reluctant to experiment with his own clothes, so he stepped back a few meters, bent his index finger, placed it on his thumb, and pointed it at Chen Meijiao's bra. Then he stretched out his index finger and an invisible airwave headed straight for the target. Puff! With an extremely slight sound, a fresh hole the size of a fingernail instantly appeared on the bra. Host, you are so mean. Suddenly, a provocative voice popped up in Lin Fan's mind. You can't bear to part with your own clothes, but you use the landlady's underwear to do experiments. How shameless of you to do that. Lin Fan chuckled and said, if it were you, what would you do? The system responded, I'm not as wicked as you. I will only damage her pajamas and make them full of holes. Lin Fan concluded, you are even more despicable. During the quarrel, his heart was filled with joy because his attack power through the air was obviously enhanced. He stepped back a few steps and flicked his fingers again. Although the distance was farther, another torn hole appeared on the target's clothes. It's so awesome. Now the first Divine Fist with a punch force of 900 is so powerful. In time, with punch forces of 9,000, 90,000, or 900,000, how terrifying he will become. The strongest warrior on Earth and even in the stars? Lin Fan was looking forward to it very much, but by then he would probably have to buy a big villa to store the clothes of his target female lickers. However, with his wealth, he can easily afford several villas, but this sounds both dreamy and weird. Lin Fan retreated a few meters again, and when he was about to flick his index finger, Chen Meijiao's voice suddenly came from behind him. Little brother, what are you doing? Chapter 34 Class Monitor invites classmates to a reunion. He turned around and found Chen Meijiao looking at him suspiciously. Lin Fan smiled and said, nothing, I'm just worried about being too handsome. After saying this, he went straight back to his bedroom. Outside, Chen Meijiao shook her head helplessly. The next day, Lin Fan went to work and found that his Lamborghini was parked in the company garage yesterday and he forgot to drive it back, so he had to run to work. I used to feel weak after running a few steps, but now I seem to have extra energy. I jog all the way without any feeling of fatigue, as if a perpetual motion machine was installed in my body. The system has been very active and naughty recently, and it jumped out and spoke without warning. TSK 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 TSK, with the host's physical strength, it would be a pity not to be a duck. Lin Fan responded unceremoniously, I now officially crown you as the bitch king, the king of bitches. Would you like to consider my suggestion? I can install a diamond drill for you. How far away? Get as far as you can. As expected of a man chosen by the system, he is ambitious. The system smiled in a nasty way, and then there was no movement again. Lin Fan was running when suddenly a blue Maserati sedan drove up from the side and blocked his way. He thought to himself, maybe his masculine energy while running had charmed some pretty fairy or aunt. However, he was overthinking it after all. The car window was rolled down, and two familiar young men were sitting inside. They were all classmates in college, class monitor Han Chi and his golden follower Wang Dali. Han Chi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, leaned over and greeted him, Hey, isn't this our old classmate Lin Fan? Lin Fan responded with a smile, Hello, squad leader. Hello, Dali. Normally when meeting old classmates with whom one has a good relationship, the other party will take the initiative to get out of the car and greet them, but Han Chi acted as if he was superior and stayed in the car the entire time. Since he was in school, he, who came from a wealthy family, looked down on classmates like Lin Fan who came from ordinary families. As a result, in the past few years, Han Chi, as the organizer of the annual class reunion, never informed Lin Fan. Han Chi asked, running to work? Lin Fan hummed, I usually take the bus, but today I want to go for a run to exercise. It's been several years since you graduated, and you can't even afford a car? How did you get by? Han Chi spoke with an air of looking down upon others. Even Dali bought an Audi A4. Wang Dali flattered him at the right time, you can't compare with the squad leader. He drives a Maserati at such a young age. The two of them sang the same tune, showing no respect for their former classmates. Han Chi teased him sarcastically, Dali, our ambitions are far less ambitious than Lin Fan's. Look, he is in good health and saves gas money by running regularly. We should learn from him in the future. Wang Dali echoed, what the squad leader said makes sense. Lin Fan heard the other party's sarcasm, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, he is now like an eagle, so why would he care about the chirping of sparrows? Any cigarettes? Han Chi deliberately asked Wang Dali. Wang Dali touched his pocket and said, I forgot to bring it. Lin Fan took out his favorite 10 yuan pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. Han Chi did not take it, but shook his head and said, how can such a cheap cigarette be enjoyable to smoke? Hit mine. He dug out a pack of Desa cigarettes from the car. Lin Fan knew that the other party did it on purpose, just to show off that he could afford a luxury car and smoke good cigarettes. You don't smoke often, right? I'll give it to you. Han Chi threw a pack of cigarettes over like alms, and then said, by the way, our class will have a reunion at Zwichunlo Hotel this afternoon, don't forget to come and join us. Good. Lin Fan knew that Han Chi had asked him to organize the party at a temporary moment, because gatherings like this usually required a few days' notice in advance. As we all know, you shouldn't go to a last-minute party because it often means that you are a leftover and are just there to make up the numbers. However, Lin Fan did not care about it so much and agreed readily. If the company didn't have $1 million contract waiting for me to sign, I would give you a ride. Han Chi said hypocritically. Don't be so polite, squad leader, you go ahead and do your work. Then you should exercise well, and see you in the afternoon. Han Chi and Wang Dali laughed and then drove away. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. The car driven by the squad leader was only worth about 1 million. He owns a Lamborghini Aventador worth nearly 10 million yuan, but he is not so arrogant and ostentatious. Inside the Maserati, Wang Dali asked in confusion, Class monitor, why did you suddenly think of informing Lin Fan? Look at how mean he is. Isn't that lowering the quality of the class reunion? Han Chi smiled slightly, we red flowers need green leaves to set off. Wang Dali suddenly realized and gave him a thumbs up, the squad leader is still smart. In fact, Lin Fan's running speed was not slow, but he was already late when he got up, so when he arrived at the company, Su Yuma called him directly to the president's office. Su Yuma criticized directly, you are late every day, which is a bit unreasonable. Lin Fan spread his hands and said, I practiced martial arts at night and worked too hard. Speak politely to me. Boss Su, you are thinking the wrong way. I am talking about practicing martial arts seriously. Su Yuma snorted coldly, then show me what martial arts you practiced last night. Lin Fan grinned and said, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Bullshit, What does your martial arts training have to do with me? I practiced the one-finger Zen last night, which can injure people from a distance. As long as I point my finger at you, it will be hard for you to resist. Hurting someone from a distance? Suyuma didn't believe the male subordinate's lies at all. Lin Fan, I admit that you have a strong fist, you can fight very well, and you are very strong. But, attacking from a distance is simply unrealistic. Please be more reliable when you brag next time. Okay, I don't have time to listen to your bragging. I called you here to give you something. Hearing that the female president took the initiative to send something, Lin Fan blurted out subconsciously. Stockings or high heels today? Suyuma was ashamed. Can't you think of something else? Lin Fan smiled evilly. Will you send me something more private? You son of a bitch, can you stop being so filthy? The other things I mentioned are normal items. Suyuma angrily took out a brand new Huawei triple folding screen mobile phone box and said, in view of your previous great contribution, I'm giving it to you as a reward. The reason why she chose this gift was because when they were having dinner in the Sky Garden before, Zhang Yan and Lu Guangquan mocked Lin Fan for using a broken cell phone. She wanted Lin Fan to use the best mobile phone, the pride of domestic products. Lin Fan was surprised. This is a machine worth more than 20,000 yuan. He never thought that one day, the cold female CEO would take the initiative to give him a gift, and the gift would be very expensive. Chapter 35 Suyuma takes the initiative to give gifts. Suyuma handed the mobile phone gift box to Lin Fan. It's definitely for you. Lin Fan pretended to be disappointed. I thought it was stockings or something. Are you stupid? How much are the stockings? How much is this best-selling high-end mobile phone? Don't you know how to count? Suyuma then couldn't help but sigh. Maybe in the eyes of someone like you who has a quirk, stockings are priceless. Lin Fan gave a thumbs up. Smart, no wonder you have become a business genius and group boss at such a young age. Oh, that's not easy, Lin Fan. Suyuma was quite touched. You usually provoke me, but today you praised me so much that I thought a dog could never spit out ivory. For the sake of this gift, I will show you the one finger of the sun from last night. In fact, this is a random name given by Lin Fan. All the boxing and kicking skills he possesses actually have only one name, and that is the first divine fist. After saying that, he placed the phone box about 10 meters away. Suyuma did not say anything, but walked aside silently and watched Lin Fan's every move. Lin Fan retreated back to his original position, and then he used his index finger to scratch the phone box from a distance, like a knife. An invisible wave of energy slashed down. Since Lin Fan controlled the force, a gap was cut in the box. The mobile phone inside was not affected. Suyuma's eyes widened instantly. She walked over, picked up the box and examined it. The scratches on it looked as if they were cut by a pair of scissors. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. Lin Fan was not bragging. It is actually possible to hurt people from a distance. If the packaging box was replaced with a person's, it would definitely be scratched. Lin Fan is so strong. Lin Fan noticed that Suyuma was wearing a business suit today. The light gray suit made her figure look particularly tight and sexy. It's simply the holy body of a queen. Lin Fan thought to himself, why not take this opportunity to provoke the other party? The money he earned through the system has reached 90 million, just one step away from 100 million yuan. He took advantage of the moment when Suyuma had her back to him and slapped her lightly in the air. Bang! The invisible palm energy wave landed very accurately on the skirt of the icy female president. Oops. Although Lin Fan used very little strength, the other party still felt pain. A burning pain. There is a feeling of being hit by a racket. Lin Fan was surprised and delighted. The task was accomplished. After several experiments, he finally realized that the ability to attack from a distance was something he had mastered. Suyuma felt embarrassed and annoyed. She turned her head and glared at him angrily. Lin Fan, you bastard! How dare you lay your hands on me? Although Lin Fan did not say anything verbally this time, he successfully provoked the other party through physical behavior. The system sound rang out as expected. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Suyuma. Receive 10 million renminbi and 100 points of charm as a reward. Currently, the host has earned a total of 100 million renminbi through provocations. At the same time, the host's charm value in Suyuma's eyes rose to 403. The system has detected that the target character Suyuma's level of appreciation for the host has reached a new height. Marvelous. Lin Fan is in a good mood. The first 100 million in life was finally achieved. There will be billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of people waiting for me to challenge. It's really rare to find someone as shameless as you. You're as rare as the national treasure panda. Su Yuma didn't expect that after being scolded, the male subordinate actually praised him for being great. She mistakenly thought that he was praising her figure, but she didn't know that Lin Fan was happy because of the reward from the system. Can you tone it down a bit? Although Su Yuma was angry, her tone was not as harsh as she had imagined, which surprised herself. What's wrong with me recently? Why do I turn a blind eye to Lin Fan's excessive behavior every now and then? Su Yuma even realized that she was overappreciating this male subordinate. She looked at Lin Fan and thought to herself, he has such great skills, but he is willing to be her ordinary male subordinate. He has a Lamborghini sports car, but he doesn't drive around to show off or pick up girls or go for a ride. Instead, he runs to work, being extremely low-key. 99% of men in the world cannot possess such excellent qualities. The more Su Yuma thought about it, the more she appreciated Lin Fan, and it gave herself reasons to forgive him. Boss Su, I can hurt someone from a distance. This time you finally believe it, right? Lin Fan raised his palm. Also, I didn't put any dirty hands on you. You saw it, I was in the air, there was no real close contact, so it doesn't count. The beautiful CEO rolled her eyes at him and said, you still want to get close to me? Stop dreaming. It will never come true in this lifetime. Then let us wait and see. Lin Fan was very confident. He had the system at his disposal, so he was naturally confident. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly received a mysterious call. Lin Fan, right? I'm outside the gate of your company. If you have the guts, let's meet for a while. If you're a man, don't be a coward. Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes, I'll be right there. Faced with the ill-intentioned party, Lin Fan readily agreed. However, he was not in a hurry, but deliberately left the other party alone and sat down leisurely in the office. Su Yuma picked up the phone and prepared to notify the security department, but was stopped by Lin Fan. Boss Su, do you think I need help with my boxing skills? Su Yuma asked, how confident are you? Lin Fan smiled and said, as a real tough guy, I have to be 100% sure. Who is the other party? Lin Fan didn't care, no matter who he is my younger brother. Su Yuma silently guessed that Lin Fan had always been an honest and decent person in the past and had no enemies at all. The only people he had recently made enemies with were 3 people, namely Lu Guangquan, Sun Jian, and Feng Wei. The person who called was most likely one of the 3 people who was called over to teach Lin Fan a lesson. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The mysterious phone rang again and Lin Fan answered it. The other party was very angry. Didn't we agree on 2 minutes? I've been waiting for 10 minutes. Where the hell are you? Are you hiding? Can't you see? I kept you waiting on purpose. I was just teasing you, you idiot. Lin Fan stretched and stood up. I want to see what kind of people dare to come here and die. Soon, Lin Fan entered the elevator, and Su Yuma followed him in without saying a word. He teased, Boss Su, I'm not your boyfriend, why do you feel so sorry for me? Su Yuma really wanted to strangle Lin Fan to death. Bullshit, who cares about you? I don't allow employees of Zhou Group to be bullied. But at this moment, the elevator suddenly broke down. Without any warning, it rushed out of control from the 16th floor to the top floor, the 32nd floor. And the elevator door wouldn't open at all. After reaching the 32nd floor, the elevator fell down at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fan and Su Yuma are in danger. Chapter 36, Wang Lao shows up. Lin Fan quickly asked, Boss Su, do you have any last words? Su Yuma grabbed his clothes nervously, asshole, do you wish I would die? Lin Fan sighed, even if you don't die, you will most likely be seriously injured. If you are paralyzed, it will be a pity for your body. If you can't speak human language, then just stop talking. Su Yuma urged, hurry up and find a solution. It's too late. Now we can only save ourselves. The elevator will fall to the ground in about 10 seconds. As Lin Fan spoke, he suddenly picked up Su Yuma in a princess hug. The other party was confused. Asshole, you still want to take advantage of me in 10 seconds. Lin Fan joked, 10 seconds is not a short time for many men. I think that's right for you, put me down now. Just stay still. In a flash, the elevator fell heavily to the first floor. The huge impact force caused Lin Fan's body to crash into the ceiling of the elevator out of control. His head hit the roof hard, creating a hole several inches deep. This shows how powerful the impact was. Lin Fan then landed steadily on the ground, his head looking as if he had been patted lightly, and he was not seriously injured. He put Su-Yuma down, pried open the elevator door with both hands, and then brought the beautiful president out safely. Su-Yuma's hairstyle did not look messy at all. Under Lin Fan's protection, she was not affected at all even when the elevator lost control. So amazing! The beautiful CEO asked with concern, "Are you okay? Have you forgotten what I just said? I'm a tough guy, nothing can happen to me." When Lin Fan teased, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. It seemed that the first divine fist had indeed made his body extremely strong. Looking at the scene just now, if it were someone else, they would have suffered a serious head injury and would have easily died, but he seemed to be fine. "You are truly amazing." Su-Yuma looked at Lin Fan carefully and was relieved when she was sure that he was fine. She didn't understand how Lin Fan managed to remain unscathed under such a violent impact. You know, even a big hole was knocked out on the ceiling of the elevator, but the latter's head didn't have any damage at all. At the same time, Su-Yuma's heart was filled with gratitude. She knew very well that if Lin Fan had not rescued her, she would have been in great danger and would now be lying in a pool of blood, unable to get up. She was sincerely grateful and said, "I owe you a favor. If you have any wishes, please let me know. We'll talk about it later." After saying that, Lin Fan strode forward. Su-Yuma followed silently. Looking at the figure in front of her, she suddenly felt that the originally ordinary figure was actually quite handsome. When he was almost at the gate, Lin Fan saw from afar that outside the gate there was a huge crowd of people standing. Wow, it was quite a large crowd. Su-Yuma took out her phone and prepared to gather security. But Lin Fan stopped him, "No need to be so troublesome." Thinking about how Lin Fan could hurt people from a distance and what happened in the elevator, Su-Yuma realized that the other party was not only able to fight, but also able to withstand beatings, so she followed the advice. Lin Fan walked closer and saw that the person leading the group was Jiang Yan's new boyfriend, Lu Guanquan. Standing next to him was a middle-aged strong man with a face full of flesh and a long scar running diagonally across his face. He was none other than Wang Laohu, a well-known figure in the area. Wang Laohu made his fortune by opening a game city and an internet cafe in his early years, and he has a group of thugs under him. Although his business is not as prosperous as before, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and his family business and power still make many people afraid. It is not an exaggeration to describe the other party as the overlord of the neighborhood. The mysterious call Lin Fan just received was from Wang Laohu. Lu Guanquan turned to Wang Laohu and said, "Brother Hu, that's him." It seems that this man surnamed Lu is still not convinced by Lin Fan. This time he did not inform Jiang Yan, but spent some money to invite Wang Laohu to give Lin Fan a good beating. He firmly believed that if Wang Laohu took action, he would be able to deal with Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled at Lu Guanquan, "Are you still not convinced?" With Wang Laohu's support, Lu Guanquan naturally became arrogant and domineering. "Boy, I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. If you had listened to Jiang Yan's advice yesterday and handed over the 500,000 yuan, everyone would have been fine, but you just didn't want to give her face. I, old Lu, will avenge my grudges, and I have changed my mind. Now it is not as simple as 500,000. You must pay all the compensation for the Sky Garden Western restaurant. Look at you, you bully the weak and fear the strong." Lin Fan didn't give the other person a good look at all. "You don't dare to cause trouble to the owner of the Sky Garden, but you come here to show off your muscles. Sorry, you've come to the wrong place to act wild." At this time, Wang Laohu couldn't stand it anymore. In the past, whenever he showed up, his opponents would be terrified, but this Lin Fan seemed to be arrogant and treated him as heir. He protected Lu Guanquan, but Lin Fan still confronted Lu Guanquan. He simply didn't take Wang Laohu seriously. In addition, Lin Fan had deliberately teased him and made him wait at the gate for a long time, so Wang Laohu disliked him even more. "You are quite arrogant, you even dare to bully Boss Lu. If you know what's good for you, kowtow and admit your mistake, then pay the money and that's it. If I take action, it will be a big deal." Wang Laohu speaks in a very loud voice, which carries a certain oppressive aura. Most people would be easily intimidated by his voice. Lin Fan didn't panic at all, and even smiled. He glanced at Wang Laohu and said, "Are you here to get killed?" Upon hearing this, Wang Laohu immediately became furious. "I haven't seen anyone talk to me like this in a long time. A white-haired guy next to him also chimed in, "Little bastard, how can you talk to Brother Tiger like that?" Lin Fan glanced at Bai Mao and said, "Children, stop interrupting when adults are talking. Go home and drink your milk. And you." He looked at Wan Laohu again, "I think your name is wrong. You can't call him Brother Tiger. It's more appropriate to call him Gozi." Seeing Lin Fan provoking Wang Laohu without knowing the consequences, Lu Guangquan was secretly delighted. He knew that the other party was ignorant of the world and had offended the big boss, so he was doomed this time. As expected, Wang Laohu was furious. "You are about to die and still dare to be stubborn. Today I will break out 2 of your teeth with my own hands. I'll let you experience the consequences of speaking wildly to me. Come on." Lin Fan noticed that everyone in Wang Laohu's group was holding a weapon, including machetes, steel pipes, sticks, and even the white-haired guy was holding a wrench. Bai Mao took the lead, raised the wrench and smashed it hard. "Call." Lin Fan suddenly snatched the wrench from his hand with such speed and ghostly form that the other party could not react at all. He asked leisurely, "Which do you think is stronger, my fist or this thing?" Chapter 37, Hand-Splitting Wrench. Bai Mao was stunned at first, then he started cursing. "Nonsense. Stop pretending to be so cool. You look so skinny. I'll smash your hand with a wrench." "Well, don't disappoint me." Lin Fan threw the wrench back and let Bai Mao catch it. His bold move must have stunned Wang Laohu and others. Muttering secretly, "Why is this kid so fierce? Is there water in your brain? I think your brain is a little abnormal. You took the weapon and gave it back? He really doesn't think he can defeat us alone with bare hands." Amid the doubts, Lin Fan said to Bai Mao, "Let's attack at the same time." "Good." The white-haired man shouted, "If I can't break your hand, I'll take your surname." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Don't do that. I don't have a son as ugly as you. He looks like a coal spirit." Bai Mao became furious and swung the wrench at him. He did not show mercy. Firstly, he was angered, and secondly, he was acting as the vanguard for Wang Laohu, so naturally he had to perform well. So, it can be said that we have put in our best efforts. Lin Fan did not throw a punch, but calmly raised his right palm and chopped it out directly. Everyone was stunned. Are you trying to extort medical expenses? Or do you really think you are invulnerable? He must be trying to show off in front of a beautiful woman. If you use your bare hands to fight a wrench, you will overdo it and you will definitely fail. Seeing this scene, Suyuma, who was not far away, also began to wonder in her heart, is Lin Fan crazy? The wrench the other party was wielding was a real one, not plastic. In a flash, Lin Fan's palm collided with the wrench swung by Bai Mao in the air. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Everyone was expecting Lin Fan to let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain. However, Lin Fan simply withdrew his arm as if nothing had happened. There was no expression of pain on his face, and his palms were completely intact, without even the slightest skin lesions. Bai Mao mumbled, "It's broken." Wang Laohu subconsciously asked, "Broken? Lin Fan's palm is broken?" Bai Mao seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and responded with a distracted look, "Yes, this one is broken." At the same time, he slowly raised the wrench. To be precise, he only had half a wrench in his hand. The other half had fallen to the ground at some point. The fracture surface is very neat, as if it was cut by a cutting machine. Wang Laohu was horrified. What's going on?" The expressions of his men all changed drastically. Lin Fan actually broke the wrench with one palm. And he looks very relaxed and at ease, as if he didn't put in much effort at all. Lu Guangquan looked very unhappy. "Like I just swallowed a bunch of shit. And it's still hot." It was hard for this group of people to believe that Lin Fan's skinny body could have such strong explosive power. It seemed as if the fists and palms had the power to crush everything in their path. "I don't believe it." Wang Laohu picked up a steel pipe from behind and smashed it hard on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan raised his hand and chopped. Crack! The steel pipe broke into 2 pieces again. Wang Laohu was stunned when he saw the half-broken steel pipe in his hand. "What are you all standing there for? Come on, all of you." Following his order, a group of people approached Lin Fan tremblingly. However, the distance advanced is just like nanometers. No one wanted to be hit by Lin Fan's fists. Even wrenches and steel pipes were as hard as paper in front of Lin Fan, not to mention their mortal bodies. Lin Fan was like a ghost, moving among the crowd. Wherever he went, there were endless wailing and screaming. When he stopped, all of Wang Lao's men fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. What a terrifying finishing ability! It's a knockout artist. Originally thought it was a evenly matched contest, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a crushing victory, with Lin Fan showing off his powerful and invincible power. So domineering. Lin Fan walked slowly towards Wang Lao. The other party stumbled back. Don't come over here. He was so nervous that he no longer had any trace of the boss's spirit. Instead, he looked like a frightened dog. Stand still. Following Lin Fan's stern shout, Wang Lao did not dare to take another step back. The other party said timidly, I warn you, don't do anything reckless, this is a society ruled by law. How ridiculous it was to hear these words coming from Wang Lao's mouth. He. Lin Fan laughed, I'm not wrong, am I? You don't deserve the name Tiger Brother. It's more appropriate to call you Guzi. You are quite crazy, try hitting me again. No. Wang Lao waved his hands repeatedly and forced a smile, Brother Lin, I didn't recognize you before, but now I know you are a capable person. Even if I have 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch you. He doesn't want to put his life and property at risk. He began to flirt with her, we can be said to have known each other for a long time. I really want to acknowledge you as my brother. Call. Lin Fan was still some distance away from Wang Lao. He suddenly stopped, bent his index finger, and then flicked it out, making a gesture of tapping the other person's forehead through the air. Hiss. Wang Lao took a breath of cold air. It hurts, it really hurts. A lump visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on his forehead. Everyone was stunned. Lin Fan's power is really terrifying. Just a gentle tap can cause a big bump to appear on the thick-skinned Wang Lao's head. The key point is, Lin Fan was hitting from a distance, and his fingers didn't even touch the opponent. Hurting people from a distance, this magical skill that can only be seen in novels, movies and TV shows, unexpectedly happened in reality. Lin Fan said, Who are you calling your brother? From now on, when you see me, you must call me Master Lin. That's absolutely impossible. Wang Lao felt his dignity was insulted. After all, he is a well-known figure who has been in the business for many years. How could he call an unknown young boy master? If he really screamed, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of his life. If this gets out, how can I survive in Linjian City? I'm sure you'll be able to do it soon. After saying that, Lin Fan flicked his index finger at Wang Lao's head from a distance. Boom! A very crisp sound. Before Wang Lao could recover from his confusion, a bigger bump appeared. Like the silver-horned king with 2 horns. Lin Fan said casually, I'm going to start increasing my strength. Ah! When Wang Lao heard this, his strong body trembled involuntarily. Scared like a sick cat. Now he could no longer withstand Lin Fan's casual flick of his finger. If the other party increased his strength, his forehead would be fractured. At the same time, I felt extremely depressed. Your brain is not a watermelon. Play it however you want. Chapter 38 Master Lin. Wang Lao still can't figure out why Lin Fan could injure him from a distance. This young man is truly terrifying. If he had known that the person he was going to deal with was such a powerful character, he would never have come to help Lu Guangquan even if he was beaten to death. His lifelong reputation as Wang Lao was about to be ruined. If you don't scream, I'll pop your head into a hedgehog. I don't mind my hands being tired. Lin Fan bent his index finger again. Don't, brother. No, it's Master Lin. Wang Lao finally gave in and changed his tune. When people are under the gun, they have to bow their heads. In his opinion, Lin Fan's index finger was no less powerful than a pistol. The lethality is simply too strong. If the opponent's strength was not strong, how could he cut the wrench into 2 pieces with his palm? The most terrifying thing is that this guy can attack from a distance. It is hard to imagine whether Lin Fan's finger would pierce his head if it poked directly into his forehead. Thinking of this, Wang Lao couldn't help but shudder. He hadn't felt this panicky and fearful in many years. That's right. He who knows the times is a hero. Call me sooner, and you'll have 1 less bump on your forehead. Lin Fan looked at Wang Lao, who looked pitiful and no longer majestic, and said with a smile, Do you want me to flick those 2 bags away? It's a piece of cake. Wang Lao was so frightened when he heard this that he waved his hands hastily. Don't bother Master Lin, they are just 2 lumps, they will disappear in a few days. Lu Guangquan was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Wang Lao was the backer he invited, but he was defeated by Lin Fan and was forced to bow his head and call him master. All of Wang Lao's men were knocked down without exception. He knew that the situation was hopeless, and he became extremely hopeless and panic-stricken. Lu Guangquan was just about to take the opportunity to slip away, but was stopped by Lin Fan. "Boss Lu, where are you going?" Lu Guangquan smiled awkwardly. "I have to pee urgently." "If you want to pee, just pee right here." "Then I'll just hold back for now." Lin Fan asked Wang Lao again, "Your head is buzzing, right?" The other party nodded. "From your appearance, I guess you are also a person of character. Who can I blame for becoming like this?" Wang Lao was terrified and said, "It's my own fault. I was blind and had no vision. I deserve this." Lin Fan asked again, "Who else can you blame?" "And him." Wang Lao suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Guangquan with great resentment. If the other party hadn't asked him to come over, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing state. Wang Lao walked up and slapped Lu Guangquan twice without saying a word. Lu Guangquan covered his face and stared. "Brother Hu, what do you mean? You dare to glare at me? If you glare at me again, I will dig your eyeballs out." Wang Lao slapped him a few more times. He took out all the anger he had just felt on Lu Guangquan. "If it weren't for this bastard, would I have been taught a lesson by Lin Fan? He is a great king of tigers, but today he was humiliated, which has a lot to do with the other party." When Lu Guangquan heard this, his eyeballs immediately shrank by half. Although he was very unconvinced, he did not dare to offend Wang Lao. After all, the other party was very powerful in this area, and it would be easier to kill him than to crush an ant. The more Wang Lao thought about it, the angrier he got. "You knew that Master Lin was so powerful, but you still asked me to come over. You are obviously playing a trick on me." "Brother Hu, calm down. How dare I play tricks on you? I really didn't know he was so strong." Lu Guangquan thought to himself, "You are a waste, but you can't blame me for it. So many people can't deal with one person, what a loser. One waste, the whole nest is ruined. The original remuneration of 100,000 yuan is not enough. I need this amount." Wang Lao held out 5 fingers. Lu Guangquan misunderstood and asked, 150,000? Don't you know how to count? It's 500,000. Wang Lao angrily slapped him again. Lu Guangquan was slapped so hard that he saw stars and his mouth and nose bled. "Up! Brother Hu, you are blackmailing me." "Is this blackmail? This is the hard work fee for my little brothers. And my medical bills. Moral damages. Altogether, it's at least 1.8 million. Since we are familiar with each other, I have done my best and will give you a discount. Discount or broken bones, you choose one." Wang Lao's words were full of threats. I choose the discount." Lu Guangquan was frowning and had to transfer 500,000 yuan as Wang Lao requested. Ever since he had a feud with Lin Fan, he had lost 2.5 million. What an idiot he was. Why did he provoke this plague god? After receiving the money, Wang Lao threatened Lu Guangquan, "Boss Lu, listen to me, if you dare to mess with Master Lin again, I, Wang Lao, will be the first to disapprove. By then, you should know the consequences." Lu Guangquan nodded his head like pounding garlic. I understand, Brother Hu, don't worry, from now on, I will never dare to make any plans against Lin Fan." "Did you call Lin Fan?" Wang Lao kicked him and said, "Call me Master Lin. I called you the wrong name just now, slap yourself in the face." "Yes." Lu Guangquan quickly slapped himself a few times. "I promise here that from now on, Master Lin and I will not interfere with each other. He will go his way, and I will go mine." Wang Lao cursed and said, "Go away." Yes. Lu Guangquan ran away tumbling, then angrily called Jiang Yan's cell phone. "Your ex-husband would hurt people from a distance, why didn't you tell me earlier?" He would never have expected that Lin Fan would be so powerful and terrifying. Jiang Yan was very surprised on the other end. "Old Lu, are you confused? No matter how strong he is, he can't hurt people through the air. I saw it with my own eyes, how could I be wrong? Your ex-husband can also break wrenches with his hands. If you had told me this earlier, I wouldn't have suffered losses again and again. I can't afford to offend him, but can I hide from him?" Lu Guangquan had quite a lot of complaints. Jiang Yan was even more shocked. "Hand-chopping wrench? Lao Lu, the kind you are talking about is Superman, right? I think your ex-husband is no worse than Superman." If Lin Fan is really that powerful, would I leave him? He is just a coward. You have been kept in the dark and deceived completely. But these are not important anymore. What's important is that, over the past few days, I feel like you are my jinx. I've lost millions since I met you. It's not appropriate for us to continue. Bye. Lu Guangquan made up his mind and angrily ended the call without waiting for Jiang Yan's response. On this side, Wang Lao was particularly attentive and said to Lin Fan with a big smile on his face, Master Lin, I will give you the 500,000 yuan that Boss Lu just transferred to me as a gift to you. Chapter 39, Ex-Wife? No charm at all. Lin Fan responded, that's very filial and worthy of praise. But Master Lin, I am not short of money, so you should keep it for yourself and your brothers. Wang Lao was deeply moved when he heard this, and the grown man burst into tears. He originally thought that Lin Fan would take the 500,000 without hesitation, but he didn't expect that he underestimated the other party's character. Mr. Lin regards money as dirt, and he is a role model for us to learn from forever. He then shouted to his brothers on the ground, get up, everyone. Salute Master Lin. Soon, 30 or 50 people stood up, and under the leadership of Wang Lao, they all bowed respectfully to Lin Fan and shouted, Salute, Master Lin. The shouts resounded through the sky. Su Yuma walked towards Lin Fan, not knowing how to describe the shock in her heart. That kind of shock was extremely rare in her life. Although she had never dealt with Wang Lao, she had heard of his name a long time ago. He was very successful in both the black and white worlds in the city, but now he was bowing down to Lin Fan. Wang Lao was also a man with good eyesight. After seeing Su Yuma, he guessed the relationship between the beautiful CEO and Lin Fan, and immediately greeted her enthusiastically. Hello, sister-in-law. Su Yuma was full of black lines on her face, don't shout. Lin Fan just smiled and said nothing, without clarifying the relationship between them. I'm sorry. I was careless. Wang Lao immediately changed his tone, hello, Grandma. Su Yuma was speechless, what does this have to do with that? Wang Lao chuckled and said, you are my Master Lin's woman, there is nothing wrong with calling me Grandma. Mr. Lin, Grandma, I'm leaving first. If Lu Guangquan dares to cause you trouble again, feel free to call me. Go ahead. With Lin Fan's permission, the other party led the crowd away. Lin Fan asked, Boss Su, I'm skipping work and want to smoke a cigarette here, is that okay? Fighting is hard, smoking relieves the stress, it's what I should do. Normally, such a request would undoubtedly be rejected, but today Su Yuma agreed for the first time and then returned to the group alone. Lin Fan took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and puffed out smoke leisurely. He had only taken a few puffs of the cigarette when he unexpectedly received a call from his ex-wife Jiang Yan, who was furious and came to question him. Lin Fan, you've gone too far. You're just hoping that I'll have a bad life, right? I just talked to Lao Lu for a few days, and you ruined it. Don't you understand the principle of leaving a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future? Faced with a barrage of scolding, Lin Fan did not tolerate the other party at all. Jiang Yan, there is no relationship between us anymore, so stop preaching to me. I didn't say a single bad word about you in front of Boss Lu. Whether he wants to talk to you or not is entirely his personal choice. You can't blame others. It just means that you are not very charming. Lin Fan's words immediately irritated Jiang Yan. What qualifications do you have to judge my charm? My mouth is on my face, I can say whatever I want. You know me well. I can't keep secrets. I haven't looked back. Your new boyfriend has also dumped you. Isn't that convincing enough? Boss Lu treats you as a jinx. You have no charm in my eyes either. What Lin Fan said was true. He had provoked several women through the system, including Su Yuma, Chen Meijiao, and Yang Tao. Jiang Yan was the only one from whom he did not want to take clothes. He rejected his ex-wife from the bottom of his heart. Before in the Sky Garden restaurant, you also saw the beauty next to me. She is known as the city flower of Linjiang City and the most beautiful female CEO in Long Country. She is the goddess that countless men dream of. Her charm is far better than yours. You are like a frog in a well, self-righteous, but you don't know that there are a lot of beauties out there who are hundreds or thousands of times more attractive than you. Even the landlady who is older than you is charming. You pale in comparison to her. Originally, Lin Fan had no intention of provoking Jiang Yan, but since the other party took the initiative to call and accuse him aggressively, don't blame him for being rude. When the system voice sounded in his mind, he realized that as long as he succeeded in provoking others remotely through the mobile phone, he could also get rewards. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Jiang Yan. It arouses unprecedented anger on the other side. Reward the host with 200 points of charm and 20 million renminbi. Haha, that's interesting. When Lin Fan heard this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. This phone call from his ex-wife allowed him to happily reap so many rewards while madly provoking her. Lin Fan discovered that when he provoked his ex-wife, this woman had the most dramatic mood swings compared to other beauties, so he would get the most rewards, often double the amount. My ex-wife has unlimited power and brings me double the happiness. Lin Fan never thought of taking revenge on his ex-wife. Usually it was Jiang Yan who took the initiative to provoke him, and he would counter-provoke her, and thus reaping great rewards. It seems that the other party still has some value. The material rewards he received from the provocation system suddenly reached 120 million. Jiang Yan retorted unconvincingly. Lin Fan, wake up. Don't think that someone is yours just because they have a meal with you. You can afford one meal, but I don't believe you can afford 10 or 100. I can guarantee that you will pay a heavy price for your overdraft. I hope you can still laugh when the time comes. If you don't even have a house or a car, stop criticizing me. I will definitely live a better life than you. Jiang Yan hung up the phone angrily. Fortunately, in her mind, Lin Fan's total charm value reached 403, otherwise she would definitely come directly to Jiayang Group to settle accounts with her ex-husband. Lin Fan could imagine that the other person's face must have been twisted with anger. Jiang Yan, you probably can't imagine that I have turned bad times into good times. With the help of the system, I have become a true billionaire without anyone noticing. No car or house? Your so-called ex-husband who had nothing now owns a supercar worth nearly 10 million. As for a house, as long as he wants to buy one, he can buy a villa that he never dared to dream of before, and it is worth tens of millions. And this is just the beginning. My wealth has no end. When it was time to get off work, Lin Fan did not return to his residence, but went straight to Zhuoxianlu Hotel to attend a college reunion. In fact, class reunions nowadays often have a common problem, which is that they often become gatherings for comparison and showing off wealth. The reason why Lin Fan went to the reunion was more to meet someone, that is, the most beautiful girl in their class, and also the school belle at that time, Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia is pure and innocent, yet youthful and fashionable, a real beauty. The waterfall-like black hair and baby white skin are pleasing to the eye. No matter where you go, it is a beautiful landscape. She is a woman who can make street goods look like international brands. With just a little makeup, she is already stunningly beautiful. Speaking of which, Lin Fan and Lu Chuxia have a story. Chapter 40, Saving Sister Han's Child. One time, Lin Fan happened to see a school beauty being harassed by a gang of hooligans outside the school. He quickly stepped forward to stop them, but was beaten up by the gang. Seeing that Lu Chuxia was about to be forcibly dragged into the van, Lin Fan, in desperation, hugged the gangster and both fell into the ditch on the side of the road. It was winter at the time and he was so frozen that his body became ill and he stuttered for a long time. It was not until after graduation and after several courses of acupuncture that he recovered. It is precisely because of this incident that Lu Chuxia has always been grateful to Lin Fan. If he had not rescued her in time, she might have met with an accident and been defiled by the thugs outside the school. Of course, what she didn't know was that afterwards, Lin Fan was beaten up several times by the gangster. Lu Chuxia buys snacks for Lin Fan every now and then, and class monitor Han Shi has always been a suitor of the school belle, but has always been rejected. Therefore, Han Shi was full of jealousy, envy and resentment towards Lin Fan, and at the same time believed that the other party was a stumbling block in his pursuit of Lu Chuxia. In fact, Lin Fan had never thought of trying to date Lu Chuxia, so he knew himself well. He was just an ordinary poor student and was not worthy of the school belle who attracted everyone's attention. Although he was a toad, he never thought of eating swan meat. When he was almost at the Zhuoxianlu restaurant, Lin Fan noticed that not far away, an out-of-control truck was rushing forward at a very fast speed. After the truck driver lost control of the vehicle, he chose to jump out, and the truck became a complete road killer. A few dozen meters away, a boy of 5 or 6 years old mischievously ran from the sidewalk to the asphalt road. Some passers-by discovered this situation and were extremely anxious, but they could do nothing to help. After all, the truck was going too fast and the impact was so great that people had no choice but to watch it crash into the boy. Anyone who rushed forward at this time would be knocked to the ground along with the boy and then crushed to death. After all, it is an out-of-control truck, not an ordinary car, and the chances of survival after being hit are slim. The little boy's life is hanging by a thread. Lele. On the sidewalk, an elegant and beautiful woman dressed in luxurious clothes and looking like a real lady shouted at the boy anxiously. The woman was 40 years old and very charming. She had just been using her mobile phone to handle some important company matters. She neglected to keep an eye on her son, which led to a disaster. She couldn't accept the consequences of her child being hit by a truck. However, given the distance between her and the child, it was too late for her to run over. Unless a miracle happened, the little boy had no chance of survival. At the critical moment, a figure rushed towards the truck from behind like a gust of wind. It was so fast that it had already surpassed the car. It was Lin Fan. Passers-by were also stunned. What does the young man running behind want to do? You're not trying to stop the big truck. It is simply a fantasy and impossible for him to achieve it on his own. In a flash, Lin Fan was already running neck and neck with the truck. It must be said that after the evolution of the first Divine Fist, his speed was terrifyingly fast, comparable to that of a boy chasing the wind. So much so that after images of his body were left in the air. People were stunned. Who is this person? He is so strong that he can run faster than a car. Even if the world sprint champion came, he would have to admit defeat and submit. It was the first time in their lives that they saw someone running and leaving an afterimage. Oh my god, look! An afterimage. I couldn't even see his feet clearly, they were so fast. This man is born to be a thief. While everyone was amazed at Lin Fan's speed, they were also discouraged. It was no use running as fast as he could. The truck was out of control and he couldn't stop it. The truck was about to hit the little boy, but it was too late. In a flash, Lin Fan had already run between the truck and the little boy. He turned around and faced the truck that was rushing towards him like a steel beast, and he stretched out his palms without hesitation. Passers-by exclaimed. Did this young man try to stop the truck with his bare hands? His strength is nothing compared to a truck running at high speed. Alas, I wanted to save others, but I ended up losing my own life. And that elegant and beautiful woman also closed her eyes in despair. Everyone believed that Lin Fan's rescue attempt would fail and both he and the boy would die. However, an unforgettable and extremely shocking scene happened. The truck was unexpectedly stopped by Lin Fan. His footsteps only slid back less than a meter. The elegant woman opened her eyes, saw the scene, ran forward, picked up the child and returned to the sidewalk. At the same time, a kind passerby jumped onto the truck and turned off the engine, and only then did Lin Fan let go. Everyone applauded and cheered for Lin Fan's brave act, and still found it incredible. How can a human's arm strength stop a large truck? Not to mention a truck, even an ordinary car cannot be stopped. Young man, how did you do it? It's like the savior has come to the world. Someone walked up, got close to Lin Fan's arm, and studied it carefully. That doesn't make sense. It's totally unscientific. Even the greatest physicist in the world cannot explain it. As Lin Fan walked to the sidewalk, he saw the elegant lady expressing her gratitude. Thank you very much, benefactor. Without you stepping forward, I'm afraid Lele. She then said to the little boy, Lilu, why don't you thank your uncle quickly? Lele blinked his bright eyes, an innocent smile appeared on his face, and he said in a clear voice, thank you, uncle. Lin Fan reached out and gently rubbed the other person's head, you're welcome. Don't run around on the road in the future. Not all uncles are as strong as me. The little guy nodded heavily, yeah. Someone in the crowd recognized the elegant and beautiful woman. Oh my god, isn't this the famous big sister, Sister Hong? Sister Hong is the boss of Linjiang City's entertainment industry and the founder of Golden Sun Entertainment Group. This young man saved her son. He will have no worries about food and clothing in this life. At least, he can walk around Linjiang City freely in the future. That's right. With Sister Hong protecting him, he can do whatever he wants in this city. When everyone was discussing Sister Hong, they all lowered their voices to the lowest level, fearing that the other party would hear them, and at the same time, awe unconsciously appeared on their faces. Sister Hong asked, I don't know your name, my name is Chu Hong. Lin Fan. Sister Hong asked again, my benefactor, what reward do you want? Just ask and I will definitely satisfy you. Chapter 41 Sister Hong's Gift. Lin Fan shook his head, no need. He just wanted to save people and never thought about the reward. Then he directly scolded Chu Hong, Sister Hong, right? How do you take care of a child? Just looking at the phone. You can't live without your cell phone, right? It's really unlucky for the child to follow you. You almost caused him to be separated from you. Lin Fan scolded like an adult. The onlookers were stunned. Lin Fan must be crazy. Sister Hong has already revealed her identity, but he dares to rebuke and provoke her in public without restraint. Sister Hong is a big shot, who dares to offend her? Even if Lin Fan was Sister Hong's benefactor, he couldn't ignore his reputation and condemn him so harshly in public. Lin Fan is quite courageous, but he is just tired of living. To be honest, although Sister Hong is 40 years old, she looks only about 34 or 35. She is well maintained and has an outstanding overall temperament. She is as ripe as a peach on earth, and a plus version at that. It's not impossible to be a female bootlicker, but Lin Fan didn't think too much about it at first and just simply criticized the other party. Unexpectedly, at this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked your target Chu Hong. Forehead. To be honest, Lin Fan did not intentionally provoke Sister Hong in order to get a reward, but he ended up getting an unexpected reward. But this woman, apart from her age, has almost no flaws. She is so perfect that one would forget that she is already 40 years old. Sister Hong was stunned at first, then acted like a child who had made a serious mistake and didn't say anything back. The target person is in deep self-blame and guilt. Reward the host with 200 points of charm and 20 million renminbi. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan was surprised that Sister Hong did not get angry in the face of his provocation. Instead, her emotions were filled with self-blame and guilt. At the same time, these two emotions are particularly strong, so I will get 200 points of charm and a reward of 20 million renminbi. Not long ago, Lin Fangang received 20 million for provoking his ex-wife Jiang Yin. Now, with the recent gains, the material rewards he received from the system have reached 140 million. The system detected that the target person has developed a slight admiration for the host. Sister Hong looked Lin Fan up and down. This young man was very different from the others. Other men are often so scared in front of her that they dare not even breathe, but Lin Fan scolded her without changing his expression. Such courage is particularly valuable. A woman like her only admires the opposite sex who are different from others. Unfortunately, there are very few men she can look up to. Sister Hong has been single for many years and has not married or had children. She seems to have long since become indifferent to matters of romance. As for Lele, she adopted him, but she always treated him as her own child. Sister Hong has many experts under her command, but today she was completely shocked after seeing Lin Fan stop a large truck with his palms. Such arm strength is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. As the charm value of 203 points came into play, Sister Hong admired the young man in front of her even more. Sister Hong was secretly surprised, because she hadn't felt such an abnormal feeling for many years. Just like young people adore their idol stars. She knew very well who she was, so how could she feel admiration for Lin Fan when she met him for the first time? How strange. Sister Hong was very confused and didn't understand why she was acting so abnormal today. She regained her consciousness and smiled. Your Excellency is right. I will pay attention to this in the future. Everyone was surprised to see this. Faced with the criticism, Sister Hong not only did not show any dissatisfaction, but was even so polite to Lin Fan. As expected of a big boss who was the godfather of this city, you have such a broad mind. Lin Fan is lucky to have escaped this disaster. Perhaps Sister Hong admires Lin Fan's heroism and wants to recruit him to become one of her powerful generals. There is another very important reason why Sister Hong has a good impression of Lin Fan, that is, the other party saved people but was indifferent to the reward. She said seriously, Brother Lin, I would feel bad if I let you go back empty-handed. Can I give you 10 million? As the boss of the Golden Sun Entertainment Group, she was naturally not short of money, so she spent it generously. Perhaps, Lin Fan was just being polite before, but now he would be tempted by the 10 million. However, Sister Hong soon discovered that she had been judging others by her own standards. Lin Fan still shook his head. I appreciate Sister Hong's kindness. He had just earned 20 million from the system without anyone noticing by provoking Sister Hong, so he was not very tempted by the reward given by Sister Hong. The onlookers were shocked when they saw this. Sister Hong is so generous that she actually gave out 10 million to reward her benefactor. There's a reason why she can become the big sister of this city. Of course, what shocked everyone even more was Lin Fan's refusal. After all, faced with such huge wealth, it is natural for people to accept it with a smile. The people who can refuse it are very few and extremely rare. Did I hear correctly? Lin Fan actually refused? That's 10 million. I don't know if I can earn that much money by working in this lifetime. If it were me, I would definitely accept Sister Hong's reward and buy a bigger house and a nice car. People wish they were the one who stood up for justice. There are also many people who think that Lin Fan is really stupid. It would be a waste to waste 10 million yuan and miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sister Hong looked at Lin Fan, and her favorable impression of him increased even more. It is extremely rare to find young people today who can be like Lin Fan and not be moved by money. After all, 10 million is not a small sum of money, and few people would not be tempted by it. How could Sister Hong know that Lin Fan had his own unique way of making money, so he didn't take her reward seriously? I was negligent. If I give you money, it might seem too vulgar. Let me give you a KTV. Sister Hong suggested in a friendly manner. Lin Fan refused again, no need. My benefactor, to be honest, everyone who knows me knows that I, Shu Hong, always keep my word, so if I say I will give you a KTV, I will give it to you. Sister Hong said seriously, as for how you deal with it in the future, whether you give it away, sell it, or manage it, that's your own business. I won't ask. This KTV is called Jin Bihuing and is located in a luxurious area in the city. From now on, you are its owner. Sister Hong has many entertainment businesses under her name, including KTV, bars, clubs, etc., but the ones she gives away are magnificent, with good locations and high-end decoration, and her business has always been very popular. She was able to give it up, which really showed her full sincerity and gratitude. Chapter 42 Class Reunion. Sister Hong continued, my benefactor, you certainly don't want me to be someone who goes back on my word. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Lin Fan was both amused and confused. He offered his help and unexpectedly gained a KTV. Seeing Lin Fan accepting the gift with a smile, Sister Hong was extremely happy. I will say hello to the person in charge over there. Sister Hong, I have seen many talented people over the years, but I have never seen someone as amazing as Brother Lin. It seems that Linjiang City is really a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. She couldn't hold back her thoughts and asked, my benefactor, are you willing to stay by my side and work for me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ordinary people. After all, Shu Hong is an absolute big boss. Being able to work alongside a big boss will bring about a qualitative transformation in both your strength and connections. It is no exaggeration to say that in many cases, it will make your career and even life go smoothly. Passers-by around him cast jealous, envious and hateful looks at Lin Fan. This young man is going to be successful. If I stay with Sister Hong, I can avoid 10 years of detours. If I could have such luck, I would rather exchange 10 years of my life for it. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan remained indifferent. Sorry, I'm not interested. That's a shame. That's right. How could someone as skilled as you do anything for me, my benefactor? Sister Hong felt it was a pity. It would be too dreamy if Lin Fan could become her right-hand man. But I hope we can be friends. She sincerely extended her hand towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his hand and said, no problem. At this time, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped not far away. The license plate number was 8. It was Sister Hong's car. After the car stopped, the driver walked over quickly and said very respectfully, Sister Hong, please get in the car. Sister Hong asked Lin Fan, where are you going, benefactor? I'll take you there. Lin Fan waved his hand, no need to bother, I'm going to Zhuixinlo Hotel, it's just a few steps away, I like taking walks. Seeing this, Sister Hong stopped forcing him, okay, I'll go first, see you later. Then she took Leilei's hand, got into the car, and the Cullinan started and drove away. On the way, Sister Hong called the owner of Zhuixinlo Hotel. Lin Fan walked slowly and the system could not help asking, host, what are your plans? Have you considered taking Sister Hong as one of your female lickers? None of your business. As Lin Fan gradually became familiar with the system, he became less polite when speaking to it. I think she's pretty good. She's just as capable as any man. She's very different. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband brings wealth and fortune. If you two are going to have a chance, you're going to be so happy. Is your Xuanweiwei serious? Do you want me to be serious or not? Do you have a Bible? Along the way, they were talking nonsense and before they knew it, they arrived at the Zhuixinlo Hotel. At this moment, in the largest private room of Zhuixinlu Hotel. The box is very large, with 2 tables, a leisure area, and a chess and card area. In the leisure area, a group of classmates were surrounding the class monitor Han Qi and greeting him enthusiastically, more attentive than meeting his biological father. The class monitor is more ambitious now than in college. I heard that you drive a Maserati. You are out of date. Our squad leader not only drives a luxury car, but also lives in a 200 square meter house. Now I am a middle-level leader in a foreign company. I really envy the squad leader. If I could work in a foreign company, I would be happy even if I could be a gatekeeper, let alone a mid-level manager. Class monitor, you really bring honor to our class. Among all of us students, you are the most successful one. Squad leader, we are all in Linjiang City. I hope you can take care of us in the future. Han Qi really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He was overjoyed, everyone will be fine. At this time, Lin Fan pushed the door open and saw Han Qi surrounded by his classmates. He did not go over to join in the fun, but with a warm smile on his face, he found an empty seat and sat down. Han Qi felt dissatisfied when he saw that Lin Fan did not flatter him like other students did. A poor loser is putting on airs in front of me. You'll be in trouble later. Someone continued to flatter Han Qi, class monitor, your career is booming now, and you will definitely be able to win the class beauty Lu Chuxia this time. Yes, which woman would not be tempted by such an outstanding and successful person as the class monitor? If I were the campus beauty of Lu University, I would definitely throw myself into the arms of our class monitor without hesitation, and be more obedient than a little lamb. Wang Dali, the gold medal henchman, also took the initiative to take credit. Squad leader, I have arranged a seat for Lu Chuxia, right next to you, are you satisfied? Han Qi nodded with great satisfaction, but he still laughed modestly. Lu Chuxia is the school beauty, how could she look down on me? Squad leader, you are too modest. In my opinion, you two are a perfect match made in heaven. Yes, I wish you two to become a perfect couple in advance. At this time, Wang Dali turned to Lin Fan and said, Student Lin, please stand up. That seat is reserved for Lu Chuxia. Other students were not very enthusiastic about Lin Fan and some even mocked him. You don't know any rules. Is that the right place for you to sit? Don't ruin the monitor's good deeds. Seeing his classmates joining in, Han Qi did not say anything, but looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Silence was better than words here. Lin Fan stood up and went to another table, which was usually occupied by students who were not doing well. He has not attended any class reunions in recent years, so he is not aware of the ins and outs between them. Han Qi was ready to humiliate Lin Fan. He walked towards him, pretending to be very enthusiastic as he walked. Lin Fan, in recent years, everyone has attended the class reunion, but you were absent. That's not nice. You have to drink 3 cups as punishment. Have you become so successful that you look down on us old classmates? He could see that Lin Fan's career had nothing to do with success. This guy is such a jerk. He usually organizes class reunions and never informs Lin Fan to attend. Now they are turning the tables on others, which is really despicable. Others started to make a noise. Come on, old classmate, drink 3 cups as punishment. Long time no see. Lin's feelings for everyone must be in the wine. Han Qi shouted, everyone applaud. Everyone clapped their hands. Everyone knew clearly that the squad leader wanted to take this opportunity to embarrass Lin Fan, but no one dared to pierce the window paper. Lin Fan is not a fool, of course he understands. However, he did not argue. Instead, he picked up the cup, said nothing, and drank 3 glasses of white wine in a row with great enthusiasm. Do you welcome me? Welcome. The classmates responded, some of them echoed a few words out of consideration for their classmates. Some were conquered by Lin Fan's passion after a few glasses of wine. Monitor, you see, I am a popular person. Lin Fan said slowly, but you didn't invite me to the class reunions for several years. Shouldn't you drink a few glasses as a punishment? Chapter 43 School Beauty Lu Chuxia. Han Qi's mouth twitched, an awkward smile appeared on his face, and he hurriedly explained, I was careless, I will punish you. Afterwards, he also followed Lin Fan's example and drank 3 cups in a row. He became more and more annoyed with Lin Fan and cursed inwardly, damn it, he actually dared to play against me. Han Qi put on a false smile, pretending to be very friendly, and held Lin Fan's hand. I hope my old classmate doesn't take it to heart. The words sounded nice, but the hand he stretched out was not soft at all. He was full of strength, determined to teach the other person a lesson in secret. Han Chi was on the school basketball team when he was in college. He was tall and strong, with great arm strength. He was almost a head taller than Lin Fan, and his arms were almost twice as thick as his. The big hand grasped the ladder like an eagle grasping a chick. Why would I mind? Lin Fan smiled. He felt the power coming from the squad leader's palms. It is impossible to use so much force in a normal handshake. It was obvious that the squad leader wanted to deal with him secretly. What a despicable person. He naturally won't spoil the other person. Lin Fan used a little force. Han Chi's mouth twitched. He originally thought that he would be able to control Lin Fan easily, but as soon as he shook hands, he discovered that the other party's grip was extremely strong, far beyond his imagination, and even made him almost unable to bear it. Lin Fan asked knowingly, "Squad leader, do you have epilepsy? Or do you have tics?" Han Chi denied it flatly, "No." Lin Fan exerted more force, and a layer of cold sweat the size of soybeans appeared on the opponent's forehead. The smile on Han Chi's face seemed a little forced and unnatural. Lin Fan asked again, "Squad leader, why are you sweating?" I'm a little hot." Han Chi felt so angry that his teeth were itching. "Damn it, Mr. Lin, you're asking questions even though you already know the answer and are trying to embarrass me." At the same time, he was shocked. In his impression, Lin Fan's grip strength was very weak. Why is the power today so strong that he can't bear it? What Han Chi didn't know was that Lin Fan had shown mercy, otherwise, all of his metacarpal bones would have been broken or even turned into powder. At this moment, every second was torture for Han Chi. He tried to pull his hand back, but found that no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. As if it was nailed firmly. Han Chi's face began to turn red, even a little purple. He clearly felt the huge squeezing force from Lin Fan's palm, causing severe pain in his metacarpal bones. Han Chi tried to fight back, but still found that the power he was proud of was nothing compared to Lin Fan. Every second was torture for him. He only prayed that Lin Fan would let go sooner. Lin Fan suddenly let go, and as Han Chi had been trying to pull his hand back, he was caught off guard and staggered backwards, almost falling to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Lin Fan said with a smile, "Squad leader, don't get too excited." Han Chi let out a long sigh and forced a smile on his face. "It's inevitable that I'm excited. After all, I haven't seen my old classmates for several years." Afterwards, Han Chi sat back in his seat dejectedly. At this moment, someone shouted excitedly, "The beauty from Lu University is here." What came into everyone's sight was a youthful face with natural beauty, black hair like a waterfall, and delicate features. She seemed like a beauty that had walked out of an art painting, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Lu Chuxiao wore a white pleated skirt. Her tall and well-proportioned legs were beautifully revealed under the skirt. Paired with a pair of light-colored canvas shoes, she looked both pure and full of energy. Both her appearance and figure are impeccable. No wonder she became the school belle chosen among thousands back then. Several years have passed since graduation, but her youthful vitality has not diminished in the slightest. She is so beautiful that it makes one's heart beat faster, even a little suffocated. Wang Dali pointed to the seat next to Han Chi and said, "Chuxia, come and sit down." Han Chi looked at Lu Chuxia expectantly. Among this group of boys, he is the only one who has the most promising future. He doesn't believe that his charm cannot impress the school belle. Lu Chuxia naturally understood the purpose of the seating arrangement, but she was very averse to this deliberate arrangement. A forced melon is not sweet, and she had never had any good feelings towards Han Chi. "This table is too lively. I like it to be quieter." Lu Chuxiao walked to another table. When she saw there was an empty seat next to Lin Fan, she immediately walked over without hesitation and sat down next to him. Han Chi's expression changed and the smile on his face disappeared. Lu Chuxiao was too disrespectful to him. Not only did she refuse to sit next to him, but she also sat next to Lin Fan, the person he disliked the most. Upon seeing this, Wang Dali and others immediately rushed to speak. "Lu University Beauty, our class monitor has now become a middle-level leader of a well-known foreign company. He has a bright future and will definitely become a senior executive of the company in 2 years. Just a few years after graduation, class monitor Han drove a luxury car and lived in a mansion. I heard he is still single. The monitor is truly a gifted man, a rare talent among men. Why don't you sit down and talk? His work experience will definitely help you in your career." Everyone tried their best to bring Han Chi and Lu Chuxia together. Lu Chuxia waved her hand, "No need, it's troublesome to change seats." Han-Chi stood up and said to Lin Fan, "Student Lin, do you want to change seats?" Lin Fan said with a smile, "Squad leader, I can't afford to sit in your seat. I was sitting at that table just now, but I was driven over here." His refusal was well reasoned, but it only made Han-Chi more resentful. Other students secretly blamed Lin Fan for having no vision at all. This DLC clearly saw that the monitor was interested in Lu Chuxia, but she deliberately didn't change her seat, clearly trying to embarrass the monitor. He wouldn't want to eat the swan's flesh like a toad. He is nothing. What qualifications does he have to be worthy of the school beauty? In our class, only the class monitor has the ability to capture Lu Chuxia's heart. Han-Chi had no choice but to sit back in his original seat awkwardly. Lu Chuxia started chatting with Lin Fan with great interest. "Old classmate, long time no see." She took the initiative to extend her white hand towards the other party. Lin Fan shook hands back gracefully. He had to say that the school beauty's hands were so soft and smooth, and felt great to the touch. When Han-Chi saw the scene, he became even more dissatisfied with Lin Fan. "Damn it, Mr. Lin, you knew I liked Lu Chuxia, yet you shook hands with her in front of me and didn't even pull your hand away for 10 seconds. You really don't take me seriously." Lin Fan simply responded, "Yes." Lu Chuxia was very curious, "What have you been busy with recently? You have been missing for a long time and didn't even attend the previous class reunion." Chapter 44 The Boss Comes to Toast. Without waiting for Lin Fan to answer, Han-Chi took the initiative to interrupt. Lin Fan must be busy with his career. He must be very successful in his career. He deliberately asked, "Lin Fan, what do you do now? But judging from your phone, you must be doing well." Han-Chi deliberately diverted everyone's attention to Lin Fan's mobile phone. He knew very well that the mobile phone he used was cheap and ordinary, and its work was average, but he deliberately flattered him and embarrassed him. The intention is not just bad. Wang Dali is worthy of being a golden follower, and he flattered him at the right time. "Lin Fan's phone is only about 2,000 yuan, it can't compare with your iPhone 15. Han-Chi responded in a very pretentious manner, "The 15 is no longer usable, I am going to switch to the 16 to play around with. After all, a mobile phone is just a transitional product. You will use it for a while before you move on to a new one." He looked at Lin Fan proudly, ready to see the other party's embarrassment. "You found out that I got a new phone. You have really sharp eyes." Lin Fan smiled and took out a brand new Huawei Extraordinary Master from his pocket. That was exactly what Su Yuma gave him today. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Triple folding screen? Huawei Extraordinary Master? This machine costs more than 20,000 yuan, and many celebrities are using it. The classmates' eyes lit up and they whispered to each other. When they saw Lin Fan take out the Extraordinary Master, they knew that he had the upper hand and the class monitor's iPhone 15 was no match for him. The Extraordinary Master beat his opponent. Han-Chi's originally smug expression began to become very unnatural, as if he was eating a delicious pastry but suddenly swallowed a pile of shit. He originally wanted to laugh at Lin Fan, but in the end, he became the laughingstock. He said sourly, "If you can afford an Extraordinary Master, you must have a good job, and your salary must be better than my annual salary of nearly 1 million. Han-Chi's words attracted another group of people to flatter him. "Wow, the annual salary is nearly 1 million. I am so envious. The squad leader has a bright future ahead of him. He drives a Maserati now and will drive a Porsche in the future. His salary is higher than all of ours combined. He is really young and promising." Lin Fan responded, "The squad leader thinks too highly of me. I am just a salesperson with a monthly salary of less than 5,000 yuan. Han-Chi pretended to be concerned and asked, "What car do you usually drive for business?" "I take the bus, taxi, and subway. I plan to add running to the mix in the future." Han-Chi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Old classmate, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're too impetuous. You saved up a few $1,000s from your salary and bought it all on the Extraordinary Master. You didn't buy it today just to show off in front of our classmates, did you? It's been several years since you graduated, and you can't even afford a car. Old classmate, you should reflect on this." "Well, we are all classmates, I can help you. Come to my company and work as a cleaner or gatekeeper. As for salary, I'll talk to the HR department and I'll give you an extra 200. The classmates gave Han-Chi a thumbs up and praised him. "Squad leader is so generous, Lin Fan, why don't you thank him quickly? It's not easy to get into a foreign company. The squad leader is really loyal." Lin Fan shook his head slightly. I don't have big ambitions, and I don't have any feelings towards foreign companies. Han Shi said earnestly, people, don't let so-called dignity and face harm yourself. Lin Fan, don't look down on the job of a cleaner. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll try not to let you do the job of cleaning the toilet. Squad leader, don't go too far. Lu Chuxia couldn't help but speak up for Lin Fan. She had long seen that Han Shi was just taking this opportunity to deliberately embarrass Lin Fan. Isn't he just a middle-level leader in a foreign company? What's so great about him? He is really a small-minded person who has succeeded. Just enjoy your own success. Why do you have to deliberately belittle your old classmates in front of so many people? Things may change over time. I believe that in the future, Lin Fan will have a car and a house. Han Shi acted very innocently. Lu University campus beauty, you really misunderstood me. I swear to God, I am sincerely trying to find a job for Lin Fan. He then asked Lin Fan, you shouldn't be so sensitive. How could that be? Lin Fan smiled and said, if you were a spectator watching the circus animal performance, you would just feel happy. Han Shi quickly realized that Lin Fan was indirectly insulting him as a circus animal, and he became furious. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia couldn't help but smile. A simple smile can bring out all the charms, and even all the beauties lose their composure. That smile was like the warm sunshine in early spring, melting the ice and snow and bringing all things back to life. Just when Han Shi was furious, the manager of Zhuoxianlu Hotel knocked on the door and after getting permission, pushed the door open and walked in. Next to the store manager stood a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. He was the owner of the restaurant, Zhou Tingyu. It turns out that the owners of the Sky Garden Western Restaurant and Zhuoxianlu Hotel are both Zhou Tingyu. Zhou Tingyu received a call from Sister Hong not long ago, asking him to toast Lin Fan with a glass of wine if he was in the store. Zhou Tingyu readily agreed. Although he was quite well known in the city, he was still a younger brother in front of Sister Hong. If he is the king, then Sister Hong is a legend. The store manager introduced everyone. Hello, everyone. This is the owner of our store. Everyone noticed that Zhou Tingyu was holding a wineglass full of white wine in his hand. So people started to speculate. The squad leader is so honored that even the big boss came over to toast him. It turns out that the squad leader is doing much better than everyone imagined. I heard that the owner of this restaurant is very wealthy and owns the famous Sky Garden Western Restaurant in this city. The fact that he came to toast our monitor shows that he thinks highly of us. Seeing Zhou Tingyu coming over, Han Shi was flattered and quickly stood up, extending his hand with a smile on his face. However, Zhou Tingyu treated him as air, walked past him, and then came to another table. Han Shi pulled his hand back awkwardly. It turned out that I was overthinking it. How could such a big boss come to toast me in person? Mr. Lin, we meet again. Zhou Tingyu came to Lin Fan with great enthusiasm and shook his hand affectionately. Before this, he really wanted to know what kind of young man could make Sister Hong specifically instruct him to toast. Unexpectedly, the Lin Fan mentioned by Sister Hong actually had met me once. Zhou Tingyu still remembers it vividly. Lin Fan treated Su Yuma to a meal in the Sky Garden. He spent a huge amount of money and ordered 2 top-notch set meals. And the most amazing thing is that Lin Fan's skills are extraordinary. He beat Lu Guangquan and others who were looking for trouble to the point that they cry for their parents. This young man is indeed extraordinary, as Sister Hong can value him so much. Boss Zhou. Lin Fan also recognized the other party, but he didn't know why this big boss came here. He did not have a close relationship with the other party, or even had no friendship at all. Chapter 45 The School Beauty Likes Me. It's nice to see you again. Zhou Tingyu praised with a smile, Mr. Lin is young and promising, and is truly a child of destiny. Your presence is a blessing to our store and the city. Given Zhou Tingyu's financial status, he has almost never praised an unknown young man so highly in public. In the box, Han Chi and others were all stunned. They originally thought that Zhou Tingyu had found the wrong person, but after listening to the conversation between him and Lin Fan, they were sure that the two must have met before. How could Lin Fan deserve to be praised by a big shot like Zhou Tingyu? What is going on? All the students in the room were completely confused. I, Zhou, will not make a mistake. Mr. Lin is not an ordinary person. I respect you. After giving Lin Fan a very high evaluation, Zhou Tingyu toasted him individually. Everyone, eat and drink well. He said hello to everyone again before leaving. Someone asked in confusion, old classmate, how come you know Mr. Zhou? Lin Fan simply responded, "I've eaten at his restaurant before." Wang Dali seemed to have suddenly realized something. "I told you that Lin Fan couldn't possibly have any relationship with Boss Joe. It's nothing more than having a few extra meals at his restaurant," and he just said some polite words. Several other students also expressed their views. That's right. If Lin Fan can be considered an extraordinary person, then everyone here is a hero among men. Especially the squad leader, he stands out from the crowd and is the best among the people. Lu Chuxiao whispered, "Lin Fan, let's go out and talk." Because she realized that the group led by Han Shi mocked Lin Fan from time to time, which was really too much, and she couldn't stand it anymore. She looked down on Han Shi, and at the same time, she also looked down on Wang Dali's group of flatterers, who were so coquettish and looked like eunuchs. Lin Fan nodded, "Okay." Then, the two of them got up and left the box alone. Han Shi was jealous and depressed when he saw this. This little girl Lu Chuxia knew clearly that I had a crush on her, but she avoided me everywhere. Instead, she was so enthusiastic towards Lin Fan, which was clearly trying to embarrass me. "And that Lin Fan, you dare to set your sights on the woman I like? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Are you worthy of the school bell? Lin Fan, I'm glad to see you again. At the same time, I'm even happier to see that you've recovered from your illness." After reaching the corridor outside the box, Lu Chuxia was genuinely happy. The disease she was referring to was the stuttering problem that Lin Fan suffered from when he fell into the water with a gangster in his arms in the middle of winter to save her. Lin Fan smiled, "That's all thanks to the magic of Dragon Country's traditional Chinese medicine." Lu Chuxia cheered him up, "Don't take what the monitor said too seriously. I believe everything will be fine for you. This girl is very kind-hearted, especially towards Lin Fan. But there is one thing I must criticize you for. You haven't contacted me much in the past few years, and we're still old classmates. That's really not nice of you." The school beauty deliberately put on a stern face. Even though she was serious, her beauty was still like a peerless work of art, which made people dazzled. Lin Fan half joked, "Why don't you treat me to a meal some other day as punishment?" Unexpectedly, the other party blurted out without hesitation, "Okay." Lin Fan's face suddenly turned stern. "Do you know why I came out with you alone? Besides reminiscing about the past, the more important thing is to criticize you. Look at how indecent your skirt is. Do you dare to make it shorter? Are you afraid that others will not make sexual advances on you? And this hairstyle, growing it so long, paired with your white dress, at night, I thought it was Sadako. Are you trying to scare people to death? Your outfit is too lowbrow. You are no longer a student. You have entered the workplace. Stop pretending to be young." Lin Fan's every word was provocative. Unexpectedly, Lu Chuxia was not angry, but was very shocked. Because, in her impression, Lin Fan would not easily comment on a girl's appearance, let alone belittle her. What happened to him today? Hostile towards yourself? That doesn't make sense. It seemed that there had never been any conflict between them. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia was deeply shocked. Beyond that, she was experiencing intense confusion. The system will give the host 200 points of charm and 20 million renminbi as a reward. The money the host has received through rewards has reached 160 million. Lin Fan was just about to apologize to the school beauty because he had said those words on purpose for the sake of the system task. In fact, the school belle's hairstyle and skirt are very beautiful, giving a feeling of first love, the kind that any chaebol would be fascinated by when they see her. At this time, the system continued. The host's charm value in Lu Chuxia's mind is 203. At the same time, the system detects that the school beauty has developed a crush on you. Lu Chuxia calmed down and thought to herself, Lin Fan couldn't stand others looking at her beautiful legs, so he deliberately complained about her skirt. As for the comments about her hairstyle and outfit, the purpose was the same. Lin Fan was afraid that her dazzling brilliance would attract a pack of wolves. Humph, what a stinky man, he can actually say one thing and mean another. Lin Fan, you have learned bad things. You have a crush on someone but you don't even say it out loud. The more Lu Chuxia thought about it, the more certain she became of her guess, because if Lin Fan was not interested in her, he would not have come out with her. Therefore, facing the provocation just now, Lu Chuxia was not angry at all, but rather felt a little shy and happy. The school beauty has developed a crush on me? Lin Fan was also surprised when he heard what the system said. It doesn't make sense. The two haven't seen each other for several years, and Lu Chuxia is so outstanding, radiant, and dazzling. In comparison, I am extremely ordinary. If no one knows that he has a provocation system, everyone will think that he is mediocre. Maybe it's due to the system's charm value. The gains from attending the class reunion today were really average. The school beauty Lu Chuxia officially became one of the targets of his system provocation, and also one of his potential female lickspittle members. Lu Chuxia asked, "Do you want to go in?" She pointed to the box. Lin Fan shook his head, "No." "Then come with me to buy a pair of pants." Lu Chuxia said, "There is a large shopping mall nearby. You don't like me wearing a skirt, so I'll change it." Lin Fan felt a little guilty. "Are you not angry about what I said just now?" Lu Chuxia raised her hand confidently. "I won't be angry, I promise. You don't need to change your hairstyle. I like it now." "As you wish." Lin Fan asked out of the blue, "Chuxia, can you give me the skirt you're going to change into later?" "Don't ask why." "You." Lu Chuxia's face flushed instantly. He became more certain in his heart that Lin Fan had a good impression of him. Otherwise, why would you want someone else's skirt? But some people can't wait. From now on, if you and I are destined to be together, not only the skirt, but everything will be yours. Chapter 46 The School Beauty presents a skirt. Lu Chuxia glanced at Lin Fan with her heart pounding. "You are a little too impatient." "I am not mentally prepared yet." "Hee, there's nothing I can do. After all, we haven't seen each other for several years. But if you don't want to give it to me, it's okay." Lin Fan thought that as long as his charm continued to increase in the future, the school beauty would obey his orders sooner or later. Lu Chuxia pursed her lips for a moment, then said, "I'm happy today at the class reunion, so I'll just agree to it this time. This won't happen again. Come on, go shopping for clothes with me." "Good." The two then left Zuixinlu Hotel. Wang Dali, who had just returned from using the restroom, entered the private room and ran directly to Han Qi, whispering, "Squad leader, I saw Lin Fan and Lu Chuxia." He hesitated to speak. Han Qi urged, "Go on." They left the hotel. "What?" Han Qi immediately imagined many scenes when he heard this, and cursed with gnashing teeth. "I'm afraid this couple couldn't hold back and went to get a room. I've noticed something's wrong with them. They've been flirting with each other." Under the pretext of leaving the box to talk, I sneaked into the hotel. The more Han Qi thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't even hold Lu Chuxia's hand, and now Lin Fan had succeeded? Why? Is Lu Chuxia blind? How can Lin Fan compare to her? He has no money and no career, and his life is a mess, but I have a bright future. Han Qi really couldn't understand why the school beauty was so cold and indifferent to him, but was so passionate towards Lin Fan. Arriving at the shopping mall, Lu Chuxia entered a most ordinary clothing store and picked out a pair of blue slim jeans. As soon as these jeans are put on, they are eye-catching. Whether viewed from the side or from the back, they are an ultimate visual feast. It is curvy and stylish, so beautiful. When Lin Fan was about to swipe the card, Lu Chuxia stopped him. "I'm asking you to accompany me to buy clothes, not to pay for it. Your work is not easy. After deducting expenses every month, there is not much left. Save money and everything will be fine." The school beauty encouraged from the bottom of her heart. Her affection for Lin Fan had nothing to do with material things. After all, up to now, she didn't know that her old classmate had become a billionaire. She simply thought that Lin Fan, who earned 3,000 to 4,000 a month, did not have a very glorious career. Although Lu Chuxia is the school belle and a stunning beauty, she has never been a snob or looked at people through tinted glasses. "Give." Lu Chuxia blushed and handed over a clothing bag, which contained her white dress. Not long after Lin Fan took the clothing bag, he heard the voice of the system. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the target person Lu Chuxia's personal clothing. The power of the first divine fist increases by 200 points. As of now, the total punch power value of the host's first divine fist has reached 1,100 points. Very good." Lin Fan asked his female landlord Chen Meijiao for shark pants last night, which increased his punching power value to 900. Today it increased by another 200 points. It is really exciting. Because in the provocation system, the strength of one punch is equivalent to 100 times the average strength of a real male. Therefore, his strength now is almost 100,000 times that of a normal man. This concept was so exaggerated that even Lin Fan himself was shocked. At this time, the system brought another surprise to Lin Fan. After the punching power value reaches more than 1000 points, the host's defense and speed will be synchronized to n times that of a normal male. For example, if your current strength is more than 100,000 times that of others, then your defense and speed will also be more than 100,000 times greater. In the future, as the first Divine Fist evolves, these multiples will increase, such as 200,000 times, 500,000 times, or even 1 million times. After hearing the introduction of the system, Lin Fan was extremely happy. If Lu Chuxia had not been present, he would have definitely blurted out 3 words: too cool. Strength, defense, speed, all-round rebirth. Lin Fan excitedly carried the clothing bag and walked out of the store with Lu Chuxia. I happened to run into Jiang Yan, who was shopping alone. Jiang Yan looked at the school beauty next to him and immediately felt unhappy. Because Lu Chuxia is so beautiful. She has a different taste from the beautiful CEO Suyuma, but her appeal is equally strong. Even though she is such a beauty, she still feels inferior to others and has a deep sense of inferiority. I really don't know how Lin Fan was able to date these top beauties. Change your female companion again? Beautiful lady, I am kindly reminding you that Lin Fan is very fickle. The person who was with him the other day was another woman. He is simply the king of the sea, a scumbag. Jiang Yan tried to destroy the relationship between Lin Fan and Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia responded calmly, "Oh, really? I don't think Lin Fan is that bad. Beauty, you are still too naive. I am his ex-wife, how can I not understand him? I was Lin Fan's classmate in college, and I know a lot about him." Jiang Yan continued to exaggerate. No matter what, he doesn't deserve you. A beautiful woman like you should find a tall, rich and handsome man, and Lin Fan will never be able to make a name for himself in his life. Otherwise, I wouldn't divorce him. Maybe there's something wrong with your vision. Who knows, Lin Fan might be a potential stock. Lu Chuxia is not a materialistic girl, therefore, she always supports Lin Fan, not to mention that the other party once saved her. She will never forget it in her life. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. What's more, Lin Fan's kindness to her was huge. Lin Fan deliberately asked, "Jiang Yan, why are you shopping alone? Where is Lao Lu?" You ask even though you know the answer. Jiang Yan was furious, "It's all because of you. You bastard, you've caused Lao Lu to suffer heavy losses and lose interest in love." Lin Fan laughed and said, "I don't have that much influence to influence Boss Lu's decision. You also said that I am worthless. If you can be as outstanding and charming as the school beauty next to me, Boss Lu will never leave you even if he kills you." Lin Fan's words immediately made Jiang Yan furious. The latter kept talking to him, "Lin Fan, you are not that good. These women will only stay with you for a short time and will not have any feelings for you. By then, you will have gained nothing. In 2 years, you'll be an old bachelor that no one wants." Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Jiang Yan. Along with Jiang Yan's anger, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan was overjoyed because he knew that he had another rich harvest. He loves to challenge the sound of the system, and there is no sound in the world that can compare to it. Chapter 47, Ex-Wife Wants to Get Back Together? Delusion. Lin Fan's previous words undoubtedly rubbed salt into the wounds of his ex-wife Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's anger level has skyrocketed. The host receives 200 points of charm and a reward of 20 million renminbi. Lin Fan was overjoyed. His ex-wife was very dissatisfied with him, and every time he succeeded in provoking him, he would gain double the rewards. Feel free to be dissatisfied with me. I won't suffer any loss anyway. The more dissatisfied you are, the more I earn. The host's charm value in the eyes of the target person Jiang Yan has reached 603. The influence of charm finally took effect on Jiang Yan. She was just about to give Lin Fan another good fight when suddenly a strong feeling of affection flooded her heart. She looked at her ex-husband and felt a strong personal charm coming towards her. From the left, he looks like Tony Leung, from the right, he looks like Daniel Wu, from the front, he looks like Andy Lau, and from the back of his head, he looks like Aaron Kwok. No wonder, even the black female president Su Yuma and the stunning school beauty Lu Chuxia would appear next to Lin Fan. Jiang Yan said this with deep affection. "Lin Fan, to be honest, Lao Lu and I are only in the stage of trying to get to know each other. He hasn't even held my hand yet. It's just right to divide it now. We are husband and wife after all, why don't we continue our past relationship? I'm planning to get pregnant soon and give you a big fat boy. Lin Fan was stunned. I just provoked you. In the past, my ex-wife was always aggressive and nagging, and she always tried to humiliate me, but now, the sun is rising from the west, and the other party actually wants to get back together? Undoubtedly, this is the effect of the system's charm value. If charm didn't exist, he would have been scolded by Jiang Yan a long time ago. Oh, what a trick of fate. He is no longer the easily compromised Lin Fan of the past. Not everyone can pursue the Lin Fan now or in the future. At least Jiang Yan, you are not qualified. I know. Go ahead and provoke me in the future. I like your provocative attitude. It's so manly. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she was secretly surprised. In the past, she would have fallen out with Lin Fan long ago. What on earth was going on today? Not only was she trying to reconcile with her ex-husband, but her attitude towards him was also extremely gentle. Could it be that I have always been a masochist and it has only been discovered now? A good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has left. Besides, I'm a 1,000-mile horse. Bye. Lin Fan then took Lu Chusha away. You. Jiang Yan could never have expected that when she gave Lin Fan a chance, he would not fight for it at all but instead decisively refused. Things are really different now than they were in the past. She didn't understand why her ex-husband had the guts to reject her. Having a successful career, a house, and a car were nothing to him. Could it be that Lin Fan really has a crush on the beautiful CEO Su Yuma, or the innocent school beauty Lu Chusha? Looking at Lin Fan's resolute back, a line of poetry rang in Jiang Yan's mind. I originally wanted to turn my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the ditch. Lu Chusha asked curiously, isn't your ex-wife very beautiful? And she has already given you a chance, why don't you get back together? Lin Fan simply responded, if we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together. Back in the private room of Zuixinlu Hotel, they noticed that Han Shi looked very unhappy. Especially when Han Shi saw that Lu Chusha changed her skirt into jeans, he immediately thought a lot of things. Maybe the two of them were too intense and damaged the skirt, so she bought a pair of pants temporarily. Han Shi was so angry that his teeth were itching. Damn, did Lin Fan really succeed? There should be no flowers on such cow dung. He asked in a somewhat inappropriate manner, where did you two go? Lin Fan responded with a smile, do I need to report to you? Han Shi slammed the table and said, at the class reunion, you don't want to talk about the past, but you want to pick up girls. Lin Fan, don't you think you've gone too far? Squad leader, please stop talking nonsense. Lu Chusha immediately clarified for Lin Fan, I was the one who called him out. Seeing that the situation was not good, some classmates hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Come on, drink, especially you, Lin Fan, you have been hiding from alcohol for so long, drink a few more glasses. No big deal. Lin Fan then picked up the wine glass. While he was toasting with his classmates, Han Shi pushed the door open with a gloomy face. Han Shi really couldn't swallow this humiliation and decided to teach Lin Fan a lesson. He made a phone call. Brother Chang, can you help me vent my anger and teach this guy a lesson? I'll send you the other person's photo right away. Beat him up first, and tell him to stay away from Lu Chusha in the future. After the matter is completed, I will give you 20,000 yuan and a dragon. When Han Shi returned to the box, he felt much better. He was extremely happy when he thought that Lin Fan was going to be beaten after the party. About half an hour later, the class reunion ended. Han Shi walked to the body of his Maserati and looked at the school beauty with a hint of expectation. Chu Xia, do you want me to take you there? Lu Chusha walked side by side with Lin Fan and shook her head to refuse. No, I'll take a walk with Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Han Shi with a smile. To the other party, his smile was undoubtedly an unacceptable silent provocation. Mr. Lin, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Han Shi got in the car and drove away. After leaving Zuixinlu Hotel, Lin Fan and Lu Chusha walked leisurely along the street. That's him, chase him. Behind them, there was a group of spirited young men with tattoos on their heads. Under the command of the leader with a crew cut, they ran all the way, quickly caught up with Lin Fan, and surrounded him. The young man with a crew cut was none other than Brother Chang, whom Han Shi contacted not long ago. His nickname was Changzi, and because of his fierce fighting skills, he became a fierce general under Wang Laohu. Wang Laohu was very powerful and he set aside a separate area for Changzi. That day, King Tiger was taught a lesson by Lin Fan like a grandson. Changzi was not present, so the latter did not recognize Lin Fan, otherwise he would have been scared to death on the spot. Seeing Changzi and others coming in aggressively, Lu Chusha nervously pulled Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan calmly comforted her, "Don't be afraid." Xiangzi looked Lin Fan up and down in an arrogant manner and asked with his nose pointed up to the sky, "Are you Lin Fan?" "That's right. I have a bad news and a good news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" Lin Fan said he didn't care. "Stop talking nonsense, whatever. The bad news is that you are about to be beaten. The good news is that it is your honor to be beaten by me. My name is Zhang Chang, and I never fight nameless people." Lin Fan smiled calmly. "What a coincidence, I also have good news and bad news. The bad news is you can't hit me. The good news is, you're just a noob, so I won't use my full strength later." Chapter 48. No one can hurt me. Mad. Xiangzi couldn't help cursing. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of me. I hope your mouth will still be the same as it is now." His subordinates also clamored. "You little bastard, you dare to argue with Brother Chang, I don't know how you will die later. This kid won't cry until he sees the coffin. It doesn't matter. He will soon realize how powerful we are." Lin Fan shook his head gently. "Are you guys here to fight? Why are you yelling like a shrew? If you want to fight, do it quickly and don't delay my date." The last half of his sentence reminded Xiangzi. The other person showed a sinister smile on his face. "Little jerk, I'm afraid that you will be knocked unconscious by me later and won't have the chance to listen, so I might as well tell you now. Someone told me to warn you, stay away from Lu Chusha from now on. If you dare to get close to her, I will beat you up every time I see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chusha blurted out, "Squad leader." In fact, without the school beauty reminding him, Lin Fan had already guessed that Xiangzi and his gang were hired by Han Qi. But it doesn't matter, because with the first divine fist, he wishes there were more people like Xiangzi to be his living targets. He was worried about not being able to find someone to practice with, but he didn't expect the other party to come to him on his own initiative. The more troops the other side gathered, the more excited he became. Lu Chusha said indignantly, "The squad leader is too much, a despicable villain." She took out her cell phone and prepared to make a call. In fact, no one knows that the school belle's identity is extremely special. She only needs one phone call to deal with Xiangzi and his gang. However, this kind of call should never be made unless it is absolutely necessary. The fewer people who know her identity, the better. Lin Fan stopped the other party. "Xu Xia, are you going to call the police?" "Forget it. To tell you the truth, I don't get along with that policewoman in the police station. I don't want to see that girl for the time being. This group of minions in front of me are not troublesome at all." Lu Chusha, who didn't know the truth, said anxiously, "Lin Fan, you are drunk and confused, the other party is a group of people." She understood the principle that two fists could not defeat four palms. How could she know that Lin Fan possessed the most powerful divine fist that could defy the heavens? Even if Xiangzi on the opposite side called in hundreds of people, he would not be able to do anything to her old classmate. Lin Fan remained calm and composed. "I am very clear-headed. You should have read fantasy novels, stories about losers' counterattacks. Who knows, maybe I am the chosen one in the novel." Lu Chusha didn't believe Lin Fan's lies at all. She sighed. "When we were in school, you fought with the gangsters for me. Now, you want to fight with them because of me." There were sparkling crystal tears in her bright eyes, and she looked so charming and touching that I felt pity for her. "I don't want you to always be the one who gets hurt." Lin Fan comforted him. "Don't worry, from now on, no one can hurt me." When Xiangzi heard this, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Why are you showing off? Look at your skinny appearance. I'm going to punch you to pieces." The younger brothers beside him also started to flatter him. "My brother is a tough guy in society. He doesn't talk much. When he fights like a desperate idiot. Few people can stand up to him. I advise you to call the hospital now and reserve a bed. You will have to stay in it for 3 to 5 months anyway." Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "Are you really that good at fighting? Xiangzi, don't hold back. Beat me to your heart's content and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. You can hit me as much as you want except my face. After all, I have such a handsome face and I'm afraid your fist will dirty it." Lu Chusha was very surprised. The situation was critical, but how could Lin Fan act as if it had nothing to do with him and even have the leisure to chat and joke? After not seeing each other for a few years, my old classmate has become much braver. Could it be that he has become extremely bold? Xiangzi was angry. He had never seen such an arrogant person in front of him. If I don't dampen the opponent's arrogance today, how will I survive in the underworld in the future? Okay, I'll satisfy you. No one, my fists are itching today. After saying that, Shanzi threw a straight punch, like a heavy artillery, hitting Lin Fan's chest. He was so enraged that he was like a wild beast, with ferocious strength and no mercy. Bang! His fist seemed to hit an iron wall. The moment the back of the fist landed on Lin Fan's chest, Shanzi felt numbness spreading from his fist to his entire arm. I was numbed by the shock. Lin Fan didn't move at all, and even turned his head to talk and laugh with Lu Chuxia. In front of him, Shanzi's heavy punch was like a breeze, while he was like a mountain, standing still. Although Shanzi remained silent, his heart was already in turmoil. In his life, he had fought in more than 100 fights, and no one had ever remained indifferent after being hit by his powerful punches. In fact, when he threw a punch, his arms became numb from the recoil. The other person's chest seemed to be made of steel. Xiangzi looked at Lin Fan carefully. He was just an ordinary person and didn't look like he was very strong. I just don't believe in evil. He shook his numb arms, took a deep breath, then swung his fist and punched Lin Fan in the chest again. Boom! Hiss! Xiangzi sucked in a breath of cold air. His fist seemed to have hit something indestructible and immediately bounced back. When he pulled his hand back, he saw that his knuckles were cracked and blood was gushing out. 3 words popped into his mind: too strong. Lin Fan's body seemed to be wearing a layer of armor made of black iron, which could not be penetrated or hit at all. When Xiangzi's men saw this, they were all shocked. They knew Brother Chang's strength very well. He had defeated a professional boxer from a boxing gym and was extremely brutal in street fights. Otherwise, he would not have become a powerful general under Wang Laohu. Who would have thought that Xiangzi's 2 powerful punches not only failed to hurt Lin Fan, but instead made him bleed? It's really incredible. Lu Ruyan was surprised and delighted. Lin Fan, what are you doing? In her memory, Lin Fan was not able to withstand a fight at all, but now, he actually took 2 punches as if nothing had happened. Lin Fan joked with a grin, please call me by my nickname, Tough Guy, from now on. Lu Ruyan didn't know what she was thinking about, her face flushed a little, and she didn't say much. Lin Fan then shook his head at the shocked Xiangzi and said, Xiangzi, you are useless even though I gave you the chance. You disappoint me so much. You have such little strength, and you still dare to come out and mess around? I think fighting and killing have nothing to do with you. If you insist on showing off your strength, you will only be the one who gets beaten. His words immediately angered the other party. Xiangzi was furious. I don't believe I can't defeat you today. Chapter 49: Calling for Help. Xiangzi changed to his left hand and punched Lin Fan in the ribs in frustration. Lin Fan remained unmoved and completely ignored the other party. With his current physical strength, he really has the capital to ignore the other party. Xiangzi is determined to win with this punch. However, the shock in my heart soon came again. After the punch, Xiangzi's left fist was temporarily numb, but Lin Fan's whole body did not shake at all. Lin Fan teased, why don't you go home and replenish your energy before coming back? Xiangzi was extremely shocked. He didn't understand how Lin Fan managed to be so unbreakable. He glanced at the other man's lower abdomen. Lu Chuxia glared, how dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Xiangzi saw that his attack on Lin Fan's upper body was ineffective, so he raised his foot and kicked him, using a despicable method, kicking him in the crotch. The place where you kick is the most vulnerable part of a man. Even if someone practices the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt, he still has his fatal vital point. Xiangzi doesn't believe that there is no soft spot on Lin Fan's body. Boom! It was a solid kick. When everyone agreed that Lin Fan would be sweating profusely, rolling on the ground, and crying for his parents in pain, unexpectedly, a scream came from Xiangzi's mouth, accompanied by a cry of awe. He stood on one leg, like a golden rooster standing on one leg, and was in so much pain from having just kicked out that he didn't dare to put the foot to the ground. Xiangzi's most direct feeling was that he seemed to have really kicked a steel plate. Because he stepped so hard, his toe was fractured. With both his fists and feet injured, Xiangzi has now lost his fighting ability, or it can be said that his fighting ability has been greatly reduced. Even if he attacks again, it will be in vain. Lu Chuxia asked in surprise, Lin Fan, are you okay? She was just worried that Xiangzi's leg, which could make him infertile, would cause fatal harm to his old classmate. Lin Fan smiled and replied, it's like scratching an itch through a shoe. You are not wearing iron pants. Lu Chuxia found it hard to believe that Lin Fan could still be chatting and laughing after being kicked hard. Lin Fan teased, why don't you check it out? Lu Chuxia said coyly, no way. I haven't seen you for a few years. You have mastered Kung Fu now. She was filled with deep curiosity about this old classmate. And it's very strong. Average. Third in the city. Lin Fan urged Xiangzi, you are a good fighter, right? Keep fighting. Xiangzi hesitated, I don't. The scene was shocking enough, one asked for a fight, and the other was afraid to fight. Waste. After Lin Fan slapped him, Xiangzi stumbled and fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Xiangzi was terrified because the slap felt like a hurricane that blew him away. Faced with such a huge force, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Lin Fan took a step forward and kicked Xiangzi on the butt a few times, hit me. The other party was determined, no fight. Xiangzi knew very well that if he hit Lin Fan, he would be the one who would get hurt and lose face in the end. Then, Lin Fan waved at Xiangzi's men and said, come on together. The group of people looked at each other, their previous momentum gone, like a deflated ball. After fighting with Lin Fan, Xiangzi naturally knew that even if all his men rushed forward, they would probably be defeated by Lin Fan. At present, Lin Fan has not made any move yet, but just because of the strength of his body, he has already been injured. This shows how terrifying he is. Wait, let him be proud for a while. Xiangzi stopped his men in time. In fact, even if he didn't stop them, his men would not dare to act rashly. From the look in everyone's eyes, one can already see the fear in their eyes. Xiangzi prepared to call for help. He dialed his cell phone and called for help. Brother Hu, it's me, Xiangzi. I was beaten. My buttocks are swollen. He didn't hit my buttocks at all, he hit your face. Ahem, what I mean is that as your little brother, I'm being beaten, which is a loss of face for you. By the way, Brother Chang, you should bring more people and weapons. The enemy is very good at fighting and can take a beating. After reporting the news to Wang Laohu, Xiangzi stood up again. Just wait for your death, kid. Brother Tiger will take good care of you for me. Xiangzi said arrogantly. Lin Fan said disapprovingly, don't be surprised later when your tiger brother kneels down. Will Brother Tiger kneel down for you? Don't think that just because you have a few tricks, you can brag here without restraint. As far as I know, Brother Hu has never knelt down to anyone in his life. You are a nobody, so you are not qualified. While waiting for Wang Laohu to arrive, Xiangzi felt something wrong with his face after being slapped. Half his face was swollen as if he had been stung by a bee. He didn't expect that Lin Fan could just slap him so hard that his own parents couldn't even recognize him. Lu Chuxia said anxiously, Lin Fan, let's go quickly. Lin Fan laughed and said, don't worry, there will be a good show coming up soon, it would be a waste if you don't watch it. More than 20 minutes later, several off-road vehicles rushed over. When the vehicles stopped, a group of thugs got out, led by Wang Laohu. Wang Laohu looked around for a while and asked, Xiangzi, where are the people? Xiangzi was ashamed, Brother Hu, am I not in front of you? Wang Laohu glanced at the other person, looking at the face that was swollen like a pig's head, and was very surprised, are you Xiangzi? Guaranteed authenticity, genuine goods at fair prices. Why did you become a chubby face? Wang Laohu was shocked, who beat you like this? Xiangzi pointed at Lin Fan and said, that's him, Brother Hu. This kid is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. Wang Laohu patted his chest and vowed, brother promises to avenge you and destroy him. Bang! The moment Wang Laohu saw Lin Fan, his body trembled first, and then he slapped Xiangzi hard on the face. Xiangzi was stunned for a moment, Brother Hu, you hit the wrong person. That's right. Wang Laohu followed with a second slap, causing Xiangzi to stagger. Xiangzi wanted to cry but had no tears, I am Xiangzi. I know. Wang Laohu's third slap came. Then, he came to Lin Fan happily, like a pug, and took out a cigarette diligently, and bent over to light it for Lin Fan. Master Lin, why is it you? The call of Master Lin made Xiangzi stunned. I was totally confused. What's going on? His boss, the famous Wang Laohu, would actually respectfully address the unknown junior as Master Lin. In the underworld, the weight of the word yi is extremely important. It is no exaggeration to say that those who are respected as yi are all big brothers selected from thousands. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Who's yi? I heard that you want to destroy me? Chapter 50 Feng Wei wants to put a love spell on Su Yuma. Wang Laohu hurriedly explained nervously, how could it be? I know how to handle things clearly in front of you. He placed his hand on his chest and said, I, Wang Laohu, will always stand on the side of Master Lin. Your enemy is my greatest enemy, Wang Laohu. The bump on Wang Laohu's head had not completely disappeared yet. The scene of Lin Fan hitting him on the forehead and the other party cutting the wrench with his hands was still vivid in his mind. Thinking back on it, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. He would never stand against Lin Fan, never. Xiangzi, come here. Following his scolding, Xiangzi walked closer in fear. Wang Laohu yelled at the other person, cursing him harshly. You are so blind that you dare to offend Master Lin. How brave are you? To dare to challenge Master Lin is like lighting a light in the toilet courting death. Then, he punched and kicked Xiangzi without any mercy. Wang Laohu knew very well that if he didn't do this, he might be the one to get beaten. What made him angry at Xiangzi was that he could pick on anyone else but had to pick on Lin Fan, the plague god. And he himself couldn't afford to offend anyone. He shouted, "Why don't you apologize to Master Lin quickly?" Xiangzi then explained to Lin Fan, "This is a little brother of mine. He is not very sensible, but he is wrong. You can deal with him as you wish." Although Xiangzi was still unclear about what was going on, he could see that his boss Wang Laohu was very afraid of Lin Fan. It's like a puppy seeing a lion or tiger. Who exactly is this Lin Fan? Xiangzi rarely saw Wang Laohu being so afraid of someone. That kind of fear was not pretended but came from the bottom of his heart. If he doesn't admit his mistake today, not only will Lin Fan not let him go, the first person who will not forgive him will be Wang Laohu. He regretted deeply in his heart. If he had known that Lin Fan was a ruthless character who was pretending to be a pig but was actually a tiger, he would definitely not have agreed to Han Chi's request to stand up for him. Now, he has hit a snag and is completely doomed. Xiangzi was as obedient as a grandson, bowing his head and admitting his mistake. "I'm sorry, Master Lin. I am blind, or you can dig out my eyes." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Okay." Ah! Xiangzi was almost scared to death. Lin Fan gently patted the other person's extremely pale face. "It's just a joke." Xiangzi's face finally regained some color and he breathed a long sigh of relief. "Xiangzi, just now I said that I could make Huzi kneel down, and you thought I was bragging. Now I'll open your eyes." Lin Fan smiled and looked at Wang Laohu. "Tiger, your subordinates don't know the rules. What crime should you be punished for?" When the other party heard what Lin Fan said, he immediately knelt down and said, "I have failed to teach my subordinates well. I will leave it to you, Master Lin, to deal with me." Xiangzi and others were dumbfounded, because their boss was the famous Wang Laohu. Facing Lin Fan's words, he knelt down immediately, cleanly and neatly, without any hesitation. Xiangzi used to think that Lin Fan was just bragging, but now it seems that he is really bragging. A genuine low-key boss, a professional at pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, otherwise, Wang Laohu would not be walking on thin ice. "Get up." Lin Fan asked Wang Laohu to stand up. "Since Xiangzi is your man and you have performed well, then today's incident is over." Wang Laohu was grateful. "Uncle Lin, you are my Huzi's real grandfather. You are so kind to me and you are reluctant to punish me." Xiangzi followed closely behind. "Uncle Lin, you are also my Xiangzi's grandfather, the kind that includes blood tests." Lu Chuxia was dumbfounded when she saw this. Lin Fan didn't do anything, but he had two fat grandsons. Judging from Wang Laohu's appearance, he is also a local bully, so why is he so afraid of Lin Fan? How strange. Lu Chuxia thought to herself that this old classmate of hers must be hiding some unknown secret. Just like myself, I also have a shocking secret. Xiangzi was about to apologize. "Master Lin, Han Chi paid me to deal with you. I'll go teach him a lesson right now. You decide." Lin Fan reminded him, "Just clean it up briefly. After all, if he is hospitalized, how will he watch my date with Lu Chuxia in the future?" Xiangzi nodded. "I understand. Leave." After saying this, Lin Fan turned around and left with Lu Chuxia. Wang Laohu murmured, "When can I become a handsome man like Master Lin?" While strolling, Lu Chuxia couldn't help but ask, "Lin Fan, why is Wang Laohu so afraid of you?" Lin Fan raised a fist. "Maybe he doesn't want to be beaten by me and go to see Tai Nai. You haven't contacted me for several years, why are you still thinking about dating me in the future? After all, you still owe me a meal, you won't cheat, will you?" Lu Chuxia assured, "Don't worry, let alone one meal, even 10 meals will be no problem. Just wait for my letter." Good. The two of them strolled on the street from dusk to nightfall. The walking time seemed especially beautiful because they were with each other. However, Lu Chuxia was a girl after all, and was somewhat reserved. Seeing that the time was almost up, she said goodbye. After seeing the school beauty off, Lin Fan walked back to his residence. When passing by the grove outside the community, he once again had a sudden idea and decided to try the power of remote attacks. Call. He stood about 10 meters away and waved his hands towards the woods. In an instant, a strong wind blew up with great force. Oops, my skirt was blown up. A woman's scream was heard in the woods. Not long after, a man and a woman came out in a panic. They looked familiar. They were the ones Lin Fan had seen in this grove before. At that time, he had scared them out by chopping a tree with his hands. The man asked, "What is going on?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "There was a tornado just now." He walked away with a smile, and a suspicious voice came from behind him. "Why does this guy look familiar to me?" In a private room of a nightclub, Feng Wei was discussing something with a middle-aged Taoist priest named He Xian. Feng Wei asked, "Is the love gu you mentioned reliable?" Taoist priest He Xian assured with a solemn oath, "Absolutely, I am a professional." Feng Wei transferred the money very calmly. "This is 200,000. Thank you, Mr. Feng." Taoist He Xian smiled widely. "Just wait for good news. It won't be long before that woman falls head over heels in love with you and will only love you for the rest of her life." Very good. Upon hearing this, Mr. Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Suyuma, don't you always pretend to be cool in front of me? I'm going to make you kneel down and serve me obediently. Lin Fan, your woman is about to become my plaything. In his mind, various images of playing with the beautiful female CEO have already emerged impatiently. The blood in his body was already boiling, and he couldn't stop. Chapter 51: Driving Off a Cliff. In order to get Suyuma, Feng Wei decided to use despicable tricks in secret, and sought help from a Taoist priest, and decided to use the legendary love poison on the former. He only cares about the results and doesn't mind how despicable the means are. Master He Xian, you haven't eaten meat for a long time, right? I'll make arrangements for you today. Feng Wei then called over two beautiful princesses. Taoist He Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He is not a serious Taoist priest, and he is not serious about abstaining from sex. Thank you, Mr. Feng. He smiled with understanding, and embraced the two girls in his arms. I'll show you two the world tonight. 10 minutes later, Taoist He Xian felt refreshed. He sent the two princesses away, opened his mobile phone, looked at the photo of Suyuma in the album, and immediately felt itchy as if it had been scratched by a cat's claws. He praised, "Such a pretty girl, it's really cheap for Feng Xiao. I'm also interested in you, so, Mr. Feng, I'm sorry." He planned to plant Suyuma's love gu in himself. Taoist priest He Xian has committed a serious taboo, which is even more serious than taking money but not doing the job. Not long after Lin Fan left the grove and was still a short distance away from the community, a Land Rover Range Rover suddenly came speeding from behind. He was so focused on his phone that he wasn't paying attention to the vehicles behind him. The bald man driving the car was the boss of Hongfa Enterprise, Sun Jian, the bastard who owed Suyuma a debt for several years and tried to use it as a threat to get the beautiful president to spend a night with him. Under the intimidation of Lin Fan, Sun Jian not only repaid Suyuma's 3 million, but was also blackmailed for 2 million by the former. Sun Jian couldn't swallow this humiliation and decided to kill Lin Fan. "If you make me pay 5 million, you will pay with your life." He knew very well that he would not be able to deal with Lin Fan in an open and fair way, so he decided to do it in a shady way. Bang! Lin Fan was knocked to the ground without any preparation. Before he could get up, the Land Rover ran over his body heavily. Fearing that Lin Fan was not dead yet, Sun Jian quickly reversed the car and ran over him again before driving away. "Go against me, boy, and you'll die. You don't even have a chance to regret it now." After talking to himself, Sun Jian took out a cigarette and lit it. At this time, Lin Fan's voice suddenly came from inside the car. "Boss Sun, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." At some point, Lin Fan was sitting leisurely in the back seat. You are not dead?" Sun Jian was so frightened that his soul left his body and a chill rushed straight to his head. How could this happen? He clearly remembered that he had run over Lin Fan twice, and that the other party had climbed onto his car without anyone noticing. Sun Jian felt as if he had seen a ghost. He blinked a few times in confusion, but he was not having any illusions. Lin Fan was sitting upright in his car. How could Sun Jian know that with the evolution of the first divine fist, Lin Fan's body had already become extremely strong? Even if it is run over by a vehicle, it will remain unscathed. At the same time, his speed was also extremely fast, so he was able to get up from the ground, catch up with the Land Rover, and sit in the back seat like a ghost. Lin Fan took the lighter from Sun Jian, lit a cigarette for himself, and smoked leisurely. He ordered, "There is an unnamed mountain nearby, go to the mountain." "You'd better be obedient, or I'll kill you now." "Brother, I was wrong." Sun Jian drove fearfully and apologized at the same time. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but he had no choice but to do as he was told. Soon, the Land Rover arrived at the top of the nameless mountain, and further ahead was a steep slope. Lin Fan said, "If you want my life, I will satisfy you. Drive on." Sun Jian's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly reminded, "Brother, there is a steep slope below. Driving down is equivalent to falling off a cliff." He had no idea what Lin Fan was up to. Did he want to die with him? No matter how strong your body is, it cannot withstand falling off a cliff. Lin Fan was not panicked at all. "I'm not blind." Sun Jian said in a tearful voice, "Why don't you just drive on your own? I won't bother you anymore." "Do you think it's possible?" "Ah, brother, if you want to die, don't take me with you." Lin Fan shook his head. "No, I can't die, just leave it to fate." He raised his hand and said, "There are two paths for you to choose. One is to drive off the cliff and let fate decide your life or death. The other is for me to send you off right away." Sun Jian looked desperate. "I choose the first one." He said unwillingly, "Brother, when did you become depressed? This is a cliff over 100 meters high. Even if you are physically strong, you will be dead if you fall down like this." Lin Fan seemed indifferent to life and death. "That's my own business. It has nothing to do with you." Because he understood the progress of the first divine fist, he knew that his physical defense was so strong. When Sun Jian heard this, he immediately became anxious. "How can it be irrelevant? I was the one driving the car. You have brought this upon yourself. I don't need to say anything more." Sun Jian felt like crying but had no tears. He regretted his decision to the core. If he had known that Lin Fan had such outstanding physical fitness, he would have given up the idea of crushing him to death. "It's too late to say anything now. I can give you money, lots of money. I don't care. I make money too easily. I look down on your little money. Now I'm only interested in driving off a cliff." Lin Fan comforted him, "Don't worry, this cliff is a slope, the chances of surviving a fall are quite high." Sun Jian sighed. He had no choice but to close his eyes, step on the accelerator, and rush down. Whoosh! Bang! The Land Rover went over the hill, landed heavily on the ground, and rolled continuously on the hillside. When the car stopped at the foot of the mountain with its four legs raised up, Lin Fan climbed out from the back seat, dusted off his clothes, stretched his arms and stretched his body, unharmed. Sun Jian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was no longer recognizable, had stopped breathing, and even had parts of his body scattered everywhere. Lin Fan returned at a brisk pace. He didn't even show a limp. I was already secretly delighted. The first divine fist is indeed amazing. With a punching power value of 1,100 points, his physical defense is 110,000 times that of an ordinary person. No wonder even falling off a cliff couldn't do anything to him. Lin Fan returned to his residence, only to see Chen Meijiao holding a bra and angrily said to him, "There's been a thief coming in here. What a wicked thing. I hope he has a baby without any pee." "Hey, sis." Lin Fan didn't wait for the female landlord to finish speaking and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. "We are civilized, polite, and well-mannered people. We cannot swear. Don't let dirty talk affect your image as a sexy and beautiful goddess." Chen Meijiao raised the object in her hand, "But I..." Lin Fan commented randomly, "It's quite artistic." Chen Mei smiled sweetly, "Do you want it?" Chapter 52 Policewoman Interrogation. Lin Fan shook his head and said seriously, "No, I'm a serious person. If it wasn't his personal clothing, it would be useless for him to come here, and it wouldn't increase the power of the first divine fist, so he wasn't interested at all." Chen Meijiao looked at the clothing bag in Lin Fan's hand, which contained the white pleated skirt given by the school beauty Lu Chusha. "Well, you are too prudish. You are back with women's clothing again. You can take other people's, but you refuse mine?" "No, you have to take it." Without waiting for Lin Fan to reply, Chen Meijiao stuffed the item in her hand into her clothing bag. She also noticed that the other person's clothes were a little torn. "Little brother, why are your clothes dirty and torn?" "That was caused by falling off a cliff while sitting in a Land Rover." Lin Fan sighed deeply and started talking nonsense. Don't mention it. On the way back, I was entangled by a few women. It was difficult to get rid of them. They were so crazy, they pulled and tugged at me, wanting to strip me naked. Fortunately, I had a strong will, so I was able to escape from their clutches. Sister, am I more handsome today than yesterday? Chen Meijio was full of black lines on her face. Little brother, go to bed early, you can dream about anything. Okay, I'm quite tired today, so I'll go to bed first. Lin Fan greeted him, went into the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before he could go to work, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Sister, open the door. I called a few times, but no one answered. Only then did he realize that Chen Meijio had gone out early for a morning run. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. With such a great figure and such self-discipline, she deserved to have a circumference of over 100. Few people know my address, so who could be knocking on the door? He put on his clothes, walked out and opened the door. What caught my eye was the policewoman Yang Tao. The lips on that pretty face are like bright and juicy red cherries, making people want to taste them. At the same time, a word comes to mind: pure desire. Officer Yang, you have nothing to do every day, can you please stop pestering me? It won't be good if my suitor sees you. You followed me home. Who is bothering you? Can you please have some shame? Besides, you still have suitors like this. How blind must the other person be? I think you're suffering from paranoia. Yang Tao was furious, but even though she was angry, she still looked hot and energetic. You've got into big trouble. Let's go to the police station and talk. Okay. Lin Fan closed the door. He had already guessed what was going on. Before leaving, he made a video call to Su Yuma. At that time, the cold female president was standing in a breakfast shop buying steamed buns. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. She turned around and saw that it was a strange middle-aged Taoist priest who apologized to her. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. The other party was Taoist He Xian, who had completed the important step of injecting the love poison without anyone noticing. Su Yuma didn't take it to heart, but focused on Lin Fan. You're not going to be late again. There's no other way. I really can't get away. Do you remember the policewoman I mentioned to you last time? Look, she's pestering me again. I'll rush to the company as soon as possible. Lin Fan shook the camera at Yang Tao, and before Su Yuma and the policewoman could speak, he hung up the phone. Yang Tao almost spit out sweet words, but finally forced herself to say, shameless. Arriving at the interrogation room, Yang Tao got straight to the point. There is a murder case that is related to you. You know Sun Jian, the president of Hongfei Enterprise. He is dead. I'm a victim, are you going to comfort me? Lin Fan was not surprised. This bastard ran over me with his car and then drove off a cliff. Luckily, I am strong enough to withstand the impact. Otherwise, I would have become a corpse long ago. Yang Tao rolled her eyes and said unhappily, is he stupid enough to drive his car off a cliff? Then ask him. Yang Tao slammed her fist on the interrogation table. How dare you? Be serious. Officer Yang, you should be gentler with the victim. Lin Fan crossed his legs nonchalantly. Oh, I see, there is no such thing as gentleness in your dictionary. But it doesn't matter, you will change for me in the future. Yang Tao asked seriously, are you sure you were in the car at that time? Lin Fan hummed. Yang Tao was instantly furious. Do you think I'm a fool? You will be intact after falling off a cliff over 100 meters high. I suspect that you were not in the car at the time, but threatened Sun Jian to drive off the cliff alone. If the evidence is conclusive, Lin Fan, I'm sorry, even gods can't save you. Lin Fan gave an example calmly. Some of them have wings, but they can only fly a few meters, while others can soar 100 meters high. Officer Yang, when you think that the person sitting in front of you is an eagle, not a weak chicken, everything will be easy to explain. The test report is out. Just then, several police officers came up to Yang Tao, and one of them held various report sheets and said, the person driving the car was indeed Sun Jian. And Lin Fan was also in the back seat at the time. Sun Jian tried to die together with Lin Fan. Before the Land Rover went up the mountain, we retrieved the surveillance video and found that Sun Jian deliberately ran over Lin Fan with his car and crushed him multiple times. He is suspected of premeditated murder. We have wrongly blamed Mr. Lin. He is the victim in this case. The police officers concluded that Lin Fan was innocent and was a victim who survived by chance. The perpetrators of violence voluntarily seek death and they deserve it. It has nothing to do with Lin Fan. The police officer who was reporting the incident apologized to Lin Fan solemnly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, we misunderstood you." Yang Tao felt incredible. Maybe I'm making a mistake. Since Lin Fan was in the same car that fell off the cliff, how could he be unscathed? A police officer responded, "Maybe Mr. Lin is gifted and a martial arts prodigy, just like the last time he blew up the punching bag with one punch." Lin Fan said with a smile, "Officer Yang, are you going to apologize to me?" "You wish." Yang Tao maintained her stubbornness. "Let me apologize, you're dreaming. Even the donkeys in the production team are not as stubborn as you." Lin Fan half-jokingly said, "If you apologize, I'll show you my special skills." Yang Tao disagreed. "What special skills do you have?" Lin Fan jokingly said, "You know." Yang Tao immediately became furious. "How dare you, Lin Fan? Believe it or not, I will handcuff you." The other police officers were also stunned. Lin Fan was so bold that he actually dared to tease the female Tyrannosaurus policewoman in public. This might be hard to end. After all, with Yang Tao's hot temper, he would definitely explode. Lin Fan smiled, as if waiting for something. Chapter 53. I want the policewoman's shirt. Ding, congratulations to the host, the target person Yang Tao has been successfully provoked. 100 points of charm and 10 million RMB have been received. The voice that challenged the system sounded as expected. The host's charm value in Yang Tao's heart has accumulated to 303 points. In addition, the host has gained a total of 190 million yuan through provocations. The system has detected that Yang Tao's liking for the host is continuing to increase. Every word Lin Fan heard made him feel refreshed and happy. Yang Tao had anger on his face, holding a baton, ready to loosen Lin Fan's bones. However, when she walked up to the other person, she always felt that this guy didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Could it be that I was thinking too much and misunderstood Lin Fan? After all, Chinese is profound and extensive. Even though this bastard's expression is very mean, it's not necessary to beat him up just because of his mean expression. Yang Tao even began to blame himself vaguely. Even if Lin Fan was joking, there was no need for her to retaliate, as that would make her seem too petty. "You're lucky. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go for now." Yang Tao poked the other man's chest with his baton. She was secretly surprised in her heart. Did she take the wrong medicine today? Why did she suddenly like Lin Fan so much? She originally wanted to vent her anger on him, but now she couldn't bear it. Even Lin Fan's sly expression seemed to reveal a magical power that attracted him. Yang Tao thought to herself, maybe she was possessed by a ghost. There were so many handsome male colleagues in the police station, but none of them attracted her. So why did she have such a strong affection for Lin Fan? Even the tone he used towards Lin Fan just now was much gentler. You know, she is a famous female Tyrannosaurus, how could she be so gentle? A trace of confusion flashed across the policewoman's beautiful eyes. While Yang Tao was surprised, the other police officers came forward and showed their courtesy to Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, smoke. Mr. Lin, take my cigarette. It tastes better." I didn't expect that Mr. Lin is not only an amazing boxer, but also has an incredible physical fitness. With the way the Land Rover ran over them last night, 90% of the people would have died. Lin Fan smiled as he smoked a cigarette. "Be bold, it's 99.9%. The police officer nodded in agreement. It is obvious that Mr. Lin is a rare genius selected from thousands of people. Lin Fan's performance conquered almost everyone in the audience. Although the policewoman was also amazed at Lin Fan's outstanding physical defense, women are more or less hypocritical. She couldn't help but curl her lips. "Tisk, what's so great about that? Why don't you demonstrate it to everyone on the spot?" Lin Fan looked at her and said, "What a cruel woman. Do you want me to show you how a car can run you over? That's right. You were fine before anyway." Lin Fan started to tease again. "If something happens to me, will you be responsible for my whole life? I am still a virgin. You speak as if I'm not the same." As soon as the words came out, the policewoman felt extremely embarrassed. Oops. How could I accidentally say such private things? It's so embarrassing. A rare blush of shyness appeared on her face. The policewoman found that Lin Fan was looking at her with a wicked smile on his face. I couldn't help but glare at her beautiful eyes fiercely. "This bastard, how dare you make fun of me? Show it to everyone." Yang Tao suggested, "Get run over by a car, or jump off a cliff." Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "If we jump off the cliff, I have to hold you in my arms." "Don't try that on me. Yang Tao suppressed his anger and urged, then let the car run over you. There are ready-made vehicles in the police station. We want to take a look. The other police officers cheered on the sidelines. They also wanted to witness Lin Fan's demeanor with their own eyes. Lin Fan was speechless. What was going on? These police officers were so boring. He came up with an idea. No problem, but there is a prerequisite. Go ahead. We will definitely help you achieve it within our capabilities. The police officers patted their chests and made assurances. Lin Fan smiled slightly. I want the white shirt that Officer Yang is wearing now. Everyone was dumbfounded. This request is a bit weird. I didn't expect that Lin Fan would be interested in the clothes worn by the policewoman. Yang Tao was also stunned. She didn't expect that the request made by that bastard was directed at her. Could this guy be the legendary uniform obsession? Even if it is, you can't mention it in public. Can you please have some shame? Shameless. I still underestimated the other party's shamelessness. Yang Tao cleared his throat and said sternly, Lin Fan, please don't forget who I am. You are so bold to tease me here. Lin Fan spread his hands. That's the premise. If you don't want to, you won't be able to see my wonderful performance. Upon hearing this, the police officers began to persuade them. It's just a shirt, Officer Yang, just give in to him. In fact, I think Mr. Lin's request is very simple and not excessive at all. If I were you, let alone a white shirt, even if he. Yang Tao was particularly depressed. You bunch of bastards, we are all family, why are you turning your elbows outward and helping outsiders? At the same time, she was very confused as to why Lin Fan insisted on having her white shirt. Other people are obsessed with stockings, but he is different. He is obsessed with shirts? Yang Tao didn't know that Lin Fan had actually asked for a lot of stockings, but the recipients of the requests were all from the icy female president Su Yuma. As police officers are on duty, they are prohibited from wearing anything too sexy. So if the policewoman was wearing black stockings, Lin Fan would probably have asked for them long ago. Because she was eager to see how strong Lin Fan's body was, and also because of the influence of her charm value, Yang Tao was silent for a moment, and for the first time in her life, she chose to agree. You wait. Yang Tao went to the locker room, and after a while, she threw the white shirt over. For you. What a quirk. Now, she is wearing a blue shirt. Lin Fan took the white shirt. It seemed to still be warm. Not only that, but it also had a special faint fragrance. That fragrance was not perfume, and besides, Yang Tao never had the habit of spraying perfume. But it smells like milk. It's so fascinating. More attractive than any expensive perfume in the world. The most beautiful flower fragrance in the world is just this. After getting the white shirt, Lin Fan noticed that the progress bar of the first Divine Fist's fist strength in the system had reached 1,300 points. His body became much more powerful and domineering. Let's go. Yang Tao led the way, and everyone soon arrived at the police station compound. The yard is very large and there are several police cars parked inside. Lin Fan happily lay on the ground, with his legs spread out in a big letter shape. No, to be precise, it should be the Thai font. He lay down and hooked his finger at Yang Tao. Let's start quickly, I can't wait. Chapter 54 Yang Tao, come here quickly. Looking at the happy smile on Lin Fan's face, the police officers were also convinced. Only those who are very confident in their physical fitness would have such an expression. Otherwise, if they were about to be run over by a vehicle, no one would be able to laugh. How could they know that the reason why Lin Fan was happy was because the power of the first Divine Fist had increased again? Come if you want, who's afraid of who? Yang Tao opened the door of the police car and sat in the driver's seat. The much anticipated moment has arrived. The police car was seen slowly driving over Lin Fan. Everyone hurriedly asked, Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Fan smiled and said, if you hadn't disturbed me, I would have almost fallen asleep. He stood up and took 2 leisurely steps. Nothing happened. Many police officers came forward and touched Lin Fan's body. I'm so envious. If I had this physical fitness, I would always be the first to charge into battle when facing a knife-wielding criminal. Officer Yang, come over here and try it out too. Who cares? Although Yang Tao said this after getting off the car, he actually wanted to go up and touch it a few times. But after all, there are differences between men and women, and she was embarrassed to do the same as other male colleagues. At this moment, her heart was already in turmoil. Who exactly is this unremarkable-looking Lin Fan? Facts have proved that his flesh and blood body can indeed withstand being crushed by vehicles. Lin Fan smiled. There was only Officer Yang in the police car just now, and it was too light. Put 4 or 5 of you on it and try to crush it. Do you guys want to see it? Everyone was looking forward to it and shouted in unison, yes. Lin Fan looked at the policewoman with burning eyes. My condition is very simple. I want the blue shirt you just changed into. Yang Tao was speechless. The shirt he had just changed into was not even warm yet, but Lin Fan asked him to take it away again. Can you ask for someone else? You are the only woman in this police station. If I don't ask you, who else should I ask? I'm not interested in men's clothes either. Lin Fan smiled and said, after all, my interests are normal. Cut. The policewoman disagreed. Come on, I think you are the only one with the most abnormal interests in this yard. For people, the hardest time is the first time. After the first time, it will become much easier, even familiar. Yang Tao had already given Lin Fan a white shirt once before, and now the second time, her choice was not so difficult. You wait. Not long after, when she turned around, she threw the blue shirt to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. Because in the system, the power value of the first divine fist has increased again. During this short period of time, the punching power value increased by 400. What does that mean? It means that the punching power value has increased by 400. The progress bar panel of the punching force value clearly shows 1500. Lin Fan held the blue shirt in his hand, and it still had that familiar smell, which was really fragrant. Yang Tao sat in the driver's seat again, and 4 more male police officers got into the police car. The tonnage of the police car soared instantly. Lin Fan cooperated very well and posed in exactly the same way as before. Yang Tao always felt that the bastard on the ground looked a bit angry, and couldn't help but mutter, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Soon, she sat in the driver's seat, and the other 4 male police officers also got in the car. Can you do it? Just before starting the car, Yang Tao asked out of concern for no reason. Even though this bastard Lin Fan really deserves a beating, his crime does not deserve the death penalty. This time, the vehicle had increased in weight, and she would feel bad if anything happened to Lin Fan. Don't try to show off. Whether it works or not, you will know if you try it. Lin Fan's teasing words were deliberately full of ambiguity, making it easy for people to think in a wrong way. I've been lying down for a long time, hurry up and get over here. Everyone laughed. They all knew that Lin Fan was joking. He was just teasing the policewoman on purpose. Get out of here, you bastard. I'll wait for you. Yang Tao was so angry that she stepped on the accelerator and the police car rushed towards Lin Fan like an arrow. During this process, the policewoman was always in fear. After all, this was a police car full of police officers and with a large tonnage, which was crushing people. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. Lin Fan is a talented person. It would be a pity if such a talent died right under our noses. And it was caused by her own hands, which is even more sinful. Boom! The police car ran over Lin Fan's body. When the car stopped, Yang Tao hurriedly jumped out and ran towards Lin Fan. Are you okay? Like before, at this time, Lin Fan had already dusted himself off and stood up calmly. This time, Lin Fan lay on the ground like a corpse, motionless. Not even a response. Yang Tao took a breath of cold air and felt very disappointed. This bastard couldn't really be dead. Died from blind self-confidence? Hey, don't die. She was so anxious that tears almost fell. Who is cursing me to death? Lin Fan opened his eyes and yawned. Sorry, I just fell asleep. He said in a very Versailles way, have you driven the car to do the second rolling test? If not, hurry up and don't dawdle. Yang Tao was surprised, you are still alive. Her heart, which had been hanging in her throat, could finally fall back. The experiment is over. Mr. Lin, I knew you were fine. You are the most powerful man I have ever met in my life, bar none. The male police officers were generous with their praises, and there was a mixture of astonishment and admiration in their eyes. Lin Fan stood up, why don't I feel anything? Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Yang Tao also breathed a sigh of relief and felt very pleased. Lin Fan is so strong. She has experienced it firsthand. Because he was the one who ran over it himself. It's absolutely impossible to fake it. A male police officer couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Sure, bro. You know hard qigong, right? Lin Fan smiled without commenting. Brother, you are really too smart. You figured this out. Can you teach us a few moves? Lin Fan said mysteriously, this is a unique secret, passed down to girls, not boys. Another police officer asked. Mr. Lin, if the police station has a criminal they can't handle in the future, can they ask you for help? No problem, it's just a piece of cake. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, but it would be best to ask Officer Yang to prepare a few more sets of clothes. Yang Tao was speechless. What does it have to do with me? Her male colleagues laughed and promised Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you can rest assured that we will persuade her. Specially expand her dressing room to store more clothes. By the way, Mr. Lin, what kind of style do you like? Do you have any requirements in terms of style? Chapter 55. Something is wrong with the beautiful CEO. Look at how enthusiastic you guys are. The policewoman rolled her eyes. People who don't know the truth would think you and Lin Fan are sworn brothers. Not far away, a handsome male model who had just been released could not help but scream at the top of his lungs after witnessing Lin Fan's feat and hearing that he possessed magical hard qigong. Master, I want to learn from you. Master, if you are willing to teach me, I will split my performance fee in half. You don't have to do anything, just lie at home and make money. Lin Fan asked Yang Tao, who is he? The other party responded, I work at the White Horse Club. Lin Fan laughed, why are you learning hard qigong? Are you scared by the beatings of the rich woman's husband? No. The male model was quite honest, I want to improve my special abilities through hard qigong. Yang Tao glared and said, get out of here right now. The other party ran away quickly. At this time, the police chief He Fong also hurried over here and said in his heart, heaven has sent a good general. He had been a police officer for many years, but he had never seen a martial arts genius like Lin Fan. The attack power is explosive, the defense power is ceiling, offense and defense are integrated, and it is terrifyingly strong. Young man, do you want to be a police officer? I can make an exception and allow you to become a member. If Lin Fan takes action, catching criminals will be a piece of cake, which will greatly improve the efficiency of police response and reduce the casualties among police officers. He Fong understands this principle very well. The last time he saw Lin Fan punch through the sandbag, he had the idea of recruiting him as one of his own. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How come he was chosen by the top leader here just by coming to the police station? He Fong used his trump card with full sincerity. I have a daughter who is a few years younger than you. She is extremely beautiful. You can try to make friends with her. The police officers were also stunned. The boss's operation is really 666. Lin Fan shook his head again. Director He, with all due respect, I am not interested. Someone approached He Fong and whispered, Director He, I think Mr. Lin seems to be interested in Officer Yang. Officer Yang, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. He Fong called Yang Tao to the side and said, you have an important task. Convince Lin Fan as soon as possible and let him join the team. Yang Tao said bluntly, He Ju, his character is problematic. Xiao Yang, don't hold any personal grudges. I think Lin Fan is quite good. He has a good character and exudes a sense of righteousness. As the saying goes, pure as ice and as innocent as jade, it is most appropriate to describe him. I haven't seen such a young man of such high moral character for a long time. Yang Tao was ashamed. She couldn't imagine that Director He would give such a high evaluation to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, keep in touch with Yang Tao. She has never had a boyfriend, which is why she has a bad temper. He Fong smiled gently and said, I believe you can help her calm down. And the door of our police department family is always open to you. Xiao Yang, send Lin Fan back to the company. Yang Tao was reluctant, me? He Fong did not comment, yes, is my words no longer effective? Snort. She said to Lin Fan angrily, let's go. On the way to Jiayang Group, Lin Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said with a smile, I didn't expect that there would be a beautiful woman as my driver. It's so nice that I don't have to drive myself. If it weren't for the order from the Bureau of Justice, do you think I would want to send you off? Yang Tao pursed her lips. I really don't know what he likes about you. Is the threshold for admission to the police station so low? Her beautiful lips, even without any lipstick, are so sexy and red. Bright red and plump, with crystal clear teeth faintly visible between the lips. Lin Fan chuckled, it shows that he has a keen eye for people. He is worthy of being the director of the bureau. His ability to judge people is top-notch. I have hidden my noble character deeply enough, but he still saw through it at a glance. On the contrary, someone may not even become a captain in his lifetime. You son of a bitch, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. I suspect that you are involved in more than a dozen thefts of women's underwear in this city. After all, you have this quirk. So I can see that there is something wrong with your character. Don't let me find any evidence against you, or I will make it public. If it hadn't been for the driving, Yang Tao would have jumped on Lin Fan and punched and kicked him. This Lin guy really deserves a beating. Beating him 100 times would be considered light punishment. Lin Fan looked completely harmless. I, a handsome guy, never do petty thefts. That would damage my image as a leader among men. Don't be upset about giving me 2 shirts. To be honest, this is just the beginning. You'll send more in the future, I promise. Who gave you such mysterious confidence? Yang Tao argued with him. I also promise that I will never give one away again. Not long after, the police car arrived at the gate of Jiayang Group. Yang Tao almost kicked Lin Fan. Get out of here now. Just 1 second after Lin Fan got out of the car, the police car sped away. This little girl is quite interesting. He walked into the gate carrying a handbag, which contained 2 shirts of the policewoman. A trip to the police station was a great gain. When he arrived at the company, Lin Fan swaggered into the president's office without even saying hello. He is already familiar with this kind of operation. Looking at the entire company, he is probably the only one who dares to do this. The key point is that he will not be fired even though he is so provocative. Isn't it infuriating? At this moment, in the office, the well-proportioned Su Yuma was facing the door with her back, concentrating on admiring the stick drawings on the wall. That painting was drawn by her own hands not long ago. The painting was very simple, and it was a portrait of a middle-aged Taoist priest, with a vulgar and evil temperament, and it was obvious from his appearance that he was not a good person. This Taoist priest is none other than Taoist He Xian. Originally, Feng Wei paid a large sum of money to hire him to plant the love gu, but this bastard Taoist priest violated his professional ethics and did not plant the love gu between Feng Wei and Su Yuma. Instead, he secretly replaced Feng Xiao. Taoist priest He Xian has traveled far and wide and met countless beauties, but he has never seen a peerless beauty like Su Yuma who could captivate a city at first sight. He was not afraid of Feng Wei's revenge. After all, he was a man of great ability. After dealing with Su Yuma, he would immediately disappear from Linjiang City. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for Feng Wei to find him. If Feng Wei knew the truth, he would definitely skin the Taoist priest alive. Lin Fan was stunned, vaguely feeling that Su Yuma's behavior was a little abnormal. Because the other person was so absorbed in looking at the stick drawing that he didn't even notice his arrival. He did not say anything, but silently watched the icy beautiful female president. Su Yuma's next move made Lin Fan even more shocked. Chapter 56 Su Yuma is possessed by evil spirits. The beautiful and cold CEO actually stretched out her hand and stroked the cheek of Taoist He Xian in the portrait obsessively. Lin Fan knew Su Yuma very well. She was always cold and arrogant towards the opposite sex, both on the surface and in private. But now, the other party's behavior is completely different from usual. For Su Yuma, there is no such thing as being crazy about men. Lin Fan remained calm. Su Yuma actually slowly approached the portrait and then kissed Taoist He Xian. This action is just like being possessed by a demon. Boss Su, did you draw the wrong person? Lin Fan half joked, I don't look like this. It won't be too late to draw a new one and kiss again. I'm right here in front of you, or you can just kiss me. I can only bear with it this time, and it won't happen again. Su Yuma turned around, and her obsessed look surprised Lin Fan. Because he had never seen such a look in the other person's eyes. It was obvious that the look was not directed at him, but was produced by looking at the portrait. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. Su Yuma was definitely possessed by an evil spirit. Let alone a wretched Taoist priest, even if it was a handsome young Taoist priest, Su Yuma would not be moved or become obsessed with him. Considering that the person in the portrait was a Taoist priest, Lin Fan seemed to have guessed something. It is very likely that the stinky Taoist priest performed some magic on Su Yuma, such as giving her a love poison, which caused the latter to become so unconscious. Su Yuma said, I didn't draw it wrong. Are you worthy of being kissed by me? There is only one person in this world who is qualified, and that is him. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at the Taoist He Xian in the portrait. When did you go blind? Lin Fan began to speak. This shabby Taoist priest looks like a rat that crawled out of a sewer. Don't spit blood at me. Su Yuma was furious. She pointed to the door. Get out now. Lin Fan sneered. The situation was urgent, and he had to provoke the cold and arrogant female president to gain charm points, and let the increased system charm points challenge the evil Loveku to see if he could make the other party change her mind. Lin Fan wasn't sure whether he would succeed, but for now he could only cross the river by feeling his way forward. As the saying goes, when you are hungry, you will eat anything you want. This is reflected vividly in you, President Su. You are not picky anymore. You are actually obsessed with a man that even a Sao would not like. Today it's a Taoist priest, tomorrow he might even kill an 80-year-old old man. You are planning to let the calf eat the dry grass. Wonderful, wonderful. Lin Fan clapped his hands as he spoke. As expected, a voice challenging the system sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Su Yuma. The system detected that Su Yuma's emotions were obviously fluctuating, with anger mixed with irritability. The system rewards the host with 300 points of charm and 30 million renminbi. Lin Fan was slightly stunned, because the one-time reward from the system just now was the sum of his 3 previous provocations against Su Yuma. This shows how drastically the female president's emotions fluctuate. This was also the largest amount he had ever gained at one time. Lin Fan's financial gains have exceeded 200 million and reached 210 million. And his charm value in Su Yuma's mind reached 603 points. This huge gain was completely beyond his expectations. Despite his high charm value, Su Yuma felt that Lin Fan exuded a rare attraction from head to toe. However, the power of the love goo was too strong and soon suppressed her reason. She got angry again. You know nothing. Lin Fan originally looked into the beautiful eyes of the icy female president, and the look he gave her was sparkling, but soon the enthusiasm died down, and was replaced by endless indifference. It seems that I have underestimated the power of evil magic. No. We have to continue with a new round of provocations. From the observation just now, the increase in charm value has a certain effect, but the total value is not enough. It's like taking medicine when you're sick. Even if the medicine is good, if the dosage is not enough, the efficacy will be affected. You stinky Taoist priest, you dare to attack my chief potential female bootlicker, you must not fall into my hands. Lin Fan started to ridicule. If you want to find someone who looks decent. This stinky Taoist priest looks very weak at first glance. 3 minutes at most, including washing up. If you two really get together, then you, President Su, will be a living widow in the true sense of the word. Boss Su, do you want me to buy you some electronic toys in advance? At this moment, Lin Fan was completely excited. And Su Yuma was also successfully angered. Living as a widow? Electric toys? How dare the male subordinate speak so bluntly to her? I simply can't figure out my position. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Fan heard the voice of the system again. And the rewards are the same as before. 300 charm points and 30 million renminbi. Oh my god. In just a short while, he made 60 million. The total amount of money gained through the system has increased to 240 million. From now on, anyone who dares to congratulate him on his annual salary of 1 million will be insulting him. And Lin Fan's charm value in Su Yuma's eyes also reached 903 points. This is the person with the highest accumulated charm value among all the opposite sex that I have provoked so far. Congratulations host, target Su Yuma not only admires you, but also likes you. Not enough. Lin Fan guessed that Su Yuma was struggling internally at the moment. On the one hand, she liked him, and on the other hand, she was possessed by a demon and had a special liking for the evil Taoist priest. Next, even in Su Yuma's heart, there will be an unparalleled special battle. The two sides in the battle are the provocation system and the evil magic of the mixed-up Taoist priest. See who can gain the upper hand. Lin Fan, I really want to glue your mouth shut. Su Yuma's tone couldn't help but soften. The anger in his eyes when he looked at Lin Fan also dissipated for the most part. This is getting more and more nonsense. Don't mind my business, and don't interfere. Otherwise, next time, I might not be so good-tempered. Su Yuma was also unusually gentle towards Lin Fan, even when she had been provoked repeatedly. Obviously, charm plays a key role here. However, the cold female president still couldn't get rid of the control of the love poison. I have to admit that Taoist He Xian's Taoist skills are quite amazing. Despite this, Lin Fan did not give up and decided to continue increasing his charm value. He wanted to see if he could use his charm to make Su Yuma stop and turn back. He made a move that could not be more provocative. Swish! 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 Lin Fan walked forward, and before Su Yuma could react, he peeled down the sketch from the wall and tore it to pieces in no time. Chapter 57, Removing the Love Poison. It's okay, I'll draw another one. Su Yuma forced herself to suppress her anger and finally chose to forgive Lin Fan. She was also very surprised that the other party had provoked her repeatedly today, but she actually chose to forgive him for the first time. It seems that she has a very broad mind. Su Yuma took out paper and pen. I actually started painting again. Lin Fan was right beside them, watching quietly. There is no rush to take the next step. With each stroke of the pen, the character that appeared on the paper was still that smelly Taoist priest. Lin Fan was secretly surprised that Su Yuma could draw the mixed-haired Taoist priest based on her impression without relying on a photo, and his appearance was almost the same as the first one, almost like a photocopy. It's really strange. The time has come. Lin Fan waved gently towards the portrait. The strong palm wind, sharp as a knife, immediately destroyed the portrait. Then he looked at the beautiful president with a deliberate smile. Su Yuma was so angry that she had worked so hard to draw the portrait. It was deliberately destroyed by Lin Fan. This bastard is so abominable. If ice could kill people, then Lin Fan would have died 1,000 times. What are you doing? Lin Fan said slowly, your drawing is too ugly. It's not up to standard, so why don't you draw another one? Su Yuma indifferently ordered him to leave, get out of the room. Don't you want to look at me a few more times when I'm so handsome? In order to prevent you from missing me, I'd better stay a little longer. Lin Fan began to point fingers. I've been here for quite some time and I don't even have a glass of water. I'm thirsty now, so hurry up and make me a cup of tea. Are you ordering me around? Remember who you are talking to. Su Yuma frowned, I'm your boss. You've got the relationship reversed. Don't keep looking so stern, as if I owe you a fortune. Lin Fan walked up to her and pinched her cheek, smile. There is a saying that goes, a smile makes you 10 years younger. If you want to stay young and beautiful, smiling often is essential. Su Yuma was shocked. The male subordinate dared to pinch her face. How audacious. It's outrageous to the extreme. The anger in Su Yuma's heart burned to the extreme. Her chest rose and fell. The sense of rhythm is very strong. The visuals are equally stunning. It makes one think a lot. Looking at Lin Fan's unrestrained eyes and the very annoying smile on his face, Su Yuma really wanted to strangle the other person to death. Bite. The host performed very well today. The continuous provocations have had a significant effect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 points of charm and 30 million renminbi. Today is a really auspicious day. What a great harvest. I wonder how many people will envy Jill for making money this fast. Lin Fan was overjoyed and quickly calculated, 270 million. The total amount of money gained through provocations. And his charm value in front of Su Yuma continued to rise, reaching 1203 points. Good job. Lin Fan was immediately overjoyed. He couldn't help humming a little tune, today is a good day, everything I want can come true. With the help of her charm, the icy female president finally stopped being so cold. You sang well, don't sing again next time. At this moment, she looked at Lin Fan's features and felt that he was so handsome no matter how she looked at him. He was much more handsome than any other male celebrities at home or abroad. Lin Fan winked and said, praise me as much as you can. Su Yuma said, a 70-year-old man can fly over eaves and walk on walls after listening to your singing. After listening to your song, the cows in the fields can plow 2 more acres of land. The coffin lid can barely hold the person inside. All drivers on the road have to step on the accelerator and run red lights. Lin Fan said with concern, you are finally feeling better. From Su Yuma's performance, he guessed that in the contest between the provocation system and the love coup, after several unremitting efforts, the system finally gained the upper hand. The evil spell has been lifted from the cold female president. However, this difficult tug of war gave Su Yuma a splitting headache. I feel a little sick. She held her fair forehead with her hand, sweating profusely, and then fell into Lin Fan's arms. Her body is very soft, and it is most appropriate to describe it as warm, fragrant, and soft like jade. However, Lin Fan had no time to appreciate the feeling at the moment. He was preparing to send Su Yuma to the hospital. The other party's starry eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened. It took a long while for the latter to come back to his senses. She stood up from Lin Fan's embrace, tidied her clothes, and then looked at the painting on the table and asked in confusion, "Who drew this?" Seeing that Su Yuma was getting better, Lin Fan was in the mood to joke, drawn by a dog. Su Yuma pretended to be angry and glared at him. "I think you are a dog that can't spit out ivory. Who else could it be but you?" Lin Fan said, "I don't know this Taoist priest." He was very curious. "You drew it yourself, can't remember it?" Su Yuma shook her head gently, still looking confused. "It seems that the evil spell you have been struck by is very unusual. Not only did you paint his portrait, you kissed him." Su Yuma heard this and thought the male subordinate was talking nonsense. "You are so frivolous every day, why would I kiss him? You are insulting my vision and taste." Lin Fan pointed to the surveillance camera in a corner of the room and said, "Just take a look and you'll understand." "Well, you dare to slander me, you will suffer the consequences." Lin Fan said with a playful smile, "If I haven't slandered you, can you draw a picture of me, hang it on the wall, and then kiss it?" "A kiss is out of the question. I can burn some incense for you." As Su Yuma spoke, she opened her phone and looked through the camera records. The more she looked, the more her brows furrowed. "It seems that I have indeed wronged Lin Fan. The other party was not talking nonsense. How could I do such a thing and not have any impression of it?" Su Yuma had a strong feeling that her consciousness in the surveillance video seemed to be controlled by someone. She knew this Taoist priest. This morning, when she was queuing to buy breakfast, the other party patted her on the shoulder. At that time, the Taoist explained that he had recognized the wrong person. Now it seems that the other party lied, and at the moment he patted his shoulder, he cast an evil spell on him. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, "There are many evil and crooked magic in this world. There are many talented people among the people, and the skills they possess are far more terrifying than you can imagine. It is said that there is a kind of goo magic in the world called love goo. If I am not mistaken, this bastard Taoist priest secretly tampered with you and planted a love goo in you, which is why you are behaving abnormally." Su Yuma suddenly realized, no wonder it's like this. This stinky Taoist priest is extremely abominable. You actually used such despicable and vulgar means. I heard that the love poison can only be removed by the person who put it in. How did you make it disappear? Su Yuma was suspicious. "Lin Fan, could it be that you also understand Taoism?" Chapter 58 Lin Fan Evolution. Lin Fan teased, "Yeah, I know about double cultivation, do you want to try it?" Su Yuma rolled her eyes and said, "You are so frivolous. Tell me quickly, how did you do it?" Her curiosity was piqued. Because it is just as she said, love goo is not something that can be removed by ordinary people, and it is almost impossible for those who do not understand Taoist techniques to do so. In fact, Lin Fan was also surprised that the love goo was finally defeated by the system. It was the provocation system that accidentally defeated the evil magic of the Taoist priest. This was totally an accident. "Please beg me. You're doing this again. Aren't you tired of doing this every day?" "Why would I be tired?" Lin Fan smiled evilly. "I am full of energy, with endless strength and vigor. Even a virgin boy can't compare to me. If you don't brag for a day, you'll suffocate to death. Forget it." Su Yuma said this angrily. She guessed, maybe you and that stinky Taoist priest are the same kind of people. Because there are a lot of things wrong with you. Lin Fan opened his arms and said, "Something is wrong. Do you want me to search you? If you're embarrassed, I can take it off myself." He deliberately made a move to undress. "Why?" Su Yuma quickly stopped him. Okay, everything is fine with you, okay?" She was really worried that Lin Fan would act on impulse and show her everything without reservation. That bastard is so shameless that he can do anything shameless. However, she still felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fan. For example, she herself could feel her liking for this bastard growing day by day. "Even though the other party provokes me repeatedly, I can still stay in the company safely." This in itself is strange and not in line with her original style. But no matter what, Lin Fan saved himself this time. Save yourself from the brink, literally. The more Su Yuma thought about it, the more frightened she became, and she broke out in a cold sweat. If I were really controlled by the mysterious Taoist priest with a love poison, the consequences would be disastrous. I think this Taoist priest will not give up. Lin Fan guessed. I really hope I can meet him. You want to plant the love poison with the other person, so that you can be together forever. Suyuma rarely made a joke. I am a male, and I like women. Lin Fan deduced, if I'm not mistaken, that bastard Taoist priest will come to my door soon. Suyuma wanted to take revenge, but she was secretly attacked by the shaggy Taoist priest. She pondered and said, by then, will you be able to deal with him? After all, that Taoist priest is different from others. He knows Taoist magic. One force conquers all things. Lin Fan was not worried. Even if I can't do anything to him, he can't get any advantage from me. Suyuma's eyes were burning. I hope you have a good performance, the company will reward you. What about the individual? What do you want? You know. Lin Fan's eyes fell openly on Suyuma's extremely silky black stockings. You. Suyuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll barely satisfy you once. The relationship between her and Lin Fan is quite weird. One of them set his eyes on the clothes she was wearing, and the other, although not very willing, finally chose to satisfy her. Soon after Lin Fan got the black silk stockings, the system congratulated him. Bite. Congratulations to the host for increasing your punching power to 1,700 points. The host's strength, defense, and speed are all 170,000 times that of an ordinary person. After his punching power increased this time, Lin Fan felt excruciating pain all over his body from the inside out, as if needles were piercing every pore of his skin and daggers were poking every muscle. Even the pupils felt extremely painful and felt like they would burst at any time. The blood is boiling. In the blink of an eye, the flames burn. The last time he transformed his body was in his own residence. It was nighttime at that time, and Lin Fan couldn't help but roared, causing the female landlady in another bedroom to mistakenly think that he was doing something bad. This time it was even more embarrassing, because it happened in the company and in the president's office. This time the pain was several times more severe than the last time. So much so that Lin Fan tried to hold it back again and again, but still couldn't. Oh. Hiss. Ah. A few simple pronunciations made Suyuma blush, and she hurriedly reminded him, Lin Fan, be careful, don't worry about your image, I still need it. You made such a noise in my office. I can't wash it off even if I jump into the Yellow River. She hurried forward and covered Lin Fan's mouth with her hand. When she got closer, she noticed that Lin Fan's pupils were red and looked a little weird and ferocious. The exposed skin was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, which then healed and then tore apart, in an endless cycle. The icy female CEO took a breath and said, what are you doing? Could it be possible that he has also fallen under the spell of that Taoist priest? You tell me. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Slowly, all the abnormalities on Lin Fan's body disappeared, as if the stormy sea had returned to calm. He took Suyuma's hand away from his mouth. You are blocking my mouth, what can you say? The other party was embarrassed. Sorry, I was in a hurry and forgot. Lin Fan sighed, what a stupid teammate. You are becoming more and more bold and disrespectful to me. Suyuma pretended to be angry, but she couldn't help but care about him in her heart. Are you okay? It's okay. My body is like a peerless sword. It needs to be tempered and forged by fierce fire. What you just saw was the tempering process. Only in this way can I become stronger and unrivaled in the world. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Suyuma seemed to understand a lot. No wonder you were so good at fighting, it turns out you have been hiding your abilities all along. She suddenly felt that this increasingly handsome male subordinate in front of her gave her a sense of security. She couldn't help but praise him. You are the type who will make a big splash if you don't make any noise. Lin Fan grinned. I didn't expect President Su to praise people. I always thought that a dog can't spit out ivory. You want to be beaten, who are you calling a dog mouth? Suyuma clenched her fists and punched the other person wildly, but it was just like tickling him. While Lin Fan was dodging, he came to the window and asked in a low voice, System, what happened to me just now? Why did my eyes hurt so much? Host, there is no need to panic. This is a good thing. After the upgrade, your telekinetic attack distance has been increased, and your field of vision has also become wider. So, the change just now was a transformation of your pupils. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be able to see farther now. After hearing the introduction of the system, Lin Fan subconsciously looked down and soon made a surprising and significant discovery. Chapter 59, Follow the beautiful CEO to the women's restroom. A few hundred meters away on the ground, a fly was lying on the back of another fly. What is even more exaggerated is that Lin Fan can clearly distinguish between males and females. His pupils have become so awesome. This means that his eyes can accurately locate objects from a long distance, and then he can make a move and kill with one strike. Lin Fan secretly marveled at this, such eyes were truly amazing. In time, being able to see 1,000 miles away will be no problem. The provocation system seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and spoke first. Don't act like you've never seen the world. When you continue to evolve in the future, you will understand that the skills you have now are nothing at all. In the future, even if you stand still with your hands behind your back, you may be able to kill someone easily. When Lin Fan heard this, he was filled with anticipation. 100 meters away, a fallen leaf slowly fell to the ground, and he subconsciously snapped his fingers. Swish! No one noticed that the fallen leaf was blown into pieces in mid-air before it hit the ground. Lin Fan showed a look of delight. From behind, Suyuma's curious voice came, "What are you doing?" He turned around and responded, "I'm watching a pair of flies fall in love." "I don't believe you. To prevent the stinking Taoist priest from secretly harming you, stay in my sight recently. I will follow you everywhere," Lin Fan suggested. Suyuma asked back, "I'm going to the bathroom, do you want to follow me?" "Congratulations, Mr. Su, you guessed it right. Is the situation so serious? I wonder if you are taking advantage of me. I'm not as dirty as that Taoist priest. I'm always honest and upright. If I want to take advantage of you, I'll do it openly. Besides, I prefer being taken advantage of by beautiful women." Lin Fan started to brag about himself again. "After all, I am considered a handsome man in Linjiang City." Male god? Suyuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't you have a mirror installed at home?" "Not only is it installed, but it's also a magic mirror. To be honest, every morning I wake up because of how handsome I am. Then walk to the mirror and ask, 'Mirror, mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world?' My handsome face will appear in the mirror. It works every time." No doubt. Suyuma was also convinced. Okay, you are the most handsome in the world, even crickets are not as handsome as you." Lin Fan regained his composure and got back to the point. "You have experienced it yourself, how powerful that Taoist priest is. He was able to perform his evil magic on you without anyone noticing. So this is a unique and strong enemy, and we must not be careless." Suyuma nodded. "I want to go to the bathroom now." "Walk." Lin Fan made an enthusiastic gesture. The beautiful CEO laughed in silence. "Are you serious?" "Certainly. I risked everything to save you." Lin Fan said seriously, "If you want to consider me, why not come with me to the men's bathroom?" "Get lost." Suyuma denied it without even thinking about it. "I only go into the women's bathroom, you can go there if you want." Lin Fan sighed deliberately. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, then who will? Afterwards, he followed Suyuma, and the two of them walked towards the company's public toilet, one in front and one behind. Lin Fan said as he walked, "I've never been there before, President Su, I'm giving my first time in my life to you." "Stop disgusting me." Suyuma turned her head and gave him a look of contempt. "I think some people are already very happy." She asked, "We're about to go into the women's room. Are you nervous?" Lin Fan nodded. "Yeah, I'm worried. I can't see it at all. Instead, I can see that he can't wait." Soon, they entered the women's bathroom. Suyuma reminded, "Don't peek. I am very particular about my hobbies. I don't care about peeking at others. It only pollutes my eyes." Lin Fan leaned against the wall near the door, smoking a cigarette leisurely. At this time, a fat cleaning lady in her 50s walked in. The moment she saw Lin Fan, she immediately covered her chest with her hands and howled like a wolf. "Someone come here, this is indecent." Four words popped up in Lin Fan's mind. Are you polite? He didn't do anything, so how could it be considered indecent assault? And even if it is indecent, it is not indecent to the other person. That old lady looked like a toad spirit, and her face was an inverted triangle. After just a few glances, it becomes boring, as if life has lost all its fun. "Auntie, could you please keep your voice down?" The old lady seemed to be stimulated by something and shouted especially loudly. Even without a loudspeaker, it has the power of a lion's roar. Nima. Lin Fan was also drunk. Day by day, I encounter strange people and things. Does this lady think that she is the only woman in the world and that she is so charming that all men in the world have to revolve around her? He quickly persuaded, "Auntie, don't be impulsive. Hurry up, there are hooligans. The old lady ignored Lin Fan's advice and her loud voice soon attracted a lot of people to watch. She usually likes to apply 3 or 4 layers of foundation and scarlet lipstick. The kind that scares people to death without paying for it. If you act in a horror movie, you will be interviewed immediately. I have lived a pure and innocent life, but now I am ruined in my old age by you. I want to call the police. The aunt became more and more arrogant and actually called Yaoling. Su Yuma heard the noise outside, and hurriedly finished using the toilet. She pushed open the baffle and said gloomily, "Aunt, what are you doing?" The auntie said excitedly, "Mr. Su, Lin Fan peeked at me." Su Yuma thought the other party was making trouble. "You haven't had time to go to the bathroom yet, how could he peek at you?" The aunt quickly corrected herself, "Oh, I was so excited that I said something wrong. He was peeking at you." "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I have already called the police. This pervert will be punished accordingly." "Who told you to call the police?" Su Yuma was also convinced. The other party was indiscriminate and only wanted to create chaos in the world. Lin Fan helped her out of kindness, but was wrongly accused. "Everyone should go away." Su Yuma asked the crowd to disperse. Everyone returned to their seats and started gossiping. Lin Fan is getting bolder and bolder. He even went to the bathroom to peek at Auntie and President Su. It's okay to peek at my aunt, but peeking at President Su is a dead end. Even if the police spare Lin Fan, President Su will not let him go. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. I never thought Lin Fan was so despicable that he ran to the women's bathroom in broad daylight. About 20 minutes later, the police arrived. It was Yang Tao. When the policewoman saw Lin Fan, she was stunned at first, and then she couldn't believe it. "How could you do such a dirty thing? He looks like an ordinary person, but he doesn't do anything human." Chapter 60, Clit Kick. Seeing the policewoman, Lin Fan was secretly delighted. It's time to provoke the other party. You can't just fleece one person, you have to take turns. Be serious. When the policewoman saw Lin Fan, she saw that he had no remorse at all. Instead, he smiled nonchalantly and carelessly. She immediately became angry. "If the situation is true, you will be placed under administrative detention. They say Big Bear is brainless." "You're not that old, how come you're brainless?" Lin Fan said lazily, "My aunt looks like this, would I peek at her? Who are you calling brainless?" The policewoman was very angry because Lin Fan not only mocked her for being brainless in public, but also said that she was small. She is indeed not very old, so she cares a lot about other people's opinions. No one had ever dared to point it out to his face, but Lin Fan was unexpectedly so bold and outspoken. The system voice sounded. Next, something happened that Lin Fan had not expected. "Congratulations to the host for angering the target person Lu Tsuehua." Lu Tsuehua? What the hell? Lin Fan was completely confused. "System, are you malfunctioning or out of order? This system is extremely robust and never fails." You heard it right. Lu Tsuehua is that middle-aged woman. Oh. Lin Fan suddenly realized that he had just insulted the old lady's appearance. Women care a lot about how they look. It's no less than how much men care about their own abilities. If a woman gives a bad evaluation to a man, the man will most likely get angry. Similarly, if you say a woman is ugly, it would be strange if she doesn't get angry. Lin Fan was also drunk, and his provocative words, by some strange coincidence, succeeded in arousing Aunt Lu Tsuewa's emotions. The host has received 10 million renminbi and 100 points of charm. This is such an unexpected surprise. Because of his accidental success in provoking the old lady, Lin Fan earned 10 million. He wanted the money, but he didn't want to be attractive in the eyes of the aunt. However, many things are not what you want them to be. It's like you want 2 hours, but often you end the battle in 7 or 8 minutes. The system continued. The host's charm value is with Lu Tsuehua, which is 103. Lin Fan, Auntie shouldn't have treated you like that just now. My dear, you are not still angry with me. Little darling, take a closer look. Auntie is not as bad as you say. She still has her charm. Under the effect of charm, Lu Tsuewa's attitude softened. Her words "good boy" made Lin Fan sweat profusely and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. "Aunt, do you have any misunderstanding about the term still charming?" Lin Fan was furious. "Also, please don't call me little darling." This time it was Su Yuma and the policewoman's turn to be dumbfounded. What's going on? My aunt had called the police before, so why did her attitude suddenly change 360 degrees? Even the way he looked at Lin Fan was not right. Like a sow in heat. Yang Tao asked seriously, "Aunt, did Lin Fan peek at you?" Lu Tsuhua assured solemnly, "No, Lin Fan is a decent person, how could he do such a thing?" I misunderstood him. He was just smoking a cigarette in the bathroom. When I got there, he was already inside. After hearing this, the policewoman said to Lin Fan, "It seems like you are trying to peek at others." I can testify that he didn't peek at anyone. At this time, Su Yuma stood up. I was the only woman in the bathroom at the time. Besides, I was the one who called him in. Because someone wanted to harm me recently, I asked Lin Fan to protect me at all times. So that's how it is. Yang Tao finally figured out what was going on. The bad impression of Lin Fan faded away instantly. However, she was still upset about what Lin Fan had just said. "Humph, you say I'm stupid, you're still young." The policewoman walked up to Lin Fan angrily, and without warning, she kneed him and kicked him in the crotch, hitting him right in the face. "Lin Fan, I'll remember what you said just now." Hiss. Lin Fan deliberately took a breath of cold air. "This is a kick that will cut off your progeny and exterminate your descendants. This little girl is really cruel." In fact, he didn't feel any pain at all. Because his body is very strong from head to toe. Even if the policewoman increased her strength 10 times, her punches and kicks would only be like tickling him. Instead, the policewoman couldn't help but frown. Because her knee hurt a lot. "You deserve it." After Yang Tao said this, he limped away. She used a crotch kick and ended up getting hurt. Where can she go to seek justice? When the policewoman was feeling depressed, she suddenly became concerned about Lin Fan for some unknown reason. "I hope that kid is not seriously injured." After all, her knee was like that, it would be strange if Lin Fan wasn't injured. She couldn't help but call Lin Fan. Lin Fan deliberately didn't answer it. I called several times in a row, but none of them went through. As a result, the policewoman was always feeling uneasy and guilty. At the same time, she was a little puzzled. Why should I care about that bastard? What does the other person's life or death have to do with her? Even if Lin Fan was injured, it was his own fault. Who made him speak so harshly? Despite this truth, the policewoman's guilt never subsided. Jiaoyang Group. Su Yuma asked, "Have you ever done anything to offend the policewoman? Otherwise, why would she be so cruel?" Lin Fan sighed deeply. She turned her love into hatred. Since she couldn't get me, she didn't want another woman to occupy me, so she took this opportunity to do this. "Go to the hospital and don't delay." Su Yuma's suggestion was not unreasonable, because most people would not be able to withstand the kick from the policewoman just now. After all, it was a kick to the crotch, hitting a special place. Lin Fan frowned. "There is no need to go to the hospital anymore." Ah? Su Yuma was secretly surprised. "It's scrapped?" Lin Fan smiled, "Because I'm not injured at all." "You might as well be scrapped." After realizing that she was being tricked, Su Yuma glared fiercely. However, she still felt that Lin Fan might be holding on for the sake of face, so she planned to go to the pharmacy. A pharmacy near Jiaoyang Group. Yang Tao and Su Yuma appeared one after another. "Boss, I want some white medicine to treat injuries from falls." "Give me a bottle of white medicine, too." Both of them knew the truth, but neither of them asked the other why they bought Baiyao. The policewoman bought the white medicine to give to Lin Fan. The same is true for Su Yuma. "Please help me deliver this box of medicine to Lin Fan." "Thank you very much." Yang Tao handed the white medicine she had just bought to the cold female president, then got into the police car and drove away. Not long after, Su Yuma gave 2 boxes of medicine to Lin Fan. One of them was bought by the female police officer. "I won't be able to use this thing if it expires." Lin Fan sighed. "Oh, heaven and earth, please don't let my whole body be as strong as iron." Su Yuma was speechless. "If you don't behave like Versailles for a day, you will die." Chapter 61, Meeting Taoist Priest He Xian. Meanwhile, Yang Tao couldn't help but send a text message to Lin Fan. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so harsh." The policewoman thought that since Su Yuma came out to buy medicine, it meant that Lin Fan must have been injured. What a sin. It's better not to use the crotch kick on Lin Fan so easily in the future. After all, that place is very special and the most vulnerable. If you are not careful, it will be really painful, or even nothing at all. You need to apply the medicine on time, don't do strenuous exercise, and rest is the most important thing. In a policewoman's life, it is rare for her to care so much about a member of the opposite sex. After sending the message, Yang Tao held the phone and looked at the text message, unable to believe it. It's hard to believe that I sent that message myself. Why should she care about that brat named Lin? I don't need medicine. Soon, the policewoman received Lin Fan's reply. She was shocked, completely useless? No need to take medicine anymore? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Is that all I have to say sorry? I originally wanted you to be responsible for the rest of your life. However, you are not worthy for now. After all, I am the most handsome man in the world. Can you remove the pretty boy? I think the term eccentric is more suitable for you. Yang Tao comforted him, you don't have to be discouraged. Medicine is so advanced nowadays. It will help you to regain your vitality. Even with the development of medical technology in the future, it won't be a problem to install an intelligent prosthesis. At the same time, Su Yuma beside Lin Fan was also showing concern. Are you really okay? I noticed that the female police officer's knee was injured when she left. How come you are okay? Don't be so stubborn and suffer. There are no outsiders here, and I promise not to leak the secret. If you don't believe me, why don't you check it yourself? Lin Fan smiled. You're delusional. You deserve to be hurt. I want to kick you twice. Facing Lin Fan's teasing, Su Yuma was not polite at all and did not give him a good look. While Lin Fan and Su Yuma were joking, the cleaning lady Lu Tsuihua showed up. Lin Fan, can you be more aggressive with me? I found it very enjoyable. Lin Fan looked at the other person's serious expression and couldn't help but sigh, Aunt, I think something is wrong with you. Come on, you're welcome. Be fierce to me. Lu Tsuihua urged, scold me a few words. Looking at the aunt, Lin Fan really didn't want such a person to appear among the female lickspittle candidates. Aunt, please respect yourself. I am a well-educated person. I'm not even as old as your son. Just let me go. Lin Fan never thought that the charm value would have such a strong effect on Lu Tsuihua. He then smiled at Su Yuma, who was stunned, and said, see, my handsomeness has shocked middle-aged and elderly women. Su Yuma couldn't help laughing, you deserve it. She seldom smiles, but at this moment she looks even more charming. One smile can conquer a city, another smile can conquer a country, and a third smile can conquer my heart. Su Yuma made up an excuse to send Lu Tsuihua away and called Lin Fan to her office. She was worried, when will that evil Taoist priest appear? Lin Fan walked to the window and looked into the distance. Although it was some distance away from the gate, his vision could still reach there. The mixed-haired Taoist priest looks very lustful. Since he has planted the love poison in you, he will be eager to get you. If nothing unexpected happens, before tonight. As long as I'm here, I won't let you lose your virginity. Why do I feel like the words coming out of your mouth sound weird? If Su Yuma hadn't considered that she needed Lin Fan's protection, she would have chased him away long ago. Not long after, Lin Fan made a discovery. He saw the figure of Taoist He Xian appear near the gate. Based on Su Yuma's previous portrait, he was sure that this person was the shabby Taoist priest who was secretly practicing evil magic. As expected, he guessed it right. What Lin Fan didn't know was that the reason why Taoist He Xian was so impatient, besides being lustful himself, there was another very important reason, which was that he was afraid that the night would be long and dreams would arise, and he was afraid that Feng Wei would know the truth in advance. Let's go meet the man of your dreams. Su Yuma was stunned, my dream lover? Who? That shabby Taoist priest. You can't spit out tiger teeth from a pig's mouth. I don't have a dream lover. Even if I do, it can't be him. I was under a spell before, if you continue to make things worse, I will ask the cleaning lady Lu Tsuihua to deal with you. Wait, you said you wanted to meet that Taoist priest, where is he? Su Yuma walked to the window, very puzzled, because she saw nothing. Just follow me. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he walked out the door and Su Yuma followed him. Although she was still unclear about how Lin Fan guessed that Taoist He Xian had appeared, she could not see that he was joking. After leaving Jiaoyang Group, Su Yuma saw Taoist He Xian standing not far away. It was the evil Taoist priest. It seems that Lin Fan is still quite capable. Lin Fan walked straight towards Taoist He Xian. Master, your Taoism is not good enough. The love poison has been removed. Have you removed the love poison? Taoist priest He Xian was shocked when he heard this. That's impossible. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. No one except me can untie the love poison in this woman. Lin Fan said slowly, there are always exceptions in this world. You also know Taoism? Won't. Then how did you break my magic? Taoist He Xian was very confused, and then looked at Su Yuma. He found that the way the beautiful president stared at him was full of anger, and it didn't look like she was under a love spell at all. It seems that, just as Lin Fan said, the love poison has really been removed. His face changed drastically. Su Yuma said indifferently, you don't want to be a good Taoist priest, but you have to do despicable things. You have brought shame to the Taoist sect. Taoist He Xian snorted coldly. Beauty, don't think this boy can save you. You are already in my pocket. Let me deal with this guy first, then we can have a good time. A silver smile appeared on his face. Taoist priest He Xian said to Lin Fan with a look of displeasure, I don't care who you are, you ruined my good deeds. I will never let you off easily. He came to Jiaoyang Group this time just to pick up Su Yuma. Before he came, the hotel room had already been booked and he also prepared some things to liven up the party. As a result, Lin Fan's unexpected appearance spoiled everything. Lin Fan didn't take the other party's threats seriously at all. Damn Taoist priest, you are just a grasshopper after autumn. You won't be able to jump for much longer. Taoist priest He Xian was furious. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak rudely to me. You little brat, I will let you watch me take Su Yuma away, and you will be powerless to do anything. Chapter 62, Make an appointment with Mr. Feng. I am gifted with extraordinary talents and amazing internal strength. I can kill a bear with just one palm. Today I'll show you how powerful I am. After saying this, Taoist He Xian raised his palm and chopped. Whoosh! Lin Fan immediately ran away. Taoist priest He Xian was very pleased with himself. Are you scared now? Lin Fan raised his index finger and thumb, making a pistol shape, pointed his index finger at Taoist He Xian's crotch, and bio him in the air. You think you can? Ah! Taoist He Xian had just finished speaking when he immediately screamed in pain and bent over. He was hit precisely in the vitals by a powerful shock wave. Although the chicken hasn't flown, the egg has been laid. Lin's one yang finger, click wherever you're unhappy. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Lin Fan flicked his fingers and sent out several invisible energy waves. Because the energy wave came at an extremely fast speed, even a skilled fighter like Taoist He Xian was unable to dodge it. Of course, this was also largely related to the fact that he was seriously injured. There were 2 holes on his chest, one on each side, and they were quite symmetrical. That miserable look is so embarrassing that one can't help but laugh. Taoist He Xian was terrified. Even though he had expected Lin Fan to be an expert, he had never expected him to be so ridiculously strong. He turned and ran. Lin Fan slapped him from the air. Taoist He Xian felt a pain in his butt and was immediately thrown to the ground. There happened to be a pile of dog shit on the ground, which filled up his teeth. Run, keep running. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Taoist He Xian didn't dare to say anything out loud and just wanted to go back to his mother as soon as possible. He was sure that if he didn't give in, he would be beaten and cry. Lin Fan walked up to the other person and extended his hand. Hand over your phone. Taoist priest He Xian said, I only add rich women. Get lost. Lin Fan kicked him so hard that he sought his great-grandmother. This time Taoist He Xian was completely obedient. He handed over his phone and unlocked it. Lin Fan found the chat records and call records between the other party and Feng Wei. The truth is out. It turned out to be that beast. I never thought that a rich second generation would use such dirty tricks behind people's backs. Su Yuma gritted her teeth. Lin Fan joked, the richer a person is, the more shady things they do. But you, a Taoist priest, are not authentic either. Lin Fan gently patted Taoist He Xian's face, you took the money but didn't do the job, and you used the love poison randomly. If you take the money and run away, nothing will happen. Just treat it as a lesson for Master Feng. But you just secretly wanted to turn Su Yuma into your own doll, which made a big mistake. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Ask Master Feng to come out. Taoist priest He Xian hesitated. According to the rules of our sect, we cannot betray our employer's information. You have no rules. You are the biggest rule breaker. Don't you know what bad things you have done? You don't have any other choice. or I'll give you a ride. Lin Fan aimed his palm at Taoist He Xian's crown. Wait a moment. Taoist priest He Xian had no choice but to give in. I'll do as you say. Then he called Feng Wei. Master He Xian, how is the matter going? As soon as the call was connected, Feng Wei's impatient voice came from the other end. It's almost there, but I still need to provide you with some hair. Taoist priest He Xian lied. Let's talk in detail when we meet. Good. Soon the two agreed to meet outside the gate of Jiaoyang Group. Lin Fan took Taoist He Xian to the guardroom and found some ropes to tie him up. The other party was terrified. Brother, I made an appointment with Master Feng according to your instructions. Why don't you let me go? Lin Fan grinned. Did I say I would let you go? You, shameless. Compared to you, my skills are still a little behind. But for a shameless person like you, shameless means should be used. Lin Fan gloated. I want to watch you and Master Feng fight each other until you're all covered in fur. I, the great Taoist He Xian, have a great reputation in my life, but I ended up falling into the hands of an unknown person. Taoist He Xian sighed endlessly. Lin Fan called Wang Laohu again. Who's he? Is it convenient? Wang Laohu was flattered. When Master Lin calls me, I'll be there any time. I'll trouble you a thing. It's not a bother at all. It's my lifelong honor to serve Master Lin. Wang Laohu's flattery became more and more proficient. You can buy an old sow and send it to Jiaoyang Group. Okay. About half an hour later, Feng Wei appeared in sight with high spirits. He was wondering why Taoist He Xian hadn't appeared yet. At this moment, a figure appeared and scared him. Lin Fan? Feng Wei had a bad feeling in his heart that the truth might be exposed. Otherwise, why would Lin Fan appear here? That doesn't make sense. Taoist He Xian is very skilled in Taoism, it's impossible for him to be defeated. Mr. Feng, how come you are more scared of me than a grandson seeing his grandfather? Don't be nervous, I'm here to give you a gift. Lin Fan then threw the bound Taoist He Xian in front of Feng Wei. Soon after, Su Yuma also showed up. What does this mean? Feng Wei acted crazy and stupid, pretending that he didn't know Taoist He Xian. It has come to this, what's the point of pretending? If Su Yuma hadn't been present, Lin Fan would probably have cursed and called her a jerk. Feng Xiao ran away. Because this matter was kept confidential, he came alone to see Taoist He Xian. He was regretting his decision so much now. He should have brought more men with him so that he would have had a chance to escape. He had only run a few steps when Lin Fan kicked him to the ground. Mr. Feng, why are you so rude? I gave you a gift, but you didn't even say a word of thanks? I thank you. In fact, there were also the words 18 generations of ancestors at the end, but Feng Wei didn't dare say them out loud to avoid getting another beating. Master He Xian, you are such a piece of shit, you actually betrayed me. You don't know the rules of the underworld at all. Young Master Feng took out all his anger on Taoist Master He Xian. Lin Fan handed Feng Wei a stick. Vent your anger as much as you can, he can't move now. What kind of play are you acting in? Feng Wei was a little confused and dazed for a moment, not knowing whether Lin Fan was an enemy or a friend. I told you guys I want to see you guys fight each other and get covered in fur. Feng Wei took the stick and swung it hard at Taoist He Xian. What I hate most is people who take money but don't do anything. Who gave you the courage to betray me? Taoist He Xian was howling. Mr. Feng, I really have no choice. If I don't do this, Lin Fan won't let me go. You're still feeling wronged. Lin Fan added fuel to the fire. Mr. Feng, do you know that this bastard Taoist priest did something immoral that hurt you? Chapter 63, Dog Bites Dog, Mouthful of Fur. Lin Fan continued, he planted the love poison in him and Su Yuma. What do you mean? Feng Wei stopped and was stunned. That means the love poison has nothing to do with you. Su Yuma will love Taoist He Xian for the rest of her life. Master Dog, I fuck you, Master and I. Seeing Taoist He Xian's expression, Feng Wei understood everything. Lin Fan wouldn't have said that if he didn't have sufficient evidence. That's the girl I liked. I spent 200,000 yuan to ask you for help, and you actually did something like this. Are you still worthy of being a human being? Don't you have any professional ethics? After saying that, Feng Wei swung the stick in his hand towards Taoist He Xian again. If he was soft-handed just now, this time, he was much more severe. The other party was beaten so hard that he screamed and howled. Taoist priest He Xian was also furious and started to curse back. Mr. Feng, what kind of a person are you? You asked me to use a love poison on you. This despicable method really brings shame to your ancestors for 18 generations. Suyuma is such a beautiful lady, are you worthy of being with her? You don't even have the qualifications to think about her. If you have the guts to chase her openly, it means you have no ability at all. Stop talking nonsense. Feng Wei was enraged by Taoist He Xian's words, and he swung the stick with even more force. Fortunately, Taoist He Xian had some skills, otherwise an ordinary person would have been beaten to pieces long ago. Lin Fan crossed his arms leisurely and watched the show. He even asked Suyuma, "This play is quite exciting, right?" The icy female president nodded happily and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. She felt extremely relieved when she saw Taoist He Xian being beaten badly. Feng Wei didn't stop until he was exhausted and out of breath. Taoist priest He Xian's body was covered in bruises and purples, and he looked as miserable as could be. Seeing that it was almost done, Lin Fan untied Taoist He Xian. Seeing this, Feng Wei quickly asked, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean? I was the one who tied up this stinky Taoist priest. Now I'm untying him. Is there any problem?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Feng, I don't need your permission to do anything." Feng Wei was immediately anxious. "I just beat Taoist He Xian. If you untie him now, you will give him a chance to take revenge. You have a stick in your hand, so why should you be afraid of a hammer?" "I am not afraid of anything with my bare hands." Feng Wei was so angry that he almost vomited blood, thinking to himself, "How can I compete with you? I'm not as good at fighting as you." After regaining his freedom, Taoist priest He Xian roared at Feng Wei, "Come on, you little bastard, keep fighting." Now the situation is different, he is free from his restraints and has become completely different. Feng Wei was holding a stick, hesitant. "You were pretty awesome, weren't you? Now you're useless? Who the hell is this trash?" Feng Wei was also extremely anxious. He swung the stick again. Taoist He Xian raised his hand, and with a bang, the stick broke instantly. "I asked you to continue, how dare you?" Taoist priest He Xian slapped Feng Wei so hard that he saw stars. "I am your employer, how dare you attack me?" Feng Wei was furious, "Return the 200,000. Taoist priest He Xian snorted coldly, "I am a Pishio. Once I have something in my mouth, I will never spit it out." Feng Wei looked at the man's mouth full of yellow teeth and said, "No wonder you have dog poop in your mouth and you don't want to spit it out. Damn Taoist priest, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's not that easy to make money for me. Be careful that you may earn money but not spend it. Threaten me? Do you think I'll be afraid?" Taoist He Xian slapped Feng Wei several times. "Wonderful, wonderful." Not far away, Lin Fan praised. "Mr. Feng, you are the one who started what Taoist He Xian did. You were the one who found him and tried to put a love poison on Suyuma. If nothing unexpected had happened, I'm afraid you would have succeeded. Your tricks are shameless. Since you like to use evil magic on others so much, why not let you experience it yourself?" "You, what do you mean?" When Feng Wei heard Lin Fan's words, he felt a bad premonition. "Don't worry." Lin Fan looked at the time and thought Wan Lao who should be arriving soon. Not long after, a pickup truck drove up, loaded with a fat sow weighing several hundred pounds. Wang Lao, who stopped the car, jumped out, and said respectfully, "Master Lin, I brought you what you wanted." Taoist He Xian and Feng Wei looked at each other, confused as to what Lin Fan was up to. In such a serious scene, what's the point of bringing a big fat pig? Lin Fan instructed Taoist He Xian, "Give young Master Feng a love poison and make him fall in love with this pig." When Feng Wei heard this, he immediately shouted angrily, "Mr. Lin, don't go too far." Lin Fan snorted coldly, "For a loser like you, no matter what means I use, it's not excessive." Suyuma was both amused and confused when she saw this, and thought to herself, "Lin Fan, you are really amazing. Most people would never think of such a prank." At first, she didn't understand why Lin Fan asked Wan Lao to send an old sow over. It turned out that this was his intention. "My male subordinate is so bad. But she likes it." Feng Wei threatened, "Master He Xian, don't listen to him. If you dare to do that, I will never let you go." Lin Fan said calmly, "Damn Taoist priest, if you don't do it, I guarantee that your only way to survive will be gone." At this moment, there are two paths before Taoist He Xian. He was furious at the beating Feng Wei had just given him and was holding a grudge against him. He also knew very well that if he didn't follow Lin Fan's arrangements, he would most likely die. Therefore, Taoist He Xian already has the answer in his mind as to how to choose. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. There is nothing I can do about your situation. Feng Wei yelled, "There's nothing I can do, you maggot." After being scolded, Taoist He Xian changed his tone. "I suddenly feel that you have brought this upon yourself." Then he began to cast a spell. Feng Wei was shocked and panicked. "Damn Taoist priest, it's not too late for you to stop now." Taoist He Xian ignored it. Feng Wei pleaded with Lin Fan again, "Hurry up and ask him to stop." Lin Fan shook his head. "My hand is on someone else's body. I can't stop him from doing anything he wants to do." Not long after, Taoist He Xian said to Lin Fan, "Done." Feng Wei's eyes inadvertently swept over the white and strong Sao. There was a look of obsession on his face. There was also a look of infatuation in his eyes. Su Yuma couldn't believe the scene. The love goo is indeed powerful, it can make Feng Wei become like this. This evil Taoist priest does have some skills, but he met Lin Fan, otherwise he would not have failed. Mr. Feng will love this pig to death. Taoist He Xian finished speaking. "Can I leave now?" Chapter 64 Dogs and you are not allowed to enter. Lin Fan said expressionlessly, "Go away, I don't want to see you in Linjiang City again." Understood. Taoist priest He Xian nodded hurriedly, "Thank you for sparing my life." Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Feng Wei then called the moving company and pointed at the big fat pig and said to the workers, "Please bring it to my house, and drive slowly so the baby doesn't get carsick." The love poison took effect very quickly. The way he addressed the sow changed to baby, which made people laugh. On that day, the Feng residence was in chaos. Feng Wei insisted on letting the big fat pig live in his bedroom, which drove the Feng family crazy. When Lin Fan was about to get off work, he unexpectedly received a call from an unknown number. After the call was connected, a young man's voice was heard from the microphone. "My name is Feng Xiang, and I am Feng Wei's elder brother. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. Bring Taoist He Xian to me. Also, prepare 10 million as compensation for my brother's mental damages." Are you Feng family so useless? Can't even find a Taoist priest? Lin Fan laughed. You also want to mate with the old sow, so you seek the help of Taoist He Xian. I also advise you not to try to take my money, or you might get into trouble. I just like young people like you who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Feng Xiang sneered, "I prefer the way you bow your head and admit your mistakes in no time. Give you 3 days to prepare." No. Lin Fan refused without even thinking, "I don't have the money, and I don't have the time to look for Taoist He Xian." Then you are determined to confront my Feng family. Very good, let's ride the donkey and read the opera, we'll see. At the Feng mansion, Feng Xian hung up the phone angrily. He was a tall young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, like a character from a novel about a domineering president. As the eldest son of the Feng group, he was a true domineering president. Feng Wei reminded, "Brother, Lin Fan is very good at fighting." Feng Xiang said disapprovingly, "There is never a shortage of people who can fight in this world. When I was studying in Fuso, I met a friend nicknamed Big Elephant. He is a professional sumo wrestler with great strength and first-rate sumo skills. I think that in front of him, Lin Fan is just a chick in front of an eagle." Feng Xiang already had an idea in mind. It just so happens that the big dumb elephant is coming to Dragon Country for a tour. I will invite him over to deal with Lin Fan. Feng Wei became energetic after hearing this. Well, Lin Fan's good days are over. After get off work, Su Yuma said to Lin Fan, "That stinky Taoist priest has been scared away. I guess he doesn't dare to go back to Linjiang City, because even if you don't deal with him, Master Feng won't let him off easily. So, there's no need for you to follow me around like a shadow. If you are so shameless as me, you must stay in the same bedroom with me if you follow me home." Lin Fan joked, "You are wrong, it means staying on a bed." Su Yuma pretended to be angry, "I knew you would be like this." Lin Fan pretended to be relieved, "Alright, a man and a woman are together in the middle of the night. I'm afraid you won't be able to resist my beauty and your heart will be in turmoil. If you force yourself on me, I'll be at a big disadvantage. After all, I'm still a virgin. You are daydreaming all day long. There is no hope for you." Su Yuma shook her head and left. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he had never visited the magnificent KTV that Sister Hong had given him before, and now he had the time to go over and take a look. Soon he arrived at the KTV. The store's magnificent hall and fashionable decoration style everywhere showed its high-end style, which was several levels higher than ordinary KTVs. I really don't know what Sister Hong was thinking at the time. Was she kicked in the head by a donkey that she gave the store to him? Upon hearing that the new boss was coming, the magnificent store manager Yu Feng hurried over. He couldn't imagine that Lin Fan was so young. "Hello, boss." The fact that Lin Fan was able to get Sister Hong to give away the magnificent KTV meant that he was definitely extraordinary. Yu Feng was also knowledgeable and experienced. He knew that many powerful people often looked plain-looking, but were more powerful than those who looked extraordinary at first glance. Everything is running normally at the KTV. The original staff will remain in place. You are still in charge. Lin Fan did not make any major personnel adjustments. Thank you for your trust, boss. Yu Feng was extremely grateful. At this time, Han Shi and a middle-aged foreign woman also came to the KTV. The foreign woman's name was Jenny, and she was Han Shi's immediate superior. The two of them were secretly having an affair, and that was why Han Shi was promoted in the company. Jenny was dark and fat. From a distance, one would think she was a big fat pig running down the mountain, or a coal spirit. Han Shi is really not picky about food. Baby, it's okay. Jenny felt very distressed when she saw the bruises on Han Shi's face. Han Shi forced a smile. It doesn't matter. His injuries were caused by Xiangzi. He had previously contacted Xiangzi to ask him to teach Lin Fan a lesson, but unexpectedly the other party surrendered to the latter. And find him and give him a good beating. Let me feel the pain. Jenny kissed him with her sausage-like mouth, and Han Shi didn't refuse. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "The squad leader has a very unique taste. Why are you here?" Han Shi was very surprised, and he subconsciously kept his distance from Jenny. He didn't expect to meet Lin Fan again here. Then it dawned on him, I understand. I asked you about your job at a class reunion dinner earlier, which hurt your self-esteem. You don't want to work as a cleaner or gatekeeper in my company. So you came here for the interview, right? But with your conditions, you can't be a male model, you can only be a waiter. Han Shi laughed and said, I will come to Jinbihuing more often in the future. You must serve your old classmate well. But don't worry, I'll give you a tip. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. A dog will never stop eating shit, and you will never stop looking down on people. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to come here again. Even a dog can enter, but you can't. Han Shi was furious. How dare you laugh at me for being worse than a dog? Who do you think you are? The boss here? You won't let me in. Do you have the authority to do that? Lin Fan smiled. Congratulations, you guessed it right. A low-level salesperson who earns 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month and could be unemployed at any time came here to apply for a waiter job and now claims to be the owner of a KTV. It's really laughable. Just as Han Shi was mocking him, Yu Feng spoke. My boss asked you to get out, and then you will be blacklisted forever by Jinbihuihui. Your boss? Han Shi recognized Yu Feng, the manager of this store. Manager you can't make such a joke. Lin Fan is my classmate, how can I not understand him? He is a loser. Do you think I'm joking? My boss is someone you can mock. If you dare to say any more nonsense, I will throw you out of here. As Yu Feng spoke coldly, several security guards ran up to Han Shi. Chapter 65, Not Giving Fourth Master Face. Lin Fan ordered them to leave. You can either leave by yourself or ask them to help you. How come you are the boss of the Golden Splendor? Han Shi said in a daze that it was difficult for him to accept this fact. After all, Jinbihuing was a KTV that made a fortune every day. I am afraid that my classmates are having a hard time, and I am also afraid that they are driving a Land Rover. What's more, he had a very bad relationship with Lin Fan and didn't want the latter to live a glorious life. Now hearing that Lin Fan is rich and powerful, Han Shi feels so upset, even more miserable than if he were bankrupt. Why should the Lin guy live better than me? It turns out that Lin Fan was playing the pig to eat the tiger, otherwise, how could Xiangzi submit to him? Otherwise, why would the school beauty Lu Chuxia take him out alone during a dinner party and most likely book a room with her? Why? Han Shi was almost going insane. Why did his old classmate, whom he looked down upon, live better than him? I will go on my own. Han Shi stepped out of the magnificent palace in a daze. For a moment, he was extremely jealous of Lin Fan. How proud he was before, how upset he is now. Just as Yu Feng was taking Lin Fan on a tour, a waiter ran over in a hurry. Oh no, there's a guest causing trouble in box 8180. What's going on? Yu Feng frowned slightly. In his impression, no one had dared to act tough here for a long time. Moreover, as soon as the new boss came to inspect, someone started making trouble, making it very difficult for him as the store manager to step down. The customer reported that there were cockroaches in the fruit plate. But we checked the corridor surveillance and found that when the waiter brought the fruit plate in, there were no cockroaches on it. This is the first time I've heard of cockroaches in the fruit bowl in our store. Yufeng seemed to have thought of something. Boss, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it. Lin Fan smiled and said, let's go and take a look together. Good. Led by the waiter, Lin Fan and Yufeng soon arrived at box 8180. Inside the box, there were several young men from society, exuding a strong sense of hostility. Yufeng took out the surveillance video and said politely, Boss, our Jin Bihuing has always had a high reputation in this city. This kind of thing has never happened before. Not to mention in our restaurant, even if you go to other KTVs, I don't think you can eat cockroaches. I would believe it even if I found a fly in my food. As for cockroaches, how is that possible? A triangular-eyed thug was shouting and glaring. You mean I put it there on purpose? Who can prove that I was the one who put it there? You, or you. He pointed at the people in the box with bared teeth and his attitude was particularly arrogant. Yufeng was about to respond, but Lin Fan said calmly, I can give you 1,000 yuan in compensation. Lin Fan knew very well what kind of people Triangle Eyes and others were, but he planned to use courtesy first and force later. If these guys were shameless, don't blame him for being rude. Triangle Eyes stepped on the coffee table and held up 2 fingers. No, I want this number. Lin Fan guessed, 2,000? No, it's 200,000. Hearing the amount quoted by the other party, Lin Fan confirmed his guess that this group of people came here specifically to cause trouble. Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? So what? Your grandfather is Chao Sishi's man. The other party directly gave his name. Yufeng exclaimed, Fourth Master? Chao Sishi is very well known in Linjiang City and is a man who can make things happen. Apart from Sister Hong, I'm afraid no one can be on equal footing with him. Chao Sishi has been competing with Hong Jie for business over the years, but he has always been outshined by the latter and is considered the eternal runner-up in the entertainment industry. He didn't know where he got the news from, but he heard that Jin Bihuing had changed owners, so he planned to give the new boss a warning. Even ready to swallow up the splendor. And the man with triangular eyes was sent by Chao Sishi. As long as the people from Jin Bihuing don't give money, or dare to attack Triangle Eyes, then Chao Sishi can have a legitimate reason to come and show off his power. Triangle Eyes said smugly, if you are afraid, just pay the money and we will all be in peace. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan pointed at the cockroach in the fruit plate and said calmly, eat it. Triangle Eyes was annoyed, are you talking to me? Yes, but I found that I was talking to a wall. I don't want to eat. I'm sure you'll eat it. Boy, you are tired of living. How dare you offend the Fourth Master? I don't care whether you are the Fourth Master, the Fifth Master, or the Eighth Master's man. Even if your Fourth Master shows up in person, you're still in trouble. The man with the triangular eyes said arrogantly, where did this young man come from? In Linjiang City, no one dares not to give face to the Fourth Master. Lin Fan suddenly pressed down on the head of the man with triangular eyes, and his mouth hit the table heavily. 2 front teeth were missing. Yufeng was stunned. The new boss was so cruel. Didn't he really worry about Chao Sishi's revenge? He began to feel uneasy. The boss has already taken action, and it will be difficult to end the situation. Alas, tonight's splendor may be followed by a bloody storm. Fuck you. The man with triangular eyes started cursing, but before he could finish his words, his mouth was pressed onto the coffee table again. Blood spurted out and his entire mouth was filled with blood. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other people picked up the wine bottles and smashed them fiercely on Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the triangular-eyed man's head to fight back. Bang! 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 None of the wine bottles hit the target, but all of them landed on Triangle Eye's head, which was immediately cut open and blood flowed freely and meandered down. Several people looked at each other, and grabbed the wine bottles again in dissatisfaction and smashed them again. Lin Fan did the same thing and hit Triangle Eye's head with the bottle again. Can you guys hit it right? Triangle Eyes was furious. What a bunch of stupid teammates. Lin Fan kicked a few times and knocked all of Triangle Eye's accomplices to the ground. Then, he warned, your teeth will continue to be knocked out. Triangle Eyes struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Lin Fan's control. You're brave enough to eat it. Triangle Eyes had no choice but to give in. He picked up the cockroach, put it in his mouth, chewed it several times, and forced it to swallow. I will settle this account with you today. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and had no intention of leaving. The boat capsized in the ditch, and he must make Lin Fan pay a heavier price. Boss, Xiao Xixi is very difficult to deal with. Yu Feng hurriedly reminded, why don't you go out and hide first to avoid their attack? Lin Fan said calmly, I want him to know that his brilliance will be suppressed by me and become as small as the eye of a needle. Yu Feng was stunned when he heard this. He wondered if the new boss was being too pretentious. There were not many people in the entire Linjiang city who dared to look down on Xiao Xixi like this. Triangle Eyes took out his cell phone and called for help. Fourth Master, the other party was ungrateful and we got beaten. And they don't even take your reputation seriously. A cold reply came from the other end, tonight, we will destroy the magnificent splendor. Chapter 66, Firefight. Seeing that the matter had become serious, Yu Feng quietly walked out of the box and quickly made a phone call. Sister Hong, without your protection, Xiao Xixi's people started to come to the store to cause trouble, but they were taught a lesson by the new boss. I've offended Xiao Xixi. I'm worried that the new boss won't be able to deal with it. No matter what, Jin Bai Hui Huang is your hard work, Sister Hong. I can't bear to see it destroyed, especially falling into the hands of the enemy. The current boss of Jin Bai Huang is Lin Fan. I can't control that much. But Sister Hong changed the subject and said, he is my benefactor. If he is bullied, I, Chu Hong, will never sit idly by and watch. She knew that Xiao Xixi had been eyeing the fat piece of meat of Jin Bai Huang for a long time. But even if the man named Xiao eats this piece of fat meat, she will make him spit it out from his mouth. Soon, troops from both sides arrived at the magnificent place. Because there were so many people, they all crowded at the entrance of the KTV. There are more than 100 people on each side of the confrontation. The scene was a sea of black heads, majestic and spectacular, and extremely rare. Even the vehicles they were riding in formed a long queue along the street. Xiao Xixi was holding a dragon-headed cane, holding a Cohiba cigar in his mouth, and wearing a black windbreaker, looking like a real big brother. Sister Hong, I advise you to mind your own business. As far as I know, the owner of Jin Bai Huang has changed. It no longer belongs to you. If you intervene in this matter, you are deliberately going against me, Xiao Xixi. He didn't expect that Sister Hong would come to help Lin Fan and bring so many people with her. At this moment, Sister Hong is wearing a purple long dress, showing off her graceful figure. An elegant and beautiful woman, she is one of the most beautiful women of her age. The old A8 is really good. Considerate, passionate and hot, they can provide you with emotional value beyond your imagination and bring you the ultimate enjoyment of body and mind. Just like aged wine, once opened, the fragrance spreads everywhere. After tasting it, I was even more intoxicated. It is hard to imagine that such a beautiful lady in the mortal world could be a local overlord and a terrifying female godfather. Sister Hong rebuked coldly. You are so awesome. You are the fourth master, but you actually bully an unknown young man. This really broadens my horizons. Xiao Xixi blew out a smoke ring arrogantly, it has nothing to do with you. Mr. Lin is my benefactor. Do you think I will stay out of this? You're planning to touch me. Sister Hong, it's not worth it to fight for this kid and both of us will get hurt. In order to compete with Sister Hong, Xiao Xixi has been recruiting soldiers and expanding his power in recent years, which gives him full confidence. I'm different from you. I'm a person who knows how to be grateful. Unlike you, who betrayed your eldest brother to get the position. Sister Hong is indeed a grateful person. Lele, the child she adopted, was the son of a brave general who died to protect her, and her wife was also hacked to death. Lele became an orphan with no one to rely on. She couldn't bear to see him go to an orphanage, so she adopted him and treated him as her own child. Xiao Xixi's expression changed. Because what Sister Hong said was true, the reason why he was able to sit in the position he is in today was indeed because he used means that were condemned by thousands of people and were inhumane and unjust. Mr. Lin's kindness to me is as great as a mountain. If I just stand by and watch, how will people in the underworld view me? Sister Hong made the final decision, I will take care of today's matter. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Then I will kill two birds with one stone today and take care of both of you at the same time. Xiao Xixi blew a whistle, and a dozen more people appeared outside. It turned out that there were two groups of people following him. He took into consideration that Sister Hong might intervene in this matter, so he specially arranged for some of his men to hide and keep silent. Until he gave the signal. These dozen people all held pistols in their hands. The pitch-black muzzles were aimed at Lin Fan and Sister Hong in unison. Chao Cixi said with determination. The people brought by Sister Hong were all carrying cold weapons, and no one had a gun, so the situation was extremely serious for them. Sister Hong, it's time for Lin Zhang's true big brother to change hands. You are a woman, not suitable. If you are willing to reduce your power and move away, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame my men. Bullets don't have eyes. Sister Hong looked calm and prepared for a fight. Do you know why I, a woman, have been able to sit firmly in the position of godfather for so many years? Because I, Chu Hong, will never back down. She then calmed herself down and said, Mr. Lin, you go first. You guys, escort Mr. Lin out. Sister Hong looked at Lin Fan with burning eyes. If we never have the chance to meet again in the future, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope you can take care of Lei for me. She handed over a card and said, the money here is enough for you to spend for several lifetimes. Lin Fan scolded without any hesitation. Sister Hong, the people on the other side are just a bunch of trash, yet they actually make you feel bad. Have you been wasting all these years? With me here, how big a wave can they make? You completely deny and disrespect my abilities. Apologize to me. Everyone looked at each other. Who is Sister Hong? The godfather of this city. Even more powerful than Chao Cixi. A fierce dragon crossing the river, calling the wind and rain. If you stomp your feet, a major earthquake will occur in Linjiang City. Lin Fan actually dared to scold her in public. This is a complete provocation to the godfather. Is this kid trying to commit suicide? You know, Sister Hong is here to help him. Not only did he not appreciate it, he also criticized the other party. Everyone was completely confused by Lin Fan's ridiculous actions. Even Sister Hong herself was confused. The system's voice rang in Lin Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully angering the target person, Sister Hong. It aroused strong confusion in the other party. The host gains 100 points of charm and 10 million renminbi. The host's charm value in Sister Hong's eyes has increased to 203. The system has detected that Sister Hong has developed admiration and appreciation for the host. Just when everyone thought that Sister Hong would turn against Lin Fan, the female godfather spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, as you said, I shouldn't have underestimated your abilities. She recalled that Lin Fan was able to stop a runaway truck with just his arms, which made him no ordinary person. But the reason why she was worried just now was because Chao Cixi had more than a dozen guns and cannons, which was really difficult to deal with. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, can he withstand the bullets? In all her years of life, she had never seen anyone do this. Lin Fan smiled and said, Sister Hong, count to 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you a magic trick. Good. Although Sister Hong had no idea what Lin Fan was up to, she still prayed secretly that he could create a miracle. Chao Cixi thought Lin Fan was going to take the opportunity to run away, so he teased, What? After you say 1, 2, 3, you want to be a sprinter? He pointed to his pants and said, If you want to escape, you can just crawl under here. A strong man can let go of his dignity. Han Xian could endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch, so I believe you can do it too. His men burst into laughter. In their view, Lin Fan was already a grasshopper under Chao Cixi's feet that could be trampled on at will. Surrounded by so many gunmen, as long as Chao Cixi gave the order, even a god could not save Lin Fan. From Sister Hong's red lips came a voice, 1. She began to count according to Lin Fan's instructions. Chapter 67, Unrivaled. Swish. In everyone's sight, Lin Fan disappeared like a streak of white light at lightning speed. 2. 3. Whoosh. Just as Sister Hong counted to 3, Lin Fan returned to his original position at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Done. He threw a dozen guns in front of Sister Hong. Lin Fan snatched away all the pistols held by the gunmen brought by Chao Cixi. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. The only martial arts in the world that is indestructible is the hard one. Lin Fan, fast and strong. Sister Hong was pleasantly surprised. Lin Fan's martial arts skills were simply at the pinnacle. This young man refreshed her understanding of the limits of human martial arts time and time again. Previously, she had thought of recruiting Lin Fan under her command, Now, this thought has completely disappeared. I dare not even think about it. Because she doesn't deserve it. With Lin Fan's current skills, he is his own king and no one can control him. Chao Cixi was dumbfounded. He didn't even see clearly when Lin Fan made his move, but he was able to disarm all the gunmen in a flash. Fast, too fast indeed. He is simply the fastest man in the world. The gunmen were also dumbfounded. They only saw a figure flash before their eyes, and then the hand holding the gun became empty. Moreover, the gunman's encirclement was over 100 meters in size. Considering the round-trip distance and the time it takes to seize the gun, no one can successfully seize the gun within a few seconds. How could Lin Fan accomplish this so easily? Everyone was puzzled. There were huge waves in everyone's heart. Why is Lin Fan so fast? It's so fast that even the naked eye can't keep up with his speed. With such a speed, he would surely win many gold medals in the Olympic sprint competitions. If he is a thief, even the police dogs will tire themselves out and still cannot catch him. Sister Hong praised sincerely, "Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be so fast." Lin Fan responded, "Whether intentionally or unintentionally, not all aspects are fast." Sister Hong smiled when she heard this. I thought to myself, of course, with your incredible physique, 3 days and 3 nights might not be your limit. Surround him. Chao Cixi came to his senses and hurriedly ordered his men. Sister Hong asked, "Mr. Lin, what do you want me to do?" Everyone looked at each other. I didn't expect that the female godfather would ask Lin Fan for his opinion before doing anything. Sister Hong actually intended to confront Chao Cixi's men, but she was afraid that Lin Fan would criticize her for underestimating their strength. In this world, there is only one person who criticized her in public, but she never got angry. That person was Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, "Let all your brothers retreat 100 meters away." Yes. Withdraw. After witnessing Lin Fan's skills just now, Sister Hong was completely conquered. Crash. Soon, hundreds of Sister Hong's men retreated, and she was the only one left by Lin Fan's side. Chao Cixi couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. "Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are fast. My brothers are not vegetarians." Lin Fan said calmly, "If they can touch even a corner of my clothes, I lose." "Ha, you really think you are a god from heaven? Come, let me open my eyes." Chao Cixi thought Lin Fan was just talking nonsense. "Brothers, kill him." Hundreds of people raised their shining machetes, and the storm was about to come. The battle formation is like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. Lin Fan lazily raised his 2 index fingers. He said simply, "It has begun." His index finger flicked toward the crowd. Puff! Along with a strong aura, a blood hole as thick as a finger pierced through the shoulder blade of the person in front, and the shoulders of more than 10 people behind him were also pierced. One finger pierced through dozens of people. Sister Hong's face was full of disbelief. Chao Cixi was also frightened by what he saw. Who exactly is Lin Fan? I have never heard of such a strong man in Linjiang City. In the blink of an eye, he can start a massacre from a distance. Even if it is a bullet, it is impossible for a bullet to penetrate more than 10 people. This means that the lethality and destructive power caused by a casual flick of Lin Fan's index finger is many times stronger than that of a bullet. It's so horrible. The surging crowd fell one after another before they even got close to Lin Fan. After more than 10 seconds, the ground was covered with a sea of people. The few people who were still standing were also injured and barely holding on. Hundreds of pairs of pupils showed fear. In their eyes, Lin Fan was like a god of death. In the blink of an eye, he can kill everyone. Cooperate with me. Lin Fan held Sister Hong in his arms. Sister Hong didn't know why, but it was the first time in all these years that she was hugged like this. Her face was flushed, a color she hadn't had in decades. This young man is extremely courageous. In Linjiang City, when the opposite sex heard her name, they were all terrified and dared not have any thoughts about it. Lin Fan, on the other hand, not only criticized her twice, but now he also hugged her. What Sister Hong herself did not expect was that in the face of Lin Fan's extraordinary behavior, she was not angry, but instead felt a little fascinated. Lin Fan stomped his foot violently. The ground shook instantly. Under the powerful shockwave, all the people on Chao Cixi's side were instantly blown into the air, as high as 5 or 6 meters. That scene made Sister Hong and her group stunned. Lin Fan just stomped his feet and sent more than 100 people flying? The momentum is as high as a rainbow. Sweep through the enemy. This is what a god might do when he descends to earth. If Lin Fan can't be the unrivaled one in the world, who else can be? Sister Hong was in Lin Fan's arms, looking up at the sky a few meters high around her, which was filled with bodies. That scene shocked people so much that it was like a tsunami. She immediately understood Lin Fan's intention of hugging her. If Lin Fan hadn't protected her, she would probably have been blown into the sky. It was hard for Sister Hong to imagine how powerful Lin Fan was. Just like the vast ocean, it is endless. Even if a shell fell into the crowd, its power would be less than Lin Fan's kick. Such men are born to conquer others. Hundreds of people in the sky fell to the ground one after another, each of them looking like their bodies were falling apart. Some fainted, some wailed. It was a horrible sight. Chao Cixi was not much better off. The dragon-headed crutch in his hand disappeared, his leg was broken, and his face was severely distorted with pain. He couldn't believe it. Were Lin Fan's feet made of missiles? They were so powerful. His group of people usually killed people everywhere and were feared by everyone. Even the female godfather Sister Hong was afraid of them. However, in front of Lin Fan, they were as small as ants under the feet of a giant. A giant's sneeze could kill them. Not to mention Linjiang City, even in the entire Jiangnan province and even Long Country, the strongest masters would be ruthlessly attacked by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's strength is already that of a strong man from other dimensions. Chapter 68: The Landlady's Ex-Husband's Provocation. For the first time in decades, Chao Cixi felt powerless. He knew that even if he gathered more people and rushed forward, he would be killed instantly. "Mr. Lin, you should let me go," Sister Hong reminded in a soft tone. Lin Fan put it down with a smile. "Sorry." Sister Hong looked at the bodies lying all over the ground and murmured, "God's power is invincible." In her mind, this is the highest evaluation of a person's martial arts ability. Lin Fan asked Chao Cixi, "Are you surprised or not?" The other party didn't know how to describe the turmoil in his heart. With the help of his men, Chao Cixi managed to stand with difficulty. The cigar in his mouth was gone. His previous arrogance and domineering attitude were long gone. Lin Fan looked at the other person with a sharp gaze. "You are bent on swallowing up Jin Bihuang and using me to establish your authority. What do you think I will do to you? Mr. Lin, you injured so many of my brothers. The medical expenses alone will cost millions. Let's write off the accounts between us." Chao Cixi's tone softened a lot. "We can say that we are strangers to each other. If you let me go today, if you need me in the future, just let me know." Lin Fan picked up the opponent's dragon-headed cane from the ground and poked his chest. "Your calculations are quite good. You wanted to step on me, but when you found you couldn't, you tried to get away unscathed. Do you think that's possible? We have no grudges against each other, but you want to bully me and play the game of big fish eat small fish." He said slowly, "Sorry, I'm a shark. Take out half of your place and give it to Sister Hong. The specific venue will be chosen by Sister Hong." Lin Fan planned to return the favor. After all, Sister Hong had given him the magnificent house that made him a fortune without hesitation. Sister Hong was slightly distracted when she heard this. She didn't expect that Lin Fan was going to give her such a generous gift. This. Chao Cixi's face turned pale. He never expected that Lin Fan would dare to ask for such a high price. If his half of the place were to be divided up, it would be like costing him half his life. That was the empire he had fought for over many years in the bloody storm. Lin Fan said indifferently, "I'm not worried. How dare you disobey me? It's easy to kill you. I'll spare your life because you're not worthy of being my soul." Chao Cixi was extremely terrified. The young man in front of him crushed hundreds of his subordinates with his own strength. The most important thing is that these hundreds of thugs didn't even touch a corner of Lin Fan's clothes. The disparity in strength is like heaven and earth. My patience is limited. I will only give you 5 seconds to consider. Lin Fan reminded, "As time goes by, my appetite will grow beyond this." Chao Cixi's heart trembled. He believed that Lin Fan could definitely do it. Because if he had the other person's ability, he would not hesitate to swallow up all of Sister Hong's property, leaving no one behind. Although the choice was difficult, Chao Cixi already had the answer in his mind. "Don't think about it, I agree to your terms." After saying this, Chao Cixi felt like a deflated ball. Lin Fan added, "You'd better not play tricks when you are connecting with Sister Hong, otherwise, I will make you lose everything, including your life." Clear. Chao Cixi didn't dare to disobey, as his strength was no match for Lin Fan. He knew he had lost, completely. The army of thugs that he was so proud of was completely routed and defeated miserably in front of the opponent. Lin Fan is a mountain that countless people, including Chao Cixi himself, can never cross. Sister Hong said hurriedly, Mr. Lin, I can't accept this generous gift. If she had half of Chao Cixi's business, her entertainment industry would be more consolidated in this city, and she would even have a place in Jiangnan province. Sister Hong felt more and more that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person. A normal person would have wanted to keep the fat meat from Chao Cixi for himself, but Lin Fan actually gave it all away. Lin Fan really didn't care, because he had his own way to make money. With the system, he was an eternal cash cow. He insisted, it's just some places. Don't miss it. Then I will respectfully obey your command. But I have a favor to ask, and I hope Mr. Lin won't refuse. We'll split the profits from these places 40% to 60% each. You get 60% and I get 40%. The reason why Sister Hong is willing to suffer some losses is that without Lin Fan, she would not have obtained these places from Chao Cixi. Not to mention 40% to 60% of the total, even if it was 30% to 70%, it would be worthy of Lin Fan's contribution. As you wish. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and left gracefully. 5 words echoed in Sister Hong's mind, what a cool man. Yu Feng was also surprised and happy. The new boss was simply too awesome. He could defeat thousands of troops alone. Lin Fan became a god in one battle. After this battle, I believe that from now on, no one will dare to cause trouble in the magnificent place. Even Chao Cixi can't do it, let alone others. Not long after leaving Jinbihuang, Lin Fan suddenly received a call from his female landlord Chen Meijia. Oh no, little brother, something happened, come back soon. What happened? You'll know when we meet. Not long after, Lin Fan returned to his residence. Chen Meijiao stood in the corridor and did not dare to go into the house because there was a woven bag full of snakes at the door of the room. Seeing Lin Fan, Chen Meijiao breathed a sigh of relief. My ex-husband did this. He just called to provoke me. Brother, why don't we move to a new place? I have many houses, don't worry, I won't charge you extra rent. Lin Fan smiled and said, it seems your ex-husband is still not convinced. He doesn't dare to compete with you face to face, so he resorts to such dirty tricks. He is such a complete villain. Besides, he holds a grudge against you for punishing him so much last time. At this time, Chen Meijiao's cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Zhang Junfei's shameless voice came. How is it? I didn't scare you too, did I? Lin Fan, I hold grudges very well. You treated me like that last time, I promise, I will always pay you back double. This is just the beginning. You are in the open, and I am in the dark. Let's see who can outlast the other. I will definitely make you collapse, especially Lin Fan. Lin Fan said calmly, you can't hide for long. Are you eager to find me now? Come on, I'm in the casino. There are so many casinos and card rooms in Linjiang City. Do you know where I am? Zhang Junfei smiled arrogantly and said, if you can't find me, you'll be mad to death. Lin Fan's face was as calm as water, don't worry, I will find you soon. The other party was very arrogant, even if you are a cop, you wouldn't be so confident. Who do you think you are? Do you have any special abilities in this city? Lin Fan gave the answer, not until tonight. Really? If you can find me, you can ask me to do anything you want. I see you must be very thirsty after talking so much. When the time comes, give me all the water in the toilet to drink. Lin Fan hung up the phone and started contacting Sister Hong. With Sister Hong's connections in the underworld, it is not difficult to find Zhang Junfei in a short period of time. Chapter 69 completely surrendered. Zhang Junfei was too arrogant. He thought that Lin Fan was just an ordinary person with some mediocre kung fu skills. He definitely didn't have extraordinary abilities and would not mobilize so many people to search for him. However, how could he have expected that Lin Fan had such a close relationship with Linjiang City's female godfather Chu Hong? Lin Fan said simply, Sister Hong, help me find someone. Okay, it's a piece of cake. Lin Fan then told the other party the relevant information about Zhang Junfei. Sister Hong responded, I will personally send him to your residence within 2 hours. Thanks for your hard work. I am always happy to help Mr. Lin. After Lin Fan ended the call, Chen Meijiao asked curiously, Brother, can you really find Zhang Junfei? Lin Fan nodded, that's right, let's just wait. He then opened the door and waited for good news. About an hour and a half later, Sister Hong's voice was heard at the door. "Mr. Lin, I brought the person to you." Sister Hong brought 3 people, 2 of whom were her subordinates, and they took Zhang Junfei away. Zhang Junfei's face was bruised and swollen, probably because he had been beaten and kicked because of his struggle. Even though he is a bodybuilder, he is nothing in front of Sister Hong's men. "Xiao Feifei, we meet again." Lin Fan checked the time and said, "It took less than 2 hours to find you." "Who is this woman?" Zhang Junfei asked unwillingly. He knew that Lin Fan found him through Sister Hong. Sister Hong said, "Shu Hong, people in the martial arts world, please give me some face and call me Sister Hong." "Hong, Sister Hong." Zhang Junfei suddenly thought of something. In Linjiang City, there was only one Sister Hong, and she was a tycoon-level tycoon. Dominate one side. He was so scared that his pants were wet. "I was so scared that I peed my pants on the spot." Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Look at how little you have accomplished. You should wear diapers when you go out from now on." Zhang Junfei was puzzled. How can you, who doesn't even have a house, know a big shot like Sister Hong? Lin Fan didn't explain too much. "If you're not low-key, how can I let you show off?" He then grabbed a few snakes from the woven bag and put them into the other person's pants. Ah! Zhang Junfei's face turned pale with fear, and soon he wet his pants again. The arrogance he showed on the phone before is gone. Sister Hong also spoke coldly. "If you dare to cause trouble for Mr. Lin, I can make you disappear from Linjiang City completely at any time. I can give you 100 ways to die. You can choose any one of them, whether it's throwing yourself into the river to feed the fish, committing suicide, being buried in a sea of fire, or something else." "Sister Hong, I was wrong." "Oh no, Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I am blind and I didn't recognize the great man. I shouldn't have deliberately caused trouble for you." Zhang Junfei knelt down and begged for mercy. If it were in the past, he would have been very dissatisfied with Lin Fan and held a grudge against him, but now, he had completely surrendered, and most of his souls had been scared away. No one can afford to mess with Sister Hong. Lin Fan has a special relationship with Sister Hong. Only a fool would cause trouble for the former, unless he thinks his life is too long. Lin Fan asked, "Where is the landlord?" Zhang Junfei made a solemn promise, "I will never bother her again. From now on, she and I will have nothing to do with each other." Sister Hong said, "I'm not as kind as Mr. Lin. If it happens again, I will not let you have the chance to speak again." Zhang Junfei nodded frantically, "I understand. I understand." Lin Fan said, "Go to the bathroom and drink all the water in the toilet." "Yes." Zhang Junfei didn't dare to disobey at all. He went to the bathroom obediently, lay down beside the toilet, and put his head in. "Gudong, gudong. Drink to your heart's content." After drinking, he raised his head and burped. After he had completed his punishment, he was kicked out. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude sincerely, "Sister Hong, thank you very much. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Compared to your great kindness, no matter how much I do, it's just a drop in the bucket. It's getting late, I won't bother you anymore." Sister Hong took the initiative to resign. For some reason, she had some suspicion about the relationship between Lin Fan and Chen Meijia. Logically speaking, a boss of her level shouldn't have such speculations. She also couldn't figure out why she had such a special concern and affection for Lin Fan. Shu Hong, you haven't paid attention to the opposite sex for many years. What happened today?" "Good." Lin Fan sent Sister Hong downstairs and then turned back. After seeing him, Chen Meijia praised him highly. "Little brother, you are really amazing. You actually found a way to find Zhang Junfei. The first time I saw my ex-husband, I pissed my pants. That Sister Hong must be very powerful." Lin Fan replied casually, "It should be okay." Chen Meijiao asked tentatively, "Little brother, does Sister Hong like you? How could a big shot like her personally come to you?" "She is more than 10 years older than me." "Little brother, you don't understand this, right? These days, it's popular for old men to date young girls, and sister-brother relationships are the most common." Chen Meijiao's eyes were burning. "Just like your sister, I am also full of expectations for sister-brother relationships. By the way, little brother, what do you think of my new yoga pants?" Having completely gotten rid of the entanglement of her ex-husband, Chen Meijia was in a good mood. She first returned to the bedroom, and when she came out again, she was wearing a pair of light gray shark pants. The shark pants are very elastic, outlining her plump and hot figure perfectly. 360 degrees without blind spots. Every angle you look at it is a sexy visual feast. Especially Chen Meijiao, who was kneeling on the yoga mat with her back to Lin Fan, was about to burst her shark pants. Lin Fan's nose felt hot, and he felt that this woman did it on purpose. Such a light and mature style, coupled with a proud figure, is so sexy that it almost takes your breath away. What a great kill from the back. Lin Fan thought to himself, "Sister, don't you know that you are the 115th in the village? You are kneeling like this, obviously trying to confuse your brother's mind." He half joked, "Sister, you're kneeling in the wrong direction. You should be kneeling facing me, and I haven't prepared the red envelope yet. You just know how to take advantage of me with your mouth." Chen Meijiao looked back and smiled, thinking to herself, "Do you dare to use more than just your mouth? Since when did I start to look forward to this male tenant?" Think about Sister Hong, such a charming woman, she would have special feelings for Lin Fan, so it is reasonable for her to take the initiative. This shows that Lin Fan is a popular guy and women with taste are eager to try him out. "Little brother, let me show you some aerial yoga." Chen Meijiao stood up and said that the last time she demonstrated ground yoga, it was already amazing and made people excited. Nowadays, aerial yoga is even more exciting and full of expectations. Chapter 70 Big Elephant. On the aerial yoga hammock, Chen Meijiao shows off her specialties: splits, vertical splits, inverted hooks, dancing. It's so beautiful. Flexibility combined with strength. Every gesture is full of beautiful art, passion, vitality, and heat. She is worthy of being the ceiling for young women. When the opposite sex sees it, they wish they had 4 kidneys. Lin Fan admired it for a while and felt that if he didn't look away, his nose would bleed. After Chen Meijiao got down from the hammock, she was sweating slightly. It was obvious that she had worked very hard. "Little brother, to thank you for helping me, I will cook for you myself and we can have a midnight snack together." Chen Meijiao went to the living room and went to the kitchen, and soon began to get busy. Soon, the table was filled with steaming delicious dishes, a full banquet. Lin Fan took a closer look and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Fried river shrimp with leeks, steamed oysters with garlic paste, stir-fried bullwhip, stir-fried kidney, braised eel, farewell my concubine chicken stewed with turtle, pigeon soup with ginseng and cordyceps. Wow, these are all very nutritious things. Which man wouldn't feel dizzy after eating them? Sister, do I look weak? Little brother, you don't understand this. Even if you have 6 kidneys, it will be useless. You will be defeated by us women. As the saying goes, there is no land that is plowed to death, only cows that are worked to death. Listen to me, eat more, it won't go wrong. Chen Meijiao said as she put some pork kidney into Lin Fan's bowl. What a caring and considerate sister. Chen Meijiao took out some jinzhou again. Wow, from food to drinks, everything is replenishing. Lin Fan feels that the female landlord came prepared. The point is, you bastard, you're having your period, and you made me eat so many raw and fierce things, it's pure torture. Lin Fan was very excited after eating this meal. He didn't sleep well that night and had a dream. What surprised him was that it was not a messy dream. Instead, he dreamed that his fist created a white airwave, which condensed into a small boat. It traveled thousands of miles without dissipating, and the airwave boat shuttled through endless mountains and hills. The boat has passed through thousands of mountains. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Fan recalled the scene in his dream, his blood boiling, and he looked forward to the day when he could achieve such martial arts power. Bang! Lin Fan had just put on his clothes when he heard a loud noise outside. He and Chen Meijiao opened the bedroom door at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. I found that the front door had been broken down and 3 people were standing in the hall. Feng Wei and his brother Feng Xiang, and another person, who was fat and huge, were the helper Feng Xiang invited Nakata Hiko. Chen Meijiao frowned, "The one my ex-husband brought here?" Lin Fan responded, "No, they are coming for me." Feng Wei challenged Lin Fan, "Boy, you never thought we would find this place. The Feng family is much more powerful than you can imagine." Lin Fan deliberately teased, "Mr. Feng, why didn't you bring your plump, white girlfriend with you?" The plump white girlfriend he was referring to was naturally the fat pig that had been poisoned with love by Feng Wei. At this time, Feng Xiang spoke up, "Lin Fan, when I find Taoist He Xian, what happened to my brother will be your fate. Of course, you won't be able to jump around for long, because the elephant will trample you down." The big stupid elephant that Feng Xiang mentioned was none other than Nakata Hiko, who weighed over 500 kilograms and had legs thicker than Lin Fan's waist. He was hailed as a rising star in the Fuso sumo world. The big stupid elephant has defeated many famous and powerful predecessors in the sumo world, which shows his superb level. He even declared that when it comes to sumo wrestling, no one in the entire dragon country can be his match. Just now he just pushed the door open with a light bump, which shows how strong he is. After Feng Xiang finished speaking, the big stupid elephant shook his chest arrogantly towards Lin Fan. For a skinny guy like you, I can defeat him with one move. He didn't take Lin Fan seriously at all. Chen Meijia was extremely anxious. Little brother, quickly ask your sister Hong for help. Lin Fan said calmly, it's just a big fat pig. It's easy to deal with. What's more, I never need help when I fight. Although the big stupid elephant was a Japanese, he could understand the language of the Dragon Kingdom. When he heard Lin Fan calling him a fat pig, he immediately became furious. Boy, I will kill you in one move. In his eyes, as long as Lin Fan got close to him, he would throw him to the ground and knock him out directly. With the giant elephant's sturdy body, he is like a huge anaconda. Once he entangles his prey, the prey will be unable to break free. Of course, there are easier ways. As soon as the two sides started fighting, the big elephant charged directly and knocked Lin Fan away cleanly. He had the impact force of a tank, so he was quite confident. The big stupid elephant raised his trunk to the sky and said, you'd better admit your mistake now and do what Master Feng tells you to do. This way you can avoid being beaten. Feng Xiang added, Lin Fan, as long as you can defeat him, I will forgive my brother's past. But if you lose, you will lose everything you have. Of course, if you pay my brother 10 million right now, I can make the big elephant stop. Lin Fan said disapprovingly, you should let him do it. Feng Wei couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin, you will soon realize that there are always people better than you. The big stupid elephant will teach you how to be a good person. And today, I want to make you understand one thing, you can't afford to offend the Feng family. Lin Fan's expression did not change at all, I don't mind being a witness to the decline of a family. Just you? Feng Xiang was furious, how dare a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears say such outrageous things. His fierce eyes shone through the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses. Little brother, do you really not need to call someone? Chen Meijiao looked at the big elephant and felt unsure. After all, the opponent was too powerful to break open the door in one go. If Lin Fan was defeated by the opponent, he would be in imminent danger. Because judging from the attitudes of the two young masters of the Feng family, they had no intention of letting Lin Fan go. Chen Meijiao is still thinking about how to proceed step by step so that she can win the heart of the male tenant in the future, so she doesn't want anything unexpected to happen to him. Lin Fan said with a smile, Sister, the food you cooked last night was too strong. I have so much strength now. Let's see who will run into the gun first. He seemed not to take the sumo wrestler elephants seriously. Chen Meijiao's face turned red, and she thought to herself, the situation is urgent, but this little bastard is still driving, and at a very fast speed. The big stupid elephant originally thought that Lin Fan would be frightened by him and tremble with fear, but unexpectedly, the other party repeatedly ignored him and he was completely enraged. So he let out a loud roar, took a step forward, and rushed towards Lin Fan like a tank. Chapter 71 Suyuma, you need to be a little more romantic. Feng Xiang and Feng Wei looked at each other silently, with expectant smiles on their faces. They seemed to have seen the embarrassing scene of Lin Fan being knocked flying. You came just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan took a step forward, turned his head slightly, and used his shoulder as a charging weapon to charge forward. When two brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! The moment the big stupid elephant collided with Lin Fan's shoulder, the whole person disappeared from the living room. Feng Xiang and Feng Wei looked at each other. Where are the people? From their sight, the big elephant had disappeared. How could a sumo wrestler weighing more than 500 pounds disappear just like that, in the blink of an eye? They searched for a while before they found it. The door of the neighbor opposite was knocked down with a loud bang. The big stupid elephant was lying on the ground at this moment. He had just regained consciousness and was groaning in pain. The second young master of the Feng family's expression changed in shock. Because they know very well the strength of the big elephant, he is definitely a super sumo wrestler. However, after just a collision with Lin Fan, he was knocked more than 10 meters away, from the other party's residence to the neighbor's house. This is too incredible. Feng Xiang and Feng Wei blinked their eyes vigorously several times. They were not under any illusion. The big elephant was lying on the floor tiles of the neighbor's house. Lin Fan's impact force is like a torrent of steel. Even a huge elephant weighing hundreds of pounds would become as light as a feather and vulnerable in front of it. Not only did it break the big elephant's defense, but it also made a girlish sound, humming from time to time. I heard that you are going to kill me in one move? Lin Fan shook his head. Big stupid pig, you really disappoint me. Then he slapped Feng Xiang and Feng Wei on the face with his hands left and right. You two look down on me by inviting third-rate players. The two people on the other side were angry but did not dare to fight back. They did not want to be like the big stupid elephant and fall into the neighbor's house. Feng Xiang said sinisterly, Lin Fan, remember this, every time you slap me, I will pay you back in the future. Lin Fan smiled and said, I was planning to stop, but if that's the case, I'll give you two a few more slaps. He slapped the other brothers without mercy. Feng Xiang shouted, Big dumb elephant, can you still continue to fight? The big dumb elephant responded weakly, I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, I disappoint you. I'm lucky enough to still be able to breathe. I can't stand up for a while. He felt that all his internal organs seemed to be displaced as a result of Lin Fan's seemingly light impact just now. Lin Fan, who looked frail, unleashed such powerful force just by moving his shoulders. It's really scary. Feng Wei said with a sad face, Brother, don't talk back to him. If you continue like this, we will be beaten to death. Feng Xiang didn't dare to argue anymore, and quickly pulled his brother to help the big elephant. The three of them fled like dogs that had lost their homes. When Lin Fan arrived at the company, he found that Su Yuma was wearing gray stockings today, which gave her a unique look. Those slender legs illustrate what wineglass legs are, and they are even more sexy against the backdrop of gray stockings and high heels. The legs have more flesh than in the comics, but at the same time they are more sexy. Such a queen is truly a beauty on earth. Coupled with her cool and aloof demeanor, it makes people want to conquer her. For the goddess who is indifferent to everyone, I am just a female licker of one person. Lin Fan vowed to become that person. Inside the office, Lin Fan became more and more shameless. Old rules. Su Yuma showed a trace of confusion. What old rules? Lin Fan looked at her gray hair, you know. Obviously, he wanted to get the pair of stockings to increase the power of the first divine fist. In the future, you can wear all kinds of them in different ways, and then give them to me. Wait a minute. I'm going to call a classmate who has a doctorate in medicine. If she says you're normal, I'll give it to you. Otherwise, no way. And if she says you are sick, come with me to the hospital today to get treatment. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and started contacting her classmates. After the call was connected, after a few pleasantries, Su Yuma started to get down to business. I have a friend who likes women to wear all kinds of clothes, and then asks them to go back. Is it too much? Yuma, this phenomenon actually happens quite often. There's no need to look at them with tinted glasses. In fact, privately, this type of man is more popular with us women. Because they are more sentimental and romantic. It's much better than those stupid, dull, and incomprehensible men. On the other end of the phone, a female doctor of medicine spoke half-jokingly. Yuma, you are asking for your boyfriend, right? Congratulations, there's a little romance in your life. It's a good romance, it makes couples closer and lasts longer. What? I don't have any boyfriend. Su Yuma said firmly, if we really talk about it, I will definitely not talk about something abnormal like this. The female doctor of medicine advised earnestly, Yuma, you are too conservative sometimes. What era are we in now? It's time to change some of your ideas. Who are all the uniforms sold to online? They're just couples. The huge market speaks for itself. We are good friends who can talk about anything. To be honest, the content you are consulting about is actually what my previous boyfriends have experienced, and I am happy to cooperate. You can try it if you have time. It will open up a wonderful new world. The words of the female doctor of medicine became more and more unbearable to listen to, and Su Yuma's ears turned red. The latter quickly changed the subject and chatted for a few words before ending the call. Lin Fan said with a smile. You heard it, your medical doctor friend said that my hobby is perfectly normal. Susu, you have to change yourself, otherwise your life will be less fun. As the saying goes, change leads to communication, and communication leads to success. Absurdity, heresy. Su Yuma did not agree with Lin Fan's point of view. You are clearly just trying to excuse your special hobby. Hey, looks like I need to wholesale a batch of stockings in the office. Although the cold female president firmly believed that Lin Fan's habit was abnormal, she eventually gave the gray silk to him. Lin Fan received the expected congratulations from the provocative system. Bite. Congratulations to the host. The fist power value of the first divine fist has reached 1,900 points. The host's strength, defense, and speed are all 190,000 times that of an ordinary person. As the power of the first divine fist increased, Lin Fan felt a burning pain in his pupils, as if pepper water had entered his eyes. He blinked hard, and when the severe pain slowly subsided, he accidentally looked at the icy female president and soon found something wrong. Oh my god. Chapter 72, Ex-Wife's New Boyfriend. The reason why Lin Fan was surprised was that, through her outer clothes, he could actually see what Su Yuma was wearing underneath. What shape, what color, it's clear. No obstacles. I remember that the last time his punching power increased, his eyes changed and his field of vision increased greatly. Now, not only does the field of vision become wider, but you also have the legendary X-ray vision. He blinked a few times doubtfully and confirmed that he was not having any illusions. The icy female president was wearing black inside, which was sexy and made her skin look even whiter. Lin Fan never thought that he would suddenly possess the ability to see through things. He even discovered that Su Yuma had a dimple on her waist, and there was a very cute sesame-sized mole below her lumbar muscle. Lin Fan openly scanned Su Yuma from 360 degrees without any blind spots, and the other party didn't notice anything at all. He almost tooted his praise. After all, people often can't help but praise beautiful works of art. System, do I have X-ray vision? The system confirmed, that's right. From now on, your enemies will have nowhere to hide. Your pupils are more powerful than thermal imaging. Lin Fan noticed that his sight could indeed penetrate the wall and see every scene, object, blade of grass and tree outside. If you stay in a hotel room and look around, you will definitely gain a lot. Su Yuma asked curiously, Lin Fan, what are you looking at? Just take a look. Lin Fan did not reveal the secret of his X-ray vision. Needless to say, if Su Yuma knew about it, she would be furious. After all, if the cold goddess is seen through, she will definitely fight him to the death. Accompany me to a celebrity auction tonight. Now come with me to the mall and I'll get you some new clothes. Although Su Yuma didn't care about Lin Fan's clothes, he would definitely be ridiculed if he appeared at the party wearing cheap goods. Soon, the two arrived at a large high-end shopping mall in the city. At the door of a high-end clothing store of a global first-line brand, Lin Fan accidentally ran into his ex-wife Jiang Yan. At this moment, Jiang Yan was accompanied by a young rich second generation. It was a strange face, one that Lin Fan had never seen before. The day before, Jiang Yan wanted to change her mind but was rejected. Now she has immediately caught a new rich man. I change boyfriends faster than I change clothes. Lin Fan secretly felt lucky that he had rejected the other party, otherwise it is very likely that he would be sitting at home and a hat would fall from the sky, and it would be green. Jiang Yan began to show off with joy. Lin Fan, didn't you say that the man I find will definitely not be as good as you? Let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, Li Wenhai. Wenhai is much better than you. His father is the vice president of a fund management association in Linjiang City. Wenhai has a bright future, unlike you who only stays where you are and has no future at all. Congratulations then. Lin Fan didn't want to get too entangled with Jiang Yan, because in his mind, the other party had long been insignificant. Therefore, he did not even have the thought of provoking the other party. After all, the more he provoked, the higher his charm would be. If his ex-wife changed her mind again, it would only make him disgusted. Li Wenhai asked, who is this? Jiang Yan answered succinctly, my ex-husband Lin Fan. Then your vision was too poor before. Li Wenhai curled his lips, not disguising his mockery, excuse me, but your ex-husband looks like a country bumpkin from the mountains who has come to the city. What does he do for a living? He is just an ordinary wage earner. You can't even compare to Wenhai. As Jiang Yan spoke, she enthusiastically took Li Wenhai's arm, looking like a smug villain. She hooked up with a rich second-generation guy, look how proud she is. I wish I could use a loudspeaker to spread the word so that the whole world would know. So vulgar. Li Wenhai said arrogantly, of course. Lin Fan smiled, whether a man is successful or not depends on whether the girl next to him is good or not. Excuse me, Mr. Li, the girl next to me is the city flower of Linjiang City. When Su Yuma saw Lin Fan being humiliated, she took the initiative to cooperate and held the hand of the male subordinate. Li Wenhai looked at the cold female president. She was a woman who was so beautiful that she overshadowed Jiang Yan. He was so angry that Lin Fan could actually eat swan meat. Why? He is the son of the vice chairman of the fund management committee, a child of destiny, a typical tall, rich, and handsome man, but why is it that the girls he picks up are worse than those of a country bumpkin? Lee Won-hai felt extremely unbalanced. Lin Fan no longer paid attention to the other party, but took Su Yuma's hand and walked into the brand store. The store not only sells clothing, but also various luxury items, with prices easily exceeding tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, which is staggering. Lee Won-hai held a grudge and decided to save face by using money to humiliate the other party. Is this the place for losers? Lin Fan, your presence will only lower the class of the guests here. Get out of here right now. Lee Won-hai signaled the shopping guy to drive Lin Fan away, but the other party did not do so. Although Lin Fan doesn't look like a rich man, Su Yuma beside him has an impressive aura. In addition, if you want to prevent other customers from entering, there is only one situation, that is, a special guest has reserved the place. But if you don't buy things worth millions, it's basically impossible to meet the requirements of booking the entire place. The sales assistants here haven't said anything, why are you pretending? From the tone of your voice, I thought you were the owner of the store. Lin Fan said calmly, you can let me go if you want, but Master Lee, you have to book the whole place. Do you have the ability to do that? Lee Won-hai asked the salesperson, how much does it cost to book the whole place? 5 million. Lee Won-hai took a breath of cold air. Even though he is a rich second generation, he still can't bear to spend so much money. What's more, he usually spends money lavishly, and the balance in his card is only about 7 or 8 million. Letting him book the entire theater would undoubtedly be a huge expense. What, are you scared? Lin Fan laughed and said, Mr. Lee, you are a rich second generation after all. Why are you so scared of just 5 million? Only 5 million? Lee Won-hai said angrily, it's easy for you to say that. If you have the ability, come and do it. Jiang Yan followed up, that is, can you make 5 million in your lifetime? Lee Won-hai snorted arrogantly, you are just a lousy worker, how dare you act like a jerk in front of me? Lin Fan's smile remained on his face, is 5 million a lot? 10 million isn't much either. He has more than 200 million in cash in his bank account, so 5 million is really nothing to him. Lee Won-hai was so angry that he challenged Lin Fan. If you can book the whole place, I'll bark like a dog. If you can't do it, you can bark like a dog. Do you dare to agree? Chapter 73 Kneel down and bark like a dog. Lin Fan was silent. Lee Won-hai saw this and immediately started to pull him up. What, you don't dare anymore? Are you giving in? A coward, a wimp. He uttered a lot of words. On the one hand, he was unhappy that Lin Fan had such a stunning beauty like Su Yuma by his side. On the other hand, he was unhappy that the other party had dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. Mr. Lee, I think you may have misunderstood. Lin Fan shook his head slightly and said, I was just wondering how many dog barks I should learn to make. If you want to scream a few more times, I'll satisfy you. Lee Won-hai believed that it was impossible for Lin Fan to pay 5 million to rent out the entire venue, so he was as steady as an old dog, confident of victory, and said, then let's call 200 times. He added arrogantly, and you have to kneel on the ground and scream, then crawl out of the store. Okay. Lin Fan laughed, I've never seen a rich second generation do this before, so I'm looking forward to it. Jiang Yan sneered, Lin Fan, why are you pretending? If you had 5 million, would I have left you? Don't even mention 5 million. I'm afraid you can't afford even 500,000. Lin Fan waved at the shopping guide and said, Beauty, book the whole place. Su Yuma quickly stopped him, Lin Fan, are you crazy? You're not a big boss, there's no need to fall for the other party's provocation. If I can't pay, I will be humiliated by the other party. She felt anxious for her male subordinates. In Su Yuma's opinion, even if Lin Fan had made a fortune in private, he had probably spent most of it. After all, he had just spent 8 or 9 million to buy a Lamborghini not long ago. Besides, this time I'm going to buy you clothes. Lin Fan didn't care, a real man shouldn't be fussy about trivial matters. Besides, in our relationship, it doesn't matter who pays. He then looked at Lee Won-hai and Jiang Yan and said, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Lin Fan took out his bank card and paid directly. After receiving the payment, the shopping guide was speechless. Nowadays, rich people like to pretend to be poor. To be honest, she couldn't tell from Lin Fan's clothes that he looked like a rich person. The shopping guide walked up to Lee Won-hai and ordered him to leave. Sir, this place is reserved. Please leave. Lee Won-hai and Jiang Yan stared at each other in bewilderment. He has booked the whole place? Yes, this gentleman has just advanced 5 million. The shopping guide showed Li Wenhai the payment amount. Li Wenhai couldn't believe how this guy could be so rich. 5 million, paid instantly. How rich a family would have to be so generous. He was a little depressed. Jiang Yan, how much do you know about your ex-husband? Jiang Yan was even more depressed than Li Wenhai at the moment. I know him very well, he is just a poor guy, but who knows what he went through after his divorce. She recovered and cursed, Lin Fan, you bastard, you hid your private money when you were with me. This seems to be the only reasonable explanation. However, this private money seems to be a bit too much. Lin Fan spread his hands. Sorry, Jiang Yan, congratulations, you guessed wrong. You seem to be my nemesis. Without you, my wealth has skyrocketed. From now on, you will just watch me quickly become a billionaire and a rare talent. And I will become the man who makes you feel inferior all the time and whom you can never have. Even if you become my female liquor, I won't accept you. Pooh. You're fully booked today, and bankrupt tomorrow. You'll soon be left with nothing. Jiang Yan said with a firm tone, I am sure. Then we'll wait and see. Lin Fan said with a smile, but you must always prepare your heart speed pills, because in the future you may not be able to bear the jealousy. He then pointed at Jiang Yan and said, remember, I am your unattainable male god. Take it easy, don't let your false eyelashes fall off in anger. Li Wenhai raised his foot to leave. Why? Lin Fan called him. Get down on your knees and crawl out. Don't forget the dog barking. Whether crawling out on your knees or barking like a dog, it was a great humiliation. Li Wenhai understood. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to severely humiliate Lin Fan, but who knew that he would become a clown instead? Jiang Yan favored her new boyfriend, Lin Fan, don't go too far. Jiang Yan, I think you said it the other way around. Lin Fan reminded, he was the one who proposed the rules. If I didn't have the 5 million, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to humiliate me. Suyuma supported the male subordinate, that's right, he is doing what he calls evil deeds, and he is reaping what he has sown. Li Wenhai twisted his neck, what if I don't? Lin Fan flexed his fingers, then I'll loosen up your bones and help you relax. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to challenge me? As a second-generation rich man, Li Wenhai was used to being arrogant and domineering. Naturally, he did not take Lin Fan seriously, so he stretched out his index finger and poked the other's chest wildly. Lin Fan grabbed the other person's fingers without using any strength, and the latter couldn't bear it anymore. He broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned pale. Li Wenhai felt as if his index finger was being pressed down by a mountain and could be crushed and broken at any time. He wondered why Jiang Yan's ex-husband looked so thin yet so strong. Lin Fan said, I will only count to 3. Once the time is up, you won't be able to save your fingers. 3, 2, 1. I'm willing to accept the loss. Li Wenhai couldn't bear the severe pain and had to admit defeat. He found that Lin Fan was a fool, and if he did not fulfill the bet, he might really have his fingers twisted off by the other party. Bang! Li Wenhai fell to his knees. He crawled towards the door expressionlessly. While crawling, he called woof woof softly. When he was almost at the door, Lin Fan waved at him. Come back and do it again. The sound of the bark just now was too quiet. If the sound is still not loud, I will climb again until I am satisfied. Li Wenhai couldn't help but stare. You. Lin Fan urged, hurry up, don't delay my shopping. Okay, very good. Li Wenhai said this with gritted teeth. Then he began to crawl on the ground again, raising his voice and making a dog-like barking sound from his throat. A crowd of onlookers gathered outside, talking about the incident with a gloating attitude. A man this old is lying on the ground barking like a dog in a shopping mall. It's really embarrassing. He has completely disgraced his ancestors. Could he be from a small circle and have some special hobbies? It looks very likely. It's really eye-catching. Hey, isn't this Li Wenhai, Master Li? He is a well-known figure, why is he imitating a dog? Rich people want excitement, haha. Chapter 74 Celebrity Auction. The voices around him reached Li Wenhai's ears. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it immediately. He crawled to the door of the store, stood up, turned his head to look at Lin Fan, and said fiercely, boy, we will meet again. Afterwards, he led Jiang Yan away in embarrassment. Suyuma said, Lin Fan, if you do this, your ex-wife will hate you even more. Lin Fan responded, I don't care. An insignificant person who doesn't care about the other person's feelings at all. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Time is precious, let's get started quickly. Su Yuma's face turned a little red. What to start? Let's start shopping. Don't we have the whole place to ourselves? Lin Fan smiled and said, I bought all women's bags and clothes and gave them to you. No, even though you may have suddenly become a nouveau riche, I don't want to bleed you lavishly. Be obedient, it's only 5 million. Su Yuma was stubborn. Let me pick out some men's clothes for you, half for men and half for women, otherwise, I'll leave. You need some decent clothes, so that you won't be laughed at in the future. Seeing that the iceberg female CEO was so stubborn, Lin Fan had no choice but to agree. Okay then. The shopping guides in the store silently cast envious glances at Su Yuma. They also want to talk about a boyfriend like Lin Fan. What they don't know is that, in fact, Lin Fan and Su Yuma are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Feng Mansion. Feng Wei asked, Brother, what are we going to do next? The Feng family has lost all their face, and we must pick it up again. Feng Xiang was ready to kill. Since Lin Fan doesn't appreciate your kindness, don't blame me for being rude. But he is really difficult to deal with. Both Taoist priest He Xian and the big stupid elephant fell into his hands. I'm prepared. Feng Xiang knew what he was thinking. I will ask a killer from the bounty hunter list to come out. I don't believe that a killer ranked among the best in the world can't take care of Lin Fan. Also, I have good news to tell you, brother. Taoist priest He Xian has been found. As he finished speaking, Taoist He Xian was brought up. Run, keep running. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Feng Wei raised his foot and kicked the other person twice. Damn Taoist priest, do you think the Feng family's strength is just for show? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we can dig you out by digging 3 feet deep into the ground. Taoist priest He Xian apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, Master Feng, I was wrong. Feng Xiangshi gave the order. First, remove the poison from my brother's body. The other party nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Afterwards, Taoist He Xian used his Taoist magic to remove the love poison from Feng Wei in a short time. Feng Xiang asked the latter, Brother, what are you going to do with that pig? Feng Wei responded expressionlessly, kill him. Sure enough, the first sword he struck upon reaching the shore was to kill the person he loved. Last night he was sleeping with the big fat pig in his arms, and today he would send him to hell. And you? He turned to look at Taoist He Xian, go with it. In Feng Wei's opinion, now that the love poison had been removed, this bastard Taoist priest was no longer of any use. Taoist priest He Xian said hurriedly, wait, give me a chance. Let me see how you can make me change my mind. I can help you deal with Lin Fan, but it will take some time. I have to prepare and practice well. I don't want to fight a battle without preparation. Taoist priest He Xian promised solemnly, when I come out of seclusion, it will be the end of Lin Fan. Feng Wei and Feng Xiang looked at each other, and the latter said, give him a chance. This way we will have double insurance. Good. Feng Wei nodded, I'll spare your life for now, but if you dare to play tricks, I will never give you another chance to speak. Yes, I understand. In the evening, in the banquet hall of a 5-star hotel, a celebrity auction was taking place. Lin Fan and Su Yuma appeared among them. Lin Fan, wearing an expensive suit, looked extraordinary and energetic at the moment, which made people couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Especially in Su Yuma's eyes, his charm was even more enhanced. After all, the system's charm value still played a role. Coupled with the contrast of the new clothes, Lin Fan looked radiant. The cold female CEO thought to herself, this brat can obviously attract the opposite sex if he simply dresses up, but he just can't take care of himself. It really makes me worry. At this moment, Su Yuma was wearing a black evening dress. Under the light, her skin looked even whiter, and her chest was full of towering jade-like muscles, so dazzling. She seems like a goddess surrounded by a halo. No matter where she goes, she is destined to be the focus of everyone's attention. Their appearance attracted the envy of many elites and celebrities in the hall. What a handsome man and beautiful woman, they are made in heaven. They are talented and pretty. The men are handsome and the women are very ladylike. They are like walking supermodels. That woman is Su Yuma, the city's most beautiful girl. That man must be very outstanding to be able to be with her. I saw that the man was approachable and inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity and affection for him. However, Lin Fan was holding a snakeskin bag in his hand, which seemed out of place with the surrounding environment. In fact, Su Yuma couldn't figure out why Lin Fan brought a snakeskin bag to such an important occasion. As luck would have it, a man and a woman were walking towards them. They were Li Wenhai and Jiang Yan. Lin Fan passed by him and had no intention of paying any attention to him. However, Jiang Yan insisted, "Why are you attending a celebrity auction?" Lin Fan stopped and said, "If you can come, why can't I?" The other party said proudly, "I am a corporate elite, how can you compare with me? I have money." Lin Fan endured it again and again, and stopped being polite. "Being rich is enough to become a celebrity, but you are still a little short of the mark." Bite. The system voice sounded. "Congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Jiang Yan." The target person was very angry and his emotions were obviously fluctuating. The system rewards the host with 100 points of charm and 10 million renminbi. The host's charm value in Jiang Yan's eyes has reached 703 points. As her charm value changed, Jiang Yan swallowed the harsh words that were about to come out of her mouth. She suddenly felt that her ex-husband was actually a pretty good person. He spent lavishly, spending 5 million to book a luxury store without even blinking an eye. She was somewhat envious of Su Yuma, who received millions of luxury goods from Lin Fan. And her new boyfriend Li Wenhai probably won't be as generous as Lin Fan. As she thought about it, Jiang Yan felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, with confusion, regret, and envy all mixed together. Li Wenhai looked at the snakeskin bag in Lin Fan's hand and couldn't help but tease him, "What a country bumpkin. Do you think this is a market and you're buying street goods?" Chapter 75, Provoking 20 to 30 Beauties. It's really embarrassing. Li Wenhai sneered, "Don't present yourself as a rich kid. If I'm not mistaken, you must have gotten into the venue by relying on the beauty next to you. I just rubbed her and then came in, how about it? I don't have time to deal with you right now, so don't bother me with girls." Lin Fan looked at the huge banquet hall, where many beautiful girls had already made up their minds. It turned out that he had already made preparations before arriving this time. There must be many beautiful women at the celebrity auction, and a large number of them are single. He seized the opportunity and chose them to provoke, and he would definitely make a fortune. Of course, with these beauties, it's all about money, not love. As long as you can complete the system tasks, you can make money. Although there are many beautiful women, not everyone is qualified to be his female liquor. Jiang Yan was shocked. How come her ex-husband seemed like a completely different person? When they were together before, Lin Fan was very loyal, but now he was like a sea king. He already had Su Yuma by his side, but he still shamelessly asked to be picked up by other girls. It seems that this bastard turned bad once he had some money. Hearing this, Li Wenhai sneered, "How shameless. The women here are all beautiful, rich, and white. They all have high standards. Will they pick you up? Stop daydreaming. They won't even look at you. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? You are that little sparrow." Lin Fan gestured for a moment, then paced back and forth, waiting for an opportunity to strike up a conversation. His way of chatting people up is unique because his words are sharp and very aggressive. He has only one purpose, which is to carry on the provocation to the end. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Wang Guifeng. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Zhou Menghan. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Chen Xiaolu. The system's voice continued to sound, even complaining. "Host, my lips are almost peeling. However, host, you have become smarter, your IQ is as high as 250, and you know how to provoke randomly. You have made a fortune tonight." Lin Fan even called some beauties to a corner where no one was paying attention, and tried to see if he could get their clothes. Since the beauties all noticed that Lin Fan and Su Yuma were a couple, they all concluded that the handsome man in front of them must be a rich young man with a lot of money, otherwise, with Su Yuma's high standards, it would be impossible for her to be with him. Therefore, in their eyes, Lin Fan is undoubtedly a hot, rich, and handsome man. Although Lin Fan's provocation caused their emotions to fluctuate, these beauties already had a good impression of him, and coupled with the effect of the system's charm value, Lin Fan became even more charming. Therefore, when Lin Fan asked for the clothes he carried with him, many beauties thought that this handsome guy had special hobbies and sentiments, and that this also proved that they themselves were attractive, otherwise the other party would not be interested in the things on them. Of course, some women were more reserved and politely declined Lin Fan's special request. After about 20 minutes, Lin Fan gained a lot. He earned more than 200 million yuan from many beauties. Together with his previous earnings, he has now earned exactly 500 million yuan through the provocation system. It's really crazy. You know, a few days ago, he only had a few thousand yuan in his card. Very efficient tonight. Moreover, his snakeskin bag contained clothes given to him by 7 or 8 women. There were stockings, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and even some panties as a gift for someone who had a particularly strong crush on him. Lin Fan secretly thought that it was a good thing that he had the foresight to prepare a snakeskin bag, otherwise, if these things were put in his pockets and someone saw them, they would definitely suspect that he was a mutant. Alas, it is not easy for him to complete the system task and evolve himself. He is a handsome guy, but he takes the risk of being misunderstood to ask for special things. Now, the power value of Lin Fan's first divine fist has skyrocketed to 3,400 points. 34,000 times the divine power, defense, and speed. He would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Moreover, his ability to see through things was even better, so that his gaze should not remain on the beauties in the banquet hall for too long, otherwise, his nose would bleed, which would be embarrassing. Lin Fan had no choice but to look at the male celebrities. This glance led to many ridiculous discoveries. For example, some men carry condoms in their pockets, and some men wear women's clothes under their coats. For a moment, Lin Fan couldn't tell whether this group of people were upper class or lower class. From a distance, Lin Fan inadvertently glanced at Li Wenhai and immediately made a major discovery. There were several peculiar skin lesions on this guy's body, and there were 2 pieces of paper in his pocket, one was a diagnosis and the other was a blood test report. Lin Fan could clearly see the words on the paper. Oh my goodness, plum blossom virus. It seems that Master Li played very tricks and was tricked as expected. Seeing that Lin Fan's eyes were no longer on the woman, Li Wenhai thought that his approach was rejected. So, I couldn't help but turn on the mocking mode. Why, you got rejected so soon? I saw you flirt with 20 or 30 beauties, but you must have failed with every one of them, and then you were unwilling to give up and moved on to the next one. It's a pity that you're not a rich second generation like me who can attract the attention of beautiful women. You are at best a nouveau riche with no taste, carrying a snakeskin bag. It's strange that beautiful women would pay attention to you. Lin Fan shook his head gently. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Li, these women are quite discerning and can discover my elegance and inner appeal. They all developed a liking for me and even left me their room numbers and home addresses. If it weren't for Su Yuma being here, they would definitely pester me tonight. Oh, I really regret that I am too charming. After all, my energy is limited and I can't handle so many beauties. He raised the snakeskin bag and said, the worst thing is that some of them gave me clothes. Tell me, are they tokens of love? Hearing this, Li Wenhai sneered. What are you bragging about? Come on, let me see. If they give you clothes, I'll call you daddy. He leaned his head towards the snakeskin bag. When he looked at what was in the bag, the smile disappeared. Damn, there really are clothes, some of which are even private. It seems that what Lin Fan said is true. Li Wenhai felt extremely unbalanced and felt intensely jealous, envious and hateful. By Lin Fan's side, there is Su Yuma, who is so stunning that she has already killed countless men. How come he can just casually strike up a conversation with 20 or 30 upper-class beauties? Some of the women even give him clothes and are so enthusiastic and proactive that he is so envious. Li Wenhai's eyes turned red with jealousy. Lin Fan's mouth curved upwards. Mr. Li, start calling me daddy. Chapter 76. You have plum blossom disease. Dream. Li Wenhai started to act shameless. Why? I don't believe you dare to hit me in public. It seems that his rogue character is innate. Lin Fan said calmly, I really don't dare, because your illness makes me hesitate. Li Wenhai immediately became anxious. What do you mean? Who are you saying is sick? Jiang Yan also spoke up. Lin Fan, please don't frame someone casually. Compared to her previous sharp tone, she was obviously much more restrained. At this time, many guests at the scene also gathered around to watch. Someone recognized Li Wenhai. Isn't this Mr. Li? Say hello to your father for me. Young man, please don't curse casually. Young Master Li is fine, how could he be sick? That's right. It's not a good habit for a young person to swear at others. It can be seen that some celebrities still hope to establish a relationship with Li Wenhai. After all, his father is the vice president of a certain fund management committee. Therefore, they stood on Li Wenhai's side from the beginning and criticized and condemned Lin Fan indiscriminately. Li Wenhai immediately became more arrogant. Lin Fan, apologize to me. Everyone agreed. Just apologize and that's it, it's no big deal. Young man, I believe that if you apologize, Master Li will definitely forgive you and won't bother with you. Lin Fan was unmoved. I'm telling the truth, why should I apologize? The guests obviously questioned his words. What's wrong with Master Li? If he was sick, why didn't he go to the hospital but attended the celebrity auction tonight? Li Wenhai cursed, you little jerk, you dare to curse me in public for being sick. A dead duck is still stubborn. Originally, I didn't intend to expose you because you called me dad, but now the situation is different. It's too late for you to call me grandpa or ancestor now. Lin Fan quickly took out the 2 pieces of paper from Li Wenhai's pocket. Li Wenhai's face changed in shock. He wanted to take the paper back, but he was still a little slow. Moreover, with his strength, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky to grab the moon to snatch something from Lin Fan. Diagnosis sheet and blood test report. Everyone, take a look. As Lin Fan spoke, a group of people came forward. When they saw the words on the paper, they were immediately shocked. Someone exclaimed, Plum blossom disease. Lin Fan lifted up Li Wenhai's clothes, revealing several skin lesions. A well-dressed middle-aged man walked over. I am the vice president of the First People's Hospital of this city and an expert in the field of dermatology. He stared at Li Wenhai's skin for a few seconds, then said with certainty, obviously, this is plum blossom disease. People unconsciously moved away from Li Wenhai and their tone of voice changed drastically. I've heard that Master Li has been hanging around in the entertainment industry for years, and is known as the Little Prince of Bubbles. Now he is really asking for trouble. I never thought I'd get plum disease at such a young age. I heard that even if you're cured of this disease, you can still test positive if you get tested. It's a lifelong mark. Everyone's attitude towards Li Wenhai changed 360 degrees, with some showing disgust and some avoiding him. Li Wenhai glared at Lin Fan with hatred. It was all because of this bastard. He exposed his hidden illness in public. He deserved to die. Of course, what he found difficult to understand was why his hidden illness was discovered by the other party. How could he know that Lin Fan had the ability to see through things? Before the auction officially begins, guests can move around and exchange toasts. Many beauties came to Lin Fan with wine glasses in hand and greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Lin, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me in the future. Mr. Lin, I sincerely invite you to visit my home. My parents are busy with their business, so I am usually alone at home. But no one toasted Li Wenhai. Lin Fan's place was packed with people, while Li Wenhai's place was deserted and extremely cold, forming a very sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Li Wenhai felt very disappointed. He had participated in many similar occasions, and had never had such a dull atmosphere. He could even see that many guests deliberately avoided him, as if they were afraid of being infected with plum blossom disease. This made Li Wenhai extremely depressed. The hustle and bustle and joy around him had nothing to do with him. There is no point in staying here any longer. So he said to Jiang Yan, let's go. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan shook off his hand and said in disgust, you have this disease and you still want to date me? It's disgusting. Luckily I've only been in contact with you for 1 day. I officially announced that we have broken up. Jiang Yan secretly thanked her luck that she did not go to Li Wenhai's bed, otherwise she would have been infected with that unspeakable hidden disease. Li Wenhai lost face and his girlfriend. This time at the celebrity auction, he suffered a huge loss. He looked at Lin Fan hatefully, boy, I promise I will make you pay the price. Lin Fan didn't care, it doesn't matter. He added with a smile, I just like to see you feel unhappy with me but can't get rid of me. Li Wenhai left with hatred in his heart, while Jiang Yan said to Lin Fan affectionately, let's get back together. Jiang Yan, you are a little fanciful. Lin Fan no longer has any thoughts about his ex-wife. If you hadn't seen me spend 5 million to book a place and buy clothes, would you still want to get back together? Jiang Yan said unwillingly, Lin Fan, you ruined my 2 new boyfriends, you have to be responsible for me. Your boyfriend was having an affair and contracted a hidden disease. Can you blame me for this? Lin Fan smiled, you don't have to be discouraged. In this world, it's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but there are 2-legged men everywhere. You can find another one. But here with me, no way. Lin Fan pointed at the beauties around him and said, everyone is younger and prettier than you. Men stay young until they die, and they still like beauties until they die. But you are still a little short of it. I won't give up. Jiang Yan said this and left the scene in a hurry, feeling ashamed. In the beginning, she had humiliated her ex-husband many times, saying he was a hopeless case. Now she never expected that he could make a comeback, be surrounded by beautiful women, be extremely charming, and be super rich. She regretted it so much. Soon, the auction officially began and the guests took their seats. There were many things on display at this auction, including ancient ceramics, Ming and Qing dynasty paintings and calligraphy, jade wares and carvings, jewelry, etc. All of them were good things. The guests on the scene were very enthusiastic and competed with each other in multiple rounds of bidding, but Lin Fan had no interest in any of these things. Until an auction item that was relatively inconspicuous appeared and instantly caught his attention. Chapter 77 Magical Beads. It was just an ordinary stone bead, gray and the size of a glass ball, inconspicuous. According to the host, this is an ancient stone bead. The composition of the stone is unknown and it is said to contain huge energy. Although the introduction was very mysterious, the guests did not buy it. After all, it was not jade and had no room for appreciation. In their opinion, this bead was the only exhibit in the entire venue and had no collection value at all. At first, Lin Fan didn't take the bead seriously, but when he inadvertently scanned it with his X-ray eyes, he made an unexpected discovery. He saw that there was a gray cloud floating in the bead. He determined that clouds are dynamic. It's really strange, how could there be such a strange phenomenon in the bead? It seemed as if there was a mysterious force pulling him, and he made up his mind to take the picture. Since no one was following, Lin Fan acquired the bead at a very low price of 200,000. Suyuma said it was hard to understand. No one is optimistic about this bead, Lin Fan. Why did you spend 200,000 yuan to be a sucker? It means I have a connection with it. As the saying goes, connection is priceless. Lin Fan said seriously, just like you meeting your idol, this fate is priceless. You are a fart god. I think you are a psychopath. Let me see this bead. Suyuma took the stone bead from Lin Fan, rubbed it carefully, but did not find anything attractive about it. In her opinion, this kind of bead was no different from an ordinary pebble thrown on the roadside. She didn't have the heart to attack Lin Fan again, so she silently returned it. But for Lin Fan, he didn't care even if he spent 200,000 to be a sucker. After all, his harvest at the auction this time was unprecedentedly rich. By provoking many beautiful and wealthy women at the scene, he received more than 200 million rewards from the system, as well as an increase in the power of his first divine fist. A mere 200,000 is nothing. Compared with the wealth he gained, it was just a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. Lin Fan took another close look at the bead. There was indeed nothing special about the bead itself, but there was purple mist swirling inside the bead, which was quite surprising. What is certain is that this bead is absolutely extraordinary, but its origin and function are still unclear. He threw the beads into the snakeskin pocket, and after the auction ended, he parted ways with Suyuma and went home alone. When they were still a long way from the community, Lin Fan noticed that the man and woman in the grove were dating again. You know, it was nighttime and it was pitch black near the grove, but he could see every detail of the two of them clearly. The darkness could not block his sight. This man and woman are really like a mouse licking a cat's vagina, just looking for excitement. When Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, he didn't know when, not far in front of him, there was a man wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. Behind him, at about the same distance, there was another man standing silently, and their appearance and clothes seemed to be cast in the same mold. Each of them held a pistol with a silencer. They are the Cat and Mouse brothers, ranked 10th in the world on the killer list. Invited by Fengxian to deal with Lin Fan. Lin Fan subconsciously stopped and turned slightly, just in time to see the two of them out of the corner of his eye. The man in front said, "Before you die, do you have anything to ask?" Lin Fan responded truthfully, "No, because I can't die." What a joke. I can now tell you responsibly that you have fallen into the hands of our Cat and Mouse brothers, and your life has begun to count down. Then let me ask you one question, what are Cat and Mouse brothers? The man introduced himself, "My two brothers are cats, and all the targets are mice. No matter how the mouse tries to escape, it is still the cat's plaything." You are right. There are many cat and mouse games in this world, but some people, who are clearly mice, mistakenly think they are cats. Lin Fan murmured, "Time is running out for the two mice." As he spoke, he calmly put down the snakeskin bag and picked up two fallen leaves from the ground. He. Another person behind Lin Fan spoke up, "You are about to die, yet you are still talking nonsense. I want to see what tricks you can play." They don't understand why their prey picks up leaves from the ground. Using leaves as weapons? It's like being kicked in the head by a donkey. Lin Fan's figure standing in the night was so handsome and so cool, just like a firefly in the dark night, no, the brightest star in the night sky. He said slowly, "Stop talking nonsense and shoot." Puff. Puff. The cat and mouse brothers are worthy of being top killers. They cooperated very well and pulled the trigger at the same time. In the darkness of the night, 2 bullets from different directions flew through the air at extremely fast speeds. A sure hit. A strong murderous aura suddenly approached. Swish. The 2 leaves in Lin Fan's hand were swung out like darts, spinning in the air. The leaf accurately scratched the bullet and cut it off. The force and speed of the leaf did not decrease. In an instant, it arrived in front of the cat and mouse brothers and instantly cut their throats. Blood stained the leaves. The cat and mouse brothers covered their throats in disbelief, their palms stained red by the warm blood. The 2 men held on for a few seconds and fell down with their eyes open. Before they died, they didn't understand how their prey managed to kill them with leaves. Lin Fan sent out a meow to the 2 corpses. He didn't know who sent the other party, but he was prepared for this kind of killer, that is, kill one by one. When he returned to his residence, Lin Fan discovered that his female landlord Chen Meijia was not there, and there was a message on his phone that he did not open, which probably meant that her parents were coming over tonight and she was going to stay with them. This made Lin Fan feel relieved. He was really worried that Chen Meijia would prepare a table full of nutritious dishes for him. There was even a hole in his quilt last night. After entering the bedroom, Lin Fan lay on the bed, too excited to fall asleep. After all, the wealth he obtained through the provocation system tonight was unprecedentedly large. He, a poor boy, has now become a true billionaire. Call. Call. Suddenly, a faint snoring sound came into his mind. Is the landlady hiding a wild man in the room? Lin Fan stood up and scanned the entire house with his X-ray vision, but he did not find any wild man. Instead, he saw a brand new electric toy in Chen Meijiao's bedroom. Good job. Women are indeed hypocritical. Chen Meijiao used to say that she looked down on people who used small toys, but now she has secretly hidden a set of her own. Lin Fan withdrew his thoughts and asked, "System, are you snoring?" Chapter 78. The policewoman proposed a shooting contest. The system responded, "Not me. It's strange. If it's not you, who else could be snoring like this?" Lin Fan was very surprised when he heard the rhythmic snoring. When he got closer to the snakeskin bag, he found that the sound became clearer, so he took out the stone bead obtained at the auction and finally found the source of the sound. The sound comes from the beads. Moreover, it sounded in his mind and outsiders could not hear it. Is there a pig demon in this bead? Or is there a wretched old man hiding there? That snoring sounded like that of an old man. The other party even started talking in his sleep. I want to come out." Lin Fan tried to greet him, "Don't sleep anymore, or you'll wet the bed. Look, Jill has disappeared." The response he received was a slow snoring. Lin Fan waited for several hours, and he didn't know when he fell asleep, but the other party never woke up. When Lin Fan woke up the next day, he found that there was no movement in the bead. He asked, "Hey, didn't everyone in Beijing die last night?" He turned on his X-ray vision and looked around. He saw purple mist lingering in the bead, like demonic energy, but apart from that, there was nothing else. It's really strange. His X-ray vision is so powerful, why can't he see other things in the bead clearly? He felt more and more that this pearl was extraordinary, and he only hoped that the snoring owner would take the initiative to greet him. Before he had the time to go to the company, Lin Fan was once again invited to the police station. The one who interrogated him was still that familiar face, policewoman Yang Tao. "Lin Fan, how come you are involved in murders every other day? Even though you ruled out the suspect last time. But this time, I'm afraid you're in big trouble. The scene of you fighting with the gunman happened to be captured by the surveillance camera." Lin Fan lay on the interrogation chair like a big boss. "Or I'll tell you, little bear, you're brainless. The surveillance has cleared my name. I was acting in self-defense, and you are still making trouble. Officer Yang, tell me the truth, are you taking this opportunity to deliberately retaliate against me?" Yang Tao was annoyed. "Why should I take revenge on you?" "Because you couldn't get me, you turned your love into hatred and planned to destroy me yourself. Just like last time, you used a crotch kick." Hearing this, Yang Tao's tone softened a little. Although he had a stern face, he still said with concern, "Are you okay there? You guess. Looking at your reckless look, it must be fine." Yang Tao heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm not so petty as to want to take revenge on you. Besides, if anyone loves you, please don't be so narcissistic. Lin Fan said with a smile, then please answer me seriously, am I acting in self-defense? I just won't say it. Yang Tao responded word by word, she just didn't want to say those two words. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had arrived, the police station became bustling with police officers rushing over. Some poured him tea, some handed him cigarettes, and some went behind him and massaged his shoulders to relax him. They surrounded Lin Fan and praised him. Mr. Lin, you are really amazing. You used leaves to defend yourself and killed the killer. I would like to call you the most powerful man in the world. A true master is one who can turn any object into a weapon. Obviously, Mr. Lin is such a master. I seriously doubt that Mr. Lin's fart could kill someone. Even director He Fong came running over happily. Mr. Lin, how are you thinking about joining our police department? I'll be in the police station with Officer Yang. I'll be close to him. Why not do it? If it doesn't work, I'll recruit 2 more policewomen. The other party was so enthusiastic that Lin Fan suspected that he was not in the police station, but back home. Lin Fan asked, tell me, am I guilty? He Fong immediately responded, what crime has he committed? If you must convict Mr. Lin of a crime, it's because he's too handsome. He should be sentenced for being handsome. This flattery left Yang Tao, who was standing next to him, dumbfounded. She had a feeling that everyone else was drunk, but she was the only one sober. In the police station, everyone from her superiors to her colleagues had gone crazy and were frantically flattering that bastard named Lin. Just like before, Lin Fan rejected He Fong again. Thank you for your kindness, Director He, but I'm really not interested. He Fong waved his hand, don't worry, don't worry. In fact, he had been like an ant on hot pot, wishing that Lin Fan would agree immediately. He admired Lin Fan more and more, and even wished that he would become his son-in-law immediately. The young man's skills were obvious to all. He could take someone's life with a flying leaf, which was eye-opening. If there is such a powerful general in the police station, criminals will be terrified. Lin Fan deliberately said, Officer Yang, you don't even praise me. It seems that you are not convinced. Yang Tao raised her chin proudly, yes, I just don't accept it. She really wanted to dampen Lin Fan's enthusiasm, but after thinking it over, she decided that a fight between fists and feet would be a bluff, so it would be better to have a gunfight. She had investigated Lin Fan's information and found out that he had never been in the military, nor had he been to a live fire shooting club. He was a complete novice when it came to shooting. So, Yang Tao suddenly proposed, Lin Fan, do you dare to compete with me in shooting? The reason why she was so confident was that she was gifted in shooting. Her shooting performance had ranked first in the police force for many years in a row, and she had broken previous records in the police force. Lin Fan smiled cheerfully, okay. The surrounding police officers started talking. Mr. Lin, do you want to compete with the policewoman in shooting? Then you have to pay attention, she is the shooting champion of our police force. Her marksmanship is superb. Even though she doesn't always hit the target, her level is almost there. The policewoman wants to compete with you in shooting skills, just to undermine your self-confidence. Lin Fan raised his index finger. It's just that today's game is special. I use this instead of a gun. What do you mean? No one reacted for a moment. The policewoman said, someone is so shameless that he wants to use his fingers as pistols to compete with me in shooting skills. What a silly girl singing, it's outrageous. When everyone heard this, they also found it incredible. I didn't hear you wrong. How can a finger replace a pistol? Don't forget that Mr. Lin knows hard Qigong. No matter how powerful your Qigong is, you can't do it. Yes, this level of achievement is something that no one in the world can achieve. Mr. Lin is so funny and humorous. You must be teasing the policewoman again. No one at the scene believed what Lin Fan said. After all, it sounds ridiculous. Excuse me, I am a man with a golden finger. Lin Fan raised his left and right index fingers alternately, both of them. The policewoman said calmly, I want to see it with my own eyes, not brag about it. If you're bragging, I'll look down on you. Chapter 79 Yang Tao loses completely. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, do you dare to bet? Why not? Yang Tao blurted out that she thought she would definitely win because Lin Fan simply couldn't do it. What's the bet? Whatever you want, I'll accompany you till the end. Do you have a lot of clothes prepared? Here we go again. Yang Tao's head was full of black lines. Your quirk is really persistent. Lin Fan's face was full of innocence. Doesn't this just prove that I am a very loyal man, worthy of being entrusted with your life? Bah, how shameless. Yang Tao was almost speechless. I don't think even a bullet can penetrate your thick skin. If you don't believe me, ask your colleagues. Lin Fan looked around and said, everyone, tell me if I am loyal or not. Very loyal. I was so moved that I almost cried. He is simply a perfect man. Everyone was almost fascinated by Lin Fan. Lin Fan stretched out his hands and pressed them down. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. He then said to the policewoman, same old, if you lose, give me the clothes you are wearing. The policewoman asked back, what if you lose? Lin Fan raised his lips, you can also do the same and take my clothes. Bullshit, I don't have that kind of hobby as you do. Hearing this, Lin Fan sighed deeply, looking very aggrieved, then I can only promise you my body. You wish. Yang Tao glared at him fiercely, you want to take advantage of me? No way. He Fang then stood up and said, I think if Mr. Lin loses, he can join the police force. How about that? Yang Tao hesitated for a moment and said, okay. Lin Fan responded, I have no objection. He knew that he would definitely not lose, so Ju's wish would probably be dashed again. Yang Tao proposed a rule that each person should shoot 5 times, with the first 3 shots at fixed targets and the last 2 shots at moving targets. All target positions are within 100 meters. It's quite difficult. The policewoman's shooting skills were indeed amazing. In the first 3 times, her scores were 9 rings, and 10 rings, totaling 28 rings. When she put away the gun proudly, she saw Lin Fan stretch out his right index finger and flick his fingers one after another. After 3 attempts, Lin Fan only hit the 10th ring of the bull's eye. That's because all the landing points overlap. The level of accuracy determines the winner immediately. He is so scary. The police officers all had their eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Because using fingers instead of pistols to complete the shooting competition excellently is incredible in itself. What is even more exaggerated is that Lin Fan's 3 consecutive shots all hit the same spot. For the next moving target, Yang Tao's shooting scores were 8 rings and 9 rings. To be honest, this achievement is quite a feat and quite good. She looked at Lin Fan, not believing that he could be so outstanding in mobile shooting. But in the end, Lin Fan's 2 consecutive fingertip shots were still both 10 rings. Perfect. Impeccable. Great feat. There is no precedent before and there will be no precedent after. Yang Tao was stunned. To be honest, her performance was good enough, but compared with Lin Fan, it was nothing but child's play. Fingers are more powerful than guns, and the accuracy is so incredible, as if he was using a cheat code. The police officers were full of praise. Mr. Lin, you are so awesome. It's really awesome. You have accomplished an unparalleled feat. I seriously suspect that Mr. Lin is from outer space. Lin Fan looked at the dumbfounded Yang Tao, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Officer Yang, go change your clothes and give me your shirt. Although Yang Tao was very reluctant, he was willing to accept the defeat and finally went to the locker room. After returning, he handed the shirt in his hand to Lin Fan. Lin Fan heard the system's congratulations to the host, the fist power value of the first divine fist has reached 3,600 points. He said to the policewoman happily, do you want to try something new? Yang Tao responded somewhat frustratedly, tell me about it. You shoot, and I'll chase the bullet. If I can catch up with the bullet, you can continue to give me the clothes I'm wearing. Yang Tao was also intoxicated when he heard this, all your requests are related to your own quirks. Officer Yang, it's not against the law to have such a hobby. Lin Fan smiled and said, want to broaden your horizons? Before Yang Tao could respond, the police officers around him were already impatient. Of course. Show it quickly, let us have a glimpse. We admire Mr. Lin's superpowers very much. It would be a lifetime honor for us to see them. Okay, I agree. Yang Tao agreed. In fact, she also wanted to know whether Lin Fan was bragging. Chasing a bullet would require how fast a speed would be required to do it. She couldn't imagine it. Because in her opinion, no one can do it. What Lin Fan is going to do next is a heroic feat that will attract everyone's attention. He first spread out his palms to show everyone that he did not hide any bullets in his hands. Then, Yang Tao raised his pistol and pulled the trigger forward. With a gunshot, a bullet whizzed out from the pitch-black muzzle and flew at high speed in the air. Swish! Lin Fan started walking only after hearing the gunshot. His body flew away as fast as an arrow shot from a bow. The speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot catch it, and as it flies, it leaves a trail of afterimages in the air. Everyone, including Yang Tao, was dumbfounded, as if petrified. It was hard for them to believe what they were seeing. Why can people run so fast? As fast as an arrow. Chasing the wind and the moon. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan turned back. He slowed down, slammed on the brakes, came in front of Yang Tao, and spread out his hands. In the palm of his hand, there was a bullet. Judging from the type of bullet, it came from the policewoman's gun. Lin Fan did it. He was actually able to catch up with the bullet with just his feet. Wind chaser? Yang Tao was stunned and murmured, "Why are you so fast? It's a shame that you don't work as a delivery man. If you participate in the Olympics, you will win all the gold medals in the long and short distance races." After 2 rounds of competition, she was deeply impressed by Lin Fan's performance. Yang Tao couldn't think of anyone who could compare to such a strong man. All the outstanding male colleagues in the police force pale in comparison to Lin Fan. Not long after, Lin Fan received the shirt from Yang Tao for the second time. Today, he earned 400 points of punching power from the policewoman, and the progress bar of the first divine fist reached 3,800 points. He chatted with everyone for a while and left the police station excitedly. Just like last time, Yang Tao drove him personally to the gate of Jiaoyang Group. After Lin Fan got off the car, he found a familiar man lying on a stretcher, waiting for him. Chapter 80, Provoking more than 100 beauties. Lin Fan took a closer look and said, "Wang Laowu?" Wang Laowu was on the stretcher, trying to get up, but gave up after trying for a while. "Master Lin, I can't get up to say hello to you right now, please forgive me." "Where did you get into trouble again to be beaten like this?" "Don't mention it." Wang Laowu was furious. "I was beaten by a foreigner." Lin Fan said, "Tell me more about it." "Foreigners are showing off their power in our territory. I won't tolerate them. It's just that I am not as skilled as them. I just can't accept it. We have an underground boxing gym in Linjiang City. I go to watch it quite often. There are many masters there. Underground boxers are very good at fighting, and there are few restrictions on the rules, so it is very violent and exciting. And there are boxers from different nationalities, including Europeans, Americans, Australians, Africans, and Southeast Asians. Recently there came a boxer named Shurek, who was killing people everywhere. That guy is from Europe and America. He is tall and strong. His punches and kicks are incredibly lethal. He is almost invincible. It's been more than a week, and he has defeated dozens of boxers. Among them, our Dragon Country's boxers were the worst beaten. Wang Laowu went on to say, not only that, but the Dragon Country boxers were humiliated every time they were knocked down. That Shurek, he said that the boxers from Dragon Country were worthless and trampled them under his feet many times. Extremely arrogant. Yesterday I was so angry that I jumped onto the stage and was beaten like this by him. If the security guards hadn't stopped me in time, I would have been beaten to death on the stage. Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. Professional people do professional things. You usually fight in the streets, but when you get into the professional boxing ring, it pales in comparison. Huzi, you are a real tiger. However, your original intention is worthy of praise. Lin Fan praised the other party. Thank you, Master Lin. Wang Laowu clasped his hands together on the stretcher and said, Master Lin, Huzi has a favor to ask. If you can come out and teach that Shurek a lesson, Huzi is willing to give you 1 million. Of course, I don't know if I am qualified enough to invite Master Lin. His words came from the bottom of his heart and were extremely sincere. 1 million is indeed a lot. But I don't like it, so I'll leave it to you to spend. Lin Fan's words made Wang Laowu feel disappointed. But Lin Fan's next words surprised him again. But that Shurek still needs to be taught a lesson. It just so happens that my hands are itching for a human sandbag. Wang Laowu was extremely grateful because not only did Lin Fan not ask for any reward, but he also agreed to help. He regained his spirits. Thank you, Master Lin. The brothers carrying the stretcher also shouted in unison and with great momentum, Thank you, Master Lin. Lin Fan said simply, I will make the dragon people proud. Wang Laowu and his companions were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears and their blood was boiling. As a dragon countryman, we are proud of ourselves. The tone is calm, yet full of dominance. At this moment, Wang Lao was looking up at Lin Fan on the stretcher with unprecedented admiration and respect. Lin Fan said, "Underground boxing usually starts at night, I'll go with you then." After saying goodbye to Wang Laohu, Lin Fan entered the company. In the afternoon, he went directly to the Jinbihuing KTV. Inspired by last night's celebrity auction, he decided to speed up his money-making efforts. The current profit of 500 million is far from enough. After arriving at Jinbihuing, he found the store manager Yu Feng and directly stated his purpose: "Call all the beauties in our store." "Yes." Yu Feng picked up the intercom and said, "Attention all the ladies, gather to see the boss." Soon, more than 100 gorgeous beauties gathered. The provocation system seemed to have guessed Lin Fan's thoughts. "Host, are you crazy about money? Are you ready to provoke so many people of the opposite sex?" Lin Fan did not comment. "That's right. You really want me to say something stupid? It doesn't matter. You're not a human being anyway. You can't get tired." The system was helpless. "You are so cruel." Lin Fan began to call more than 100 beauties into the box one by one. Yu Feng was stunned by this operation. "What is the new boss doing? Testing the clock?" "The services in our store are all purely green. Even if the green is not pure enough, the number of people the new boss wants to try out is too large. 1 against 100? It's really incredible. Even if I finish a whole box of Remania pills, I still can't bear it. Could it be that the new boss has more than a dozen kidneys?" Yu Feng didn't dare to ask too much. Firstly, Lin Fan was his boss, and secondly, the other party had a close relationship with Sister Hone. "There are many things that you shouldn't ask about, so just pretend you didn't see them." In the box, Lin Fan challenged each beauty who came in one by one. He tried his best to keep the time within 2 minutes, and when the time was up, he would switch to the next one. Repeat this process. His principle is to talk about money and not feelings. Within 2 minutes, he earned 10 million from each beauty. With more than 100 beauty contestants, the total profit was huge. Finally, all the beauties were provoked. Lin Fan was satisfied. Yu Feng was not aware of this, but was secretly amazed at Lin Fan's physical strength, which was too incredible. With such physical strength, he is definitely a rich woman's favorite. Alas, God really favors the new boss, making him so handsome, rich, and strong like an indefatigable buffalo. Inside the box, the system was so tired that its mouth was about to smoke. "Host, you are such a piece of shit, can't you just let me take a break? I'm the system, not your woman. Why are you torturing me like this?" Through this round of provocations, plus the 500 million you just received, your total wealth has accumulated to 1.7 billion. After hearing the system summary, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. "We made 1.2 billion today, and our efficiency has improved." In the past, he was extremely happy when he made tens of millions a day. Nowadays, the daily earnings start at 100 million. Sure enough, no one complains about having too much money. People's desires are constantly changing as their net worth increases. The system asked, "Host, why didn't you ask these beauties for their clothes?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "I have a feeling that if I do that, my body forging will be carried out in the box, and I can't help but speak out. I must not do anything that will make me look bad in public." The system thought for a moment. That makes sense. Those girls outside are good and have a promising future. Are they called here to welcome this prince? At this moment, an old man's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan was surprised for a few seconds, and suddenly thought of something. He went out and put on the mysterious bead he won at the auction. It seemed that the owner who was snoring last night had woken up. Chapter 81: The Mysterious Dragon Lord. He looked through his X-ray eyes, but still found nothing. The mysterious bead was filled with evil spirits, and he could not see the old man's true face. "Why don't you come out? I'll introduce you to some beauties. There are more than 100 of them here, enough for you to choose from. Although there is a lot of quantity, the quality is not good." The old man's voice was full of sneer. Thinking back to the days when the beauties that pursued this king were all so stunningly beautiful that they could overshadow the sun and the moon, Lin Fan was both amused and annoyed. "Old man, are you still asleep? Your voice sounds quite vulgar, and you should be the same. What beautiful woman would be blind to be with you?" The old man shouted in a deep voice, "How dare you? In all these years, no one has ever dared to speak without restraint in front of this king." Lin Fan responded frivolously, "Then come out and beat me up. If I could go out, I would have lived happily ever after." Lin Fan guessed, did you do something shameful, such as being a hooligan, and got sealed in the bead? Young man, you are only half right. The old man said quietly, this king is indeed sealed in the bead, so this bead is called the ancient demon sealing bead. But the reason for being sealed is not what you said. Ancient demon sealing pearl? It seems you are a demon? The old man said slowly, I am Long Zun, the supreme leader of the demon world. Back then, I unified many worlds, including the demon world, the human world, the devil world, the fairy world, etc. In front of me, everyone in the vast sky is an ant. With a snap of my fingers, I can turn a planet into dust. Why do I feel like I'm listening to a fairy tale? Your surprise is not surprising. After all, you are just a frog in a well, just like most people. Lin Fan began to question, how could you be controlled by this when you are so powerful? Long Zun slowly told the truth. This king is addicted to alcohol. Once, I drank for 3 days and 3 nights, drank thousands of jars of wine, and was completely drunk. But I didn't know that the leaders of the human world, the demon world, and the fairy world had already joined forces and wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible. They used all sorts of tricks on me while I was unconscious, but it was still useless. After I sobered up, they saw that the situation was not good, so they hurriedly threw me into this pearl and sealed it with their own divine power, so that I have been trapped here for many years. Lin Fan suddenly had an idea, then, for so many years, you have been alone without the opposite sex. Can you bear it? There was silence in the bead for a moment, and then a voice came out again, young man, I think the angle you asked the question is a little different. No wonder there's a sense of déjà vu about you. Turns out you're vulgar. Lin Fan showed a sly smile on his face, old man, you and I are destined to meet. I will enjoy the colorful world outside on your behalf. You don't need to thank me. Who made me warm-hearted? I have always liked to help others since I was a child. Thank you. Do you really want to come out and beat me up? After so many years, sometimes I don't really want to think about it. After all, Duguchobai, the people outside are too weak, no one can fight. If there is a female dragon in the bead, it would not matter if I don't leave for 100 years. Beast, with your energy as a dragon lord, even if you were given a mother dragon, you would be able to give birth to a planet full of little dragons. Lin Fan asked, but I'm curious, are you really good at fighting? Young man, don't be so arrogant. In my eyes, your strength is not even as good as mine. Old man, you are a little too confident. After all, I am also a person who possesses the first divine fist with 3,800 points. My strength is 380,000 times that of a normal person. Lin Fan was a little unconvinced. Long Zun gave a very affirmative answer, it is still a hair of mine. Old man, did you drink too much fake wine in there and your head is confused? Back then, the leaders of the human world, the demon world, and the fairy world were all thousands of times more powerful than you, but they were still beaten by me. Long Zun said with a contemptuous tone, I know you are not convinced, but since we are destined to be together, I might as well let you see what it means that there are always people better than you. Lin Fan nodded, okay, that's exactly what I meant. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly found that he was dragged into a fantasy world by a mysterious and irresistible force. He stood in the illusion, and a giant purple dragon about 100 feet long appeared in the sky. The pressure from the dragon made his chest feel blocked, making it almost difficult for him to breathe. Lin Fan was horrified. The giant dragon had already severely dampened his fighting spirit without him doing anything. Especially those dragon eyes, which were unfathomable. When they looked into each other's eyes, I felt as small as a speck of dust. One of the dragon's claws gently reached towards Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan subconsciously raised one hand and exerted all his strength in an attempt to resist. However, he was surprised to find that the extraordinary power he was so proud of was just a drop of water in the ocean in front of the dragon claw. To be honest, ever since Lin Fan acquired the first divine fist, he has never felt inferior in terms of strength, but today, he felt extremely ashamed. The pressure from the dragon's claws caused the ground below, within 100 miles, to crack. Lin Fan looked at the cracks in the ground spreading like a spider web under his feet. It was really unbelievable that the dragon just casually stretched out a claw, but it produced a devastating power. No wonder Long Zun claimed that everyone in the vast sky is an ant. Destroying a planet is just a matter of waving a finger. What it means to be terrified and what it means to have goosebumps all over your body, at this moment, Lin Fan is experiencing it firsthand. The mysterious Dragon Lord is so powerful. So much so that even Lin Fan himself thought that his current strength seemed incredibly weak in front of the giant dragon, not even as good as a fart. However, the giant dragon opened its mouth and said something that almost made Lin Fan cry. I am just a clone of Long Zun. His true strength is far more terrifying than his clone. The so-called gods in the eyes of humans are just like humans in the eyes of gods in the eyes of Dragon Lord. Just a clone? Lin Fan was melancholy. The clone was so powerful, which showed how powerful the original body was. The one sealed in this ancient demon sealing bead is such a volatile guy. No wonder, even the leaders of the human world, the demon world, and the fairy world couldn't deal with him together. The giant purple dragon retracted its claws, and the mountain-like pressure that had been looming over Lin Fan dissipated, making him feel much more relaxed. The dragon's eyes were seen casually sweeping around the surroundings. The illusory world was filled with raging flames that burned endlessly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan felt as if he was petrified. Chapter 82 Lin Fan's Dual Forms Martial Soul. Damn it! How horrible this is! Such a strong man. Lin Fan's eyes can currently see far and see through things, but compared to Long Zun's clone, they are really weak. Trash in general. Lin Fan felt as if the sky was falling. The purple dragon grinned, as if smiling, little friend, try to hit me with your fist. Lin Fan was depressed. Who are you looking down on? You just called me a young man, but now I'm a kid. Because after a brief confrontation just now, I found that you are even weaker than I thought. Then try my punch. Lin Fan swung his fist with great force and struck the dragon's body. The purple dragon did not dodge at all, but just quietly watched every move of the young man in front of him. Bang! The back of his fist landed on a piece of dragon scale, and Lin Fan was blown away. He was barely able to steady himself until he was hundreds of meters away. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. The purple dragon is too strong. His punch contained such powerful energy that the dragon's scales were not damaged at all, but he himself was knocked hundreds of meters away. This is top-level defense. The sky and earth changed color. And Zilong is just the incarnation of the mysterious Dragon Lord. This is just a glimpse of how powerful I am. The purple dragon smiled and said, Little friend, I am addressing you appropriately, right? Lin Fan stammered, One day, sooner or later, I will let you call me Grandpa, Ancestor. To be honest, he was a little shocked and frustrated, but he would never be discouraged or give up. It's good for young people to have ambitions, but you have to face reality, even if it's cruel. Fart. Now it was the turn of the provocation system to speak. It turned out that it had been quietly listening to the conversation between Lin Fan and Dragon Lord's clone. It will take you many years to become a demon lord, and the host will also be able to develop to an unparalleled level in a similar amount of time. By then, it's still unclear who will be strong and who will be weak. Lin Fan smiled and said, System, it turns out you can also hear its voice. The system hummed, I have endured it for a long time. I snored for so long last night. Oh, you little system, how dare you be so presumptuous? Little monster, lawless. The Dragon Lord's clone and the provocation system began to confront each other, neither of them willing to give in. The purple dragon said, Fight me if you can. I will be responsible for the training. Through me, the host will be cultivated into a top-notch and unparalleled god of war. Okay, in that case, I will train one too. Then, I will let your host compete with the one I trained. If your host loses, call me Grandpa Longzuan. If the young people I train lose, I will call you an ancestor. Hearing the purple dragon's proposal, the provocation system agreed without hesitation. No problem, it's a deal. It is very confident in the power of the first divine fist. The purple dragon began to say to Lin Fan, Little friend, I need to extract some of your martial spirit from you for cultivation. It will be your doppelganger in the future. After all, what I'm training is still you, another you. Good things should be kept within the family, little friend. I think I am very kind to you. In the future, there will be two forms of Lin Fan, one is the current you, and the other is the martial spirit body. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, Very good. He suddenly became interested in the dual form the other party mentioned. Then, the giant purple dragon stretched out a claw and hovered above Lin Fan's head. An incredible scene happened. Slowly, a human-shaped transparent object was pulled upwards from above Lin Fan's head. After a while, the dragon claw placed the transparent human figure opposite Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked carefully and found that the other person's appearance was exactly the same as his own, and they were carved from the same mold. However, the other party's eyes were slightly closed at this moment, and it was obvious that it was still a rudimentary form. This is what is called a martial soul. He had never thought before that he actually had a martial soul. So, he asked curiously, does everyone have a martial spirit? No. The purple dragon replied, it can only happen when your martial arts power reaches a certain level. 99.9% of the people in this world do not have martial spirits. Therefore, those who can possess martial spirits are rare, like morning stars. It makes its own plans. The vast universe, between heaven and earth, has many attributes. The sun, the moon, the stars, thunder and lightning, storms, the earth, grass and trees, ice and fire, and so on. And what I want to cultivate in your martial soul is exactly the corresponding attributes. Each attribute has unlimited power. Just like what I showed you just now, the two pupils burning the earth are the attributes of fire. Little friend, although your strength and defense are very strong, in many cases, the attribute attacks between heaven and earth are relatively restrained against you. I believe that under my cultivation, your martial spirit will be stronger than you are. When the time comes, I really want to hear the system call me Grandpa. The provocative system was still unconvinced. You'd better get ready early and call this system Ancestor. No matter how powerful your so-called attributes are, the host I trained is fast enough to escape and reach a safe area in the first place. You are not even given the chance to perform attribute attacks. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, and felt that both the purple dragon and the provocative system seemed to have some truth in what they said. It seems that in the future, only whoever wins between him and Wu Huan can get the so-called correct answer. The provocative system snorted coldly, if you are really that powerful, why can't you get out of the ancient demon sealing bead? Killing people and destroying their hearts. Exposing someone's scars. It's like rubbing salt into someone's wounds. The purple dragon was strong enough, and said calmly, do you think the strength of the leaders of the three realms is a joke? They used their own divine power to seal it, so it is naturally difficult to break it. But it doesn't matter. The seal will be lifted in the future, and then I will see the light of day again. The system teased, then you should ask the heavens for another 500 years. I think by then, you will have a chance to come out. That is so mean. Even Lin Fan could hardly bear to listen anymore and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The purple dragon said to Lin Fan, thank you for letting me extract my martial spirit. I hope you will come to play in the fantasy world often in the future. Go ahead. As it spoke, Lin Fan returned to reality from the illusion. His whole body ached and the back of his right fist was red and swollen. It seemed that the battle with Dragon Lord's clone just now was not an illusion. He looked at the ancient demon sealing bead through his eyes of perspective again. The purple dragon and its martial spirit had disappeared, and only the purple demonic energy was spreading like clouds and mist. Perhaps the illusion itself was not in the bead. Lin Fan asked, System, tell me the truth, do you think that old man Long Zun is reliable? Chapter 83, Underground Boxing Champion Shurek. It remains to be seen, but they are very powerful and should not be underestimated, so you have to take it seriously and not be careless. The system reminded him, whether you can win in the future battle with Wu Huan is related to my reputation. Host, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. While making money and picking up girls, don't forget to improve the power of the first divine fist. I look forward to your mega evolution. Lin Fan nodded, I understand. After he left the magnificent KTV, he made an appointment with Wang Laohu and went straight to an underground boxing gym. Wang Laohu put on a crutch and waited at the door of the boxing gym in advance. After the two met, he led the way. The boxing gym was located on the underground floor. The moment he entered the door, Lin Fan heard deafening shouts mixed with the dull sounds of fists and feet colliding. In the dim underground space, a huge octagonal cage was illuminated by spotlights, and the iron mesh was stained with blood. The surrounding spectator seats were packed with people, waving their arms and shouting the boxer's name at the top of their lungs. The air was filled with the smell of blood and alcohol, and empty bottles and cigarette butts were scattered on the ground. In the corner, several scantily clad hostesses were pouring drinks for the guests. Their smiles looked particularly charming under the dim light. On the ring, two shirtless boxers were fighting desperately. One of them had a cracked eyebrow bone and blood was flowing down his cheek, but he was still swinging his fists wildly. Every heavy blow drew crazy screams from the audience. The man with the cracked brow bone is a dragon country boxer, and the huge, blonde, blue-eyed guy fighting him is Shurek. The latter is currently the king of this underground boxing gym. When Wang Laohu saw the other party, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Lin, he is the person I was talking about." Lin Fan nodded slightly and set his eyes on the octagonal cage. Shurek's ghostly eyes reminded people of Siberian wolves, cold and bloodthirsty. His steps were light, like a beast ready to attack. His fist tore through the air and went straight to the face of the dragon country boxer with a whistling sound. The latter barely dodged the blow by turning his head, and the wind from the punch hurt his cheek. Before he could stand firm, Shurek kicked him in the waist. The dragon country player blocked hastily, feeling a sharp pain in his arm, and staggered back by the force of the kick. Bang! The back hit the iron cage, shaking the dragon country athlete's internal organs. Shurek did not give his opponent a chance to breathe. His combination of punches came like a storm. The dragon country player tried his best to dodge, but was still hit on the chin by a heavy punch, and the taste of blood instantly spread in his mouth. "Too slow," Shurek said in broken Chinese with a cruel smile on his face. Then, an elbow was thrown upward and hit the dragon country player in the face. The latter immediately fell to the ground and was unable to move. Shurek sat on top of him, raining down punches. Blood splattered, staining his fist red. Finally, he stood up, spat at his opponent, and said with a contemptuous smile, "The dragon country boxer is really weak." His provocative words and actions immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the audience. "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" People were shouting, and this scene was very familiar to Wang Laohu. Last night, he was so angry that he jumped onto the stage and fought with Shurek, but he was almost beaten to death. I have to admit that the opponent's underground fist is really powerful, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be invincible here. Shurek ignored the discontent around him and continued to challenge, "I will rule here, and you are all ants." His gesture was also very annoying, as he shook his index finger towards the audience. Wang Laohu cursed loudly when he saw this. He estimated that if this guy wasn't injured, he would have jumped onto the stage again. The audience was filled with indignation. Fuck, his quality is really poor. He has only a few tricks of kung fu, but he is so arrogant. His glory is only temporary. The more arrogant he is now, the more embarrassed he will be in the future. A young man couldn't help but jump onto the stage, flip over the octagonal cage, and yell to Shurek, "I'll fight you." "Okay, I don't mind helping you fall asleep." Shurek didn't take the newcomer seriously at all. The young man took the lead in attacking. His fists came with the sound of wind. He seemed to be a capable person, but he still seriously underestimated Shurek's strength. His fist landed on Shurek's chest, like hitting a thick wall. Shurek was like an unshakable mountain, his figure never wavered. He cut in at lightning speed and hit the young man in the ribs with a precise hook. He heard the crisp sound of broken bones, and the other party staggered back with a painful expression on his face. Shurek punched the young man in the face again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and tasted like rust. With Shurek's third punch, the young man fell into a coma and lay motionless on the ring. Shurek stepped on the other's face, thumbs down, and humiliated him severely. This move was indeed extremely humiliating. After all, his opponent had already fallen to the ground unconscious, and he deliberately trampled on his face. Watch the show carefully in the audience, the exciting part is coming. After Lin Fan gave Wang Laohu some instructions, he leaped into the octagonal cage. Wang Laohu showed a look of joy because he knew that if Lin Fan took action, he would definitely end Shurek's winning streak. Another one coming to commit suicide? Shurek looked at Lin Fan, who was skinny and looked frail, and couldn't help but sneer at him. Because in terms of body shape, Lin Fan is even more unattractive than the young man just now. Lin Fan stood opposite, with his hands behind his back. "I don't like round-robin battles, so let's just have a brief chat now to give you some time to rest, so that you won't accuse me of going too far and taking advantage of someone in distress later." When Shurek heard this, he grinned and said, "Little guy, are you still asleep, or did you drink too much fake wine before coming here?" Many viewers were amazed when they heard Lin Fan's lofty ambitions. "Young man, don't be impulsive. Although we understand your good intentions, if you don't have real skills, you will die in vain. I hope Shurek will be gentler later." The horrific scene of Lin Fan being beaten had already appeared in people's minds. Lin Fan said calmly, "Within 3 punches, I will make you fall down." Upon hearing this, Shurek immediately laughed arrogantly and said, "On the ring, the person who can knock me down is not even born yet. And you actually made such a big statement." Shurek promised solemnly, "I will knock out every one of your teeth." Lin Fan hooked his finger at the other party. "Come on, punch him." Chapter 84. The Fong Brothers Conspire. Shurek did not rush to attack, but continued to taunt. Is there no one left in Dragon Country? Here comes a little chicken. I can crush you with one hand. Little guy, get off the stage and pee and play in the mud. Shurek imitated Lin Fan, hooked his finger, and said provocatively, "Come on, attack." Lin Fan said calmly, "I'm afraid that if I attack you, you won't have a chance to fight back. Stop talking nonsense and watch me ravage this little thing of yours. Come on, hurry." Shurek urged Lin Fan to take action again. Remember this, you can't withstand the punches of the dragon countryman. Because you might not be able to hear it later. After saying that, Lin Fan threw a punch. Although his moves were slow, this slowness was only relative. To others, they were ridiculously fast. Even Shurek, a battle-hardened underground boxing champion, was unable to react. Call out. The fist landed on Shurek's chest, and the opponent was immediately blown away as if he was hit by a rocket launcher. The wire mesh of the octagonal cage was broken, and Shurek fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping deeper than a dead pig. The whole audience was silent. Fell into deathly silence. People couldn't believe that such an extremely powerful underground boxing champion was knocked down by an unknown young man with just one punch. Will the other party get up again? The whole audience waited for almost a minute, but Shurek was still sleeping soundly. The audience was filled with shock and astonishment. Lin Fan is really too awesome. The fight was really ended within 3 punches. And it was just one punch. Before Lin Fan threw his punch, no one believed that he could defeat Shurek. No one believed that he could knock the opponent unconscious with just one punch and break his golden body. After a long silence, the scene erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone looked at Lin Fan on the stage with fanatical and worshipful eyes. As if it was a god. Wherever the gods are, they are invincible. Someone started shouting hysterically. Boxing champion! Boxing champion of the century! You are the true king of underground boxing. Dragon Country boxers are enough to create miracles. Lin Fan jumped out of the octagon cage in boredom, thus the so-called awesome boxing champion was simply too weak to take a beating. Before he could even get enough of the fight, the battle came to an abrupt end. Is Shurek's body made of paper? Master Lin, you are my god and my lifelong idol. I don't know if I am worthy enough to carry your shoes, tiger. After this battle, Wang Lao was completely conquered by Lin Fan. He was so excited that he almost dropped the cane in his hand. No matter whether Master Lin likes me or not, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, and even lick your ass. Go away, the last one is exempted. Lin Fan reminded, I am a man, I like women, and I only accept female lickers. Wang Lao chuckled and said, I understand. I understand. Feng family. Feng Xiang was very happy. Brother, the Nordic god of war Robert, whom I hired at a high price, is already on his way to Dragon Country. He is the 8th most terrifying character on the world killer list. The 9th candidate is currently on a mission and has no time to spare, so I directly selected Robert. Feng Wei was also excited when he heard this. Norse god of war? Sounds impressive. And the fact that he can appear on the list of the top 10 killers in the world is enough to show his strength. Feng Xiang nodded, his face full of confidence and expectation. Although the Cat and Mouse brothers failed, I believe that the Nordic god of war will bring us surprises. He then asked, how is the progress of Taoist priest He Xian? Feng Wei replied, still practicing in seclusion. Feng Xiang hummed, I hope that when he comes out of seclusion, he will have different abilities. Feng Wei hesitated, will this bastard Taoist priest betray me and not be of any use to me? Feng Xiang didn't seem worried, the Feng family can satisfy everything he wants, whether it's money or beautiful women. People like him who are greedy for money and lustful are actually the easiest to control. Brother, what you said makes sense. It's absolutely true. Feng Wei then thought of something, it would be great if Lin Fan could spit out some money before he died. Feng Xiang asked, what is his family background like? Feng Wei shook his head, I don't know his family background. He looks like a poor country bumpkin. But, even if you say he is poor, he can afford a Lamborghini. Feng Xiang was moved when he heard this, Lamborghini? Are you sure? Feng Wei replied, it is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't expect that he could afford such an expensive supercar. It seems that this guy has some family background. Feng Xiang pondered and said, I originally planned to ask him for 10 million yuan in mental damages, but it seems that this amount is too little. We need to get some money from Lin Fan. At least 50 million. But we have to outsmart him and make him pay the money. Feng Wei sighed. It's easier said than done. That guy is a good fighter. Whether it's the big dumb elephant or the top killer cat and mouse brothers, they all fell into his hands. My Porsche was smashed to pieces by him with his fists. And that bastard Taoist priest actually has some real skills, but he was born at the wrong time and met Lin Fan. When Feng Wei thought of Lin Fan, he became furious, because he was the stumbling block for him to get the icy female president Su Yuma, and he wished he could tear him into pieces. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, so avoid using force. Make a bet with him in another way. Feng Xiang thought about it for a long time, and soon he came up with an idea. I have a good friend in China named Zhang Wei, who is a professional racing driver and is known as the best in Asia in the racing world. I will challenge Lin Fan to a racing competition using the same car. The winner will receive a bonus of 50 million from the loser. I just don't believe that Lin Fan's driving skills are as good as his boxing skills. Besides, even if he has some driving skills, he is definitely not as good as Zhang Wei. Feng Xiang is full of confidence in his friend who is a professional racing driver. After all, he is the #1 Asian in the racing world. After we get 50 million from Lin Fan, we will have the Nordic god of war Robert take action and kill him. Hearing this, Feng Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother's plan is really brilliant. We not only want Lin Fan's money, we also want his life. Given Lin Fan's pretentious personality, he will definitely accept our challenge. He couldn't wait to see the racing competition between Lin Fan and Zhang Wei. Feng Xiang took out his cell phone. I'll contact Zhang Wei right away. Chapter 85, Racing with 200 million bet. That night, Lin Fan received a call from Feng Xiang. Lin Fan, you are awesome, don't you dare to compete with me? To have a car race with my friend. If you win, everything between us will be written off. Not only that, I will also give you 50 million. If you lose, how about you also pay 50 million? Since you can afford a Lamborghini, I think 50 million is not too much for you. After hearing the introduction, Lin Fan immediately thought of the other party's trap. He certainly wouldn't fall into the trap easily. If he guessed correctly, the so-called friend Feng Xiang mentioned must be an expert in racing, or even a professional player. As for his driving skills, he is just an average guy. Using your own weaknesses to challenge the other party's strengths is something only a fool would do. Lin Fan suggested, I don't like doing old-fashioned things. I like innovation. That's what makes it interesting. Racing is fine, but I want to do it in a unique way. I'll run, and your friend will drive a sports car. Let's have a speed race. On the other end of the phone, Feng Xiang and Feng Wei looked at each other in disbelief. They thought to themselves that maybe Lin Fan's head was caught in the door. Confidence is a bit too much. Running a sports car competition, isn't this just throwing an egg against a rock and asking for embarrassment? Feng Xiang said angrily, Lin Fan, if you don't want to agree, you can just say so. There's no need to play tricks on us like this. Lin Fan snorted coldly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. I'm serious. If you miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it won't be so easy to come across such a good thing next time. He then rebuked, also, you, young Master Feng, look down on others. Who are you looking down on by betting 50 million? Feng Xiang was stunned, how much do you think? Lin Fan gave the answer, the minimum is 200 million. I think your Feng family is a real estate tycoon, so this amount of money is nothing. Feng Xiang responded, 200 million is indeed no problem for the Feng family, but can you afford it? Lin Fan laughed, it's only 200 million, is it a lot? I don't believe you can afford so much money. Feng Xiang expressed his doubts, if you are really that rich, you would be willing to be a salesperson and earn a salary of a few thousand yuan. I'm not a killer yet, but I can kill a killer all the same. Lin Fan said, by the way, 2 assassins came to assassinate me not long ago. Master Feng, they were not hired by you and your brother, were they? How could it be? Feng Xiang pretended to be calm and denied it flatly, we in the Feng family don't do anything shameful. Don't be nervous, Mr. Feng. You still have value, so even if you are the employer of the killer, I will deal with you later. Lin Fan said, I still say that. If you want me to participate in the speed competition, then the stakes cannot be less than 200 million. Feng Xiang reminded, if you lose, you cannot use force. Lin Fan reassured the other party, don't worry, I'm not as shameless as you. Okay, then it's a deal, 200 million. After Feng Xiang ended the call, he couldn't help but discuss it with his younger brother Feng Wei. There were two things that surprised them. One was that Lin Fan took the initiative to suggest competing with the car by running, and the other was that he increased the stakes from 50 million to 200 million. This guy must be crazy. He is too crazy. He doesn't really think he can outrun the vehicles. I can guarantee that if Lin Fan really competes by running, he will definitely lose. 200 million. Hee, we too are going to be rich this time. Lin Fan will pay the price for his arrogance and will never be able to recover. The next day at noon, Lin Fan walked to the foot of the nameless mountain as scheduled. Dozens of sports cars have already been parked here, with dazzling stickers on the bodies. Their low bodies and exaggerated tail wings show their personality. Young people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, some leaning against the car to chat, some checking the tires and engines, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. They were dressed casually and fashionably, with baseball caps, sunglasses, loose t-shirts and overalls, showing an uninhibited attitude. They often have racing here. The track is very simple, just go from the winding mountain road to the top of the mountain and then return along the same route. In the center of the racetrack, a Ferrari racing car was ready, and the young driver sitting in the car was Zhang Wei, the #1 racing driver in Asia called by Feng Xiang. The roar of the engine is deafening, and the tires make a harsh sound when rubbing against the ground, as if calling out to every soul that loves speed. The air was filled with tension and excitement, as if a new climax was brewing every second. The young people were talking about it. Who is so brave as to compete with Zhang Wei? He is really overestimating himself. Currently, no one in China can beat Zhang Wei in racing. Let me correct it. This is not only in China, but also in the whole of Asia. That's right. Zhang Wei is known as the Schumacher of Asia. In China, in terms of racing, he calls himself the second and no one dares to claim to be the first. Hearing the discussion, Feng Xiang and Feng Wei were also very excited, because they had been defeated miserably in many previous competitions with Lin Fan. This time, they will definitely make a great comeback. Feng Xiang is debugging a drone to film the competition between Lin Fan and Zhang Wei later. And with the drone footage, even if Lin Fan loses, he will have no choice but to admit it. After all, there is physical evidence. Feng Wei couldn't help but reveal it to the people around him. What you may not know is that Zhang Wei's opponent is called Lin Fan. He is going to have a special race with the Asian Schumacher. That is, Zhang Wei will drive and he will run. When everyone heard this, they all thought it was like a fairy tale. Mr. Feng, stop joking. Yeah, this is a big joke. A person can't outrun 4 wheels. What's more, the car is a Ferrari and the driver is Zhang Wei. When people run at such speeds, you can't even see the taillights of the Ferrari. Only a fool would come up with this method. Is Lin Fan mentally ill and trying to embarrass himself in this way? Seeing everyone's reactions, Feng Wei was even more secretly delighted. Mr. Lin, anyone with a little common sense would know that you are bound to lose this time. Your blind arrogance will lead to your downfall. When he thought about taking out 200 million from Lin Fan's pocket later, he was so excited and looking forward to it. Feng Wei couldn't wait to see Lin Fan's distraught expression after losing the game. He thought to himself, Mr. Lin, you don't have much time left to get carried away. After you pay 200 million, the world's 8th-ranked killer, the Nordic god of war Robert, will be waiting for you. He will bring you death. Chapter 86, Racing with 200 million Bet 2. Seeing Lin Fan appear, Feng Wei asked, Lin Fan, if you lose later, you won't regret it in front of so many people, right? Lin Fan said with a smile, Mr. Feng, are you still asleep? How could I lose? I came here to make money from your Feng family. Feng Wei snorted coldly, okay, very good. I want to see how long you can keep pretending. It won't be long before Asian racing king Zhang Wei will slap you hard in the face. The more arrogant you are now, the more embarrassed you will be later. The people around him also laughed at Lin Fan unscrupulously. Boy, your opponent is neither blind nor disabled. He drives at lightning speed. Forget running. Even if you drive a sports car, you can't catch up with his exhaust. It's good for young people to be confident, but if you are blindly conceited, reality will give you a blow. Let me tell you something. Zhang Wei has never lost a game in the amateur arena. Yes, you heard it right. He has never lost a game. Lin Fan smiled disapprovingly, everyone has a first time. Zhang Wei, who was in the Ferrari, opened the door and smiled at Lin Fan, saying, Young man, I will teach you a lesson today. Lin Fan shook his head and responded, I hope you can still laugh after the game is over. Someone in the crowd echoed, Zhang Chewang, the reason you dare to say this is because there is no doubt that you can't lose. Yes, let alone you, the king of cars, even if it were me competing with Lin Fan, I would still be able to win. Lin Fan shook his head, why bother with your own future? Of course, Zhang Chewang, right? You are not a local either. If you break your promise, where will I find you if you continue to participate in the competition in the future? I think it's better to do this. If you lose, you can leave, but Ferrari stays. I just walked here, so I'll drive away after the game is over. After hearing Lin Fan's proposal, Jiang Wei agreed without hesitation, okay, if I lose, the Ferrari will be yours. Because he knew that he would never be the loser. Here, Feng Xiang adjusted the drone and urged, Lin Fan, if there is nothing else, let's start the competition. My brother and I are still waiting to collect the money. Someone asked curiously, Mr. Feng, how much is the bet between you two? Feng Xiang raised 2 fingers. 20,000? 200,000? No, it's 200 million. Ah. When the young people heard this, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. 200 million? We all know that the Feng family has that much money. Judging from Lin Fan's expression, if I may be frank, it would be good enough if he could come up with 200,000. Yeah, I feel like he's unreliable, just because he wants to run and compete with Ferrari. They looked down on Lin Fan for a reason. Even though he had bought a suit to attend a celebrity auction, he didn't like to wear it on weekdays. Instead, he changed into cheap and rustic clothes. Feng Xiang responded, don't underestimate Lin Fan, this guy still has some money. Several people bowed and congratulated him. Congratulations in advance to Master Feng for making a fortune. We earned 200 million yuan from one game. We are really envious. Jiang Wei was ready. He drove the red Ferrari to the starting line. Lin Fan also walked over leisurely. This is the first time I have seen such a unique scene. Feng Wei raised the starting gun, ready. Lin Fan did not make a starting pose, but stood there lazily, as if the whole world was under his control. Bang! The moment the starting gun sounded, Lin Fan's figure had disappeared. His feet alternated at a frequency that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and each step left a shallow dent on the ground. The wind whistled in his ears, but he could clearly distinguish the roar of the Ferrari engine behind him. Inside the Ferrari, Jiang Wei stared straight ahead, the needle on the dashboard jumping wildly. 200 kilometers h, 250 kilometers h, 300 kilometers h, 350 kilometers h. This was already the maximum speed of his sports car, but the running figure was always in front of him. This is impossible. Jiang Wei's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He had never seen such a strange scene before. The speed of that human was completely against the laws of physics. Every step he took could bring up airflow visible to the naked eye, forming afterimages on the road. Lin Fan felt the rhythm of his muscles, and his body seemed to turn into a flash of lightning. The scenery on both sides of the mountain road had blurred into a stream of light, but his brain could clearly process every frame of the picture. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Xiang was controlling the drone with his mobile phone. He looked very unhappy, as if something was stuck in his throat. In the picture on the mobile phone screen, Lin Fan was riding very fast, leaving the red Ferrari far behind. At the top of the mountain, Lin Fan arrived first, and then continued to run at a steady speed down the mountain. Feng Wei came over and took a look at Feng Xiang's phone, and the smile on his face immediately froze. In fact, from the moment the starting gun sounded, everyone at the scene, including the second young master of the Feng family, was shocked. Lin Fan can actually outrun Ferrari. And we were in an absolute lead from the very beginning. In fact, Jiang Wei has performed beyond his normal level, but his opponent is the incredible Lin Fan. It seems that there are people in this world who really have extraordinary abilities. How can he run faster than a sports car? It's too fucking exaggerated. Lin Fan's running opponent shouldn't be a sports car, but Neza. Yes, it seems that only mythical figures can compete with him in extraordinary abilities. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that Lin Fan was so fast. He is simply the fastest man in the world. Those who originally wanted to laugh at Lin Fan's jokes were already filled with turmoil and endless waves in their hearts. Feng Xiang murmured to himself, come on, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's success or failure depends on 200 million yuan. The second young master of the Feng family felt his heart was in his throat and he was extremely nervous. On the winding mountain road, Lin Fan deliberately slowed down, but despite this, the Ferrari behind him was never able to overtake him. The end is just ahead. Lin Fan suddenly accelerated, his figure almost blending into the air. At the last moment, he jumped high, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and landed steadily on the finish line. The Ferrari braked suddenly 3 meters behind him, and the tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was stunned to see this incredible scene. A human, relying only on his legs, actually defeated a supercar worth millions. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Zhang Wei, who walked out of the car. This arrogant Asian #1 racing driver was now pale and his hands were shaking slightly. Chapter 87, Robert, the Nordic God of War. You, who are you? Zhang Wei's voice trembled a little. Lin Fan smiled and said, the world's fastest man. Zhang Wei hung his head dejectedly, then handed over the Ferrari keys. From now on, this sports car belongs to you. He then said to Feng Xiang, I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, I tried my best. Feng Xiang was stunned. He knew in his heart that Zhang Wei's performance was excellent and the loss in the race was not the other party's fault. Because with Lin Fan's running speed, even if the world's racing champion came, he would be defeated by him and would not be able to win the race. Feng Wei also stood there like a fool. His face was pale and his eyes were dull. After a long while, Feng Xiang finally came to his senses and beat his chest and stamped his feet. Why would I bring up this bet for no reason? The two brothers wished that this was just a dream and that when they woke up, nothing would be real. Lin Fan said, 200 million, give it to me. I'll give you 200 million Kyoko, do you want it? Feng Wei said shamelessly. Feng Xiang also smiled unscrupulously, his expression betrayed his inner thoughts, he had no intention of paying such a huge sum of money at all. Lin Fan asked, you don't plan to pay? I'll give you one last chance. Feng Wei repeated what he had just said, I'm going to tell you this for the last time. I'm going to give you 200 million Jingzi. Do you want it? Do you still have that ability? Lin Fan raised his foot and kicked. Boom! Kick something and smash it in an instant. Feng Wei turned pale instantly, his face covered with cold sweat, the feeling of being shattered was really painful, a heart-wrenching pain. Lin Fan looked at Feng Xiang again, I don't mind if you become like him. Feng Xiang took a few steps back in panic, his hands subconsciously protecting his crotch. Lin Fan, please don't misunderstand me, I am not a mean person who goes back on my word. After seeing Feng Wei being kicked in a vital part, he immediately changed his mind. This money should have been given to Lin Fan. If you try to cheat, you will probably not end up well, because the other party will not hold back on your strength. But 200 million yuan is really too much. If this money is handed over, it might bring trouble to the Feng family and cause serious damage to its vitality. Feng Xiang was embarrassed. To be honest, my brother and I didn't prepare that much money. Let alone 200 million, we didn't even prepare 100 million, because we didn't expect you to win. Lin Fan said, your brother stays here, and you go and raise the money. My patience is limited. If I don't see you within an hour, you'll have to wait to collect Feng Wei's body. Besides, it won't be long before someone will collect your body. Do you understand? The other party nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand, I understand. Lin Fan added, you can pay on the spot or online. Please write down my card number. He then told Feng Xiang his card number. The other party then drove away in a hurry. Feng Wei looked in pain and begged, Lin Fan, can I go to the hospital to get treated and bandaged first? I feel my balls are broken. Lin Fan smiled faintly, get rid of the feeling. He then added, whether you can go to the hospital depends on your brother. Feng Wei closed his eyes in despair. He could only place his hope on Feng Xiang. At this moment, Feng Xiang was driving while calling Robert, the Nordic God of War who was ranked 8th on the world killer list. Mr. Robert, are you in a hotel in this city? You can act now. The prey is currently at the foot of the nameless mountain. Be careful, the prey has a hostage in his hand, he is my brother. When you attack, you must kill him with one strike, and don't hurt my brother. He got a reply from the other end of the phone, Mr. Feng, I will bring your brother back. At the foot of the nameless mountain, Lin Fan was leaning against the body of the brand new red Ferrari, smoking leisurely. What he didn't know was that about 1,000 meters away, there was a black Jeep parked. A sniper rifle was mounted on the roof of the car, and a middle-aged European man with a stern face and dressed in a suit was lying down and adjusting the gun. The man was none other than Robert, the Norse god of war. His index finger rested lightly on the trigger, feeling the cold metal on his fingertips. His heartbeat was synchronized with the sound of the wind, as if the whole world was under his control. Robert's eyes locked onto the target's temple through the sight. The wind suddenly picked up, blowing the corners of his clothes, but his arms did not move at all, as if they were integrated with the car body. Wind speed, 5 meters per second, distance, 1,100 meters. He muttered to himself and slightly adjusted the angle of the sight with his fingers. His breathing remained steady, his eyes cold as ice. Then, Robert's index finger decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With a slight sound, the bullet flew out of the air, breaking the silence around. The muzzle flash was fleeting, as if it had never existed. The bullet pierced through the air, whistling with death, and accurately struck Lin Fan. Perfect. Robert prepared to put away his gun. However, in the sniper lens, he was shocked to find that although the target's forehead was hit by a bullet, there was only a white dot, and the sniper bullet was not embedded in it. And Lin Fan did not fall down. Robert was horrified and couldn't believe what he saw in the sniper camera. He looked carefully and confirmed that the target person was not injured. Instead, he cast a cold look over here. Although thousands of meters away, Robert could clearly feel that gaze, as if it was a sharp blade that could pierce through the air and reach the side. How could this happen? What shocked Robert was that someone could be hit by a sniper bullet and remain unharmed. Robert has carried out more than 60 missions and has never failed. Today, for the first time in his life, he felt a little panicked. However, as a top killer, he quickly calmed down and continued to pull the trigger. However, in the sniper scope, Lin Fan was running towards the side and he accidentally dodged the bullet. What kind of horrible creature is this? Robert was horrified. You can dodge sniper bullets while running. It's really terrifying. In panic, he hurriedly fired another bullet. However, Lin Fan still dodged it. Robert realized something was wrong, jumped out of the car and prepared to drive away. However, the moment he put his hand on the car door handle, a figure whizzed past quickly. Bang! Lin Fan broke one of Robert's arms in an instant. The right arm, which often pulled the trigger and killed dozens of people, fell bloody dozens of meters away. Robert endured the pain, stretched out his left hand, and quickly took out a pistol from his waist. Just as he raised the gun, he saw the figure rushing towards him like lightning. Chapter 88, Taoist Priest He Xian's Corpse Control Technique. Swish! A figure flashed by, and Robert's left arm fell to the ground with a thud. In just a few seconds, he went from being the world's top killer to an armless waste. Lin Fan sized him up and said, "With this little ability, you dare to kill people?" Robert was horrified. He never thought that he, the great Norse god of war, would be defeated by his prey in the blink of an eye. In addition to his superb archery skills, he was also an excellent close combatant, but he had no chance to display his skills in front of Lin Fan. You are a monster." After saying this, he bit off the capsule hidden in his teeth, and died soon after due to the onset of the poison. Robert originally planned to shoot from 1,000 meters away. Even if he failed, he would have enough time to escape. He never expected that the speed of the prey would be so fast. Lin Fan threw the other person's body and severed arm into the jeep, closed the door, and then kicked it dozens of meters away, into the woods and the ravine. After doing all this, he turned back and found Feng Wei preparing to get in the car. "Mr. Feng, where are you going?" Feng Wei had been in a state of confusion and hesitation, considering whether to take the opportunity to escape while Lin Fan was away. However, he delayed for too long, and by the time he made up his mind, the person he least wanted to see showed up. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "I don't want to go anywhere." Feng Wei then asked Lin Fan, "Can I make a phone call?" Lin Fan shrugged, "Whatever." Feng Wei limped to the side in a very strange posture, took out his cell phone, and contacted Feng Xiang. "Brother, did you send out the Nordic god of war Robert just now?" "Yes, since you know everything, Robert must have succeeded." As expected of the Nordic god of war, he lives up to his reputation, and you can tell he's a master just by looking at his moves. His sniper skills are unrivaled in the world. I'm sure Lin Fan has been shot in the head by him. Lin Fan never knew who killed him or who sent the killer until his death. Feng Wei had a sad face and said tremblingly, "Brother, it's too early for you to be happy." The sniper rifle did hit Lin Fan, but he did not die. Not only that, he chased after him and came back not long after. I guess Robert is in danger. Hurry up and transfer the money, otherwise you may never see me again. Besides, Lin Fan has reminded me before that if I can't get the money, I won't let you go. He can even kill the 8th-ranked killer on the world's killer list. Let's stay out of his way for now. Lin Fan is alive, but Robert is dead? Feng Xiang's voice trembled noticeably and his phone almost slipped from his hands. He couldn't believe it. Robert is the world's top killer. How is this possible? He heard from his brother's description that Robert did not miss and shot Lin Fan with the sniper rifle, but the latter's body was too changed and he was not injured. At that moment, Feng Xiang felt like the sky was falling. Why was Lin Fan not injured? In his opinion, it was impossible for a human body to remain unharmed after being shot by a sniper rifle. He was very unwilling, but he was helpless and didn't know what to do. Feng Wei responded, "It is absolutely true. Therefore, I am afraid that we cannot avoid paying this money. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger." Feng Xiang was like a deflated ball. "I will apply to my father." After the call ended, Feng Wei secretly contacted Taoist He Xian again. Without dialing the phone, he sent a message, "How is your cultivation going?" What Taoist He Xian called seclusion did not mean to practice in a certain space, but to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible and concentrate on studying Taoism. At this moment, he is in the wild, protecting corpses. Since physical attacks are ineffective against Lin Fan, why not try magical damage? On the mottled cement floor of an abandoned factory, Taoist He Xian stood in the center of a formation painted with cinnabar, and the bronze bell in his hand made a crisp sound. He closed his eyes, feeling the negative energy in the air, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jingle! The moment the bell rang, the ground began to shake. A rotten hand broke out of the ground, followed by the second, the third. Soon, more than a dozen corpses crawled out from the ground. They were wearing different clothes, some of them had hospital ID cards, and their empty eye sockets were glowing with a faint green light. Taoist He Xian opened his eyes and looked at his work with satisfaction. The zombies lined up neatly, waiting for his instructions. He gently shook the bell, muttering, "The sky and the earth are dark and yellow, and all the corpses obey my orders." As the spell sounded, the zombies all raised their heads. Taoist He Xian could feel that a wonderful connection had been established between himself and these corpses. Every nerve and every muscle of theirs was under his control. Success! Taoist He Xian was excited. "I have finally mastered the art of controlling corpses. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, my lifelong reputation has been ruined in your hands. Where I fell, I will get up from there. You probably never imagined that I would come back to kill you. Your fate will be the same as theirs." As he spoke, he looked at the zombies in front of him. Here, Feng Xiang was like an ant on hot pot and started to raise money. Although he is a rich second generation, 200 million yuan in liquid funds is not a small amount after all. He and his brother have almost 100 million in their accounts. He began to seek help from his father Feng Dekhang. "Dad, my brother and I are in a difficult situation and we need 100 million urgently." Feng Dechan's voice came from the phone. "Isn't the pocket money I give you two brothers enough? What happened to you?" Feng Xiang said succinctly, "Dad, please don't ask us. We are just gambling, and we played a big game." "Bullshit, how can I not ask about a matter of several hundred million? In this city, everyone knows that you and Feng Wei are my sons. If you give that money to him, does he really dare to take it? Why are we afraid? The other party doesn't care whether we are rich second generation or not. If you guys can't handle it, I'll come out myself. I want to see who that kid is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Dad, just transfer the money and don't worry about other things. Don't confront him head on for now, otherwise, we will be the ones who suffer." Feng Xiang was afraid that his father would call a group of thugs to deal with Lin Fan, which would easily bring disaster to himself. After all, even the top killers can't do anything to Lin Fan, so forget about him being a small-time gangster. Feng Dekhang was furious. "Bullshit, when did you become such a coward, boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige?" Chapter 89, Sister Hong's Appointment. Feng Xiang hurriedly dissuaded him. "Dad, don't be impulsive." Feng Dekhang did not realize the seriousness of the matter. "What will happen if I have to take care of this matter? It will be easy to be extinct." "Nonsense." Feng Xiang sighed deeply. "I'm not exaggerating. My brother is still in the hands of the other party. Dad, listen to my advice. If you really want to intervene in this matter, you have to wait for some time. We have to pay the money today. They say like fathers, like sons, like daughters. How could I have given birth to such losers like you two? You are just like mice who can't even dig holes. Okay, I'll pay the money first, but no matter who the other party is, I'll make him pay it back with interest." Although Feng Dekhang was very angry, he eventually calmed down and started transferring money. After Feng Xiang got the money, he rushed to the foot of the nameless mountain. He would make sure Feng Wei was okay before paying. The moment Feng Wei saw Feng Xiang, his nervous heart finally relaxed. Feng Xiang honestly transferred the money. This is 200 million, not a cent less. He who knows the current situation is a hero. It seems that Master Feng is not stupid. Lin Fan received the money, said this, hummed a little tune, and drove away in his Ferrari. The place he was going to was a jadeite raw stone wholesale city in the city, because not long ago, he received a call from Sister Hong, who wanted him to accompany her to buy jadeite raw stones. For some reason, Sister Hong has been distracted these past 2 days, and Lin Fan unconsciously appears in her mind. She originally planned to ask her subordinates to accompany her, but for some reason she dialed Lin Fan's number. Sister Hong has a strange feeling she has never had before towards young people who are a dozen years younger than her. I couldn't be interested in Lin Fan. Soon, Lin Fan met Sister Hong at the raw stone wholesale city. The other person deliberately wore a purple one-piece hip skirt today. Wow, she looks so feminine. It is full of charm and makes people's eyes linger. Applying a light lipstick, it has a unique flavor. It is hard for people to associate such a ripe peach-like woman with the female godfather. It's a little tight. Sister Hong adjusted her skirt and pulled it down, intentionally or unintentionally. I bought it today. What she said was absolutely right. After all, her beautiful and plump figure was clearly visible under the outline of the purple skirt. Her figure is very similar to that of the female landlord Chen Meijiao, except that her hip circumference is slightly smaller. However, it is still top-notch, the kind that can easily make the opposite sex bleed from the nose when seeing her. Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's tight." Sister Hong was old after all. If she were a younger girl, she would have blushed a long time ago. But she leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "I am not only good, but also excellent." What she said was not the same as what Lin Fan pointed out. However, it is endlessly imaginative. Lin Fan reminded her, "Sister Hong, I am a young man full of vigor and vitality." Sister Hong did not hide anything. "I know, my physique is very good." There was a lot of teasing in the words. Lin Fan's ears were tickled by the wind, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, women of this age are not something that ordinary people can control. But if you can control them successfully, it would be a heavenly enjoyment. Why Dias? He suggested, "Let's look at the rough stone." Sister Hong then calmed down a little and nodded, "Yes." Lin Fan thought to himself, "You have found the right person today. After all, I have the ability of X-ray vision and can see the internal situation of the jadeite raw stone at a glance." In fact, Sister Hong didn't know that his eyes had this ability, she just wanted him to keep her company. Lin Fan said, "If you want to make money, I'll buy whatever I say." Sister Hong agreed without hesitation, "Okay, I'll be happy even if I don't make money with the raw stones you specify." Buying raw stones is like opening a blind box, and the chance of winning the jackpot is very small. However, many people still gamble with the mentality that they are the chosen ones, and often lose miserably. In the jadeite raw stone wholesale city, there are dozens of raw stone shops. Lin Fan and Sister Hong went around one by one. Although every shop owner boasted about their products, Lin Fan remained indifferent because he only believed in his own eyes of perspective and he could see the most real things. Sister Hong followed Lin Fan obediently, which was rare. Lin Fan shook his head. She was definitely not interested. In this way, the two of them visited more than a dozen stores, but they only saw ordinary stones. Lin Fan said, "Cut the raw stones. One cut can make you poor, and one cut can make you rich. I will try my best to make you richer." He walked into a store and finally found something among a pile of stones. Through his X-ray vision, he discovered a piece of raw stone in the corner. The surface of the stone was unremarkable, but the inside was a different world, full of imperial green, a rare treasure. Lin Fan calmly asked the prices of different raw stones one by one, like a layman. In fact, he was indeed a layman, but he had a pair of eyes that could discover wealth. The shop owner enthusiastically introduced the price, and the price of the raw jade with amazing jade inside was only 2 million. If you take a small piece of the raw stone from the surface, no matter the color intensity, brightness, purity and uniformity, it is not top quality, but it is not small in size. Who could have expected that its interior is the most precious green? Lin Fan shook his head, "It's too expensive, 1.5 million. The shop owner said with a big smile on his face, "Both sides should compromise and make it 1.8 million. It's a lucky number too." Lin Fan turned around and tried to leave, but the other party quickly called out to him, "Handsome guy, I'll do as you say." Sister Hong paid the money very readily. The shop owner asked, "Beautiful lady, handsome guy, do you want to take this rough stone away directly, or do you want me to help you cut it?" Anyway, buying raw stones is like opening a blind box. Even if it is worthless after being cut, it has nothing to do with the store. Sister Hong asked, "Lin Fan, what do you think?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "I want you to see the live cutting and witness the miracle." Seeing Lin Fan so confident, Sister Hong also felt hopeful. "Okay, you are my lucky star, I believe in your vision." Her words were not exaggerated. Firstly, Lin Fan saved her son Lele, and secondly, he dealt a heavy blow to her rival Chao Cixi, causing him great damage. Afterwards, the shop owner took out the cutting machine according to Lin Fan's instructions and cut the inconspicuous jadeite raw stone on the spot. The moment the raw stone split into two, the shop owner and Sister Hong were completely stunned. A rare treasure. Green. So green. Wherever you look, you'll see the noble and beautiful imperial green. The quality, color, purity and area of the stone are all stunning and rarely seen in the raw stone world. What is even more valuable is that there is no crack at all, which is extremely rare. Chapter 90 Sister Hong presents a top-class villa. Sky-high price for imperial green. The shop owner and Sister Hong were shocked. The shopkeeper blinked his eyes vigorously and murmured in disbelief. In the decades since the establishment of the raw stone wholesale city in this city, such expensive and rare treasures have never been sold. When Sister Hong was young, she traveled all over the country and visited many raw stone wholesale cities, but she had never seen such spectacular and beautiful jade. In addition to being shocked, the shop owner was filled with regret. If he had known that the interior of the raw stone was so stunning, he would not have bought it even for 15 million, let alone 1.5 million. After all, it now seems that this raw stone is the best of the best, with superior quality and large size. There is no doubt that its price is over 100 million. Upon hearing that someone had launched the imperial green version, many nearby shops came to take a look. The cut raw stone has a color like deep lake water and new leaves in early spring, exuding a noble and mysterious atmosphere. This green not only symbolizes life and vitality, but also represents wealth and nobility, and is the top existence among jadeite. The imperial green light shines, as if the essence of heaven and earth is condensed here. Its texture is delicate and transparent like ice. When light penetrates it, you can almost see the soul flowing inside the jade. Every grain seems to be telling the geological changes over billions of years, carrying the weight of time and the gift of nature. The rarity and preciousness of imperial green make it a treasure that collectors dream of. This rough stone has conquered the hearts of countless people with its incomparable charm. The knowledgeable shopkeepers all had shining eyes and were full of praise. Some people couldn't help asking Sister Hong, "Beauty, are you willing to sell this rough stone?" "Yes, I'm willing to pay 80 million. 80 million is a lie, beautiful lady. I'd like to offer 100 million. 120 million, I hope the beauty can give me some face." When Lin Fan heard the prices offered by everyone, he was secretly shocked. The jadeite raw stone that he bought for Sister Hong for only 1.5 million yuan turned out to be worth over 100 million yuan. Of course, all this was thanks to his eyes of perspective. Rather than luck, it's more likely to be the result of my X-ray vision. Faced with the temptation of the sky-high price, Sister Hong unexpectedly chose to refuse. "Thank you all for your kindness. As everyone said just now, this imperial green is a treasure that collectors dream of, so it is difficult for me to part with it. I'm sorry." In fact, she had another thought in her heart, that is, the raw stone was the fate between herself and Lin Fan, and she would cherish it and keep it even more. "Lin Fan, I may have to ask you to do some hard labor for a while." Lin Fan understood what was going on, picked up the stone easily, and walked out with big strides. Everyone was stunned. The young man could carry the stone weighing hundreds of kilograms as easily as if he was holding cotton. He was as strong as an ox. Sister Hong opened the trunk, where a shatter-proof cardboard box had already been prepared. Lin Fan carefully placed the jadeite raw stone into it. Sister Hong couldn't help but sigh. "Lin Fan, you are really my lucky star. Every time I'm with you, you bring me once-in-a-lifetime luck. You just picked a piece of rough stone and produced the world's top imperial green. I have to admit that it is too magical. Moreover, I will cherish this rare fate and luck even more." She suggested, "Let's split the cut stone in half. This means that Lin Fan can obtain jadeite raw stones worth at least 60 million yuan. Lin Fan shook his head. "I'm not interested in this thing. What's more, I bought the raw stone for you. It doesn't belong to me." When Sister Hong saw this, she felt even more favorable towards him. She then took out a bunch of keys and forced them into Lin Fan's hands. You have already rejected me once, no matter what, you have to give me face this time. Lin Fan asked, what is this? You've been renting a house before, right? I happen to have an idle house, so I'll give it to you. I wanted to give you the key yesterday, but I had something urgent to deal with, so I delayed it until today. Sister Hong said generously and sincerely, it's just a house, it's a token of my love. Lin Fan couldn't refuse, so he had to take the key. Okay, then I'll respectfully obey your command. What he didn't know was that it was a house in a royal villa, and it was the best-selling house in the building, with a price of nearly 100 million yuan. Huangfu Villa is the city's top luxury residence, with the cheapest unit costing over 10 million. Sister Hong has never been so generous to a member of the opposite sex. Perhaps, she has a different feeling towards Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan accept the house key, Sister Hong was indescribably happy. Come on, I'll show you the house. Soon, the two arrived at the Huangfu Villa. The house was renovated and the appearance of the villa was amazing. The classical European marble facade exuded nobility and elegance. Pushing open the heavy double doors, the first place they entered was the high-ceilinged hall. The ceiling is several meters high, with a dazzling crystal chandelier hanging on it, and the light refracts through countless crystals to create a dreamy light and shadow. The floor is paved with imported marble, with a natural and smooth texture, like a work of art. The walls are hung with precious oil paintings or modern art installations, showing the owner's taste. Lin Fan and Sister Hong walked through the hall and entered the spacious living room. The French windows extended from the floor to the ceiling, and outside the window was the blue infinity pool and the mountain view in the distance. The sunlight poured in through the glass, making the whole space bright and warm. They walked up the stairs and entered the master bedroom. The bedroom was spacious and bright, with silk sheets and duvets on the bed, so soft that people wanted to lie down immediately. The background wall at the head of the bed might be hand-embroidered, which looked particularly luxurious. The bathroom in the master bedroom was more like a private spa, equipped with a huge massage bathtub, steam shower room and double sink. The basement of the villa is an entertainment paradise. The private cinema is equipped with top-notch audio equipment and comfortable sofa seats, making you feel like you are in a luxury cinema. Next door is the wine cellar, which displays famous wines from all over the world, and the air is filled with a light oak aroma. Further in, there is a fully equipped gym, where floor-to-ceiling mirrors and panoramic windows make exercise a pleasure. The terrace is furnished with comfortable lounge chairs and parasols, and next to it is an outdoor barbecue and dining area, suitable for private parties. The garden is full of precious flowers and trees, winding paths, and gurgling fountains, making it feel like being in a private park. After a quick tour, Lin Fan's biggest impression was that the decoration of this apartment alone would cost several million. Sister Hong was so generous that she gave him such a top-notch luxury house. He suddenly thought of something. Sister Hong, I have something to ask of you. Chapter 91, More Than 200 Beauties, Can You Handle It? Sister Hong smiled charmingly. No matter what you ask for, as long as you ask for it, I will satisfy you. Lin Fan responded, then I won't be polite. You are in the entertainment industry. You own countless clubs, karaoke bars, and bars. Call a group of beauties over for me later. The more the better. I won't take up too much of their time. 2 minutes each. Sister Hong was surprised. I have seen your skills and know that you have outstanding physical fitness, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Lin Fan laughed in silence. Sister Hong, please listen to my explanation. The smile on Sister Hong's face was meaningful. Don't explain. I understand your youthful vigor and vitality, but I still have to sigh that you are definitely the strongest man on earth. You've asked the right person. I'll arrange it for you right away. But I have something to ask of you. Speaking. Spend more time with me in the future. Hearing this, Lin Fan began to criticize mercilessly. As a big sister, can't you be more reserved? Is it appropriate to talk to me about such a revealing topic? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but look at the skirt you're wearing. It's so tight that I can even see the shape of what's underneath. Ding-shaped, am I right? Sister Hong was stunned. It was as if Lin Fan had eaten too much gunpowder and was firing at full speed. She was a little annoyed. Bite. In Lin Fan's mind, the long-lost voice of the provocative system rang out. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target character, Sister Hong. Sister Hong is furious and rewards the host with 10 million renminbi and 100 points of charm. Currently, it has been detected that the host's charm value in Sister Hong's heart has reached 303. Sister Hong likes the host even more. Along with the system's voice, the angry expression on Sister Hong's face disappeared completely, replaced by shyness. You're right. Women should be more reserved. I'll be more subtle next time. I've lost some weight recently, so this skirt won't be so tight on me. Also, you're so mean. You even peeked at what someone was wearing. Sister Hong lowered her head slightly, a faint blush on her cheeks, as if the sunset had gently dyed her skin. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, which was both charming and reserved. For some reason, her breathing was a little rapid, her chest rose and fell gently with her heartbeat, and her whole body exuded a charm that was both charming and shy, which made people fascinated. Lin Fan was in a trance for a moment. Sister Hong was secretly delighted that she was still charming. Otherwise, why would Lin Fan have such an expression? She then began to arrange for beautiful women to come to the imperial villa. Within half an hour, beauties came one after another, and eventually there were more than 200 of them. They are like a gorgeous painting, slowly unfolding. Her figure is like an elf in the night, and every movement exudes charming charm. The beauties were wearing beautiful clothes, some of which fit closely to their curves, outlining their graceful figures, some of which were light and flowing, swaying gently with their steps, as if leaving alluring traces in the air. The beauties' makeup is delicate and sexy, their red lips are slightly parted, and their eyes are as charming as if they can capture people's hearts. The light shines on their smooth skin, reflecting a faint luster, as if every inch of their skin is whispering seduction. Their long hair is either scattered on their shoulders or piled up high, revealing their slender necks, exuding an irresistible attraction. In the villa, Sister Hong played music. The music was low and rhythmic, as if whispering softly in the ear. Some beauties twisted their bodies in the hall to the melody, their movements were smooth and full of tension, as if every turn and every look was telling a silent invitation. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume, which made people feel excited. Their laughter is low and charming, as if with a hint of teasing, which makes people's heart beat faster. The whole villa seems to be shrouded in an invisible magnetic field, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Such a scene is not only a visual feast, but also an ultimate sensory experience, as if challenging the bottom line of reason every second. Lin Fan had to admit that the girls Sister Hong called were all beauties that caught his eye. Sister Hong smiled and said, "Are you satisfied?" "Not bad. I have called over 200 beauties for you. According to what you said before, each beauty will take 2 minutes, which will take about 7 hours. Can you really do it?" "Sister Hong, I think you still need to listen to my explanation. Although I have no problem with 7 or 8 hours, I won't let them experience that." Lin Fan said with a smile, "Actually, I have a special hobby, which is to provoke beautiful women. That's why I always provoked you before. I feel uncomfortable if I don't provoke you for a moment. The more beautiful women I provoke, the more comfortable I feel." Sister Hong was skeptical. "Is this true? I never thought there is such a hobby in this world." "Excuse me, people like you are the ones who deserve to be beaten. Fortunately, you have incredible skills and great personal charm, otherwise, you would have been beaten black and blue." Lin Fan smiled, "Hee, as long as I feel comfortable. Today I want to break a record, which is to provoke more than 200 people of the opposite sex in a row." Sister Hong was also in a good mood. After all, Lin Fan asked her to call the beautiful woman just to provoke the other party, not to do anything shameful. This way, she no longer felt jealous. Lin Fan's actions aroused the dissatisfaction of the provocation system, which couldn't help but complain. "Host, I've never seen anyone like you. You're such a jerk. Last time you provoked 100 women, I was so exhausted that smoke came out of my mouth. This time, I'm definitely going to get bald. What a challenge. You really have no patience. This is not much simpler than a tongue twister. If I ask you to eat grapes without spitting out the skins, you will go crazy." Lin Fan said disapprovingly, "In fact, gray fertilizer will evaporate and turn black. Black fertilizer will evaporate when it turns gray. Okay, you win." The system tried it and was completely confused by the 2 tongue twisters mentioned above. Just when Lin Fan was about to challenge more than 200 beauties one by one, in a single room of a hospital, Taoist He Xian heard the news and rushed over to see Feng Wei, who had just finished surgery. Feng Wei looked pale and dejected. Because according to the surgeon, the chicken was saved, but one of the eggs was broken, making him a one-egg Superman. Taoist He Xian said with high spirits, "Mr. Feng, I have come out of seclusion, and my mission is accomplished. Just rest and recover, and leave the rest to me." Chapter 92, Make a Crazy Profit of 2.3 billion. Feng Weichang perked up and asked, What does it mean to have accomplished something? What new skills have you mastered? If you are not absolutely sure, I advise you not to attack Lin Fan rashly. After all, you've already fallen into his trap before, and it was very embarrassing. If I'm not sure, I won't come out. Taoist priest He Xian was quite confident. Everyone knows that Lin Fan's defense is very strong, and ordinary physical attacks cannot cause any damage to him. But I will use magic damage on him next. To be honest, I have mastered the art of controlling corpses. Feng Wei was slightly surprised. What the hell is corpse control technique? In short, control and harness the zombies and use them for your own purposes. Once someone is attacked by zombies and infected with the zombie poison, they will surely die. Very good. A smile finally appeared on Feng Wei's face, as if he saw the light in the darkness. You must have worked hard in your training during this period, Taoist He Xian. As he spoke, he transferred some money to the other party and said, "Let's go find 2 girls and relax." Taoist priest He Xian was unaware of the severity of Feng Wei's injury, but suggested, "How about we go together?" This is undoubtedly rubbing salt into the other party's wounds. Feng Wei's mouth twitched a few times. I don't need it. When he thought about not being able to be happy for a while, he wanted to cut Lin Fan into pieces. Master He Xian, as long as you can get rid of Lin Fan, you will have money and beautiful women. I will satisfy you with everything you dream of. Don't worry, Master Feng. I will never make the same mistake again. I promise that I will get up from where I fell. Taoist He Xian patted his chest and said confidently, although he didn't like Feng Wei in his heart. After all, the other party could give him money to spend and let him pick up girls, so he didn't bear the grudge and was willing to be his vanguard. Imperial Villa. In the huge master bedroom, Lin Fan met with beautiful women one after another, and the content of the meetings was just as he said, that is, provocation. If possible, ask the girl if it would be convenient for her to give him some clothes that he is wearing. After nearly 7 hours, Lin Fan almost foamed at the mouth. It's really tiring to keep talking there. He was finally able to appreciate the difficulty of challenging the system. The system spoke just as much as he did, and it kept reporting the results of every provocation. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target character Wang Meili. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Lu Xiaomei. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Han Jia. In the end, Lin Fan earned a total of 2.3 billion renminbi through several hours of ultimate provocation. I really made a fortune today. First, he earned 200 million from the young master of the Feng family by racing with Ferrari. Now, he has earned another 2.3 billion from the system. In just one day, he made a huge profit of 2.5 billion. This does not include the 10 million he obtained by provoking Sister Hong not long ago. Making money is like drinking water. In the past, Lin Fan thought that it would be great to make tens of millions a day by challenging the system. Now I think that speed is too slow. It is more satisfying to continuously provoke multiple members of the opposite sex. Hundreds of millions of yuan can be easily obtained. Just by talking, you can reap a lot of rewards. Only with such a speed can his money empire come ahead of time. Yesterday, Lin Fan challenged more than 100 beauties at the Jinbihuing KTV and earned 1.2 billion. Together with his previous earnings, the total is 1.7 billion. Now, the money he earned from the system totaled 4.01 billion. In the past, I couldn't even imagine 4 million. Lin Fan was smiling, it was so cool. Not only that, he collected a total of 72 pieces of clothing from more than 200 beauties. The reason why I use the word strip is up to you. Each piece of clothing can increase Lin Fan's punching power by 200 points. This means that the punching power value skyrocketed by 14,400. Based on the original 3,800 points. At present, the progress bar of the punch power value of his first divine fist has reached a terrifying 18,200. 18,002, I can't even imagine it. His physical fitness and various functions have all improved significantly. After the beauties left, Sister Hong asked, "How do you feel?" Lin Fan said with a refreshed look, in one word, refreshing. As long as you are satisfied. Sister Hong looked out the window and saw that it was getting dark, so she said goodbye. It's getting late, I'll go back first. I hope you get used to living here. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Good. Lin Fan went downstairs, sent the other party to the Rolls-Royce, and then returned to the villa. Those girls are pretty good, why don't you stay and have a party and have some fun? Suddenly, the old and obscene voice of Long Zun was heard from the ancient demon sealing bead. Lin Fan was ashamed. Old man, you deserve to be sealed in the bead. You must have studied your craft a lot in the bead. The other party did not deny it. Oh, it's good, kid, you have discovered my secret. Old man, it seems that your taste is still not good. Although those beauties are beautiful, they are still vulgar women after all. Maybe you haven't tasted the opposite sex for too long, so you are extremely excited when you see a female. You guessed it right. This king can poke a hole in the sky. Old man, don't you feel bored talking about this with a man like me? Long Zun laughed obscenely again. Hee hee, I see that you have good aptitude. Do you want to become as powerful as me and possess the art of stabbing the sky? If the sky falls, it must be because of you. Lin Fan thought of something. How is my martial soul? He got a response. He is being cultivated. I think he will be more promising than you in the future. After all, he is cultivated by my clone. With just a little guidance, he will reach the pinnacle. Okay, don't let me down. Lin Fan was also full of confidence in himself, from the moment the power of his first divine punch skyrocketed today. He had been eager to use his sword. He is the son of the system, and his martial soul is cultivated by the demon dragon. He is looking forward to who will be stronger and who will be weaker in the future. Long Zun yawned and said, I will go back to sleep. You've been doing too much manual labor and are seriously weak. Take some Remania pills to replenish your body. Don't die early. Little friend, if I were outside the pearl and you dared to speak to me like this, your grave would have been covered with grass 3 feet high. Lin Fan said frivolously, then why don't you come out? I'll take you to the pharmacy to buy some supplements. Just wait patiently. Long Zun was probably very angry or just too lazy to care about Lin Fan anymore, so after Lin Fan teased him a few more times and heard nothing, he just gave up in disappointment. Before moving to the Imperial Villa, Lin Fan had to go to the rental house to pack his luggage. What he didn't know was that at this moment, someone else was already planning to go there. Chapter 93 Chen Meizhou was poisoned by corpse. Lin Fan returned to the rental house and found the whole house filled with fragrance. It turned out that the landlady Chen Meizhou had cooked another table full of delicious dishes. Moreover, there are several nutritious ingredients everywhere you look. This woman has no good intentions. You haven't had dinner yet, sit down quickly, don't be hungry. Chen Meizhou greeted them warmly, and it must be said that she was quite caring and considerate. Lin Fan was both amused and annoyed. Sister, I am not weak, why do you need so many waists and whips? As the saying goes, a weak body cannot be nourished. It is precisely because you are not weak that you can eat without worry. Chen Meizhou had a charming smile on her face. It would be better if it were stronger. It's right, Sister Xin. As she spoke, she used chopsticks to pick up a bull whip and put it into Lin Fan's bowl. There was a seductive look flickering in her beautiful eyes. There is a hint of mystery and temptation in her eyes, as if she can see through people's hearts, but it is also unpredictable. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and the smile is vague, with an inadvertent charm, as if silently teasing the heartstrings. A 30-year-old woman is indeed like a wolf. Lin Fan felt that sooner or later, he would be raped by the other party. Little brother, what are you thinking about? Chen Meizhou smiled coquettishly. She looked as if she were made of water, very soft. The only difference was that she was more elastic than water. You guess. Lin Fan responded simply. At this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. After he answered the phone, he heard the voice of his ex-wife Jiang Yan. Lin Fan, why did you block my original contact information? Please add me back. I am happy to do so. Lin Fan, I've always had you in my heart. Give me a chance, and let's get back together. You don't deserve it. As Lin Fan spoke, he suddenly reached out and pinched Chen Meizhou's leg, and the other party couldn't help but let out a soft moan. It's so heart-stirring. He signaled with his eyes, and the landlady understood and hummed a few more times. Don't bother me on my date, bye. Lin Fan hung up the phone without waiting for Jiang Yan to react. I guess my ex-wife's face was twisted with anger. Lin Fan praised the landlady, that's good. Chen Meizhou stopped talking and said coquettishly, little brother, you have no mercy on women. You hurt me just now. She was wearing a tight short skirt today, and she lifted the hem of her skirt up as if complaining as she spoke. The thighs are toned, the skin is silky smooth and exudes a healthy glow. Whether it is the slender proportions or the well-proportioned curves, they are full of sexy charm that makes people fall in love with them. Lin Fan shrugged, I didn't even use any strength just now. Chen Meijiao's eyes were filled with tears. What if you try harder? I'm scared. I don't know how you can have so much strength. Your ex-wife must be obsessed with your strength, so she wants to get back together. Why don't you give her a chance? Lin Fan asked back, then why don't you give your ex-husband a chance? Don't mention that bastard. It makes me angry just thinking about it. In that angry moment, Chen Meijiao's chest was like the sea surface stirred by strong winds, heaving up and down, with turbulent waves. Every ups and downs silently tells of the inner excitement and dissatisfaction. She then adjusted her mood, shameless guy, let's not talk about it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Meijiao ran to open the door, saying as she ran, if it was my ex-husband who came, I would ask for the money he owed me. I didn't intend to ask for it, but he kept pestering me, which was really too much. What she didn't know was that there was a group of zombies standing outside. Rotting skin, hollow eyes, twisted limbs, open mouth, the smell of death. Taoist He Xian was cautious when he went out this time. He did not appear directly outside the door of Lin Fan's rental house, but stood at the entrance of the community to control it remotely. The zombies failed to attack Lin Fan and he was able to escape in the first possible moment. The moment Chen Meijiao opened the door, a foul smell hit her in the face, and she saw a zombie outside the door with its head tilted, and it instantly bit her neck. The rest of the zombies were about to rush over. Lin Fan disappeared from the dining table like an arrow shot from a bow and came to Chen Meijiao's side. He first kicked away the zombie that bit the landlady, and then facing the rest of the zombies with their bloody mouths and hideous faces, he subconsciously punched them. Boom! The air seemed to be torn apart by this punch, and a visible airwave spread out from his fist. The zombie instantly turned into a blood mist, and the dozen zombies behind it were also blown away and hit the wall heavily. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Some of the zombies staggered to their feet. Court death. Lin Fan punched out again. The violent air current swept through the entire corridor, and wherever it passed, the zombies fell down like harvested wheat. The walls cracked under the huge impact, and dust fell from the ceiling. This punch wiped out all the zombies. Due to excessive shock, Chen Mei fell softly into Lin Fan's arms. Is it the zombies that my ex-husband hired to take revenge? He doesn't have that ability. I think it must be someone else. The first person that popped into Lin Fan's mind was Taoist He Xian. Therefore, the love poison in Fengwei was removed, which meant that this bastard Taoist was still in this city. The stinky Taoist priest used the corpse controlling technique to deal with himself, but by accident, the zombies bit the landlady first. However, even if the zombies bit Lin Fan, it would be useless because his body was so strong that it would only break the zombie's teeth. The reason why Lin Fan knocked the zombie away with one punch and didn't let it get close to him was not because he was afraid, but because he disliked the other party for being too dirty and smelly. Chen Meijiao lay in Lin Fan's arms, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance to leave. Little brother, I've been poisoned by corpse poison and I'm not far from death. Before I die, can you let me have a taste of a real woman? Then I shall be satisfied. Lin Fan activated his X-ray vision and originally intended to look for the whereabouts of Taoist priest He Xian, but saving people was the most important thing at the moment, so he could only spare the life of that shabby Taoist priest for the time being. He comforted her, sister, you won't die. I'll help you suck out the corpse poison. Chen Meijiao's voice was low and soft, you must use force. No corpse poison can remain. At the gate of the community, Taoist He Xian stomped his feet in anger. All the zombies he had carefully cultivated were wiped out. Not even a hair of Lin Fan was touched. It seems that his corpse controlling technique requires choosing the right zombies. After this battle, he has realized that ordinary zombies do not pose any threat to Lin Fan. He must find high-level zombies to have the strength to fight. Mr. Lin, you are lucky today, but you will not be lucky every time. When I find a powerful zombie, it will be your doom. After saying this, Taoist He Xian disappeared into the night. Here, Lin Fan held Chen Meijiao and placed her on the bed, ready to help her remove the corpse poison. Chapter 94 Chen Meijiao becomes a female tenant. The injured part of Chen Meijiao's neck was her neck. Lin Fan looked closely and saw that her neck was slender and elegant, as soft as a swan. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, with a faint luster, and smooth lines from her jaw to her collarbone, outlining a charming arc. The female landlord lying down is even more charming and alluring. Lin Fan leaned over, placed his lips on her neck, and began to suck out the zombie poison. It was not known whether it was because of the corpse poison or because of the suction from Lin Fan, but Chen Meijiao's mouth kept emitting confusing sounds. Outside the window, a woman's voice came from downstairs. Pay attention upstairs, I don't have a husband. If you torture me again, I will go upstairs to find your man. Chen Meijiao's face turned red, and she forced herself to lower the volume. That expression of forbearance is so exciting. Little brother, you are so good. Fart. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of smelly poisonous water. Chen Mei glared shyly. You are so bad, people praise you, but you still scold me. Little brother, tell me the truth, do you have a tendency to abuse others? Actually, I can cooperate with you. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think the poison you have been infected with is not serious enough. Do you want to get some zombies over? Chen Meijiao's voice softened. Don't, I'm scared. You are so mean. You knew I was afraid, but you still tried to scare me. If you scare me into something wrong, you will be responsible for it. She felt that with Lin Fan's timely rescue, her corpse poison had been eliminated. At this moment, Lin Fan felt something was wrong. The body, from the inside to the outside, was full of flesh and blood, as if it was being torn apart, and the whole body was surrounded by unprecedented intense pain. He knew that this was because the power of his first divine fist had skyrocketed not long ago, causing his body to evolve. It's just that the evolution takes a bit too long. It didn't evolve in the Imperial Villa before, but it happened suddenly now. Lin Fan was in so much pain that he was confused for a moment, and he almost saw his grandmother. He lay on the bed, sweating profusely. When Chen Meijiao saw this, she didn't know the truth and thought that the other party did this because he was helping her. Sister is a person who repays a drop of kindness with a spring of water. I can't just stand by and watch her die. After saying that, her lips landed on Lin Fan's lips like a dragonfly touching the water, and she began to try to suck out the corpse poison with great enthusiasm and skill. What she didn't know was that Lin Fan was like this for another reason, and it had nothing to do with the corpse poison. Before she knew it, Chen Meijiao felt hot all over, as if there was a flame burning inside her body, getting hotter and hotter. If Lin Fan had not been unconscious and in a serious situation, she would have already taken advantage of him and let herself go. Now, I can only endure. Even if it is very hard and uncomfortable to endure. After a long time, Lin Fan regained consciousness and the pain in his body disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked at Chen Meijiao, who was closing her eyes and enjoying the kiss, and immediately coughed twice. Chen Meijiao was pleasantly surprised. Little brother, the corpse poison in your body is finally gone. It took me nearly an hour to clean the poison out of the corpse. My mouth is almost numb. Lin Fan was full of black lines on his face. I'm not poisoned by the corpse. Ah, then you did that on purpose, taking advantage of others. You were so bad. Chen Meijiao punched him on the chest several times. I think you got it the other way around. You're taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid. Lin Fan responded, I lost my first kiss in such a confused way. As long as he doesn't admit it, his first kiss will always be there, even until he is in the coffin. Chen Mei smiled charmingly and said, Don't worry, I will be responsible. Little brother, why are you so hot? The tips of her soft fingers gently circulated on Lin Fan's chest. This is the result of the evolution of the first divine fist. Lin Fan knows it very well, but other people don't know the truth. There is enough yang energy, there is nothing I can do. Lin Fan got up from the bed and said, Sister, from the looks of you, the corpse poison should be gone. I want to tell you something today. I'm moving. Ah, is it that I did something wrong or am I not good enough? I waived your rent, so why are you moving out? When Chen Meijiao heard this, she felt extremely lost. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Sister, don't misunderstand me, you are doing very well, but I already have a house. Congratulations, but little brother, I have a request. I feel very insecure right now, especially after being bitten by a zombie today. Plus, if my ex-husband knew you were not with me, he would definitely cause trouble. So, can I move in and live with you for a while? Chen Meijiao stretched out her hand and promised solemnly, but don't worry, I will pay the rent. Just tell me how much it is. I can pay it off for several years at once. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said, Sister, you have changed from a landlord to a tenant in an instant. The change of identity is not important, as long as we can live together. Chen Meijiao held Lin Fan's hand and acted coquettishly, which was simply killing him. Lin Fan laughed and said, My house is a bit big, and I just happen to be in need of a servant. Are you willing? Brother, you finally asked the right person. Chen Meijiao patted her plump chest and said confidently, I have always been diligent, just like this rental house before. Since I came here, it has become clean and spotless. Don't worry, I promise to keep your big house clean and pleasing to the eye, so that you can live comfortably. Lin Fan hummed, then the rent will be waived, but you have to behave well. After all, Huangfu Villa is so big, and it would be much better if Chen Meijiao helped with cleaning. Otherwise you will have to hire another cleaner. Chen Meijiao's mood immediately became better. Really? That's great. She originally thought that she would part with Lin Fan, but unexpectedly, she could now live together as a female tenant and a male landlord. Nothing could be better than this. Lin Fan smiled wickedly. The house is big, and no neighbors will hear you and complain if you scream because of the corpse poison in the future. Chen Meijiao understood what was going on and pinched his arm. Little rascal. The two of them packed up briefly and then headed straight for the imperial villa. After arriving at the villa, Chen Meijiao was completely shocked. Although she is a real estate tycoon, the few houses she owns are nothing compared to the luxurious mansion in front of her. Brother, I didn't expect you to live in this neighborhood. This is the city's top-notch residential complex for the wealthy. And your house seems to be the best building. Even if you win the lottery, you can't afford to live in this house. What is going on? Chen Meijiao was completely confused, with big question marks all over her head. Chapter 95 The Plump Maid. Lin Fan responded, maybe I'm just too charming, so it was given to me by someone else. Chen Meijiao couldn't imagine how rich a woman must be to give such a super luxury house. She asked tentatively, isn't he in his 60s or 70s? Sister, what are you thinking? I sell my art but not my body. That's right. With your physique, if that rich woman is really old, she will be tortured to death by you. To be honest, I've never lived in such a spacious house before. It would need an 8-meter wide bed to be suitable. Chen Meijiao was very happy. She originally thought that she would move to an ordinary house with Lin Fan, but she never expected that it would be such a luxurious villa. Lin Fan smiled and said, if you move here, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your ex-husband anymore. Chen Meijiao smiled and replied, your ex-wife is the same. Little brother, you see we are quite compatible. We are both divorced and single. Her beautiful eyes were watery like a lake, and her words were full of obvious guidance. Lin Fan felt that as long as he nodded, the other party would pounce on him. Oh, why am I so charming? It really worries me. He pointed to a spot on the ground and said, wipe it here. Okay. Chen Meijiao seemed to have no airs in front of Lin Fan. She quickly found a rag, turned her back to him, knelt on her knees, and wiped the floor. Lin Fan took a casual glance and immediately felt his nose getting hot and he almost had a nosebleed. Chen Meijiao was seen kneeling on the ground, holding the rag tightly in both hands, wiping the floor attentively. Because she was wearing a skirt, the graceful lines and elegant figure displayed under the skirt were unforgettable. Fat but not greasy, the ultimate goddess. This is the maid that many men dream of, and she is a plump maid. Chen Meijiao's figure is already very exaggerated, and now she is kneeling, and viewed from behind, the visual impact is even more incomparable. Lin Fan even suspected that the other party did it on purpose. She could obviously use a mop, but she insisted on kneeling down and using a rag. Her back was slightly curved, showing off her graceful lines, and the tight clothing outlined her graceful figure. This kind of sexiness is unforgettable. Lin Fan, like a big boss, leaned on the sofa and admired the perfect figure. At this moment, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. I originally suspected that it was my ex-wife Jiang Yan who called from a different number, but that turned out not to be the case. After the call was connected, a young man's voice came from the other end. Mr. Lin, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Jimmy, Shurek's agent. Shurek? Lin Fan felt that the name sounded familiar and he quickly remembered that the opponent was the king of the underground boxing in the city, but he was hit by a punch from him and his winning streak was ended, and he was also seriously injured. You guys are really capable. You actually found my contact information. It's okay. Jimmy got straight to the point and said, Shulek lost the game last time because he underestimated his opponent. We want to have a rematch with you. Don't you think the last defeat was bad enough? Lin Fan smiled and said, whether he underestimates the enemy or not, it won't change the outcome. What if I don't accept it? Jimmy's words were filled with threats without disguising them. Then don't blame Shurek for beating the Dragon Country players to death. Shulek thinks his life is too long? Lin Fan's expression tightened, threatening me? You can understand it that way. Jimmy said arrogantly, if you are really capable, accept the second fight. When? The sooner the better. Tonight, then. Lin Fan looked at the time and found that there was still time. Okay, Shurek and I are in the underground boxing gym. At this time, Jimmy's phone heard Shurek's extremely arrogant voice. Lin Fan, fuck you, I'm going to crush your little head this time. Lin Fan hung up the phone. See you in half an hour. Chen Meijiao stood up and asked with concern, is someone causing trouble for you? I'm going to an underground boxing gym. My hands are itching. Do you want to come with me? Okay. Chen Meijiao readily agreed. The house is too big. I'm scared to live alone without you. Soon, the two left the imperial villa and headed straight for the underground boxing gym. In a single room in a hospital in Linjiang City, Taoist He Xian was reporting to Feng Wei. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, the mission failed. Hearing this, Feng Wei said angrily, Master He Xian, what on earth are you doing? Didn't you swear that you had developed a corpse controlling technique that could kill Lin Fan? Everything was planned well. I controlled the zombies and came to Lin Fan's residence. As long as he opens the door, he will not have time to dodge and will be bitten by the zombies, and then he will be infected with the corpse poison and die. Who knew that it was a woman who opened the door, so Lin Fan was on high alert and didn't give the zombies a chance to get close. And the zombies I controlled this time were relatively ordinary. I will learn from this lesson and prepare to use the corpse control technique on some high-level and powerful zombies. Taoist priest He Xian began to make assurances with extra confidence. Master Feng, don't worry. Next time, I will definitely kill Lin Fan. Then you should quickly go find a powerful zombie, preferably one at the Zombie King level. That way, you will be more confident of dealing with Lin. Taoist priest He Xian nodded heavily. I understand. I will go to work then. He expressed his resignation and left the ward immediately. The underground boxing gym is as bustling as ever. The air was filled with the smell of blood, dopamine, and alcohol. A dense crowd of people were watching the desperate fight in the octagonal cage. Near the ring, Shurek was sitting with his agent Jimmy. He did not go on stage to fight, but was waiting for Lin Fan to arrive. He's here. Jimmy was a young man in his mid-20s with a rooster comb. He kept his eyes on the entrance until he finally saw his target person. Lin Fan looked around slowly and soon spotted Shurek, so he walked over leisurely. Shurek stood up. His huge body was a head taller than Lin Fan. He looked down at the newcomer with an oppressive aura and shouted, Boy, you are really brave to come here. Lin Fan responded calmly, I'll gladly serve you if you want me to kill you. Shurek raised his sandbag-sized fist and said arrogantly, Last time I underestimated you and you got away with it. You won't be so lucky every time. Today I will let you know who is the king here. Lin Fan's face was as calm as water. I think it's the deceased. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately flew into a rage and could not wait to say, wait until the boxers in the octagonal cage finish fighting, then we'll compete. Chapter 96, Second Fight with the Underground Boxing Champion. Soon, Lin Fan and Shurek appeared on the stage. When they heard that they were about to have a second match, the audience immediately became excited. Without a doubt, this is the highlight of the night. The audience was talking about it. Shurek is back and determined to win. I heard that he underestimated his opponent and lost to Lin Fan. Shurek took the initiative to propose the second match. It seems that he is still very confident in his own strength. I hope Lin Fan can withstand the pressure and win glory for the country. Shurek took off his shirt, revealing a huge body as steady as a mountain, his muscle lines as distinct as sculptures under the light, and he was as strong as a bear. Lin Fan stood opposite him, inconspicuous, but his cold eyes revealed an unshakable confidence. Shurek shouted, Lin Fan, I promise that you will lie at my feet like a dead dog. Lin Fan snorted coldly, Did I hit you stupid last time? Court death. Shurek was furious and started punching. He used all his strength to punch Lin Fan in the chest accurately. There were exclamations from the audience, expressing concern for Lin Fan, but his body remained motionless, like a mountain. Shurek threw several powerful punches, but he was still unable to shake his opponent. Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment. That's it? I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. After saying that, he took action. Although Shurek was well prepared this time, he was still a beat slower than Lin Fan's lightning speed. When Lin Fan swung his fist, the speed was so fast that the trajectory was almost invisible, as if a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. That punch, with tremendous force, was precise and deadly, and directly hit the opponent's vital point. The underground boxing champion didn't even have time to react before he flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground and was unable to stand up for a while. The whole place was silent, except for Lin Fan, who slowly retracted his fist, as if he had just done something very ordinary. Everyone was stunned. Shurek, who did not dare to underestimate the enemy, was like a child in front of Lin Fan. His attack power was ineffective and his defense became extremely fragile, like paper. The disparity in strength between the two sides was almost beyond everyone's expectations. After all, Shurek is the king here. No matter what, he won't be so vulnerable. Lin Fan shook his head. It's boring. He turned around and tried to leave, but Shurek stopped him from behind. Wait. He turned his head and found that the other party took a glass bottle filled with blue liquid from his agent Jimmy across the octagonal cage. The liquid was glowing strangely under the light. Shurek picked up the glass bottle, the liquid slowly flowing in the bottle, and thought to himself, the latest technological product can give people superhuman strength within 10 minutes. The liquid was cold and metallic. Shurek felt it slide down his esophagus and explode in his stomach. It was warm at first, then burning, and finally a tearing pain. He fell to his knees, digging his nails into his palms. Swish! Swish! Because of the rapidly expanding muscles, the pants were torn apart. A conceited smile appeared on Shurek's face. He felt unprecedented strength surging in his muscles, as if he could punch through a wall. He looked down at his skin and found something wriggling beneath it, like countless tiny worms crawling in his blood vessels. Afterwards, he grabbed the octagonal cage with his bare hands and tore the iron net apart. The battle has just begun. Seeing the scene, the audience immediately went wild. Shameless guy actually took illegal drugs to cheat. Damn it, he has no sportsmanship at all. Even if this foreigner wins, I still look down on him. It seems that Lin Fan is in danger this time. Lin Fan, don't fight with that bastard. He's taken drugs. You definitely can't beat him. Everyone was worried about Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan did not choose to escape, but turned around with a smile and stayed on the ring. Very good, I will smash your technological dream with one punch. Lin Fan, come on, as long as you can defeat him safely, I will change into all kinds of sexy clothes for you tonight. At the side of the ring, Chen Meijiao cheered for Lin Fan in a unique way. Lin Fan raised his lips slightly. Okay, it's a deal. The audience was also dumbfounded. Lin Fan's life was hanging by a thread, but he still had the mood to flirt with the beauties in the audience. Shurek was also furious, because it was obvious that Lin Fan still did not take him seriously, even though he had become extremely powerful after taking the mysterious contraband. He pointed at Lin Fan and said, "Boy, you are brave, but you will pay the price for your arrogance." Lin Fan sneered, "In my eyes, you are not even worth a hair." Shurek made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Fan and said, "These will be your last words in this world." Then, he couldn't wait to raise his fist as big as a casserole and rushed over. This blow was extremely powerful and landed accurately on Lin Fan. In fact, Lin Fan was able to dodge the attack easily, but he deliberately stood still, which showed his absolute confidence in his own defense. He firmly believed that even if Shurek took 10 more bottles of the mysterious liquid, it would be of no use. Because his physical fitness is already beyond belief. People like Shurek, even if there are 100 of them together, are still as tiny as ants. Bang! Shurek punched Lin Fan in the ribs. The back of his fist cracked instantly, revealing the sharp bones. Lin Fan's figure still did not shake at all, as if the opponent's attack was as soft as cotton. He even sarcastically said, "Did you take fake medicine?" Shurek's pupils were filled with disbelief. He has now become as strong as an ox and so terrifying that even a tiger would be knocked down by one punch. However, in front of Lin Fan, his lethality becomes so small that it can almost be ignored. Even, you are the one who gets hurt. Lin Fan said calmly, "Get out now, it's still not too late." Fuck! Shurek cursed angrily, then changed to his left hand and raised his fist, hitting Lin Fan directly on the chin. Seeing this scene, the whole audience exclaimed again, because the human jaw is relatively fragile, and after being hit, it often falls into a brief coma. What was unexpected was that Lin Fan still gave up on defending himself, standing there like a wooden stake, allowing his opponent's fist, packed with powerful force, to attack his jaw. Lin Fan didn't defend himself? Isn't he worried that he'd be knocked out by a punch? Chapter 97 Actress Xiao Shui is actually a neighbor. Boom! Lin Fan was hit hard on the chin. Almost everyone believed that no matter how strong a fighter was, if he did not dodge at all and was hit by such a powerful punch, he would faint. However, Lin Fan acted as if nothing had happened, as if Shurek's fist had hit someone else. It is hard for people to imagine how terrifying his defense is. Shurek was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of him. In fact, the disparity in strength between the two sides is like that between a real dragon and an earthworm. It is obvious that Lin Fan is a real dragon. Shurek retracted his fist in horror, his mind full of question marks. He had clearly taken banned drugs to significantly increase his attack power, but why was it that when it came to Lin Fan, it was like a drop in the ocean, disappearing without a trace? It seems that Lin Fan's defensive ability is far beyond his imagination. It's over. Lin Fan spoke in a calm tone, and then casually threw a seemingly ordinary punch. When that punch hit Shurek, all the bones in his body were broken in that instant. Shurek fell to the ground with a bang and soon died, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness. He never understood until his death why, even though he was so powerful, he was still so weak that he could be almost ignored compared to Lin Fan. Shurek's agent witnessed the scene, grabbed his coxcomb with both hands, his face full of despair and collapse. They brought contraband with the intention of having the mutated Shurek defeat Lin Fan, but who knew that the other party would be so powerful that he would be like a god descending from heaven? The whole audience first fell into a brief silence, and then broke into thunderous applause. That's awesome. Lin Fan is the only true god in the arena. He will be able to make his mark in the world of boxing and will most likely win the title again. Yes, with Lin Fan's attack and defense power, he can completely defeat the current world boxing champion. At the scene, Lin Fan was treated like a hero. He was thrown high into the air by the audience and then caught, over and over again. The eyes of the people looking at him were filled with passion and worship. Chen Meiju was even more delighted, and she felt more and more that she had fallen in love with this charming young man. A man with explosive fighting power fills people's hearts with endless reverie. Which woman wouldn't love it? Lin Fan left the underground boxing gym with remarkable glory, while Chen Meiju followed him like a little bird, never leaving his side. The latter praised him highly. "Little brother, you are so powerful, few people can handle it." Lin Fan smiled evilly. "Sister, I think you are driving, but I have no evidence." Chen Meiju said lovingly, "Don't blame me, I'm actually very conservative, I'm only loyal to you, you know what I mean. By the way, I'm a man of my words. I said that if you can win the game, I'll give you a reward and wear all kinds of clothes for you to see. However, there are not many clothes in the royal villa, so I will buy a few more." She then took out her phone to look up a map, and went to a nearby electronic toy store and bought some clothes she would wear, including uniforms, underwear, bunny ears, eye masks and the like. That night, Chen Meiju lived up to her promise and showed Lin Fan several sets of uniforms, including stewardess, maid, bunny girl, racing girl, office white-collar worker, etc. They were extremely sexy, making people excited and unable to stop. It's just that Chen Meiju's period hasn't completely passed yet, so for Lin Fan, it's pure torture. Finally, Chen Meiju's performance was over. Lin Fan quickly kicked her out of his bedroom, closed the door, and took a cold shower to cool down. His whole body felt hot as if there was a volcano inside him. Not long after taking a shower and wrapping himself in a bath towel, Lin Fan vaguely heard a woman's exclamation from a distance, "Chen Xingjie, what are you doing?" That was not Chen Meiju's voice, and there was no sound in the villa, so the sound seemed to come from outside. He subconsciously turned on his X-ray vision, looked in the direction of the sound, and soon made a discovery. It turned out that the noise came from the villa next door. A beautiful woman in luxurious pajamas was being controlled by a strong young man in a suit and tie, who tied her up roughly with a rope. Lin Fan thought to himself, play a special game? He is really getting too into the role. Look at that beautiful woman, she looks so pitiful. Is he really into the role? He always felt that the beautiful woman looked familiar. Hey, isn't this Xiao Shui, the popular actress from Longhua? Xiao Shui's appearance and temperament are very similar to Dilraba Dilmurat, but she is younger, more beautiful, and has a perkier butt. She has been the most popular female star in China in the past 2 years, and has been rated by authoritative media as the sexiest Asian female artist in the past 50 years. Both her singing and acting skills are first-rate, and she is not just a pretty face. Many tycoons spent a lot of money to get close to Xiao Shui, but were rejected every time. In the entertainment industry, she is a rare person who remains untainted by the mud. The unspoken rules of directors don't work for her. Few people know that Xiao Shui has a house in the Huangfu Villa community in Linjiang City, and she occasionally returns here for vacation. Today, the female star returned to the Huangfu Villa in a low-key manner with her bodyguard Chen Xingjie. Who would have thought that her bodyguard had lost a large sum of money in online gambling, so he kidnapped her and prepared to extort her. Chen Xingjie pulled off Xiao Shue's pajamas, revealing her nosebleed enough proud figure. Paired with black tight clothes, her skin looked like the white snow on the Tianshan mountains. Then he took out his cell phone and kept taking pictures. I'm sorry, Sister Shui, you have to give me some money. As long as you don't call the police, I promise that these photos will not be leaked. Otherwise, I'm afraid your sexy body will be admired by countless netizens around the world. You beast, you bastard. I've always been so nice to you, and you actually dared to kidnap me. Xiao Shui was indignant, her chest heaving. She had treated her bodyguard very generously, and she never expected that Chen Xingjie, whom she trusted so much, would turn out to be a traitor. Chen Xingjie smiled coldly. There are only you and me here, no one can save you, you just need to give me 5 million, and everything will be fine. I just want the money. I also believe that for a star like you, a mere 5 million is just a drop in the bucket compared to your wealth. Xiao Shui's beautiful eyes were burning with uncontrollable anger. Actually, if you were in trouble and asked me for money, I would consider it, but I didn't expect you to resort to such shameless means. I was really blind and misjudged you. After Lin Fan silently admired Xiao Shui's figure, he thought to himself, I didn't expect the female star's figure to be as outstanding as her looks, and I didn't expect that she was actually my neighbor. Chapter 98, Female stars have the potential to be female lickers. After Lin Fan secretly sighed at Xiao Shui's sexy figure, he quickly climbed over the wall and came to her house. It is said that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Boy, how can you hurt my neighbor? His sudden appearance really scared Chen Xingjie. You, how did you get in? Chen Xingjie clearly remembered that the door of the villa was locked before he took action. Please go out immediately and don't disturb our game between husband and wife. He was afraid of being exposed, so he quickly picked up a piece of underwear and stuffed it into Xiao Shui's mouth. After all, it's not uncommon for rich people to play bundled games. Lin Fan stood still and said, Boy, if you don't take a piss and look at yourself, how can you be married to the great star Xiao? I've already given you a chance to live in peace, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that the truth was revealed, Chen Xingjie decided to give Lin Fan a ride, because his kidnapping and extortion of Xiao Shui must not be known to a third person. You have no chance of escape. He was very confident in his skills. After all, he was a professional bodyguard, and it was no problem for him to fight 10 people at once. He even believed that he could beat someone of Lin Fan's physique with just one hand. Why should I run away? Lin Fan chuckled, his eyes falling on Xiao Shui from time to time. The deep V neckline of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing a hint of an alluring collarbone, and her delicate skin glowed faintly under the soft light. The whole person is extremely beautiful, especially when tied up, which adds a different charm and makes people very interested. Court death. Chen Xingjie was furious and kicked Lin Fan in the temple with a whip-like kick. His first move was fatal. After all, the temple is one of the most vulnerable and deadly parts of the human body. Since you don't want to leave any survivors, then I'll let you do as you wish. Although Lin Fan attacked later, his speed was so fast that his fist landed on the opponent's chest faster. Bang! The explosive power of his punch was so terrifying that just by holding back his strength, he was able to shatter Chen Xingjie's heart. The other person died instantly and fell to the ground without moving. Lin Fan shook his head, it's too fragile. It's really boring. He walked up, took out the clothes stuffed in Xiao Shui's mouth, and helped untie her. Thank you, handsome, for saving my life. The female star who survived the disaster looked a little pale. If Lin Fan had not appeared in time, she would not only have been photographed by Chen Xingjie, but also even violated by him. The consequences are disastrous. Out of excessive tension, Xiao Shui stood up, her legs weak as she fell headfirst into Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan joked, Hey, beautiful lady, although I know I'm handsome, you can't be so direct, are you planning to pledge yourself to me? Through the clothes, he could clearly feel the softness and elasticity of Xiao Shui's body. In fact, even if Xiao Shui is not a big star but just an ordinary person, her charm at this moment is still very dazzling. Her charming appearance is like the warm sun in spring, which can melt people's hearts. Xiao Shui blushed, me. Her legs were still so weak that she stayed in Lin Fan's arms for a long time. Lin Fan said reluctantly, Hey, I am a soft-hearted person who likes to help others. Since your intention to meet me in person is so obvious, I will reluctantly agree to your request. However, this will not happen again. Xiao Shui finally steadied herself, Sorry, handsome guy, I was too nervous just now, so? It's okay. It's normal to be a little nervous the first time. Puff. Xiao Shui couldn't help laughing, I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person. Her smile is refreshing and pleasing to the eye. As expected of a popular female star, her every frown and smile seems to have the magical power to attract people like a magnet. Xiao Shui was very curious. How did you get in? Lin Fan had a wicked smile on his face. I haven't come in yet. His words, which were full of rogue content, were undoubtedly a provocation to the female star who was usually extremely noble. Bite. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Xiao Shui. The system detected that Xiao Shui was feeling very shy. Reward the host with 10 million renminbi and 100 points of charm. The host's current charm value in the eyes of the target person Xiao Shui is 103. She has a good impression of you. Was this provocation successful without any reason? Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that even popular female stars might become his female bootlickers in the future. After all, he has already created charm in the other person's mind. Just a simple provocation brought me money and charm, which was so cool. In time, Xiao Shui, female president Suyuma, and Chen Meijiao will all become his female lickers, or even like Chen Meijiao, willingly serve as a maid. That scene is so beautiful that I dare not imagine it. Even though Lin Fan was talking nonsense, Xiao Shui was not angry. After all, he saved her. Moreover, Xiao Shui was not aware of the existence of the provocation system, so she thought that the reason she had a slight liking for Lin Fan was entirely because of the other party's help. In fact, it was not just that. I mean, the door of my villa is locked. How come you are here? Lin Fan did not hide it. I am your next door neighbor. I jumped over the wall and came in. Then your physical fitness is too strong. Xiao Shui looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief, but soon she chose to believe him. After all, the fact that he was able to kill her bodyguard with one punch was enough to explain everything. Because Qin Xingzhe's boxing skills are also very impressive, but in front of Lin Fan, he was not able to withstand a single blow. She suddenly remembered something. Handsome guy, let me ask you something. You are not allowed to be angry. Lin Fan responded, don't ask, I still have my first kiss, and I'm still a virgin. Xiao Shui was both amused and annoyed. Who would ask you these questions? You are so frivolous. I mean, what are you doing jumping over the wall into my house in the middle of the night without even saying hello? Because I saw with my own eyes that you were in danger. You mean, you have X-ray vision? Xiao Shui's face was full of suspicion. You are talking nonsense again. How can anyone in this world have X-ray vision? Prove it to me. Good. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his lips raised. There is a cute little mole on your chest. It's not big, about 1/20th the size of a fingernail. And then his eyes moved downward. Your panties are white with laces. TSK, they look pretty good. I don't know if I'm right. Chapter 99. Xiao Shui takes the initiative to invite. Well, Xiao Shui originally thought that Lin Fan was talking nonsense, but unexpectedly, everything he said was correct. She was shocked. You really have X-ray vision. Then you have seen me all over. Lin Fan did not deny it. That's right, in front of me, no matter how many clothes someone wears, it will be useless. Xiao Shui blushed. You really got a bargain. But you are an upright gentleman. You can tell me the truth, which is admirable. I was kidnapped by my own bodyguard just now. Thank you for your timely rescue. Since you are so skilled and honest, why don't you be my bodyguard? Salary, 100,000 per person, how about that? The salary she offered was higher than that of the previous bodyguard, already $1 million a year. Not interested. Lin Fan shook his head without hesitation. I can afford to live in a royal villa. Do you think I would be short of those small things? Xiao Shui thought for a moment. That makes sense. I was careless. I never thought you would have achieved so much at such a young age. You have an amazing fortune and are very skilled. You really have a bright future ahead of you. Thank you for your appreciation, big star. Lin Fan smiled and said, I believe that one day, I will become your idol. Xiao Shui couldn't help laughing when she heard this. You are quite funny and humorous. In Dragon Country, there are many men who are better than you and who favor me. But without exception, they are not worthy of my attention, let alone becoming my idol. You must be a narcissist. Lin Fan still had a smile on his face. Then we'll wait and see. He said confidently, although you are a popular female star, I believe that one day you will be as gentle as water, as obedient as a sheep, and as cuddly as a little bird in front of me. Xiao Shuihua smiled so coquettishly that her pajamas trembled. Well, as long as you are happy. She thought that Lin Fan was a little mysteriously confident. However, how could she know that the other party had a bug-level system? It was only a matter of time for Lin Fan to conquer a member of the opposite sex and turn her into a loyal female licker. Just like the charming housewife Chen Meijiao, who is currently willing to be his maid, this is simply unbelievable in the eyes of others. In the future, the beautiful CEO Su Yuma, the hot policewoman Yang Tao, the female godfather Hong Jie and the like will surely become servants like Chen Meijiao. Xiao Shui suddenly suggested, "I'm a little hungry, would you like to go out with me for a midnight snack?" She was indeed a little hungry, and there happened to be not much food in the refrigerator. If she went out alone, it would be unsafe because of her special identity. So she might as well invite Lin Fan to go with her. After all, the other party was very skilled. Lin Fan doesn't look like a bad person. Although he talks nonsense sometimes, his words and actions are not obscene. With him around, I feel safe. Okay, let me get rid of your bodyguard's body first. Lin Fan reminded him, "You can change your clothes while you're here." Xiao Shui nodded, "Well, see you later." She then went to the bedroom on the second floor. Lin Fan carried Chen Shengjia's body into the courtyard and said to the ancient demon sealing bead, "Dragon Lord, are you there?" After a few seconds, an old man's wretched voice came from the bead, "Little friend, what can I do for you?" "Use your fire attribute to burn this body." "No big deal." As soon as Long Zun finished speaking, a red light flashed in the bead, and then Chen Xingjia's body was enveloped by flames. In a few seconds, the body disappeared, leaving not even ashes. It can be seen that the flames are many times more powerful than ordinary fire. Lin Fan fully believed that this fire could melt even steel instantly. "I don't know if my martial soul will be able to possess such abilities in the future." Long Zun said, "Little friend, I helped you, but you didn't even say thank you." "How rude of you." Lin Fan said with a smile, "Why are we being so polite? It's really too formal. I curse you to never find a girlfriend in your life. I hope you will never be able to get out of the ancient demon sealing pearl in your lifetime." The two of them started a verbal battle. Long Zun sighed and said, "I will not argue with a kid like you. Pick up your girl and go to your meeting." Lin Fan joked, "Then I won't hinder you from practicing your craft with the beads, but you have to be moderate." Long Zun sighed deeply again and ignored him. On the second floor of the villa, Xiao Shui stood by the window and saw flames coming out of Lin Fan's body and burning Chen Shengjia's body to ashes. She was immediately shocked. "I didn't expect that this young man not only had the ability to see through things, but also had other special abilities. I don't know how many magical abilities Lin Fan has." Unconsciously, Xiao Shui developed a strong interest in it. She had rarely been so interested in a member of the opposite sex as she was now. Lin Fan is destined to be an extremely special and unique man in her life. Otherwise, why would Xiao Shui take the initiative to invite Lin Fan to dinner when they first met? Soon, Xiao Shui reappeared in front of Lin Fan. She was wearing a glittering long dress that cascaded down like a waterfall. The delicate silk shone with a soft luster under the light, as if starlight was woven into the fabric. The skirt fits her graceful curves, and the waist is embellished with delicate embroidery, outlining her slender waist. The slightly open neckline reveals her elegant collarbone. A dazzling diamond necklace around her neck and the tassel earrings on her ears complement each other, as if stars have fallen to earth. Xiao Shui's makeup is delicate yet natural, her red lips slightly parted, her smile full of smiles, her eyes moving around, as if they can capture people's hearts. She looks like a fairy walking out of a painting, so beautiful that it takes one's breath away. Lin Fan was mesmerized for a moment. She was indeed a famous female star, with an elegant temperament and stunning beauty. If he could really turn her into a female bootlicker, it would be so cool. Even the scene of Xiao Shui squatting down and washing his feet had emerged in his mind. Xiao Shui then took out a mask and put it on her face. The reason was very simple, to avoid being harassed. Although the mask covered most of her face, one could still tell that she was a rare beauty in this world. Lin Fan stretched out his hand, "Give me a mask too." Xiao Shui was slightly stunned, "Why?" Lin Fan grinned shamelessly, "After all, I'm too handsome. It's not safe to go out at night. If I get entangled by a group of beauties, it won't be easy to get away." Xiao Shui was very upset. She had not expected that the other party's narcissism was far beyond her imagination. She made a bold move and took Lin Fan's arm. "There are no masks left, but if I get close to you like this, I believe other beauties will retreat." Chapter 100, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. When Xiao Shui took Lin Fan's arm, she was also shocked in her heart, because she was too abnormal. She had never been so proactive towards any member of the opposite sex before. How could she know that it was the charm value of the system that worked? She just thought that she had a good impression of Lin Fan because he saved her. Soon, they arrived at a nearby hot pot restaurant. Although Xiao Shui was wearing a mask, her beautiful eyes alone aroused the endless imagination of the diners in the restaurant. Such a woman is really charming. And the beautiful figure under the gorgeous dress is also a particularly eye-catching and beautiful landscape. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with envy. How could this boy be so worthy as to have dinner with such a mysterious and noble beauty? If everyone knew that the beautiful woman wearing the mask was the popular star Xiao Shui, they would probably be even more jealous, envious, and hateful towards Lin Fan. There was a table of guests not far away, and there was a familiar face. The other party was Jiang Yan's new boyfriend Li Wenhai. However, when Lin Fan revealed that Li Wenhai was suffering from the plum blossom virus, Jiang Yan decisively chose to break up. Li Wenhai always held a grudge against this. Therefore, the moment he saw Lin Fan, he immediately cast a dagger-like gaze at him. At the same time, he noticed that the beauty next to Lin Fan was not Su Yuma, but her temperament and figure were comparable to those of the cold and arrogant president. Li Wenhai suddenly felt extremely unhappy. Damn, why are all the women Lin Fan has top beauties? When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Today, he must deal with Lin Fan and dampen his arrogance. The people eating at the same table with him were all a bunch of bad friends. Li Wenhai said, "Brothers, that guy has a grudge against me." The group of drinking buddies immediately made their stance clear. "Mr. Li, he dares to go against you. I must punish him. Even the gods and the gods cannot help me." "That's right, Mr. Li, leave this matter to us today. We guarantee that we will do it beautifully. I was already upset when that guy brought such a pretty girl out to eat, and now that he has offended young Master Li, he deserves a beating even more." Here, not long after Lin Fan and Xiao Shui entered the box, they saw Li Wenhai leading a few lazy young people and pushing the door. "Hey, isn't this Lin Fan? I bumped into you today, so you have to give me an explanation," he said as he closed the door from the inside. "Mr. Li, why are you running here to act wild instead of curing your plum blossom disease? Don't blame me for not reminding you. I won't spoil you. If you disturb my meal, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." Grass. Li Wenhai cursed unconvincedly. "Today, I must subdue you, and I must also play with your woman properly." As he looked at Xiao Shui's figure, an obscene look appeared on his face, and even an extremely obscene scene had already emerged in his mind. As a top actress, Xiao Shui had never been humiliated like this before, so she immediately said angrily, "Lin Fan, help me teach him a lesson. I won't treat you unfairly." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Then I will make a small request later, can you agree to it?" Xiao Shui nodded, "No problem." Li Wenhai sneered, "Lin Fan, who gave you the confidence that you can teach so many of us a lesson by yourself? You want to show off in front of a beautiful lady, but I won't give you the chance. I will make you fall to the ground, then I will step over your head and let you feel the humiliation of being under my crotch." His friends also started clamoring. "You little bastard, cut out a Master Li and apologize immediately, or you'll avoid a beating later. You little jerk, how can you afford to offend young Master Li? You blind fellow, I'll teach you a lesson today. Mr. Li's father is the vice president of a fund management association. He can kill you with his money. How dare you talk back to Mr. Li? I will slap you in the face later." Lin Fan didn't even look at these guys. "Come on, don't delay my meal." Li Wenhai had his friends around to give him courage, so he rushed forward first and raised his palm to slap Lin Fan in the face. Bang! Lin Fan raised his foot and kicked him away. The other party fell out along with the door panel and fell on the corridor. "If you dare to hit Master Li, I'll kill you." The rest of them rushed forward without saying a word. Lin Fan kicked them one by one, sending them flying. Every person who flew out fell heavily on Li Wenhai, causing him to suffer unspeakably in excruciating pain. In a few seconds, the box became quiet. Lin Fan didn't even throw a punch, he just moved his feet and quickly ended the fight. Xiao Shui was stunned. When she was filming movies, she had seen many martial artists, but no matter how good a fighter they were nothing compared to Lin Fan. Lin Fan is so awesome. She would like to call him the world's most powerful man. Xiao Shui thought to herself, it would be great if her male neighbor could become her personal bodyguard. Unfortunately, this was just her wishful thinking. She had proposed it not long ago, but was rejected. Finally, the people outside got off Li Wenhai and quickly helped him up, Mr. Li, are you okay? Li Wenhai felt so painful all over his body as if it was falling apart. He couldn't believe that several people on his side were no match for Lin Fan. He had never seen Lin Fan's skills before and thought he was just an ordinary guy, but he didn't expect him to be a good fighter. Having suffered such a setback in front of his friends, Li Wenhai naturally would not give up. He did not dare to enter the house, but cursed from a distance, "Lin, if you have the guts to fight back against me, you are dead." Lin Fan hooked his finger at the other party and said, "If you are not convinced, come inside and continue fighting." Li Wenhai didn't dare to take a step forward, but slipped aside and decided to ask someone to deal with Lin Fan. Soon, he called the cell phone of Chao Cixi, a gangster in this city. "Fourth Master, this is Li Wenhai. How could I not recognize my nephew's voice?" Chao Cixi knew Li Wenhai's father and was aware that the other party was worth a lot of money, so his tone was quite casual. "Fourth Master, I was beaten up by a kid in the hot pot restaurant. I hope you can help me vent my anger. Everyone in Linjiang City knows my nephew's background. How dare the other party hit you? They are simply blind." Chao Cixi said on the other end, "Okay, I'll bring people there soon. I want to see how that kid is capable of not giving face to you, my nephew." After receiving the promise from the fourth master, Li Wenhai quickly became arrogant and pointed at Lin Fan from a distance and said provocatively, "Little calf, you will cry later." He had full confidence in Chao Cixi's strength. After all, he was a big boss in the underworld second only to Sister Hong. Chapter 101. Even the fourth master is not helpful. Lin Fan said calmly, "Mr. Li, I hope the people you call here are more capable, otherwise it will be too boring to fight." Li Wenhai sneered, "It's scary to say it out loud, fourth master. Everyone in Linjiang City knows this. If he personally takes action, your good days in this city will be over." The few good-for-nothings beside him also started to flatter him at the right time. Mr. Li is indeed amazing. He was able to invite the legendary fourth master. Even if you are the fourth master, you have to give our young master Li some face. The fourth master is ruthless and merciless. I guess he'll scare Lin Fan to death as soon as he shows up. That's what Lin deserves. He doesn't know how to behave in front of Master Li. Xiao Shui asked with concern, "How confident are you?" Lin Fan gave a thumbs up. 1%? Lin Fan smiled calmly and said, "I've always been confident." Xiao Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she felt that the male neighbor she just met was very interesting and humorous. What is even more commendable is that he remained fearless and did not show any panic in the face of the impending crisis. But no matter how good you are at fighting, you are still alone. I'm worried that if the other party calls too many people, you will be in trouble. She suggested, "How about we change stores?" "No, I just want to eat the hot pot here, but we can change to another private room." Lin Fan then took the female star into another private room. The group of guys who followed Li Wenhai all started talking when they saw this. "That bastard is so arrogant that he doesn't even take the fourth master seriously. I think he doesn't want to see the sun tomorrow." Although Lin is quite good at fighting, every one of the fourth master's subordinates is a strong and capable soldier. It would be easier to defeat him than to crush a grasshopper. This kid doesn't have much time left to show off. Inside the private room, Lin Fan began to add various ingredients into the hot pot. Seeing this, Xiao Shui couldn't help but ask, "It's urgent, are you really going to eat it?" Lin Fan said disapprovingly, "Big star, you are only half right. It is true that the situation is urgent, but the one that is burning is someone else." About 20 minutes later, a dozen sturdy men rushed into the hot pot restaurant aggressively. Two of them pushed a wheelchair. The boss sitting on the wheelchair was the well-known underworld boss fourth master, Chao Cixi. The reason why Chao Cixi was sitting in a wheelchair was because he was injured by Lin Fan last time. Of course, he was not the only one injured at that time. Almost all of his more than 100 men were also injured. Li Wenhai hurried forward and said, "Fourth master." When the diners in the restaurant saw Chao Cixi coming, they were all like frightened birds. They hurriedly ended their meals and hid far away, fearing that they would be affected. Chao Cixi nodded slightly, "My dear nephew, where is the boy who attacked you?" "In the box. I'll take you there right away." Afterwards, Li Wenhai led the way and came to the box where Lin Fan and Xiao Shui were. Then he gathered all his strength and kicked the door open. Then he pointed at Lin Fan smugly and cursed, "You little jerk, you're still eating, this will be your last dinner." Chao Cixi's wheelchair was pushed into the house. He said in a menacing voice, "I want to see." However, his words came to an abrupt halt, because a face that frightened him so much came into view. "Lin Fan. He blinked his eyes vigorously several times and realized that he was not mistaken. The young man who was leisurely eating hot pot was indeed Lin Fan. The young man who taught himself a lesson and made him look like a lost dog. The young man that he least wanted to meet. That young man whose fighting power is comparable to that of a god of war. Lin Fan turned his head and said with a smile, "Hey, isn't this the fourth master? Are you asking me for medical expenses? How dare you? Mr. Lin is joking." Chao Cixi waved his hands quickly. "No matter how brave I am, I wouldn't dare to do that." Lin Fan asked again, "Are you here to seek justice for Master Li?" "Absolutely not." Chao Cixi waved his hands again, trying his best to distance himself from Li Wenhai. "Which Mr. Li is this? I don't know him." "Then why did you come here?" "I heard that Mr. Lin was having dinner here, so I came here specially to offer you a glass of wine. After all, we are all in Linjiang City. I hope you can take care of us in the future, Mr. Lin." Chao Cixi said with a flattering smile on his face that he had originally thought about taking revenge on Lin Fan, but in the end reason overcame impulse. After so many years of hard work, he has become a big shot, so he must be smart enough. Even the female godfather's sister Hong was respectful to Lin Fan. The latter's strength might be far beyond people's imagination. Chao Cixi was absolutely unwilling to do something like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. He turned to one of his men and said, "Bring me a bottle of white wine." "Yes." The subordinate also recognized Lin Fan and ran to the front desk with lingering fear, got a bottle of fine white wine and returned. Back then, Lin Fan kicked hundreds of people away with one kick, and he was one of the victims. Li Wenhai was stunned. The scene in front of him left him completely confused. What is going on? Why was the fourth master, whom he had called over, treading on thin ice and trembling with fear in front of Lin Fan, the target he was to teach a lesson, and even offering a toast on his own initiative? This was definitely not the powerful fourth master that we remembered. Facing Lin Fan, he didn't even dare to breathe. It doesn't make sense. After all, fourth master Chao is a local tyrant. How could he become such a coward? A bad premonition flashed through Li Wenhai's heart. Chao Cixi personally filled Lin Fan's glass and began to toast. At the same time, he cursed Li Wenhai in his heart, "You little bastard, you are pushing me into the fire." Looking at the entire Linjiang city, who dares to cause trouble for Lin Fan? Last time he didn't believe in evil and paid the price of half of his family property, and luckily he managed to save his life. Because Chao Shui put on a mask in time when someone broke into the box, no one recognized her true identity. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would be shocked by Lin Fan's ability to pick up girls, as he can even pick up popular Asian actresses. After Lin Fan finished drinking, he put down his glass and said slowly, "Fourth master, you came at the right time. Mr. Li, you should know what to do if you interrupt my meal." Although he was teaching the fourth master how to do things, the other party did not dare to show any displeasure, but instead tried his best to cooperate. "Mr. Lin, leave it to me." The fourth master pushed his wheelchair in front of Li Wenhai and slapped him without saying a word. Bang! No matter whether you are Mr. Li, Mr. Wang or Mr. Zhang, you are not even a hair of Mr. Lin. Even my fourth master is very respectful to Mr. Lin. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge Mr. Lin? Are you tired of living? He then gave an order, "Beat him until Mr. Lin is satisfied." Chapter 102 Chao Shui is drunk. A group of strong men punched and kicked Li Wenhai, and soon the latter's face was beaten like a pig's head. He begged for mercy hastily, "Fourth master, spare my life." The fourth master said expressionlessly, "Whether I can let you go depends on what Mr. Lin thinks." Li Wenhai simply couldn't believe it. A gangster boss actually had to act according to Lin Fan's instructions. It was too unbelievable. Lin Fan said, "Just take him out and beat him up. Don't delay my meal." "Yes, yes, yes." "Then please enjoy your meal, Mr. Lin. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go ahead." The fourth master then ordered his men to take Li Wenhai away, and when they got to the outside of the hot pot restaurant, the latter was beaten again. "My dear nephew, please don't blame me. I am actually saving you. My men will be careful when they take action, but if you let Mr. Lin take action, you will probably be in danger." Li Wenhai sat on the ground and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Fourth master, you are exaggerating too much. See what I am like now? It's all thanks to Mr. Lin. He can severely injure 100 people with a single move. This is not an exaggeration, but my personal experience. My dear nephew, listen to my advice. It is better for you to avoid provoking Mr. Lin. You go your way and he goes his way. After saying this, the fourth master led the crowd away. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Xiaoxue finally took off her mask, and for a moment, the scene in the box became lively. As expected, she is a woman with a similar appearance to Dilraba Dilmurat, with skin whiter than snow, and exuding a charming temperament in every move. A tycoon once offered $1 million to have dinner with Xiaoxue, but was ruthlessly rejected. However, Lin Fan was invited actively. Xiaoxue looked Lin Fan up and down, and sighed sincerely. You have proved the saying that you can't measure the ocean, and you can't judge a person by his appearance. Look at that fourth master, he should be a very powerful person in Linjiang City. I didn't expect that when he saw you, he was trembling with fear and trying his best to please you. If I'm not mistaken, he should be sent by young Master Li to deal with you. I didn't expect that young Master Li's enemy is you. She gave him a very high evaluation. A golden fish cannot be kept in a pond. You are destined to be extraordinary in the future. Xiaoxue suddenly thought of something. Oh, right, just now I asked you to teach Li Xiao a lesson, and you asked me to fulfill a small request of yours. Please tell me. Lin Fan grinned, then I won't be polite. I want one of your articles of clothing. Ahem. Xiaoxue almost spit out the enoki mushrooms in her mouth. You actually still have this hobby, aren't you afraid that I will reject you? Lin Fan shrugged, it's okay if you refuse, just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiaoxue was also in a dilemma, I'm just wearing a skirt. If I give it to you, will I still be able to go out later? Lin Fan frowned, there is still something underneath the skirt, you are not going topless. Xiaoxue rolled her eyes, you wish? Don't say we just met. Even if we get to know each other better in the future, I won't do that. You are very brave. Since you've helped me, I won't bother with you. Xiaoxue was fully convinced that if any other person of the opposite sex dared to make such an extraordinary request to her, she would definitely get angry. Moreover, she has an explosive water physique, so there are some things that cannot be given to her, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Since it's the clothes on my body, then this should count as well. Xiaoxue slowly took off the necklace worth $1 million and handed it to Lin Fan. Although the necklace was valuable, it was insignificant compared to her wealth. Lin Fan also noticed how expensive the necklace was. He didn't expect the female star to be so generous and give it to him as a gift. At the same time, a voice of the provocation system came into his mind, reminding him that the power value of his first divine fist had increased. This is fine. What he cares about is the power of the first divine fist, not the specific items given by the women. In fact, no matter it is stockings, uniforms, panties, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, there is not much difference to him. After all, he is not a collector of special items and has no hobby in that area. All actions are based on rules set by the system. At this moment, at a mass grave on the outskirts of Linjiang City, Taoist priest He Xian walked over the ground covered with dead bones. The hem of his dark blue Taoist robe swept across the humus soil, startling clusters of faint blue fireflies. Rise! The copper bell rang suddenly, and the talisman paper spontaneously combusted. The cypress coffin in the center exploded with a loud bang, and the smell of rotten flesh mixed with the blue-black smell of corpses rose into the sky. The zombie, dressed in tattered ancient official uniform, stood upright with a 3-foot-long scarlet tongue hanging between its rotten lips. The moonlight shone on its blue-gray nails, reflecting a cold light like a knife blade. Taoist priest He Xian learned from his experience of controlling corpses last time and decided to control zombies at the corpse king level, so he came here. The zombie in front of him was very powerful, so Taoist He Xian did not dare to neglect him. He bit his index finger, and a drop of blood condensed into a soul command in mid-air. The zombie growled like a beast, and jumped in front of the former. Just as the rotten knuckles were about to touch the Taoist's throat, the copper coin hanging on the corpse's seal suddenly burst into golden light. Evil beast! Taoist priest He Xian shouted, and the ink line from his sleeve entangled the zombie's neck. The cinnabar soaked in black dog blood in the line suddenly boiled, burning 9 smoking holes in the rotten flesh. The zombie struggled for a few times, then stopped moving, and the murderous light in his eyes faded a little. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Xiaoxue suggested, let's have a drink to celebrate our acquaintance. Lin Fan agreed, no problem. On the table, the white wine that the fourth master had his men bring was still there. Xiaoxue and Lin Fan drank up the bottle of wine. Before she even left the box, she was so drunk that she could hardly walk. Usually Xiaoxue drank low-proof red wine and had never drunk 52-proof liquor. In addition, she was not good at drinking, so it was expected that she would get drunk. Due to the effect of alcohol, a blush appeared on the fair face, which gave it a unique flavor. Her lips slightly parted, making people even more confused and bewildered. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, if I wasn't drunk, there would be no chance. I just knew that I was too handsome and fascinated you, so you gave me a chance." In response to him, he heard the female stars even in gentle breathing. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Lin Fan took Xiao Shui back to her own villa and gently placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, the female star, in a daze, stretched out her arms and hugged him, mumbling, "Big bear, hug me." "I'm not a big bear. A big place is not called a bear." Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He noticed from the corner of his eye that there was a furry teddy bear on the bed. He thought Xiao Shui must have mistaken him for the other person. Chapter 103, deliberately making things difficult for Su Yuma. Lin Fan let Xiao Shui hold him until she fell into a deep sleep, then he slowly got out of her arms, covered her with a blanket, left the actress's home, and returned to his own villa. Although he now has the opportunity to get his hands on Xiao Shui, which is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he disdains to take advantage of others. He looks forward to the day when the female star will take the initiative to become his female bootlicker. Perhaps because she was too tired from doing housework, Chen Meizhou went to bed early tonight and did not notice Lin Fan coming back from outside. The next day, Lin Fan came to Jiayang Group. Su Yuma called him to the office. "I have some bad news. Our company is short of funds recently." However, at this critical moment, Li Ruifeng, the vice president of a fund management committee, just contacted me and informed me that he would not approve the loan to our company. Vice chairman of the fund management committee, Li Ruifeng? When Lin Fan heard the name, he seemed to think of something. If I'm not mistaken, he is the father of that Li Xiao, Li Wenhai. Su Yuma was stunned. "Mr. Li? The one your ex-wife Jiang Yan dated?" "That's right." Lin Fan nodded and continued, "It should be Li Wenhai who asked his father to deliberately make things difficult for you. After all, he knows the relationship between you and me. Since he can't beat me, he wants to make things difficult for the people around me." Su Yuma was furious. How despicable. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, this matter has nothing to do with you, but Li Wenhai guessed that we were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so he deliberately made trouble for you." He was not wrong. After leaving the hot pot restaurant last night, Li Wenhai ran home to complain. When his father saw his son being beaten into a pig's head, he was immediately furious. After all, in the entire Linjiang city, few people dared to touch the young master of the Li family. Li Wenhai claimed that it would be troublesome to use force against Lin Fan, but he and the people around him would never have an easy time. He seemed to have a girlfriend, Su Yuma, the president of Jiayang Group, who could strangle the company financially. At this moment, Su Yuma received another call from Li Ruifeng. "Boss Su, you must be very busy with the funding issue. Actually, there is room for negotiation. Your boyfriend's name is Lin Fan, right? Ask him to kowtow to my son and apologize, and I will consider giving your company a break." Su Yuma glanced at Lin Fan and it seemed that things were just as he said. She refused decisively. "A man's knees are made of gold, and he only kneels to heaven and his mother. I know Lin Fan's character, he will never kneel, and I won't allow him to do so. I'll find a way to deal with the money." After saying that, she ended the call. Lin Fan asked, "How much capital does our company need to operate?" Su Yuma responded truthfully, "About 50 million. I'll transfer 100 million to you." Lin Fan did what he said, without any ambiguity. "Where did you get so much money?" Su Yuma was shocked for a moment. Although she knew that Lin Fan had made a fortune and had a lot of money, she just didn't expect that he could transfer 100 million yuan with just a wave of his hand. How could she know that with Lin Fan's current wealth, this amount of money could be easily taken out? Lin Fan smiled calmly, "I don't steal or rob, I make money lying down." Su Yuma said, "I only need 50 million. Lin Fan joked, "The other 50 million is for emergencies. Just don't spend it at the White Horse Club." The beautiful CEO couldn't help rolling her eyes, "I don't have that hobby, unless you go to work there." She changed the subject and said gratefully, "By the way, I will report to the chairman. You saved the company from the dire situation. I will ask him to give you a promotion and a raise, or let you join the board of directors directly." Lin Fan hastily refused, "Don't do that. I'm not interested in any of this. If I were really interested, I would have acquired the company long ago." If Su Yuma had heard these remarks in the past, she would undoubtedly have thought that her male subordinate was bragging, but now she believes that the other party is fully capable of doing so. Lin Fan added, "It's best to maintain the status quo." He then casually asked, "By the way, Mr. Su, do you know who is the chairman of the management committee that Li Ruifeng is a member of?" Su Yuma thought for a moment and replied, "Her name is Zhao Lijuan, she's a woman in her early 40s. What do you want to do? Woman? Okay." Lin Fan grinned, "Since Li Ruifeng dares to deliberately make things difficult for you, then I won't let his life go so easily." He expressed his intention to resign. "Boss Su, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go out for a walk." "Okay, you can arrange your own time in the company from now on." Su Yuma issued a pass. Just because Lin Fan took out 100 million yuan to help the company without blinking an eye, she had no reason to restrict the other party's freedom. Even if Lin Fan held a party in the company, she would not object. After all, this kid's contribution is so great. If he were Su Yuma, any other CEO would have kowed out to Lin Fan a long time ago. "This person is not just an ordinary employee, he is my father." Lin Fan hummed a little tune and left the company, thinking to himself, "Mr. Li, you think you can threaten Su Yuma with the privileges in your hands, but I'm sorry, I can easily resolve the difficulties you set. Originally, this is a matter between me and your son, but you chose to bully the weak. I'm sorry, but I'll let you know that I'm not a persimmon and I'm not that easy to bully." Lin Fan went straight to a fund management meeting. When he arrived at the destination, he was stopped by a beautiful guide. "Sir, what business do you want to handle?" Lin Fan got straight to the point and said, "I'm looking for your president, Zhao Lijuan." "Do you have an appointment?" "No." "Excuse me, sir, if you don't have an appointment, then I'm sorry, you can't see President Zhao." "Why would I ask her for an appointment? I'm your chairman Zhao's gigolo. I can meet him whenever I want." Lin Fan deliberately started to pick a fight, shouting at the top of his voice, Lijuan, I know you're hiding in there, why didn't you answer my call? Are you tired of the old and in love with the new, and have you kept another pretty boy? I'm so handsome, and I'm good at kung fu, it doesn't make sense." His words made the beautiful guide blush, and the people waiting to handle their business in the hall also laughed and talked about it. "What are you doing? Stop making trouble, or I'll kick you out." A middle-aged security guard came over with a baton in hand. Lin Fan was not afraid. "Uncle, I advise you to be more discerning. I am Zhao Lijuan's pretty boy. If you hurt me, I don't need to tell you the consequences." Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately hesitated, thinking that the young man who was causing trouble had a point. It is better to be a gentleman by talking rather than taking action. Chapter 104, Confused Female President. The security guard thought for a moment and decided that it would be better to report to the president first. Soon, he hurried to Zhao Lijuan's office. "President Zhao, there is a young man outside who is not very emotional and threatens to look for you." Zhao Lijuan said without even raising her head, "Just drive him away." "Do you still need to discuss this with me?" She was wearing a well-tailored dark blue business suit with the hem falling just above her knees, making her look both capable and elegant. She wore a silk white shirt underneath with the neckline slightly open, revealing a delicate silver necklace. Her makeup is delicate but not ostentatious, with soft eyebrows and slightly upturned eye corners, which makes her look firm and charming. Her lips are a light rose pink, which perfectly sets off her complexion. She is in her early 40s, and when she smiles occasionally, a few fine lines appear at the corners of her eyes, but this does not diminish her charm at all, but instead adds a bit of charm that comes with the passage of time. "You have to show up in person." The security guard came up to Zhao Lijuan, covered his mouth with one hand, and whispered, "I claim it is yours." "My what?" "Your little white face." "Bullshit, I don't have a gigolo, this is an insult to my character." Zhao Lijuan immediately became furious. She then stormed out into the hall. "I just happened to run into Lin Fan talking nonsense." Zhao Lijuan said angrily, "Who are you? Do I know you? Please don't slander me." Lin Fan shamelessly said in front of everyone, "Lijuan, I am your gigolo. Last night you called me little sweetie, but today you are pretending not to know me?" His actions were clearly a blatant provocation. What is Zhao Lijuan's identity? She is the chairman of the Fund Management Committee, a position that is 1 in a million. As expected, a voice provoking the system rang out in Lin Fan's mind. "Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Zhao Lijuan and arousing her strong anger. Reward the host with 20 million renminbi and 200 points of charm." It's still not enough. Lin Fan believed that this provocation was insignificant. Because the purpose of his trip was to deal with Zhao Lijuan as soon as possible and make her obedient so that he could deal with Vice President Li Ruifeng. He and Zhao Lijuan were strangers to each other. If he wanted to achieve his goal, the fastest way would be to use the provocation system to increase his own charm value and make her a loyal female licker. Although Zhao Lijuan's overall appearance is not the best, Lin Fan is willing to go all out to punish Li Ruifeng. Lin Fan started a new round of provocation. He said to Zhao Lijuan affectionately, "My new uniform has arrived today. Wear it tonight. I guarantee you'll look sexy." Many people were whispering. They didn't know whether what Lin Fan said was true. After all, considering Zhao Lijuan's age, status and wealth, it is normal for her to keep a gigolo, but this kind of thing cannot be brought to the table. In everyone's opinion, it was probably Zhao Lijuan's fickleness that made Lin Fan angry. Zhao Lijuan has a very auntie vibe, and she still looks particularly charming. For some men who like older women, Zhao Lijuan undoubtedly exudes a special and irresistible charm. Some people even cast envious glances at Lin Fan, envious of the fact that he once possessed such a charming woman. Soon, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind again. "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Zhao Lijuan again, and aroused unprecedented anger from the other party. Reward the host with 30 million renminbi and 300 points of charm." Currently, the host's charm value in Zhao Lijuan's mind is 503 points. Zhao Lijuan frowned and scolded coldly, "Please be respectful. We are strangers. Besides, I have never had that kind of hobby. Security, kick him out." After receiving the order, the middle-aged security guard said to Lin Fan rudely, "Get out of here." At the same time, he raised the baton in his hand, ready to strike Lin Fan at any time. "Wait a moment." At this moment, Zhao Lijuan suddenly called a halt. The reason why she changed her mind was entirely because of Lin Fan's charm in her mind. The security guard turned his head, confusion evident on his face. Zhao Lijuan looked at Lin Fan and said, "You, come with me to the office." Lin Fan said with a smile, "That's right." He then turned to the security guard and said, "Luckily you didn't do anything, otherwise you might have to pack up and leave here." The other party was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall, whether they were customers or staff, looked at each other in bewilderment. Oh my god! It seems that Zhao Lijuan and Lin Fan are really having an affair. Otherwise, why would President Zhao suddenly invite the latter to her office for a secret talk? It seems that this young man must have something extraordinary that made President Zhao linger and have endless aftertastes. Yes, if it were a place with no one around, I believe President Zhao would treat this young man with a different attitude, and he would definitely be enthusiastic and proactive. This kid is really lucky. President Zhao is actually quite feminine. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. This feeling is really irresistible. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Lin Fan slowly followed Zhao Lijuan and walked towards the office. The latter's walking habit seems to be that he likes to twist his hips left and right, and his hips are plump, so he looks very eye-catching and makes people feel hot in the nose. If you look at it for a long time, your nose will probably bleed. After entering the office, Zhao Lijuan turned her head and looked at Lin Fan. "Have you seen enough?" Lin Fan did not look away, but smiled and said, "No." "You're quite courageous." Lin Fan said casually, "It's not just courage that's not small." "Yeah?" Hearing this, Zhao Lijuan looked at Lin Fan up and down with interest. "You're not bragging, are you? I like honest people. Boasting is not my thing." Zhao Lijuan's eyes were burning. "I'll believe you for now. What's your name?" "Lin Fan." "Lin Fan." Zhao Lijuan read out the name and said seriously, "You made me look bad today. If I wasn't broad-minded, I would never forgive you." In fact, she was extremely shocked in her heart, because she originally wanted to chase the troublemaker away, but unexpectedly, she suddenly felt like she was possessed by a ghost and actually developed a good impression of this person. That kind of good feeling was so strong that it couldn't be concealed even by the anger in my heart. Not only that, Zhao Lijuan was looking at Lin Fan at this moment. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that he liked her and was comfortable with her. It was so pleasing to the eye that it even made her heart beat faster. Chapter 105, Dealing with the Female President. What on earth is going on? Zhao Lijuan was secretly more and more surprised. Her psychological changes were really too abnormal. Because what Lin Fan did was indeed too much, and she somehow chose to forgive him. Not only that, she also developed a good impression of him. She had always focused her energy on her career, which led to her current success, but she had delayed her relationship issues and is still an older single woman. Is life going to have a second spring? Zhao Lijuan couldn't help but look at Lin Fan again. Although the young man didn't look like the handsome guy that people imagined, the charm he exuded was even better than that of a male model. It was really amazing. And from what Lin Fan said just now, he seems to have some extraordinary qualities, which is really exciting. While Zhao Lijuan was fantasizing, her dopamine surged, so much so that her eyes and eyebrows were full of charm. I don't care why you're here. I'm in need of a driver. Are you willing to be my exclusive driver? As for the salary, I will definitely not let you down. Lin Fan began to paint a rosy picture for the other party. It's not convenient for me. I have a stable job at the moment, but in the future, everything is possible. Okay, don't keep me waiting too long. Since it was an independent office with no outsiders present, Zhao Lijuan enthusiastically placed one hand on the back of Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that the current charm value of 503 points was not enough to make the female president obedient, so he had to provoke her again. A smirk appeared on his face. I want to see you on your knees. What are you talking about? As expected, Zhao Lijuan looked unhappy because she felt that the young man was too rude. After all, she is the female president of the Fund Management Committee. How can she kneel down in such shame? She tried her best to control her emotions and took a deep breath. We have just met and haven't gotten to know each other well yet. I am not such a casual person, so your wish cannot be fulfilled for the time being, but if you perform well in the future, I can satisfy you. Lin Fan continued to provoke the other party. Kneel now, there is no room for negotiation. Zhao Lijuan was immediately furious. Mr. Lin, don't be so presumptuous. Don't say that we have no relationship at the moment. Even if you are my gigolo, you can never be above me. From your tone, it feels like you are my immediate superior. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything. He was waiting for the voice that would provoke the system. Within a few seconds, he heard the system's words. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Zhao Lijuan. The system detected that the other party's anger value has skyrocketed. Reward the host with 30 million renminbi and 300 points of charm. The host's charm value in the eyes of the target person Zhao Lijuan has now accumulated to 803 points. Zhao Lijuan has developed an unprecedented liking for the host. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. He had provoked the female president repeatedly today and earned 80 million renminbi in a short period of time. He felt really good. Although 100 million was spent today to help Suyuma, it was earned back quickly. In fact, as long as Lin Fan is willing, it is not a problem to make billions a day, just like before in the magnificent KTV, and asked Sister Han to call more than 200 beauties to provoke him. As Lin Fan expected, the anger on Zhao Lijuan's face gradually disappeared, and was replaced by embarrassment. Hate it. Are you really that hot-tempered? Can't you wait until they get off work before making your request? In the past, Lin Fan simply couldn't believe this scene. The arrogant female president, whom he had never met, would actually speak to him in a coquettish and shy manner. A woman of this age, who is like a ripe peach, looks really charming when she is shy. Lin Fan sat on the leather sofa opposite Zhao Lijuan, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and smoked leisurely. I like obedient, well-behaved and docile women. Zhao Lijuan said shyly, I understand everything, I will cooperate with you. She almost said the word master. The effect of charm was fully demonstrated on her, which made Lin Fan secretly exclaim in excitement. With the provocation system in hand, if he lets go, he will be the master of picking up girls. Next, Zhao Lijuan actually knelt in front of Lin Fan as requested, with a bit of shyness and a bit of reluctance on her face. Then, she adjusted her direction, turned her back to Lin Fan, and knelt on the ground. The visual impact was extremely strong, a visual feast that was beyond words. This young man is teachable. Lin Fan commented, it has the potential to be a good tune. Humph, that's really bad. Zhao Lijuan stood up and said boldly, if it weren't for working hours, I would have killed you in the office. She then couldn't wait to ask, baby, do you have time tonight? Let's celebrate our acquaintance, just the two of us, alone. You can come to my house, I'm always available, and if you can stay overnight. She had been single for so many years, and suddenly a charming man of the opposite sex opened her heart. She no longer cared about her womanly reserve, and her intentions and words became more and more straightforward. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so impatient? Zhao Lijuan whispered softly in Lin Fan's ear, high-speed trains have increased their speed, so we have to speed up as well. Don't you like uniforms? How about I wear one for you tonight? When Lin Fan heard this, he felt a tingling sensation spreading through his body. He was fully convinced that if he went to the female president's residence tonight, he would not be able to get a good night's rest. There will be opportunities in the future, don't be so anxious. Lin Fan finally made his intention clear. President Zhao, I asked you to come here today because I really want you to handle something. You're still calling me president. Why are you so formal? Zhao Lijuan's eyes were filled with tears. You want me to help you, so please start now and call me something nice, like baby, dear, etc. No one has ever called me that before. I want to feel it for a while. Her face was filled with deep anticipation. Must I? That's right. Baby. As soon as these two simple words came out of his mouth, Lin Fan himself felt so corny that goosebumps appeared all over his body. Zhao Lijuan smiled with satisfaction and said, That's right, my dear. Tell me, how do you want me to help you? Lin Fan said calmly, Among your subordinates, is there a man called Li Ruifeng? The other party nodded, Yes, he is the second in command of our fund management committee. What happened? Chapter 106 Robbery. He used his private power to disrupt the normal business dealings between your company and Jiaoyang Group. Lin Fan then recounted the incident of Li Ruifeng threatening Su Yuma. Zhao Lijuan was immediately furious when she heard this. How can this be possible? Li Ruifeng is really going too far. There were two reasons why she was furious. First, Li Ruifeng's use of his private power had indeed damaged the image of the fund management committee. Second, the person the other party really wanted to teach a lesson to was Lin Fan. But now, the latter's position in her heart is irreplaceable. Zhao Lijuan likes Lin Fan very much and will never allow anyone to cause trouble for him. Therefore, in Zhao Lijuan's opinion, no matter which aspect, the mistakes made by Li Ruifeng were extremely serious and unforgivable. Baby, what do you want me to do with him? I want to hear your advice. An incident of this egregious nature will, of course, receive the maximum penalty. Lin Fan said slowly, otherwise, he will do the same to other companies next time, which will bring negative impact and immeasurable losses to your company, and even your position as chairman will be affected. Zhao Lijuan nodded thoughtfully, that makes sense. Lin Fan said seriously, I am actually trying to save your fund management association. After all, if I publish Li Ruifeng's behavior online, the consequences will naturally be detrimental to the fund management association. Zhao Lijuan was deeply moved and held Lin Fan's hand tightly. It is my fate to meet you. I will remember your kindness in my heart and I will repay you in the future. Then she gave the other person an extra tight hug. Good job. Lin Fan could clearly feel a surging wave. The female president is really interesting. Such a hug is very enjoyable. Robbery. At this moment, four masked gangsters suddenly broke in from outside, armed with guns, and aggressively broke into the hall of the fund management committee. The middle-aged security guard saw this, and just as he raised his baton, he was hit on the head by the butt of a gun. He fell to the ground with blood all over his head. Get the hell down! A gangster holding a shotgun shouted. They had a clear division of labor. Some people quickly closed the door from the inside, while others broke into the counter to prevent anyone from calling the police. The customers and staff were also frightened when they saw this, that they either squatted or lay on the ground, cooperating obediently and not daring to resist at all. After all, the criminals were holding real weapons. Originally, the criminals had no chance to get into the counter. Li Ruifeng happened to be instructing his subordinates at the time and was closest to the door. He could have stopped the criminals by rushing forward and closing the door from the inside. However, before the criminals could say anything, he was so scared that he squatted down first. Zhao Lijuan heard the noise outside and her face changed. Call the police immediately. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. No need, I can handle it. Don't joke around. If the criminals are ruthless and massacre us here, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to survive. What do you think that is? Lin Fan pointed at the teacup. Zhao Lijuan was confused. A teacup. Lin Fan pointed his finger in the air, and with a snap, the ceramic teacup broke into several pieces. Zhao Lijuan suddenly stood there as if petrified. Hitting from a distance was a supernatural power that seemed to appear only in the movies, but Lin Fan somehow possessed it. She blurted out subconsciously, your fingers are amazing. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything, but the smile on his face at this moment looked a little evil, which made people think it was weird. However, Zhao Lijuan did not dare to have any wild thoughts. After all, there were several armed gangsters outside. I want money in gold. One of the gangsters took off his backpack while speaking. At this time, his accomplice noticed Lin Fan and Zhao Lijuan and immediately shouted fiercely, "Are you two deaf? Get down right now!" He waved the pistol viciously, as if he might shoot at any moment. Lin Fan said to Zhao Lijuan, "Stand behind me." The female president suddenly felt warm in her heart. The current situation was definitely the best test. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Fan actually asked her to stand behind him in order to protect her. She was so moved that she blurted out, "Let's die together." Who said he was dead? Lin Fan smiled meaningfully and said, "Unless it's in bed." Zhao Lijuan was speechless. The situation was urgent and her life was in danger at any time, yet the other party was still in the mood to make a joke. Lin Fan continued, "Be obedient, dear." The female president said stubbornly, "I won't." One of the gangsters yelled, "Robbery! How dare you two keep talking in front of me? Do you take us seriously?" Lin Fan glanced at the other party and replied, "I will answer you now. I really don't take you seriously. And your accomplices, you are nothing but farts." Li Ruifeng, who was squatting on the ground, immediately raised his head and said to Lin Fan in dissatisfaction, "If you really want to die, don't harm us. Why don't you just cooperate with the four big brothers?" Lin Fan sneered, "Look at how cowardly you are. I think it would be better for you to travel back to ancient times and become a eunuch." He pointed at Zhao Lijuan and introduced her to the four criminals. "She is the person in charge here. I have a good impression of her. If you dare to cause trouble in her territory, I think you are tired of living." The criminals were stunned. They never expected that the robbery plan would be so ridiculous and unexpected. There was actually a fool who was not afraid of death. Facing the gun, he still dared to challenge with a smile. In the eyes of others, Lin Fan's behavior was undoubtedly courting death. One of the gangsters ordered, "Lao Kuei, I'll leave it to you. Let's pack the money quickly." "Yes." A gangster named Lao Kuei walked towards Lin Fan with a pistol in hand. "If you don't get down, I'll shoot you." Lin Fan said calmly, "I think you should get some sleep. As for the rest of you, I'm afraid you won't get anything today. You can't take any money or gold with you." In everyone's eyes, his words were undoubtedly excessive bragging. "You fucking." The gangster named Lao Kuei became furious upon hearing this and raised his gun to pull the trigger. He would never allow anyone to look down on him like this. However, at the critical moment, Lin Fan raised his arm and poked lightly with his index finger from a distance of several meters. Boom! Lao Kuei fell on his back with a blood hole as thick as a finger on his forehead, as if he had been hit by a bullet. The remaining criminals were all dumbfounded. Killing people from a distance? This was too unbelievable. They looked intently at Lao Kuei, who was lying motionless on the ground. His accomplice was indeed dead, and the bloody hole on his forehead was clearly visible. Crash! The three gangsters simultaneously aimed their guns at Lin Fan. Chapter 107 Dismissal. Fall. Lin Fan pointed his finger at the air 3 times in quick succession as if he was dying. The 3 gangsters fell to the ground before they could even fire a shot, with blood holes visible on their foreheads. Lin Fan retracted his index finger and said loudly, "It's okay, everyone get up." Everyone stood up in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they saw. Lin Fan actually defeated 4 armed gangsters with his bare hands? This is not a movie, it really happened. Shark people from the air, it's really incredible. Hero, great hero. Several salesgirls ran over. Having survived the disaster, they were filled with deep gratitude towards Lin Fan and couldn't help but hug each other tightly. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Zhao Lijuan immediately stopped him. "He is mine, no one is allowed to hug him except me." The salesgirls then let go of their hands. Many customers came forward with lingering fears, expressing their gratitude to Lin Fan. "Handsome man, thank you so much. If you hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid we would have been in great danger." Yes, after the robbery, the criminals will most likely take some hostages to threaten them in order to avoid the police pursuit. It was you who pulled us back from the brink of death. Handsome man, your skills are really amazing. Not only is he handsome, he's incredible. His fingers are more powerful than bullets. Your woman must be blessed. The last sentence made the female president Zhao Lijuan's eyes flicker with deep expectation. It must be that God couldn't bear to see me being single for so many years, so he sent down such a charming and handsome guy, who is also very skilled in martial arts. There is no doubt that he has extraordinary physical strength. If I were to compare myself to a field and Lin Fan to a cow, then this field of mine would probably be plowed to make it very fertile. Lin Fan, I really don't know how to repay you. Zhao Lijuan spoke with deep affection, and the words "I will commit myself to you" were almost written on her face. Lin Fan responded calmly, "No need to repay, just take care of what I told you to do just now. I'm leaving first." Etc. Zhao Lijuan pulled him aside without saying anything and whispered, "Baby, you haven't left me your contact information yet. How can I find you when I miss you in the future? I just want to be with you tonight." She then added Lin Fan's contact information, smiling and feeling extremely happy. Lin Fan reminded, "I have a lot of female lickers." "Then you definitely don't mind having one more." "Actually, apart from my age, I'm not bad in any other aspects. I'm as delicious as a peach. I promise you won't be disappointed." "Ahem, President Zhao, can't you be more reserved? Call me baby, it's because you are so charming." "I want to be reserved, but I can't control the real impulse in my heart. If you're not busy at work, let's spend some time together this afternoon and get to know each other better." Zhao Lijuan originally wanted to use the phrase "in-depth understanding," but she changed her words temporarily. She had to maintain the image of a woman to some extent. "No time, I'm leaving now." Lin Fan said this and turned away. "I send you." Zhao Lijuan chased after him enthusiastically and sent him to the gate. She waved her hand reluctantly. She looked at Lin Fan's back, admiring him very much, and murmured, "So cool." When she came back, she immediately said to Li Ruifeng with a cold face, "President Li, come to my office." Li Ruifeng saw that Zhao Lijuan looked unhappy, so as soon as he entered the room, he took the initiative to take the blame. "President Zhao, calm down. This matter is my negligence. Our fund management committee should not have only one security guard. But don't worry, I will recruit immediately." Zhao Lijuan responded coldly, "It's no longer necessary." "President Zhao, I don't quite understand what you mean." "From now on, you are no longer a senior executive of this fund management committee, nor even an ordinary employee. You have been fired." "Ah?" Li Ruifeng was terrified and said, "President Zhao, please stop joking. I am more serious than ever. You abused your power and tried to threaten Zhaoyang Group in order to retaliate against Lin Fan. You can resolve your conflict privately, but you are using public affairs to handle private matters, which is a discredit to this fund management committee. To prevent future troubles, I have no choice but to do this." Zhao Lijuan cut the Gordian knot and said, "Don't blame me, blame your stupid impulse." Li Ruifeng looked extremely embarrassed. "You know everything?" "President Zhao, I admit that I was confused for a moment, but please consider my hard work and give me some leniency. I will withdraw my threats against Zhaoyang Group." "It's too late." Zhao Lijuan said seriously, "If everything could be forgiven, the world would have been in chaos long ago." There were two reasons why she was so determined. One was that Li Ruifeng had indeed gone too far, and the other was that the person he had offended was Lin Fan, and now the latter's position in her mind was like a mountain. Li Ruifeng knelt down crying, "President Zhao, please give me a chance. It would be more decent for you to leave now." Zhao Lijuan was not moved at all. "I don't need to tell you how embarrassing the consequences will be if the security guards ask you to leave later." Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Li Ruifeng had no choice but to stand up, wipe away his tears, and leave the office. He never expected that he would lose his job because of helping his son Li Wenhai to get revenge. The vice president of the fund management committee was a rare and good job, but he lost it right in front of his eyes. Li Ruifeng felt heartbroken and extremely uncomfortable. What he didn't understand was why Zhao Lijuan was so heartless and insisted on firing him. Most likely she was worried that she would threaten her future position. At the same time, Li Ruifeng hated Lin Fan even more. If it wasn't for revenge on the other party, how could he have lost his golden rice bowl? He thought to himself, "Mr. Lin, I'm never done with you." And there was Su Yuma, the female president of Zhaoyang Group. It must have been this woman who reported her to Zhao Lijuan. After all, he only threatened her over the phone. "Bitch, if you dare to mess with me, I will definitely mess with you." Li Ruifeng thought of killing two birds with one stone. He decided to go all out and find an opportunity to manipulate Su Yuma. In this way, he could get his hands on the city beauty of Linjiang City and take revenge on Lin Fan. After all, the latter's girlfriend was toyed with by him. If the plan had succeeded, Lin Fan would probably be furious. Thinking of this, Li Ruifeng couldn't wait any longer in his heart. Lin Fan, you will see my masterpiece soon. Chapter 108, The Death of Taoist Priest He Xian and Zombie King. Li Ruifeng called Su Yuma and said, "Boss Su, do you have time after get off work? Let's have a quick meal and talk about funding. Maybe there is still a chance to turn the situation around for Jiaoyang Group." He planned to find an opportunity to get the cold and beautiful president drunk at the dinner table, and then take advantage of her. Originally, his plan was very thorough, but he didn't expect that Zhao Lijuan contacted Su Yuma as soon as he left the fund management meeting. "Boss Su, I'm Zhao Lijuan, the president of a fund management committee. I'm really sorry that my employee Li Ruifeng has been making things difficult for your company. But don't worry, he has been fired. Our fund management committee will not deliberately make things difficult for Jiaoyang Group and will still regard it as a partner." "Thank you, President Zhao. I believe that the fund management will get better and better under your leadership and reach a higher level." Su Yuma was in a good mood when she heard such good news. She didn't expect Li Ruifeng to lose his golden rice bowl so quickly. If she guessed correctly, Lin Fan must have contributed to this. Therefore, the latter left the company and must have gone to the fund management committee. Now Su Yuma received another call from Li Ruifeng, and naturally guessed the other party's ill intentions. "President Li, no, I can't call you president anymore, because I got the news that you are no longer a member of a certain fund management committee. So, I don't think we will have any business dealings anymore, and there is no need for a dinner party." After saying that, she hung up the phone without any hesitation. Li Ruifeng was so angry that he was fuming. Damn it, his plan was aborted so quickly. When Lin Fan returned to the gate of Jiaoyang Group, he happened to run into a familiar figure Taoist He Xian. Next to the messy-haired Taoist priest, there was a zombie standing. It was dressed in ancient clothing, and its body was filled with murderous aura. Its skin was bluish-gray, its muscles were knotty, its eyes were glowing a strange red, and its fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth, dripping with smelly liquid. You can tell at first glance that it is many times more powerful than the ordinary zombies before. "Lin Fan, I finally got you." Taoist priest He Xian smiled sinisterly, "I will accept you today. How much cat urine did you drink? You're pretty drunk." Lin Fan sneered, "Where did you find this zombie? Is she your girlfriend?" Hearing this, Taoist priest He Xian immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you? You are about to die, yet you still dare to be so disrespectful to me." Lin Fan reminded him, "Damn Taoist priest, I think you have forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed. I once warned you not to show up in Linjiang City again, but you ignored my kindness. It seems there won't be a next time. Humph, I dare to appear in front of you this time because I am absolutely sure that the zombie I control is not an ordinary zombie, but a zombie king. It will take your life for me. My reputation has been ruined in your hands, and I must regain it. Besides, if I kill you, I can collect the reward from Master Phone. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, I can't let you go." Taoist priest He Xian then gave an order, "Kill him for me." The zombie king roared, leaped up suddenly, and aimed its sharp claws straight at Lin Fan's throat. Its speed was so fast that ordinary people could not see its movements at all. But Lin Fan just raised his hand lightly. "Call out." Bang! An invisible energy wave shot out from his palm as fast as lightning and hit the zombie king's body with a force like thunder. In an instant, the zombie king's body collapsed and shattered into countless pieces. The sky was filled with blood mist and clothes that were torn into thousands of pieces. Taoist He Xian was stunned. The one he was controlling was the zombie king, who had great powers, but Lin Fan turned him into ashes in one move. Not even a complete body was left. Lin Fan calmly withdrew his hand. "Damn Taoist priest, how many zombies do you have? Release them all. I'll go back and look for her. The mountains remain green and the water flows on forever. See you later." Taoist He Xian used the excuse of looking for zombies and prepared to escape. However, he heard a cold voice, "Did I ask you to leave?" Lin Fan said, "If there are zombies around you now, you can release them. If not, there is no need for you to look for them anymore. I have already let you go. It is you who do not value your good luck. Not only did you dare to return to Linjiang City, but you also tried to go against me. So, you can't stay. In the next life, I will work hard for Master Foam again." Lin Fan raised his hand and clapped again. "Don't want." Taoist He Xian was terrified. He originally thought that with the Zombie King in his hands, he had already secured victory. However, he still seriously underestimated Lin Fan's strength. The Zombie King could not even last one round in the latter's hands. I was too careless. He will pay for it. Lin Fan acted decisively, his palm energy was like a cannon, hitting Taoist He Xian's body. There was another explosion, and the situation of the mixed-haired Taoist priest was exactly the same as that of the Zombie King. He immediately turned into ashes and filled the surrounding air. How could Taoist He Xian know that after just a few days of not seeing each other, Lin Fan's attack power had already changed a lot, and the power of the first Divine Fist had increased many times? Let alone one Zombie King, even if he faced hundreds of them, Lin Fan would still kill them all without leaving a single piece of armor, and the blood would flow like a river. Taoist He Xian died with his eyes wide open because Lin Fan never gave him any chance to beg for mercy. Not long after dealing with the weird Taoist priest, Lin Fan unexpectedly received a call from Zhao Lijuan, the president of a fund management association. President Zhao, what are your instructions? My dear, please don't call me President Zhao. It makes me feel so strange. I like you to call me my dear. Zhao Lijuan's voice was so sweet and coquettish, completely different from her usual cold and aloof image. I have something to report to you. I kick Li Ruifeng out. If he dares to offend you, he must be prepared to lose his golden rice bowl. Lin Fan hummed, the word report is well used. I like it. Who would have thought that a few hours ago, he and the other party were completely strangers, but just by repeatedly provoking Zhao Lijuan through the provocation system, he easily turned the other party into his loyal female licker. It's really wonderful. It's so cool. Zhao Lijuan said softly, as long as you like it, I will be willing to report anything to you in the future. Ever since Lin Fan left her unit, she has been heartbroken. Perhaps this is the feeling of lovesickness and missing someone. She has never had this feeling before. It is so sweet and torturous. She wishes she could be with Lin Fan 24 hours a day. It would be even better if they could be in close contact with each other. Zhao Lijuan asked expectantly, baby, when are you free? Let's make an appointment. I will wear the sexiest and hottest clothes and show them to you alone. Chapter 109 UFC Invitation, will you make $500 million US? Lin Fan simply responded, we'll talk about it later. He didn't expect that the female president would get entangled with him so quickly. He had to admit that the provocation system was powerful. However, Lin Fan felt a little guilty about this woman. After all, the purpose of contacting her was actually to punish Li Ruifeng. However, he had to face a reality, which was to make her his loyal female licker. Even so, in Lin Fan's opinion, Zhao Lijuan's charm is far greater than that of his ex-wife Jiang Yan. Speak of the devil appears. When Lin Fan was about to go to the company, he heard an exceptionally soft voice behind him, Lin Fan. He turned around and saw that it was Jiang Yan. He ignored the other party. A good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has left. What's more, he now has more grass to eat. Although, my ex-wife was dressed very fashionably and beautifully today. However, he didn't feel anything at all and couldn't muster any interest at all. Here's the lunch I brought you. Jiang Yan handed over a thermos box containing 5 or 6 sumptuous dishes. You have to know that when Lin Fan and Jiang Yan were together, it was always the former who cooked, but it still made the other party dissatisfied, and in return she was disliked. Unexpectedly, after the divorce, Jiang Yan changed her usual behavior and cooked and brought the food over herself. He tried to repair the relationship between the two in this way and make Lin Fan change his mind, but a broken mirror could never be mended. What's more, in Lin Fan's mind, his ex-wife no longer had any attraction for him. You've never cooked before. Is the food you cook edible? Go talk to your rich second-generation boyfriend. You won't get any results with me. Take out a mirror and look at yourself now. How can you compare to the woman next to me? The most important thing for a person is to know himself. Lin Fan's original intention was to persuade his ex-wife to leave, because he knew that if he tried to persuade her in a friendly manner, she would definitely pester him, so his tone was not polite. That's good. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully provoked the target person Jiang Yan. Next, there was the system's monetary reward and the increase in Jiang Yan's charm value in her mind. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and thought to himself, not good. Because he knew very well that once his charm value increased, his ex-wife would like him more. Although he earned 10 million, Lin Fan did not want his ex-wife to become his bootlicker. As expected, Jiang Yan looked at Lin Fan lovingly. I was wrong before. I went too far. Please give me another chance. One time is enough. You are the only one in my heart. I won't talk about boyfriend or girlfriend with anyone else. I know I can't compare to the beauties around you, but I love you sincerely. If you can't make it happen, I can be your junior. In the end, she lowered her proud head. How arrogant she was before, how humble she is now. Lin Fan said bluntly, you don't deserve it. The women I want to marry must be pleasing to the eye, and make me happy when I see them. And you're just the opposite. If you don't leave, I'll call security. He could have used sharper words, but considering the existence of the provocation system, that would make his ex-wife like him more, so he forced himself to control himself. Jiang Yan said unwillingly, I won't give up. I'll come back to see you. Here's the food for you. If you don't want to eat it, just throw it away and feed it to the dog. After saying that, she placed the incubator on the ground. Lin Fan held the insulated box and handed it to the security guard at the gate. Eat it while it's hot. The security guard took it and said flatteredly, thank you, Brother Lin. The reason why he was so polite to Lin Fan was because he knew that he had a special relationship with the group's female president, Su Yuma. Lin Fan was chatting with the security personnel when he suddenly received a strange phone call. The other party was a middle-aged man, speaking Chinese that sounded a little broken. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? That's right. The middle-aged man got straight to the point and said, I am the boss of UFC, Black Dana. I saw your underground boxing video that was leaked, and I think your fighting skills are exceptionally impressive. I want to open up the Dragon Country market and select a Dragon Country player to compete against De Ying, the top active UFC fighter, in a world competition. The prize money is very generous. As long as you participate, you can get a reward of 20 million M gold. Of course, if you can defeat the Great Eagle, you can earn $500 million. $500 million. Lin Fan smiled and said, actually, I'm not interested in the money. Because I want to find a top expert in the world to compete with. Black Dana responded, it seems that you are very confident that you can win the $500 million. Lin Fan was not modest, isn't that a piece of cake? He was just telling the truth. Very good. I admire players who have confidence in themselves. But your skills are indeed impressive, and you deserve this confidence. Of course, I also want to remind you that our UFC is the world's top fighting competition, which brings together the top fighting masters from all over the world. You are fighting underground. Although you are extremely fierce, you are in one city after all. You are very limited and your opponents are relatively weak. Once you step onto the top ring, you may be in trouble. But it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to participate, you will get a guaranteed reward of 20 million M gold. As for the $500 million, it depends on your ability. Lin Fan smiled and said, I will accept it reluctantly. Black Dana was extremely surprised and said, so, you agreed? Actually, it is not surprising when you think about it. After all, how many people can refuse such a high salary from the bottom of their hearts? Of course, he didn't know that Lin Fan made money so easily with his super system that he didn't care about his small profits. Instead, he wanted to find a peerless master to fight with. With his current skills, he was really invincible. Lin Fan suggested, I have a condition. Speaking. That is, the competition will be held in Linjiang City. If you can agree to this, I promise to show the world my amazing offensive and defensive capabilities. Lin Fan said calmly, in this world, all the most powerful top fighting champions under your command will be left far behind. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Black Dana then asked, I will fly to Linjiang City right away to talk to you. How is your current fighting condition? Lin Fan responded, you can join the battle at any time. Chapter 110, Fame End. A few days later, Linjiang City became famous, and Lin Fan also became famous. Because major media began to report that the world's top fighting event UFC will be held in Linjiang City. The city has never hosted such a top-level event in the fighting world. On the cover of the online promotion, there are only two people in the most eye-catching position, namely Lin Fan and De Ying. The rest of the fighters are just serving as a foil. There will be multiple fights on the day of the competition, but the heaviest fight will undoubtedly be between Lin Fan and De Ying. De Ying is a household name in the world. His record is 29 wins and 0 losses, with a winning rate of 100%. Therefore, he also won the title of the greatest mixed martial artist of all time. De Ying is best at ground fighting. Once his opponent is dragged to the ground by him, it basically means that he will be surrendered. In the entire UFC, he can be said to be truly invincible. However, no one knew Lin Fan, De Ying's opponent in this battle. This phenomenon was extremely rare. Because of the UFC events, the contestants are basically well known to fighting fans. Now, for the first time, an unfamiliar face appears. Of course, there are also people who have seen Lin Fan's amazing skills in the underground boxing ring on certain foreign websites, and they know that his opponent's strength is far greater than his fame, so these people believe that the match between De Ying and Lin Fan will be incomparably exciting. Regarding Lin Fan's upcoming participation in the UFC event and his challenge to the world's most powerful fighting champion, Eagle, the beauties around him also sent their blessings. The cold female CEO Su Yuma, the beautiful tenant Chen Meijiao, a hot policewoman Yang Tao, the pure schoolflower Lu Chuxia, the popular female star Xiao Shui, the president of the fund management committee Zhao Haiyan, the female godfather Hong Jie. They all knew Lin Fan's skills, so even though they knew their opponent De Ying was extremely powerful, compared to the former, he was nothing but a dwarf compared to a giant, and there was a world of difference between them. Sure, Lin Fan, you're about to become famous. You will definitely beat the big eagle into a small eagle. I heard that De Ying has been wrestling with a little black bear at home since he was a child, so his wrestling skills are invincible. But when he meets you, Lin Fan, his trump card will become vulnerable. I will be there in person to cheer you on and witness your great moment, wearing the gold belt that will attract worldwide attention. As long as you can defeat the great eagle, I will be your female licker for the rest of my life. A few days later, the Linjiang Olympic Sports Center was packed with people. The much-anticipated CFC event finally arrived as scheduled. There are many exciting matches in this event, and the most watched and most important one is undoubtedly the match between Lin Fan and De Ying. After all, De Ying's popularity is top-notch and he is a super idol in the eyes of many fighting fans. In their opinion, De Ying was about to get his 30th victory from Lin Fan. No matter how good Lin Fan was at fighting, he would be defeated by the former. What's more, the latter was an unknown person and his strength was mediocre in comparison. He was just a stepping stone for De Ying to achieve consecutive victories. It can almost be said that no one is optimistic about Lin Fan, except for his army of ladies. Su Yuma, Chen Meijiao, Yang Tao, Hong Jie, Lu Chuxia, Xiao Shui, and Zhao Haiyan were all present and all came to the scene to cheer for him. At the same time, these peerless beauties also became a beautiful landscape in the Olympic Sports Center. These beauties secretly sighed to each other that Lin Fan's charm was so great that he could attract so many stunning beauties at the same time. It also proved that their vision was correct. It seemed that they would have to compete for Lin Fan's favor in the future. Also coming to help Lin Fan were Wang Laohu and others. Although the latter was a local bully, he had already been completely conquered. He said sincerely, "Master Lin, you are about to create a record, that is, the undefeated myth of defeating the big eagle." Wang Laohu had seen Lin Fan's skills, so he was extremely confident in his strength. In his opinion, even if 10 big eagles attacked together, they would be defeated by Master Lin. After several games, the finale finally began slowly. Lin Fan and De Ying appeared one after another. Many fighting fans were cheering in the audience. De Ying, I love you. Big Eagle will win. With the blessing of the idol halo, fighting fans admired De Ying extremely. Wang Laohu was not willing to be outdone and shouted loudly, "Come on, Master Lin." The women's army also cheered, "Come on, Lin Fan." On the ring, Lin Fan stood opposite the big eagle. There was a trace of disdain on the other's face, as if he didn't take him seriously. In fact, Big Eagle really couldn't understand why Black Dana would arrange such an unknown person for him. If it weren't for the $500 million, he would not have agreed to this competition. Although De Ying also obtained the video of Lin Fan showing his prowess in the underground boxing ring from his assistant, he felt that the video was fake because it was impossible for someone to knock a tall and strong opponent out more than 10 meters with one punch. Big Eagle grinned at Lin Fan and said, "I will press you to the ground and rub you hard." Lin Fan smiled back, "In order to make the audience less disappointed, I decided not to end the game early, but to finish you in the third round." Upon hearing this, De Ying immediately became angry and said, "Are you so arrogant? From your tone, you can defeat me in the first round?" Lin Fan nodded and responded, "In fact, it only takes 1 second to defeat you." De Ying glared angrily, "I will make you realize how ignorant you are." Soon, with the referee's signal, the match between the two officially began. De Ying swung his fist at him, but when his fist hit Lin Fan, it was like hitting a solid wall. Then, he used his trump card and tried to knock him to the ground. However, no matter how hard the eagle tried, it could not shake Lin Fan at all. Lin Fan's body was like a mountain, unmovable and unshakable. The strength that the eagle is so proud of seems as small as a drop of water in the ocean in front of him. This scene shocked the audience. They could never have imagined that the inconspicuous and unknown Lin Fan could make the top fighter in UFC unable to do anything to him. It was really incredible. The first round ended quickly. De Ing was exhausted and out of breath, but he still couldn't knock Lin Fan to the ground. The look of astonishment in his eyes was stronger than ever before. The same thing happened in the second round. Lin Fan seemed to have the body of a god, while the big eagle was just the strength of a mortal. The script seemed to be unfolding according to Lin Fan's plan. Soon it was the third round, and Lin Fan spoke to De Ing, whose face already showed fear. In the first 2 rounds, I didn't take the initiative to attack. I was always on the defensive. Now it's my turn to attack. He simply threw a punch and made the arrogant eagle fall into coma. The referee ran over to check and then signaled the end of the game. Lin Fan won the match with a clean KO, ended his opponent's undefeated streak, and won the gold belt. At that moment, he became famous all over the world and conquered fighting fans all over the world. While earning $500 million, he also conquered the army of ladies in the audience. From then on, Lin Fan made money from time to time by provoking the system, becoming a billionaire, and completely made Su Yuma, Chen Meijiao, Yang Tao, Hong Jia, Lu Chuxia, Xiao Shui, Zhao Haiyan, and others his loyal female lickers. Soon after, they moved into the royal mansion villa one after another and started a shameless and happy life with Lin Fan. End of the full text.